Young master, quickly, summon the doctor. Hurry. Yes. The frantic and chaotic voices roused Jinchuan from his unconscious state. He lifted his heavy eyelids and surveyed his surroundings. The stark white ceiling and walls, along with nurses dressed in white coats bustling between the beds, holding trays filled with medications and records. The rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor echoed in the air. The word hospital flashed through his mind before he succumbed to darkness once more. When he regained consciousness again, only an elderly man with graying hair remained, anxiously watching him. A fleeting thought crossed Jinchuan's mind. Yerong, his steward. Rongbo. Ah, young master. Rongbo hurriedly approached the bedside. Please step outside. I wish to be alone for a moment. Yes, young master. After responding, he quietly exited the room. Once the door closed behind him, Jinchuan pinched the bridge of his nose. Just moments ago, a myriad of foreign memories surged into his mind, causing a throbbing headache. After a brief struggle, he finally assimilated those memories. He had transmigrated, having crossed over to the body of another person who shared his name after a common occurrence accident. Jinchuan was the heir of the Liu family, one of the top business associations in Jiangbei City. The patriarch of the Liu family, having lived a life without children, found Jinchuan and claimed him to be his long-lost illegitimate son, establishing him as the sole legal heir of the Liu family. Not long ago, the patriarch passed away. After the funeral arrangements were completed, Jinchuan himself unexpectedly followed, swayed in absurdity he could hardly comprehend, which ultimately granted him this opportunity to soul transmigrate. This was a world of high martial arts, where spiritual energy had revived and monstrous beasts had mutated, giving rise to malevolent entities. In the pursuit of survival, humanity discovered that they could harness this spiritual energy for cultivation, leading to the emergence of powerful practitioners who could contend with the demons. However, not everyone possessed the ability to cultivate, thus magnifying the malevolence within human hearts. The world plunged into a dark era until the establishment of the Bureau of Martial Regulation, which decreed that practitioners could not harm ordinary people, gradually restoring order. Human ancestors categorized realms from 1 to 13, equally assigning corresponding levels to demons for the sake of defense. The demon ranks also spanned from 1 to 13, each stage corresponding to a human practitioner's realm. Since he had already transmigrated, he resolved to make the most of it. As an orphan with no lingering regrets in his previous world, he was determined to thrive in this new life, aiming to elevate the Liu family to become the foremost power, second only to the state. With this thought, he cleared his throat. Rongbo. Ah, young master. Hearing Jinchuan call him, Rongbo rushed back in and stood respectfully by his side. Where is Mo? Mo was the secretary assigned to him by the patriarch when he entered the management of the association after graduation. He just arrived and is waiting outside. Bring him in. Yes. After a brief moment, a young man dressed in a black suit with an unremarkable appearance and black-framed glasses entered, holding several documents, standing respectfully before him. Chairman, have matters been investigated? Jinchuan took a document and began to read carefully. Just yesterday, the Liu family's merchant caravans had been attacked, leaving no survivors. Yes, several elders were involved in this incident. Upon hearing this, Jinchuan's gaze turned icy as he stared at the document. A bunch of traitors. Let them enjoy their freedom for now. Prepare the information once I am discharged. I shall present them with a grand surprise. And summon Qi Jiang to see me. Since the patriarch suddenly named him as the heir, many had grown discontent. And now that the patriarch was gone, some could no longer contain their dissatisfaction. He would show them whether he was worthy of his position. Understood? Perceiving the murderous intent in his words, Mo hastily complied. He sensed that Jinchuan was different from before now. He exuded the decisiveness and authority of a true leader of a top business association, a transformation he attributed to the patriarch's passing. In a high-end villa district of Jiangbei City, 3 portly middle-aged men sat conversing on a sofa. If the new chairman finds out about our actions, old Luo, your courage is rather lacking. The patriarch is gone. Does this fledgling, inexperienced boy think he can dominate us? How naive. No need to worry, Luo. We are completely uninvolved in that matter. Besides, Fei is right. Do you intend to live your life under someone else's thumb? The man referred to as Fei scoffed. With their support, we need not fear him. I refuse to believe those Oldemers will genuinely back him. At this stage, we have no way back, Luo. You cannot retreat now. Sticking with us is the wisest choice. Hearing this, Luo Hantian fell silent, plagued by an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Yet he could only hope for a smooth resolution. The following morning, the 12 elders of the Lu family were summoned to a meeting by the new chairman, all aware that something significant was likely to unfold. The highest conference hall of the Lu family could only be used when the chairman presided over the meeting. At this moment, all 12 elders had arrived. The room was eerily quiet, with no one daring to whisper. With a chime, the exclusive elevator for the chairman arrived at the hall. All eyes turned toward the elevator doors as they opened, revealing Lu Jinchuan stepping out first, followed by Mo. Lu Jinchuan surveyed the assembly, taking in the myriad gazes cast upon him, some curious, some skeptical, some indifferent, and others contemptuous. He navigated around the long table and took his seat at the head. Tapping his fingers on the conference table, he declared, "Let us commence." Mo responded promptly, "Yes." Esteemed elders. The assembly leaned in attentively, yet soon realized Mo was merely discussing mundane matters of the association. 10 minutes passed, and Mo continued at an unhurried pace. A glance from Lu Jinchuan revealed several attendees growing impatient, particularly Fei Jiang, who seemed on the verge of interrupting. Lu Jinchuan gestured for Mo when a pause. "Does Mr. Fei have something to say?" The calm voice prompted Fei Jiang to raise his head, meeting Lu Jinchuan's piercing gaze. The curiosity of others intensified, igniting a spark of indignation within him. "Since the chairman has asked, I shall speak plainly, though I hope you do not take offense." Noticing the sarcasm in his tone, Lu Jinchuan remained unperturbed. "Feel free." Feigning a cough, Fei Jiang began, "I am uncertain of the purpose behind the chairman's summons today, but as it stands, these trivial matters are of no consequence. As one of the 12 elders, I must remind you that our time is precious. We cannot afford to listen to reports akin to reading a textbook. Chairman, this is not a game of pretend." "What did you say?" An elder could no longer contain himself and stood to point at him. "Fei Jiang, I never realized you could be so ungrateful. Do not forget, without the late chairman, you are nothing. What right do you have to criticize the heir he appointed?" Fei Jiang squinted, on the brink of saying something when he was interrupted by Lu Jinchuan. "Enough. Both of you are the backbone of the Chamber of Commerce. Let us not ruin our camaraderie over me. Please, take your seats." Once they were seated, Lu Jinchuan continued, "Mr. Fei is correct. It is indeed time to address the matters at hand." His fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. "Just last night, Mo informed me that the old man has passed away, and there are individuals attempting to collude with outsiders to divide the chamber. Hence, today's meeting seeks to inquire how we, the elders, should address this situation." The elder, Li Guocheng, who had just vehemently berated Fei Jiang, was the first to rise. "What? Who dares to betray us from within? President, allow me to lead the charge against this treachery." Lu Jinchuan's piercing gaze, reminiscent of a predator, met his with a smile. "There is no need for elderly to take action. I will handle the house cleaning for the old man." He then turned to Fei Jiang. "Perhaps Mr. Fei could offer us some insight." At this juncture, Fei Jiang realized that their actions had been uncovered by Lu Jinchuan, so he decided to drop the pretense. "President, we both know your capabilities. None of us wish for the chamber to decline. Why not let us part ways? Under my stewardship, the chamber will undoubtedly flourish." He was about to say more when suddenly, a flash caught his eye and a shadow lunged toward him. He hastily raised his hand to defend himself, but was still knocked back several paces. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he glared at his assailant. "Who are you?" The young man who had struck him flexed his wrist. "I am Qi Jiang from the Action Department, here to serve the president and clean house." "You dare act without the permission of the Action Department's director," he retorted. Before he could finish, Lu Jinchuan interrupted. "Director Ma Sheng has colluded with others to harm his own merchant fleet and has been handed over to the Zhenwu judiciary. From today onward, he is no longer the director you are." The power of a decisive proclamation was palpable. Fei Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief. "You?" Qi Jiang dismissed any further conversation, merely offering a polite nod, as if they were merely engaged in casual chatter. He clapped his hands, and a throng of cultivators clad in uniform swarmed into the venue. Recognizing them as members of the Action Department, all of whom were at least of the third realm. Fei Jiang felt the greatest pressure from Qi Jiang, who was likely at the fourth realm. What skill is it to overwhelm the few? As the director of the action department, do you not dare engage me in a fair duel? Fei Jiang refrained from mentioning Lu Jinchuan, fearing that a rash decision could eliminate his last chance. Unfortunately, he was mistaken, had no chance at all. Mr. Fei, do you think this is a game? Qi Jiang scoffed, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing the familiar phrase, Fei Jiang's expression soured as if he had swallowed a fly. You. He then cast a desperate glance at He Fan and Luo Hantian. Regrettably, both lacked the courage to meet his gaze, plunging him into despair. Yet he clung to a flicker of hope. President, I am actually the illegitimate son of the current head of the Fei family in Huaihai City. If you kill me, do you not fear retribution from the Fei family? His plea was a desperate grasp at straws. Lu Jinchuan covered his face, regarding him with a disdain one might reserve for a fool. Do you truly believe I would toss your head into your so-called ancestral hall? They wouldn't even dare to utter a harsh word. Fei Jiang certainly believed that the Lu family's Chamber of Commerce in the southeastern three states overshadowed even some forces in the capital. His words were merely a last-ditch effort as he faced imminent doom. After Lu Jinchuan spoke, Fei Jiang's complexion drained of color, and he sank to his knees. President, grant me one more chance. I was blinded by greed, betraying my own. I am unworthy. I am not even human. I beg you. I do not wish to remain in the chamber. I only ask for my life to be spared. His desperation turned into tears. Lu Jinchuan approached him and crouched down, his gaze icy. Perhaps you should inquire of those you have wronged whether they would grant you a chance. With that, he turned and strode out of the room. President hopes that everyone will assist Director Qi in dealing with the traitors. Mo, when stated lightly, before following Lu Jinchuan out. Fei Jiang, his eyes vacant, offered no resistance as he was taken away by the action department, awaiting a fate that promised nothing but death. As Fei Jiang was led away, the elders present collectively exhaled in relief, especially He Fan and Luo Hantian, who were eager to flee the venue. Just as they were about to exit, Qi Jiang's calm voice echoed behind them. Gentlemen, do not be hasty, the matter is not yet resolved. Their hearts raced as they felt a tightening in their throats. Li Guocheng inquired with confusion, what unfinished business does Director Qi have? Qi Jiang offered no response, but in an instant, he was upon He Fan and Luo Hantian, incapacitating them before they could react. With the two rendered unconscious, Qi Jiang announced, the remaining elders may leave. The remaining 9 felt as if a great weight had been lifted, scrambling to exit the venue. Qi Jiang's cold voice followed them. Presidential decree. Henceforth, there shall be no more council of elders in the Lu Chamber of Commerce. Their identities were stripped away in an instant, and even so, none dared to look back. Over the years, many had engaged in dubious activities. They understood that Lu Jinchuan's mercy in not eradicating them completely was merely a courtesy extended for the sake of the old president. The old man turned a blind eye to their misdeeds, however. Lu Jinchuan was not so lenient. At the Lu Chamber of Commerce headquarters, in the president's office, a knock sounded. Enter. Qi Jiang hurried to stand behind Lu Jinchuan, bowing respectfully. President, they have all confessed. Understood, Lu Jinchuan replied, gazing out the window without turning. Then let us cleanse the chamber thoroughly. Without eradicating all pests, how can a sapling thrive? Yes. An hour later, Qi Jiang, accompanied by the action department, surrounded a luxurious villa. Inside the villa's grand hall, Li Guocheng sat on the sofa, his expression betraying no surprise as he watched Qi Jiang enter. Following the morning's events, he had known he was already exposed. He was complicit in the merchant fleet's troubles. Lu Jinchuan had spared him because he was one of the old man's earliest followers, offering him a semblance of dignity. Thus, upon returning home, he had sent his wife and children abroad and dismissed all his servants, quietly awaiting Qi Jiang's arrival. He could not escape, nor could he bring harm to others. Qi Jiang halted 5 meters away and regarded him. The president wishes to ask you one question. Why? Why? Li Guocheng lifted his gaze to the ceiling, lost in thought. I met the old man when he was 42 and followed him for 30 years, helping him forge the colossal Lu Chamber of Commerce. He offered me the position of vice president, which I declined, believing he would show mercy and allow me even a moment in that role. Just a single moment would suffice. But He paused. He found an air from somewhere, shattering the dream I had waited 30 years to fulfill. Silence enveloped them for a moment before Qi Jiang spoke again. Why are you so fixated on that position, elderly? Li Guocheng turned his gaze to Qi Jiang and shook his head. You do not understand. If you are fortunate enough to enter the Hall of Kings in the future, you will comprehend. Qi Jiang recognized the significance of the Hall of Kings in the Lu Chamber of Commerce, which required not only mastery of the seventh realm, but also the current president's endorsement for entry. Well, thank you, Director Qi, for taking the time to converse with a traitor. There's no need for you to take action. Let me conserve my strength for the old man. As Qi Jiang exited the villa, Li Guocheng breathed his last. 30 years of loyalty could not withstand the allure of power. Chapter 3. Task System. Lu Corporation upon Qi Jiang and AMP. Oppos. S report regarding the recent operation. Lu Jinchuan nodded approvingly. Well executed. Henceforth, you shall be the director of the operations division. Continue to perform diligently and retrieve your rewards from the armory. Hearing this, Qi Jiang breathed a sigh of relief, knowing he had passed the test to prove his worthiness for the position. Thank you for your recognition, Chairman. He bowed respectfully and departed, aware that assuming this new role entailed numerous responsibilities, including establishing his authority. After Qi Jiang left, Lu Jinchuan gazed at his desk, where a line of text was displayed. Verification complete. Initiate system? With the original prerequisites coupled with a cheat, am I destined for invincibility? He mused. He had initially believed he would and AMP. Oppos. To receive any benefits as a transmigrator, but it seemed his fortune was simply delayed. He mentally commanded, activate, and a transparent interface materialized before him. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Faction Purge. Reward. 10 years of cultivation, 20 tier 3 weapons, deposited in host's vault. Lu Jinchuan was surprised that the system was aware of his vault and had directly deposited the rewards. His grandfather had left him a vault that only he could access. As the mechanical voice concluded, he felt a surge of power coursing through his body, propelling him to the fifth realm. He was taken aback. So casual? This cheat is truly exhilarating. While he was still in a daze, the emotionless mechanical voice echoed once more. Mission. Retaliation. Investigate the merchant caravan attack. Deadline. None. Subsequently, the interface automatically closed. Lu Jinchuan disregarded it, considering the system merely a bonus to his current status. He began reviewing the extensive documents containing information about this high martial world. The nation he was in was called Qian, and according to the records, Qian possessed 4 13th realm cultivators in the imperial court, representing the pinnacle of human power, making it one of the most formidable nations in the world. Qian was divided into 16 provinces, with the Lu Corporation's influence spanning the southeastern Jiang, Yunzhong, and Huai provinces. In this high martial world, the Lu Corporation and AMP, Oppos, S prominence was not without reason. Besides the operations division, the Lu Corporation and AMP, Oppos, S combat strength also included the Hall of Kings, established by the former chairman. Currently, it consisted of 3 10th realm cultivators, 5 9th realm cultivators, 12 8th realm cultivators, and 17 7th realm cultivators, representing the Lu Corporation and Oppos, S most visible combat force. Despite their formidable strength, the Hall of Kings remained subordinate to the chairman, not only due to the former chairman and AMP, Oppos, S patronage, but also because an elder council existed in the shadows, answering solely to the current chairman. Their strength far surpassed that of the Hall of Kings. Moreover, within the Lu Corporation, members of the Hall of Kings only needed to accept missions to receive cultivation resources. Understanding the principle of benefiting from a powerful backer, they Wuden and Oppos, dare disobey. Only upon becoming chairman could one learn the specific strength of the Elder Council. First Elder Lu Wuwei, 12th Realm Peak. Second Elder Lu Wuxing, 12th Realm Early Stage. Third Elder Lu Bujing, 11th Realm Peak. Fourth Elder Lu Bu Hui, 11th Realm Early Stage. Fifth Elder Lu Wangyue, 10th Realm Peak. This was the foundation upon which the Lu Corporation stood in the 3 southeastern provinces. It could be said that in the 3 southeastern provinces, few forces were on par with the Lu Corporation. In other words, Lu Jinchuan could virtually roam freely in the 3 southeastern provinces, a notion that was quite exhilarating. He then perused the information gathered by the intelligence division. The Qian nation had been established for 3,000 years, and its current power structure was exceedingly complex. Numerous sects, academies, clans, and ancient families constituted the powerful factions within Qian. However, he possessed a cheat, and with ample time, he was in no hurry. He would gradually develop the Lu Corporation into the most powerful force. With this in mind, he addressed the outside butler Rome. Hearing the call, Lu Yaron promptly entered. Young master. Lu Yaron was the former chairman and AMP, Oppos, S. butler, and had naturally become his butler after the former chairman and AMP, Oppos, S. passing. Moreover, he possessed 7th realm strength, primarily tasked with safeguarding the Lu Corporation and Oppos, S. current leader. Summon Mo when to see me. Yes. 3 minutes later. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Chairman Mo when entered and stood before Lu Jinchuan, awaiting instructions. How is the abolition of the Council of Elders progressing? It has been communicated to all departments of the corporation. Any objections? Yes, but Qi Jiang has already resolved them. Ensure it is done discreetly. Purge all their former influence. I want the corporation to answer only to me. Understood? Yes. Also, he recalled the system and AMP, Oppos, S mission and added. Has the investigation been completed regarding the force that attacked the merchant caravan? According to the intelligence division, it was a joint effort by 2 smaller merchant guilds in Jiangbei and the Zhao family. Some fools never properly assess their own limitations. Inform Qi Jiang that I want a detailed action plan by today. Yes. Anything else? Chairman, Mo when hesitated. The Elder Council hopes you will soon decide on the corporation and Oppos, as consort. Lu Jinchuan paused for a moment. Understood. Let them decide. You may leave. Yes. Not unlike the great powers, a faction aspiring to perpetual growth required one essential element, an heir. Without an heir, unity would inevitably falter. Lu Manor, within an opulent hall. 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman, sat around table. The 5 elders of the council reviewed the information, finding Lu Jinchuan's recent actions gratifying. He was now different from before, ruthless, decisive, and mature. They had even suspected that Lu Jinchuan had been replaced. However, after using a soul-searching artifact, no anomalies were detected. They were unaware that the system had concealed the truth from them. Jinchuan has finally matured, Lu Wuxing remarked. It was not in vain for the former chairman to entrust the corporation to him. Lu Bujing nodded in agreement. Indeed, based on the current situation, Jinchuan is fully capable of leading the corporation. All right, Lu Wei interjected, Arin and Oppos, Tiwi still here to support him? As for the merchant caravan incident, let him handle it himself. Wangwei. Upon hearing Lu Wei call his name, Lu Wangwei responded promptly. Big brother, the selection of the corporation and Oppos, S matriarch is entrusted to you. It must be decided as soon as possible. Yes, big brother. Then let us adjourn. The 4 responded in unison. Yes. Evening, Lu Manor. Lu Jinchuan and Oppos, S study. Knock, knock. Young master, Qi Jiang has arrived. Let him in. Qi Jiang entered the study and bowed respectfully. Chairman. He then presented a document. This is the action report for tomorrow. Lu Jinchuan received it and examined it carefully. Well done. Let be as planned. I will dispatch men from the Hall of Kings to assist. Yes. Chapter 4. Retribution and Blood. The subsequent evening found a young man reveling in hedonistic pursuits within an opulent private room of an upscale club. This was Zhao Bo, the 7th son of the current head of the Zhao family. A middle-aged man, observing him with a furrowed brow, interjected, Young master, the atmosphere has grown tense of late. The master has forbidden you from staying out overnight. We ought to return. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Zhao Bo struggled to rise. The 2 hostesses beside him hastily implored, Young Master Zhao, do not depart so early. We sisters have been anticipating your presence. Zhao Bo was a generous patron, and they were loath to see him leave. Indeed, Young Master Zhao, another chimed in, allow us to jointly attend to you this evening. Please do not leave. You 2 little enchantresses, Zhao Bo chuckled lewdly. Not tonight. I shall summon you upon my next visit. With that, he pinched them both, eliciting squeals. As Zhao Bo proceeded towards the exit, the middle-aged man followed closely. Just as he reached for the door, the middle-aged man shouted, "Wait!" pulling Zhao Bo behind him and casting a wary gaze towards the entrance. Before Zhao Bo could protest, the door was violently thrust inward, causing him to recoil in alarm. The middle-aged man retaliated with a punch, shattering the door and embedding it in the wall. He turned his attention to the doorway, where Qi Jiang stood, hands in pockets, his expression inscrutable. "Who are you? Do you know who he is? How dare you threaten a member of the Zhao family? Do you have a death wish?" The middle-aged man demanded. Qi Jiang ignored the threat, advancing into the room, his gaze piercing Zhao Bo, who cowered in the corner. "The Zhao family and Amp, Oppo's, debt shall be repaid by the Zhao family and Amp, Oppo's, son. It is only fair," Qi Jiang declared, his voice resonating with chilling finality. Zhao Bo, his face ashen and legs trembling, stammered, invoking the Zhao family and Amp, Oppo's, prestige you would not dare harm me. I am a son of the Zhao family. They will not let this stand. Qi Jiang scoffed, his eyes gleaming with contempt. The Zhao family? After today, who knows if such a family will even exist? Zhao Bo and Oppo's face reflected disbelief. Who was this man who held the Zhao family in such disregard? As Qi Jiang approached, the middle-aged man attempted to intervene, only to be deterred by Qi Jiang and Oppo's piercing gaze. He knew he was no match for the man, whom he assessed to be at least a fourth-realm cultivator. Zhao Bo closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. However, a flurry of footsteps echoed outside the room, followed by the arrival of dozens of bodyguards who surrounded Qi Jiang. The club manager rushed to Zhao Bo's side, assisting him to his feet. "Young Master Zhao, are you unharmed? I apologize for the disturbance." Zhao Bo, still unsteady, leaned on the manager, pointing at Qi Jiang. "Seize him. I want to inflict excruciating torment upon him." His arrogance resurfaced as he sneered, "Do not worry. I will ensure your suffering is prolonged." Neither noticed the despair etched on the face of Zhao Bo and Amp, Oppo's middle-aged bodyguard. Suddenly, the lights flickered erratically. Qi Jiang raised a hand, and with a subtle gesture, a ripple seemed to pass through the air. The bodyguards convulsed in agony, collapsing to the floor, paralyzed. Zhao Bo and the club manager stared in disbelief. The manager now understood that Qi Jiang was no mere mortal, but a cultivator. Qi Jiang and Oppo's voice was glacial. "I have no time for games. It is time to descend into the underworld. Young Master Zhao, remember to await your family there, so you will have companionship." With that, Qi Jiang materialized before Zhao Bo, placing a hand on his shoulder. A wave of icy dread engulfed Zhao Bo, rendering him speechless. In an instant, he was reduced to ashes. The club manager, witnessing this, recoiled in terror, realizing his own demise was imminent. Qi Jiang stomped his foot, releasing a torrent of energy that overturned the furniture and transformed the room into a scene of devastation. All within were reduced to ashes. Simultaneously, at a luxurious hotel, two men exuding authority engaged in hushed conversation, each flanked by a retinue of bodyguards. "The situation has been exposed. What shall we do?" The other man, visibly agitated, drew deeply on a cigar. "What can we do? Await our demise. We are but pawns in their game. Are we to simply await our fate? Rest assured, I have engaged a fifth-realm cultivator from the black market. Even in death, we shall extract a toll. When will he arrive? Soon. The Lu conglomerate will require time to react. Moreover, I have learned that Qi Jiang, the current head of the Lu conglomerate and Amp, Oppo's action division, is but a fourth-realm cultivator. We may yet survive." At that moment, a burly man strode into the room. The cigar-smoking man sighed in relief. "Mr. Wang, you have finally arrived." The man lounged on the sofa. "Spare me the pleasantries. Upon completion, I expect my 2 million in cash and 3 women. Fail to deliver, and I will butcher you. Rest assured, you shall receive everything. I merely wonder." The man scoffed. "Fear not. With me here, anyone who comes will find their grave." The two men breathed a sigh of relief, but before they could speak, a deafening crash echoed through the room. The floor-to-ceiling window shattered, showering the occupants with glass shards. The burly man shielded them, his body vibrating, turning the glass into dust. "What vermin dares intrude? Show yourself." He instantly regretted his words. Through the shattered window, a figure clad in black, with the appearance of youth, stared at them with an impassive face. The chilling aura emanating from him suggested ill intentions. The burly man and Amp, Oppos, eyes widened in disbelief. He turned to the two men, cursing flight. Seventh realm, what manner of entity have you provoked? Upon learning that their assailant was a seventh realm cultivator, the two men soiled themselves, speechless with terror. The burly man cursed them inwardly, then turned back, forcing a servile smile. Esteemed senior, I am merely passing through. Dispose of them as you see fit. The youth ignored him, raising a hand. In the face of universal terror, everyone in the room was reduced to ash. The youth vanished. At the Zhao estate in Jiangbei, the scene was one of carnage. Only Zhao Xiong, the Zhao family patriarch, remained, wounded and dismembered, kneeling on the ground. Witnessing the devastation, he wept tears of blood, cursing the youth before him. The Lu conglomerate, do you not fear divine retribution for your actions? The youth sneered. Does the Zhao patriarch truly find that amusing? If divine retribution were real, I dare say, the Zhao family patriarch would not have required my intervention. Scarcely had the words left his lips when a voice echoed from behind. The youth in the hotel materialized, his presence a stark intrusion. Your loquacity is tiresome, and your dawdling even more so. He dismissed an unseen presence with a wave. A dullard, incapable of comprehension. Turning back to Zhao Xiong, he urged, Patriarch Zhao, hasten your departure, lest they grow impatient. A chilling laugh erupted. I shall await you in the abyss. You are blissfully ignorant of the adversary you confront. Alas, Patriarch Zhao would never know. With a swift flourish of his long blade, the youth severed Zhao Xiong and Oppos' head, the Patriarch and Oppos' face frozen in a mask of resentment. The youth tapped his earpiece. Mission accomplished. Acknowledged, came the reply. With a snap of his fingers, an inferno engulfed the Zhao estate, and the two figures vanished into the ether. Chapter 5. The Auction in the Town of Jiangbei. The master of the Wu division, Wang Zheng, gazed intently at the person seated across from him. Opposite him, Lu Buhui leisurely brewed tea, his nonchalance filling Wang Zheng with an unsettling sense of foreboding. As a peak practitioner of the seventh realm, the immense pressure he felt could only stem from one possibility. Lu Buhui's cultivation far surpassed his own. Wang Zheng cautiously inquired about the purpose of Elder Lu's visit. Lu Buhui took a sip of tea and replied languidly, There is no need for the division master to feel anxious. I have merely come to share a cup of tea and discuss potential collaboration. Upon hearing this, Wang Zheng exhaled in relief, grateful that the meeting was not a prelude to conflict. What sort of cooperation does Elder Lu wish to discuss? He asked. Well, it is not exactly a collaboration. Our guild leader wishes to contribute to the development of the Wu division in Jiangbei, thereby aiding in the establishment of a better social environment in the region. Lu Buhui explained. Wang Zheng found this hard to believe, yet he maintained a polite demeanor, saying, On behalf of our division, I extend our gratitude to your esteemed guild. As Lu Buhui calculated the time, he smiled and said, No need for formality, division master. I must take my leave now. Others will visit you soon to discuss matters in detail. Very well, Elder Lu, travel safely. I have pressing duties and cannot see you off, Wang Zheng replied, his tone tinged with unease. I apologize for the disturbance. Farewell. Once Lu Buhui departed, the smile vanished from Wang Zheng's face. He understood that a person of the 11th realm smiling at him boded ill. Division master, this is urgent. A panicked voice interrupted his thoughts. Frowning, he demanded, What is the matter? Your demeanor is most inappropriate. The newcomer steadied himself before speaking. Division master, the Zhao family residence is ablaze. The entire Zhao family has perished in the flames. Not a single stone remains. Wang Zheng and Oppos' figure flickered as he approached the messenger, gripping his collar tightly. What did you say? Indeed, division master, there were no survivors. They all perished in the inferno. Suddenly, Wang Zheng recalled Lu Buhui and Oppos' his earlier visit, and clarity washed over him. This was the handiwork of the Lu Guild. After a moment of silence, he spoke gravely. The Zhao family colluded with demons and met their demise at their hands. They deserve their fate. Let this case be closed. But Division Master, the messenger began, only to falter under Wang Zheng's fierce gaze. Yes, of course. He quickly amended. Once the messenger left, Wang Zheng's expression turned somber. The Lu Guild was indeed formidable. The saying a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake aptly applied to them. Yet, the Lu Guild was no mere snake. It was a transformed dragon, while the Wu division was far from a strong dragon. With the Zhao family extinguished, the Lu Guild swiftly approached with offers of collaboration, employing both temptation and intimidation. Lu Buhui. The following morning, at the headquarters of the Lu Guild, in the President and Appo's office, Lu Jinchuan listened intently to Mo1 and Appo's report on the recent operation. As Mo1 concluded, Lu Jinchuan nodded, noting no apparent errors. With this operation complete, proceed with the rewards distribution. Understood, Mo1 replied, then hesitated before adding, additionally, I believe a visit to the Wu division is in order. We should offer them 500 million as support for their establishment. Very well, Lu Jinchuan said. Is there anything else? Tianbao Pavilion has sent an invitation, stating they will be hosting an auction tonight and inquiring if the president is interested in attending. Let's attend, Lu Jinchuan affirmed. Once Mo1 departed, Lu Jinchuan accessed the system interface, and the cold mechanical voice reverberated again. Task. An eye for an eye completed. Task rewards. 10 years of cultivation. 1 4th grade spirit herb. 33rd tier weapons. 9 7th tier weapons. Next task. Awaiting activation. Lu Jinchuan was intrigued. Tasks often required activation. However, he dismissed it, for the system was never a necessity for him. That evening at Tianbao Pavilion, within an opulent private room, Lu Jinchuan perused an auction catalog. Lu Yirong and Qi Jiang stood at his sides, while Mo1 poured tea. In the corners of the room stood 4 third realm practitioners, and Qi Jiang had recently advanced to the 5th realm following the incident with the merchant convoy. The auction catalog listed an array of rare items, from precious herbs to valuable artifacts. Lu Jinchuan's gaze swept over the catalog, occasionally pausing to assess certain items' worth. It appears there are many fine treasures at this auction, he remarked softly. Mo1 chimed in, President, I and Appo's. V heard there will be a grand finale item at this auction, an ancient relic of immense power. At that moment, the system interface appeared unbidden. Task, acquire the artifact. Task deadline, none. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinchuan and Appo's eyes sparkled with interest. The system and Appo's timely assignment of a task resonated with him. He gently set down the auction catalog, lifted the teacup Mo1 had presented, took a delicate sip, and then spoke slowly. Given such a treasure is at stake, we cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Indeed, Mo1 replied eagerly. Have we uncovered the truth behind the merchant convoy incident? Which major power is behind it? We and Appo's, still investigating, but we have some leads, came the response. No further investigation is necessary. They will reveal themselves in due time, Lu Jinchuan instructed. Understood. President, Mo1 paused, then added, Elder 5 has compiled a list of candidates for the lady. When might you have time to review it? Oh, Lu Jinchuan replied, his brow slightly furrowing. Let us set it aside for now. The auction takes precedence. We shall address that after the auction concludes. Yes, please provide me with an overview of Tianbao Pavilion. Certainly, Mo1 cleared his throat. Tianbao Pavilion in Jiangbei is merely a branch. The headquarters is located in the imperial capital. Tianbao Pavilion has branches in all 16 states and primarily engages in trade, buying and selling goods, and regularly hosts auctions. It is said that the owner of Tianbao Pavilion is a powerful practitioner of the 12th realm, with each branch overseen by a 10th realm expert. It is one of the 3 major trading houses in the Xia Kingdom. Lu Jinchuan mused, realizing the significance of strength in this martial world. Without power, all else is futile. Just as with Tianbao Pavilion and his own Lu Guild, only strength could sustain a business. Otherwise, it was all mere talk. What are the other 2 trading houses? He inquired. They are Linglong Pavilion and Shuani Pavilion. The master of Shuani Pavilion is a 12th realm weapon forger, making it primarily focused on weapon sales. Lu Jinchuan nodded, recognizing that, in a sense, the Lu Guild competed with these 3 major trading houses. However, it mattered little. The Lu Guild was not primarily a trading entity, but rather functioned more like a wholesaler. As Lu Jinchuan contemplated, a voice from the center of Tianbao Pavilion interrupted him. Esteemed guests, thank you for your patience. The Tianbao Pavilion auction is now commencing. The auction items will go to the highest bidder. A tall auctioneer, clad in a figure-hugging qipao that accentuated her graceful figure, proclaimed the opening of the auction, a common tactic to enhance the atmosphere through the presence of beauty. Chapter 6. The nine-tiered formation disc. As time passed minute by minute, half an hour later, the star map on the dome of the Tianbao Pavilion auction hall suddenly illuminated. In 128 North Sea night, pearls simultaneously emitted a soft glow. The next item up for bid was announced. The beautiful auctioneer gathered a hint of spiritual energy at her fingertips and gently tapped on the bronze chime. The nine-tiered defensive formation disc and amp, oppos, Tiangangjinhua formation and amp, oppos, has a starting bid of 50 million with a minimum increment of 10 million. The bidding begins now. A synchronized gasp echoed throughout the hall. Suddenly, a sound of shattering porcelain came from a private box on the second floor. A young man clad in white pushed aside the curtain, his moon-white robe adorned with swirling cloud patterns. This item belongs to my Batian Martial Arts School. 70 million. Batian Martial Arts School was a premier force in Jiangbei City. 70 million for a nine-tiered formation disc? A balding, middle-aged man stood in a second-floor box, shaking a golden watch in his hand. 90 million. Lu Jinchuan rubbed the ring on his thumb, his consciousness scanning the bronze formation disc suspended on the platform. The seemingly chaotic cloud and thunder patterns began to reorganize in his eyes. Upon noticing the subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy attached to it, his pupils constricted sharply. There concealed a tracking rune. With keen interest, he remarked, "It seems someone has had their eye on this nine-tiered formation disc for quite some time." "What? Who?" Upon hearing this, Qi Jiang instinctively moved to shield Lu Jinchuan. "Don't be alarmed. The person is not present," Lu Jinchuan reassured. "Yes, President. Shall we place a bid?" Mowen stepped forward and inquired with a bow. "There and amp, oppos, no rush." With a flick of his finger, an invisible force struck the formation disc, causing the tracking rune to vanish. At this moment, the price of the formation disc soared to 130 million. The young master of Batian Martial Arts School, Du Yu, summoned spiritual energy from his palm, doubling the gravity in the entire auction hall. 160 million. Whoever dares to increase the bid is declaring war against my Batian Martial Arts School. You Batian Martial Arts School are quite formidable. My Xingyuan Martial Arts School bids 180 million. Xingyuan Martial Arts School was a rival power, equally prestigious in Jiangbei City. You seek death. Du Yu launched 7 flying nails toward the representative of Xingyuan Martial Arts School. The man stepped forward, his body quaking, and the 7 nails rebounded. Just as it seemed they were about to engage in combat, a figure materialized in the center of the hall. Esteemed guests, allow this old man a moment of your time. Harmony brings prosperity. The elder clasped his hands in a gesture of peace. Du Yu, seeing this, dared not escalate the situation further, especially since a figure from the 7th realm had intervened. He snorted coldly and retreated. The representative of Xingyuan Martial Arts School also turned to leave. As the two parties ceased hostilities, the elder discreetly vanished, though his whereabouts remained unknown, and none dared to disrupt the proceedings further. The beautiful auctioneer wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. 180 million from Xingyuan Martial Arts School. Is there any higher bid? Du Yu did not raise his bid. 160 million was all he could muster in liquid assets. His gaze fixed furiously on Xingyuan Martial Arts School and amp, oppos, S-box, wishing for their demise to quell his ire. Just as Xingyuan Martial Arts School believed victory was assured, Lu Jinchuan signaled Mo1, who promptly pressed the gilded button. Lu and oppos, S-commerce, 200 million. A profound silence enveloped the hall, for no faction present could rival Lu and oppos, S-commerce. Not even Batian or Xingyuan Martial Arts Schools dare to speak. Lu and amp, oppos, S-commerce bids 200 million. Is there any higher offer? The beautiful auctioneer and amp, oppos, S voice rang clear. As she was about to strike the gavel, A voice interrupted. Wait. I from the Luo Tian Palace of Muzhou bid 230 million. A young man emerged from the third-floor box, casting a friendly smile towards Lu Jinchuan and Amp, Oppo's, S-box. According to Tianbao Pavilion and Amp, Oppo's, S rules, the highest bidder wins. I am placing my bid. Surely, your esteemed commerce has no objections? MO1 and Oppo's. S-com voice resonated throughout the hall. Of course not. Lu and Oppo's, S-commerce, 300 million. Upon hearing MO1 and Amp, Oppo's, S direct bid of 300 million, the young man ceased his bidding and retreated into his box. Witnessing this, the beautiful auctioneer wiped her brow and struck the gavel. Transaction complete. Please allow the esteemed guests of Lu and Amp, Oppo's, S-commerce to proceed to the appraisal room. As Lu Jinchuan stood, he was encircled by others as they made their way to the appraisal room, situated in another building. Inside, Lu Jinchuan ran his fingers like a sword across the formation disc, forcefully extracting the tracking rune and sealing it in a jade vial before tossing it to Qi Jiang. Investigate which force issued this tracking rune. Understood. The onlookers secretly admired his skill, particularly Lu Yerong, whose eyes sparkled with astonishment. The speed of Lu Jinchuan and Oppo's S advancement exceeded his expectations, and he soon realized it must be due to the cultivation resources left by the elder. Just then, the formation disc began to tremble violently, and a half-formed landscape painting emerged from a previously damaged section. Lu Jinchuan and Oppo's S pupils narrowed. This was unmistakably the secret realm map recorded in the book Jiu E Mountain Classic he had perused days prior. He ignited blue, ethereal flames at his fingertips, causing the map and Oppo's S patterns to become increasingly vivid in the flames. Qi Jiang, prepare the action plan. We will explore the Meng Mountain ruins in 3 days. He stored the formation disc into the ring and turned, his black coat billowing sharply behind him. Ensure that the Phantom Spirit King and the Martial King keep a close watch on those individuals. Their spies embedded in Tianbao Pavilion's auction should have already reported. Just as Qi Jiang was about to respond, the entire building shook violently. Amidst the blaring alarms, 36 figures adorned in silver snake masks burst through the windows. The leader crossing twin blades to unleash a cross-shaped blood, Arc Chairman Lu. The Shadow Alliance seeks to commandeer the formation disc. The Shadow Alliance, one of the powerful assassination organizations in the Qian Kingdom. Qi Jiang rushed to shield Lu Jinchuan, unleashing a punch that sent waves of energy radiating outward, shattering the glass shards. Lu Jinchuan stared expressionlessly at the members of the Shadow Alliance, for operatives from the Third Realm, along with Lu Yerong, surrounding him and MO1. You Shadow Alliance members are truly like filthy rats. You seize any opportunity to scurry forth. Thank you for the compliment, Chairman Lu. The leading member of the Shadow Alliance sneered. I wonder if Chairman Lu has any other support. If not, with only 1/7 realm. It seems you won't be leaving today. Your head is worth 3 billion. As he spoke, another figure, also wearing a silver snake mask, slowly materialized behind him, exuding a similar aura of the 7th realm. Lu Jinchuan chuckled lightly. It seems I am indeed quite valuable. Chapter 7. The Shadow Syndicate and Oppo's S Assault Hoof. Is Chairman Lu attempting to stall for time? The lead Shadow Syndicate member and Oppo's S voice rasped from behind their mask. Alas, we possess 2 7th realm cultivators. Perhaps Chairman Lu would care to wager whether your reinforcements arrive first, or I claim your head. Lu Jinchuan remained impassive. It seems our positions must be reversed. Venture a guess as to how many seconds it will take for them to dispatch you all. Upon hearing Lu Jinchuan and Oppo's S words, the Shadow Syndicate leader experienced a sudden, ominous premonition. An acute sense of mortal peril arose within him, and he swiftly vanished from his position. Boom! A gaping crater appeared where he had stood, still smoldering. Save for the other 7th realm cultivator who managed to evade the blast, the 36 Shadow Syndicate members were reduced to a sanguine mist. Outside the edifice, 2 figures materialized in mid-air, bowing in unison to Lu Jinchuan. Chairman, they had been in close proximity, but Lu Jinchuan had commanded them to ensnare the Shadow Syndicate members. Lu Jinchuan smiled, gesturing to the Shadow Syndicate leader. Best of luck. Subsequently, He turned and departed, accompanied by Qi Jiang and the others. After their departure, the Phantom Spirit King and the Martial King slowly entered. One for each of us. You may choose first. How tedious. Perhaps you should observe as I dispatch them all. The Shadow Syndicate leader and Oppos, as countenance darkened upon hearing their arrogant words. The Phantom Spirit King and the Martial King clearly held them in contempt, despite their shared seventh realm status. He could discern that the Phantom Spirit King and the Martial King were indeed superior. As they conversed, he stealthily cloaked himself and retreated into the shadows. Do not be so hasty to depart. A weightless voice echoed behind him, triggering a cacophony of alarm bells in his mind. As he attempted to evade, he was violently propelled forward by a kick. He was aghast. When he had not detected their presence. To be distracted during combat. A person such as yourself is unworthy of the title of assassin. The Phantom Spirit King advanced, his hands forming rapid incantations. Spiritual energy cascaded forth in prodigious quantities, and the opposing Shadow Syndicate member was forced to retreat, overwhelmed by the onslaught. On the other front, the Martial King launched an assault upon the other 7th Realm Shadow Syndicate member. 3 minutes elapsed, and the 2 Shadow Syndicate members knelt wretchedly upon the ground. The Phantom Spirit King had subjugated their minds, rendering them incapable of even self-termination. Back at the Lu Corporation headquarters, Jinchuan accessed the system interface. Task: Acquire magical artifact completed. Task rewards: 20 years of cultivation, 24th Order weapons, 10 7th Order weapons, essence of the ancient dragon clan. Task: Mang Mountain relic, pending completion. Task deadline: none. A glint of light flashed in his eyes. He had not anticipated the system dispensing additional rewards. He accessed the essence of the ancient dragon clan to examine its description. Essence of the ancient dragon clan. Ancient records state, the progenitor dragon, Songming, once utilized essence to replenish the ancient dragon clan and Oppos as cultivation meridians, transforming his body into the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Jinchuan retrieved the item from the system. A wisp of dark purple energy hovered in his palm, emanating an exceptionally pure spiritual force. He ingested the essence of the ancient dragon clan, and in a flash he materialized within his cultivation chamber. He sat in a meditative posture, dedicating himself to refining the essence. 30 minutes later, Jinchuan emerged from the chamber, now having ascended to the 6th realm. No wonder people who play games enjoy cheating. Who wouldn't appreciate such exhilaration? Just then, young master, Lu Yirong announced, knocking at the door. What is it? Qi Jiang has arrived. Understood. Have him await me in the office. Yes. Shortly thereafter, within Jinchuan and Oppos' office. Chairman, the 2 Shadow Syndicate members captured by the Phantom Spirit King and the Martial King have been subjected to soul searching. We have identified their branch in Jiangbei City, but no further information has been gleaned. Of no consequence. As they have undertaken this endeavor, they would assuredly have taken adequate precautions. This matter is not your concern. Notify the Intelligence Division to maintain surveillance. Furthermore, convene an immediate council to authorize the eradication of the Shadow Syndicate and Oppos' Jiangbei City branch. Yes. 30 minutes later, within a somber, damp cellar in Jiangbei City. The mission has failed. I forewarned you all. The Lu Corporation is not to be trifled with. What is the purpose of these lamentations? We must contemplate how to confront their reprisal. This location is no longer secure. Notify all members to destroy all information and evacuate forthwith. I fear it is already too late. As the words faded, a gaping hole was blasted into the cellar. All present gazed upwards, beholding 6 or 7 figures suspended in midair, all of whom were 7th realm cultivators. The oppressive aura emanating from the air caused the entire cellar to tremble precariously. In the ensuing moment, the 7th realm cultivators of the Hall of Kings descended upon the cellar, initiating a one-sided massacre. After half an hour, the Shadow Syndicate and Oppos' Jiangbei City branch was reduced to rubble, and its members were annihilated. Those observing from the shadows gasped in astonishment and hastily departed, fearing that they might become the Lu Corporation's next target of retribution. Meanwhile, far away in the desolate northwest wilderness, within a pavilion concealed within a primeval forest, Lord, our branch in Jiangbei City, Yunzhong Province, has been decimated by the Lu Corporation. A figure entirely concealed within black robes rasped, understood. Relay the message to the client. The mission has failed. Another black-robed figure protested. Lord, are we to abandon it thus? The black-robed figure, addressed as Lord, cast a glance at him. If you are unwilling to abandon it, why don and amp? Amp, oppose. Till you go and raise the Lu Corporation to the ground? He immediately fell silent. He was indeed unwilling, but he had no desire to seek his demise. The Shadow Syndicate's lord scrutinized the intelligence before him. A band of imbeciles. Did they truly believe that the Lu Corporation was so easily probed? After all, that old cadre Lu Wu Wei is still alive. By my reckoning, he is on the cusp of entering the 13th realm. What? Lu Wu Wei still lives. Another black-robed figure exclaimed in alarm. It was not his fault. The events of that year had been too terrifying. Notify the branches in the 3 southeastern provinces to evacuate. The Lu Corporation will not afford them much time. Yes, the Shadow Syndicate and AMP, Oppos, S-Lord was correct in his assessment. Lu Jinchuan would not tolerate anyone who dared provoke him and still remain at large. Immediately after the Shadow Syndicate's Jiangbei City branch was razed to the ground, Lu Jinchuan issued a king-level extermination order, dispatching all 8th and 7th realm cultivators of the Hall of Kings to thoroughly eradicate the Shadow, Syndicate, and AMP, Oppos, S branches in the 3 southeastern provinces. Within 2 days, all of the Shadow Syndicate and Oppos, S branches in the 3 southeastern provinces were obliterated in a bloodbath. The garrison of the 3 southeastern provinces even dispatched 7th realm cultivators to assist. It was not that they had been unwilling to eliminate the Shadow Syndicate previously, but rather that they had been unable to locate their whereabouts. This demonstrated the sheer power of the Lu Corporation's intelligence division. 2 days later, throughout the 3 southeastern provinces, none of the Shadow Syndicate's branches remained. All had been expunged. Back at the Lu Corporation headquarters, Chairman, the operation is complete. Mo stood before Lu Jinchuan, his respect palpable. Lu Jinchuan perused the report. Bear my token. Distribute a 3rd-order weapon to each member of the Action Division who participated in this operation. Jiang shall receive a 4th-order weapon. Each Heavenly King who participated in the King-level extermination order shall receive a 7th-order weapon. All participants in the operation shall receive an additional 3-month salary. Yes. After replying, Mo hastily departed to make the arrangements. Such were the advantages of a major power. The rewards for a single operation could be unattainable for others even after prolonged effort. Chapter 8. Exploring Mang Mountain. The news that the Lu Clan Chamber of Commerce had cleansed the Shadow Alliance branches throughout the southeastern 3 states rapidly reached the ears of various influential factions. At the headquarters of the Martial Division in Imperial Capital Town, the Supreme Commander Wang Wu furrowed his brow upon receiving information from Wang Zheng, the head of the Martial Division in Jiangbei City. He had not anticipated that, following that incident years ago, the Lu Clan Chamber of Commerce had not only withstood decline, but had, in fact, flourished under the leadership of Lu Jinchuan. Fortunately, the Lu Clan had remained relatively restrained. He sighed, pondering the tumultuous times ahead. The waters in Jiangbei City ran too deep. He needed to return to the family estate and summon Wang Zheng back to the capital. He could not afford to lose his only son there. In the imperial capital, at the Shanghai Academy, an elderly man with a head full of white hair clutched an ancient tome, his murky eyes gazing toward Jiangbei City as he muttered, Lu Wu Wei, I wonder how far you have come. Meanwhile, in the Lu residence, a middle-aged man scrutinized the intelligence in his hands, a mocking smile gracing his face. My dear elder brother, I wonder what your expression will be when you realize that the son you deem a blemish on your life is, in fact, so remarkable. Truly, it is a sight to behold. In the central state, at the primitive imperial city, an elder exuding a powerful aura examined the information regarding the Lu Clan Chamber of Commerce. Lu Wuwei, the elder was none other than Duan Wangyi, one of the 13th level members of the Qian royal family, known as the White-Haired Demon King. In a luxurious and ancient attic, a middle-aged man erupted into hearty laughter. Lu Jinchuan. Huh, how amusing. Truly delightful. In Yunmiao Prefecture, at the Goddess Palace, the contemporary goddess Yi Qingsheng stared coldly at Jiangbei City. Find out who placed the bounty on him. Various factions eagerly sought to uncover the current state of the Lu Clan Chamber of Commerce. At the headquarters of the Lu Clan Chamber, Lu Jinchuan perused the documents in his possession. This was precisely the effect he desired. Without it, how could the Lu Clan re-emerge in the eyes of those factions? Knock, knock, knock. Gumein. Shi Jiang hastily entered. President, everything is arranged. We can depart at any time. Let's set forth. Half an hour later, at Mang Mountain in Chongzhou, Lu Jinchuan and Qi Jiang, accompanied by 6 fourth-level members of the Operations Division, arrived at the outskirts. Following the map, they ventured deeper into Mang Mountain until they reached the indicated location. Lu Jinchuan examined the map. This is the spot. Indeed, Qi Jiang stepped forward, clenched his fists, and channeled his spiritual energy before striking the ground with force. With a thunderous roar, the ground collapsed, revealing an entrance to a bronze underground palace. Qi Jiang entered first, followed closely by Lu Jinchuan, encircled by the 6 members. According to the records in the 9 Peaks Mountain Classic, only those of the 6th level and below could enter this relic. Thus, Lu Jinchuan had come personally to ensure no errors occurred, unaware that Lu Wuxing was concealed in the air above, as Lu Jinchuan was a powerful figure. Any misstep could not be tolerated. Qi Jiang raised his hand, and a bright light illuminated the entire underground palace. Suddenly, the rock walls split open, revealing 36 diamond-shaped holes from which bronze arrows shot forth with a foul wind. Qi Jiang and Appo's S-palm struck the ground. A torrent of earthy energy surged. Yet upon contact with the arrows, it dissipated into wisps of green smoke. Bone-eroding arrows. His pupils constricted. President, be careful. These are the lost weapons of the Tang sect from 800 years ago. Before he could finish, Lu Jinchuan moved like a specter through the rain of arrows, his aura resonating. With a series of crisp sounds, the poisoned arrows shattered into fragments. He lightly tapped the wall with 2 fingers, and a hidden mechanism exploded, causing a massive bronze door inscribed with celestial maps to slowly descend at the end of the passage. This is not the Tang sect. Lu Jinchuan harnessed his spiritual power, bringing a shattered arrow to the forefront, revealing a double-headed serpent totem. The crafting techniques of the Wugadu from Huangzhou, intermingled with the astrological mechanisms of the Bifire sect from Shizhou. He flicked his fingers against the bronze door, causing the 9 palaces to illuminate. Clearly, the Mang Mountain relic is far more intricate than the intelligence suggested. Suddenly, a member of the Operations Division grunted, his compass spinning wildly, and a viscous black mist seeped from the ground. Within the mist, the sounds of clashing weapons echoed faintly. Do not move, it is a mirage. The black mist coalesced into an ancient battlefield, where warriors donned in skeletal armor clashed with 3-eyed demons. A silver-armored general beheaded a 3-eyed giant, and in that instant, save for Lu Jinchuan, everyone gasped in astonishment. The silver-armored general bore a striking resemblance to the former president of the Lu clan, Lu Zhan, the founding president of the Lu clan. Lu Jinchuan furrowed his brow. It seems the historical records of the chamber are accurate. The founding president indeed visited Mang Mountain a millennium ago. The mirage shattered, and the star map on the bronze door reconfigured itself. Qi Jiang, observing the positions of the 28 constellations, suddenly recalled something. Isen and Appo's. The appearance of the comet a portent of a great demon and Appo's emergence? Could this not be a metaphor? Thus, he sought to confirm it with his own eyes. Lu Jinchuan drew his fingers across his palm, drawing blood, which he pressed against the door's yin-yang eye. Only the current president of the Lu clan could unlock this door. Otherwise, Lu Jinchuan would not have come person. The grinding of gears reverberated, shaking loose fragments of stone. The air seeping through the door did not carry a stench of decay, but rather a chilling, pure spiritual energy. Before them lay an immense space, with 9 dragon-shaped columns supporting a vaulted starry ceiling. A river of mercury flowed across the ground, and at the center, a broken sword floated above an altar. Surrounding the walls were murals depicting battles between cultivators and demons. As the group prepared to enter and explore, a dozen figures wrapped in bandages descended from the ceiling, their exposed skin adorned with starry tattoos. The leader, with claw-like fingers, reached toward Lu Jinchuan and Amp, Oppos, as crown. In a flash, Qi Jiang surged forward, delivering a punch imbued with explosive energy that sent the figure staggering back. The creature emitted a chilling, owl-like laugh, its bandages bursting apart to reveal a body covered in scales. Qi Jiang discerned the emblem on its chest, a blood moon entwined with a serpent. Members of the Dusk sect. Qi Jiang's expression turned frigid. These lunatics should be in Huangzhou at this time. From the creature's abdomen, a third hand emerged, grasping a bronze bell that jingled softly. At the sound, countless horrifying ghostly figures materialized, rushing towards the group. Lu Jinchuan's pupils glimmered with a golden hue as purple lightning enveloped him, and he uttered a thunderous incantation. From the vaulted ceiling, a torrent of 10,000 volts of lightning descended, engulfing the Dusk sect members, silencing the bell's chime. When the purple lightning dissipated, the Dusk sect had been reduced to ash. Lu Jinchuan approached the central altar, gazing at the inscriptions upon it, bringing the broken sword before him and studying the engravings. So it is, he whispered, caressing the script. Mang Mountain is not a tomb, but a prison. And this broken sword, the sword suddenly pierced his brow, is the key. Chapter 9. The Temple of Extreme Yang. Part 1. Outside the subterranean palace. Lu Wuxing heard the sounds of battle within. With a sweep of his spiritual awareness, he discerned that members of the Twilight sect were attacking Lu Jinchuan. A chill ran through him, and with a contemptuous snort, he vanished from the spot, flickering towards Huangzhou. He had already placed restrictions on Mang Mountain. Now, only Lu Jinchuan and a few other humans remained within its bounds. Once Lu Jinchuan emerged, he sensed the direction indicated by the broken sword and spoke to the others. You should return first. The group responded in unison, yes. They harbored no concerns for Lu Jinchuan, for he now surpassed them by considerable margin and bore the protective restrictions left by Elder Lu Wuwei, a life-saving measure from a peak 12th realm cultivator. Unless a 13th realm expert intervened personally, no one could harm him. Lu Jinchuan raised his hand, summoning a gentle breeze to carry him away. He practiced the Nature Sutra, a technique exclusive to the president of the Lu clan commerce, which allowed him to harness the forces of nature, such as the lightning he and Oppos encountered in the underground palace and the wind he now rode. He sped through Mang Mountain, the trees blurring beneath him, until he followed the broken sword's guidance to a precipice. Gazing into the abyss below, Lu Jinchuan contemplated before plunging straight down, the cold wind whipping against him as he activated his protective spiritual energy. 3 minutes later, he reached the base of the cliff. As he landed, a fourth-tier serpent demon lunged at him, flicking its tongue. Lu Jinchuan raised a hand, unleashing an invisible force that sent the serpent crashing into the cliff wall, its body snapping in two, oozing dark green liquid. Surveying the surrounding environment, he realized the base of the cliff was in a state of decay, littered with the corpses of beasts, emitting a foul stench, while the trees appeared withered and lifeless. He continued forward, only to be confronted by a thick, black mist blocking his path. Attempting to disperse it with wind, he found it utterly immovable, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Quite intriguing, he mused, something capable of withstanding the forces of nature. With a determined gaze, he closed his eyes and abruptly opened them again, activating his illusory eye, which shone with golden light. Penetrating the dense fog, he beheld the true form of the mist, a small creature resembling a dog, with 2 tiny horns sprawled atop a rock, soundly asleep and continuously emitting the fog that had coalesced around it. Infusing a wisp of ancient dragon vitality into his spiritual energy, he reached out, drawing the creature towards him, causing it to float before him. What exactly are you? Lu Jinchuan murmured with curiosity. The creature awoke to his voice, its eyes wide with alarm as it struggled frantically. "Awo, awo." Lu Jinchuan chuckled at its antics, then tossed it into his wristband. Upon its capture, the mist that had obstructed Lu Jinchuan and Oppos path dissipated. He swiftly advanced, charging forward for 3 kilometers until he halted before a crumbling edifice. 2 rows of stone warriors flanked the path, seemingly welcoming an arrival, though they bore signs of wear. Jinchuan gazed into the distance, where a colossal structure loomed, overrun with weeds, its long absence from sunlight rendering it even more dilapidated. The Temple of Extreme Yang, the name inscribed on a nearby stone tablet, captured his attention. Proceeding cautiously, he stepped into the realm of the stone sculptures. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the sculptures were triggered, one after another advancing toward Jinchuan with lethal intent. He attempted to utilize earth manipulation, only to find it utterly ineffective against the stone guardians. With a swift step, he retreated beyond their reach. The stone figures showed no sign of halting, advancing toward him with peculiar movements. With a decisive flourish, Jinchuan summoned broken timber to hurl at the stone sculptures, which raised their weapons to defend. This unexpected display astonished him. By all logic, these sculptures should merely adhere to their programmed guardianship of the ruins. Yet they clearly possessed independent thought. He extended his fingers, grasping the air, summoning a long, black blade resembling a broadsword into his hand. If that is the case, I shall resolve this with sheer force. In a flash, he surged into the midst of the stone guardians, and in an instant, the battlefield erupted with the clash of blades. 10 minutes later, Jinchuan shattered the last stone guardian and set his sights on the imposing structure ahead. Meanwhile, in Huangzhou, a vast expanse of desolate desert lay before him. After 2 hours, Lu Wuxing arrived, hovering in the air, unabashedly exuding the formidable presence of a peak 11th realm cultivator. His aura stirring the sands beneath him. He scanned the entire desert with his spiritual awareness, then flickered towards a particular direction. There, a disheveled, scruffy old man was fleeing in a frenzy, incessantly cursing, "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! How did this madman end up here?" In the next moment, a voice that sent shivers down his spine echoed behind him. "Lilaoga, why the hurry? Stay and chat." He turned to see Lu Wuxing leisurely gliding behind him. The old man continued to curse. "Why would I stay? Am I to remain here for you to kill me, you lunatic?" While the members of the Twilight sect were notoriously insane, this Lu Wuxing was recognized as the Amp, Oppos, madman of the Lu clan and Amp, Oppos, for 3 centuries throughout the Qian kingdom. Noticing Lu Wuxing's unyielding pursuit, the old man's expression turned grim. With a cold glint in his eyes, Lu Wuxing channeled his spiritual energy, unleashing a barrage of attacks along Li Laogue and Amp, Oppos, as escape route. Li Laogue dodged desperately left and right as craters erupted around him from the explosions, the swirling sands flying into his mouth. "Pah! Pah! Pah!" He spat out the sand. "This is too much. Lu madman, do you really think I and Oppos am afraid of you? If you and Amp, Oppos, are not afraid, then why are you running?" Lu Wuxing questioned, a smirk playing on his lips. After spitting out the last mouthful of sand, Li Laogue came to a halt. "Fine, I won't run." Seeing that he had ceased fleeing, Lu Wuxing also halted his assault. "Madman, Li Laogue, at least give me a reason. Surely you don't just come to beat me up out of boredom? Not possible." Lu Wuxing surveyed him with a gaze that was both amused and dangerous. Li Laogue's expression stiffened. "I ask you, who dared take the bounty from the Lu clan's president?" At Lu Wuxing's threatening demeanor, Li Laogue couldn't help but tremble. "How would I know? I can guarantee it wasn't someone from my faction." Lu Wuxing's eyes narrowed slightly. "Your faction?" Li Laogue sighed with relief. "Our Twilight sect has long been divided. My faction advocates merging only 20 of demon genes, while the other faction insists on over 50. We have been at odds for ages, and we have already split. You Twilight sect madmen actually fear? Is not strength everything?" Lu Wuxing taunted. Li Laogue scoffed. "True, but I don't wish to end up looking neither human nor ghost." Lu Wuxing fixed him with a penetrating gaze. "Give me the coordinates of the other faction." "How would I know? It seems Udon and Oppos T wished to converse amicably, with his peak 11th realm strength fully unleashed. The ground erupted in a frenzy of sand once more. I'll tell you. Li Laogue wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Though he too was a peak 11th realm cultivator, He had achieved his power through cunning means and had always been on the receiving end of a beating. Once he provided the information, satisfaction spread across Lu Wuxing's face. "Old ghost, I hope that when we meet next time, you'll have made some progress." Watching Lu Wuxing's departing figure, Li Laogui's lips twitched. Madman. Chapter 10. The Zenith Sun Temple 2. The ruins of the Zenith Sun Temple lay in repose upon Mount Mang. Lu Jinchuan traversed the dilapidated remains, arriving at the grand entrance of the temple. The archaic gates were heavily corroded, bearing the ravages of time. With a gaze empowered by his insightful divine eyes, Lu Jinchuan immediately discerned an enchantment veiling the main hall, a subtle aura enveloping the entire structure. Abruptly, the fragmented sword he had acquired from the bronze catacombs materialized from his brow, gently drifting towards the sword slot on the gate. As the broken blade integrated, the main hall emanated a soft, golden radiance, its aged patina shedding to reveal its original splendor. The entire edifice was crafted from pure gold, adorned with vibrant, lifelike murals. With a resounding boom, the temple doors creaked open. Lu Jinchuan, now clad in a suit of golden armor, cautiously entered. Stepping into the hall's interior, even Lu Jinchuan, a seasoned veteran of countless spectacles, was awestruck by the sight before him. The temple was akin to a solidified sun. Gold and silk spun from molten gold formed the delicate pendants suspended from the vaulted ceiling. The columns at the hall's center were suffused with flowing, incandescent light, and even the air shimmered with suspended golden particles. At the hall and amp, Oppo's far end, a golden throne was accessible via a staircase of 33 golden steps. Countless high-grade elixirs lined the alcoves flanking the hall, and golden chests overflowed with treasures, stacked nearly 30 feet high. Upon each of the 33 golden steps rested an artifact of immense power. The murals adorning the walls depicted divine sovereigns brandishing weapons, as if guarding the sacred palace. Lu Jinchuan advanced, each footfall upon the temple floor accompanied by a golden aura radiating outwards. He realized that he was treading upon layers of condensed golden mist. As he reached the hall and amp, Oppo's center, a profound voice echoed, "So, I have been discovered, my final sanctuary, alas." Startled, Lu Jinchuan craned his neck upwards. A spectral elder materialized upon the throne atop the 33 golden steps. Lu Jinchuan's brow furrowed, sensing an immense pressure emanating from the ethereal figure. Employing his divine eyes, he could only perceive a swirling vortex of mist. This suggested that the elder and Oppo's power surpassed the 10th realm, and his current state implied that he was merely a projection. Even as a projection, the pressure was immense, suggesting that the elder's true power had been at least at the 12th realm during his life. As Lu Jinchuan pondered, the spectral figure addressed him. "How did you gain entry?" "I walked in," Lu Jinchuan replied. The elder paused, then chuckled, finding the youth's response amusing. It had been ages since he had encountered such an interesting individual. "You are the first to enter this place in a millennium. May I inquire as to your venerable name, senior?" Lu Jinchuan asked, cupping his fist in salute. "Ah, you may call me Wu Guwei, the Old One." Upon hearing the name, Lu Jinchuan and Amp, Oppo's pupils constricted. "Wu Guwei, Yin Wu Guwei, the Zenith Emperor." Yin Wu Guwei smiled. "I did not expect that descendants of the Qian dynasty would still recognize this old man and Amp, Oppo's moniker. From whence did you learn of the Zenith title, young one?" "The annals of the Qian dynasty," Lu Jinchuan replied, his gaze fixed upon Yin Wu Guwei. "According to the annals of the Qian dynasty, an unparalleled genius emerged from the City of Innocence in the Eastern continent. He entered the realm at 15, reached the 5th realm at 20, achieved the 10th realm in a century, attained the 12th realm in 2 centuries, and transcended to the 13th realm, the pinnacle of existence. In 5 centuries, he was titled the Zenith Emperor. In the 2400th year of the Qian dynasty, he slaughtered an entire city in Jin province and was jointly slain by the merciless emperor, the primal emperor, and the eternal emperor." Yin Wu Guwei stroked his beard. Indeed. I did not expect the annals of the Qian dynasty to record the deeds of this sinner. Ha! How fare the merciless 3 these days? The 3 emperors perished 4 centuries ago." Upon hearing this, Yin Wu Guwei sighed. "So, those old codgers are gone as well? Ha ha. Fate is capricious. Does senior not harbor animosity towards them? You wish to know? Ha ha ha. First contend with them. As Yin Wugui spoke, the divine sovereign images on the mural stirred. Golden fluid flowed towards the hall and Oppo's center, coalescing into 10 seventh realm generals, their forms shifting and fluid. I shall not take advantage. I perceive that you are unlike other 6th realm cultivators. 10 weakened 7th realm divine sovereign replicas should pose no challenge. Lu Jinchuan chuckled, drawing his long saber. Senior overestimates me. The moment Yin Wugui saw the saber, he understood. He had sensed a familiar aura about Lu Jinchuan, and now he realized that he was a descendant. As Lu Jinchuan drew his blade, the 10 divine sovereign replicas charged, brandishing their weapons. One, wielding a great sword, executed a powerful cleave. Lu Jinchuan sidestepped the blow, darted behind the sovereign, and with a leap, brought his saber down in a devastating strike, bisecting the divine sovereign from head to toe. However, in an instant, the sovereign reformed, flinging its great sword backwards. Lu Jinchuan dodged, reappearing at a distance. He raised his palm, preparing to unleash a technique, but an arrow suddenly streaked towards him. Lu Jinchuan deflected it with his saber, realizing that one of the sovereigns wielded a bow. He scanned the hall, noting that the sovereigns were armed with a diverse array of weaponry. As he pondered a solution, the sovereigns wielding great swords, and spears pressed their attack. He unleashed a powerful punch, a shockwave of intense energy rippling outwards, forcing the 3 sovereigns back. Another arrow flew towards him, and as he dodged, a sovereign chanted an incantation. Lu Jinchuan noticed chains creeping towards him from the floor. Planting his saber on the ground, Lu Jinchuan inverted his body, the chains wrapping around the blade. He dodged the incoming arrow and with a flick of his wrist, intoned ephemeral myriad blades. The hall's metallic components dissolved, reforming into countless blades that pierced the divine sovereigns. The sovereigns were shattered, reverting to pools of liquid, but quickly began to reform. He leapt onto the wall, running along its surface. The sovereign with the longbow was the first to reassemble, unleashing a barrage of arrows towards Lu Jinchuan. The arrows sank into the gilded walls, dissolving into liquid that merged with the structure. Lu Jinchuan's eyes narrowed. He seemed to understand the sovereign's ability to revive. The walls were providing them with a continuous source of essence. With a leap, he slashed his hand through the air. Ephemeral myriad blades. The hall and amp, Oppo's metal dissolved once more, forming blades that shredded the sovereigns. Landing, he slammed his fist into the ground, shattering the reforming sovereigns into liquid. He extended his hand, whispering absolute zero. Instantly, the sovereigns froze, and a frigid aura permeated the golden hall. Yin Wugui laughed. If I am not mistaken, you must be the current head of the Lu Merchant Guild. Oh, how did Senior discern that? Such means of communicating with the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth, of manipulating the forces of nature, can only be achieved by cultivating your guild's unique legacy, the Natural Sutra. Which generation of guild heads did Senior know? Ha ha, follow me. With that, the throne behind Yin Wugui receded, and the spectral figure vanished. Lu Jinchuan, undaunted, followed without hesitation, assured by the enchantment left upon him by Lu Wuwei. With a flash of movement, he pursued, beneath the golden throne, followed into a different dimension. The scenery elicited a profound sense of awe within. Before him lay a realm replete with towering mountains, flowing rivers, verdant forests, vibrant flora, and an all-encompassing vitality. Trail behind, he had heard tales of those who attained the 13th realm, the pinnacle of cultivation, being able to conjure miniature worlds, and this spectacle substantiated those claims. Without turning, chuckled. Once you reach that stage, you'll realize that creating pocket dimensions is the most rudimentary of feats. They arrived at a humble thatched cottage, prompting to jest. I never imagined a senior of your stature indulging in such bucolic simplicity. As one advances in years, respite becomes a necessity. With a wave of his hand, conjured 2 cups of tea. Care for a taste? Without hesitation, lifted a cup and took a delicate sip. The instant the liquid graced his palate, He felt the spiritual energy he had expended in his battle against the God King surge back, mending his meridians in the process. Elixir tea? He inquired, his curiosity piqued. You members of the Merchant Guild certainly possess keen perception. Paused, reminiscing. Back then, pilfered a substantial quantity from me after a mere sip. Instantly understood. The second guildmaster, indeed, was a true prodigy in his time. After stagnating at the peak of the 12th realm for centuries, he experienced an epiphany, ascending to the 13th realm. Gazed into the distance. Your arrival is fortuitous, for in an hour, my final vestige of essence shall dissipate. I suspect there were extenuating circumstances surrounding the events of yesteryear. Senior? Turn to him. You are indeed astute. After attaining the 13th realm, my hubris knew no bounds. I roamed the land, fearless and indomitable, ultimately committing that act in a city within. S. gaze drifted into the distance, as he recalled his buried past. I never anticipated such intense emotional fluctuations after reaching the 13th realm. Recounted his past with placid detachment, as if he were a mere observer. In that city, I witnessed true malevolence, an entire city steeped in wickedness, devoid of a single virtuous soul, colluding with demons and preying upon others. I saw individuals injecting demonic genes into their bodies in pursuit of power, ultimately forfeiting their humanity. I also saw people committing murder and robbery in broad daylight for coveted treasures. These occurrences, which I would normally deem commonplace, suddenly filled me with the conviction that every inhabitant of that city deserved to perish. Upon entering that city, my emotions were amplified to an extreme degree. Only in retrospect did I discern a subtle anomaly. Here, chuckled derisively. What followed is recorded in the country chronicles. I slaughtered the city, prompting, and to join forces and suppress me, imprisoning me beneath the primitive imperial city. A century later, my physical form perished. Comprehended the situation. He frowned, scrutinizing. You were ensnared in a conspiracy. Indeed, and Apo's countenance remained serene. The architect of my downfall was none other than the second guild master of your merchant guild. Exclaimed in astonishment. That an amp, Apo's, impossible. Detected a hint of admiration in his eyes at his lack of agitation, and stroked his beard. It was only after my spirit managed to escape that I learned the truth. Was not only a master of the 13th realm, but also an unparalleled expert in formations. He confessed to tailing me to that city inn, where he laid a trap, as expected of a formation personally crafted by a 13th realm cultivator. I remained blissfully unaware and fell for it with ease. Shook his head, his eyes reflecting regret, not resentment, but rather chagrin at his own inadequacy. Turned to him, enunciating solemnly, beyond the 13th realm, there lies another realm. Upon hearing this, and amp, Apo's expression turned earnest. Divulge this to you? Indeed, he informed me that I had become a target, and that the perpetrator resided in a realm beyond the 13th. Later, I sensed the presence of a restrictive seal within my body, yet I remained oblivious. He exploited that city, transforming demons into humans, even deceiving in the others. It is true that, and his companion suppressed me, but I was later resurrected. Does the art of resurrection truly exist? It does. Although I am uncertain of the precise method employed by, after he revived me, I pursued that individual to Mountain. At the time, I dismissed the notion of a realm beyond the 13th as mere fabrication. It was on Mountain that I encountered that person. The Battle of Mountain? Precisely. The instant I laid eyes upon him on Mountain, I knew he was the one who had placed the restrictive seal upon me. I was effortlessly suppressed, for he was an ancient monstrosity seeking to possess my body. The rest is simple. I detonated myself in a desperate attempt to perish alongside him, leaving behind only a few vestiges of my essence. What you see before you is my final vestige. Remained silent for a long while, never imagining such a turn of events. A realm beyond the 13th, he murmured. Cultivation knows no bounds, and the so-called realm divisions are merely defined by the strong. As long as you surpass them, you can proclaim yourself to be beyond the 13th realm. Shook his head with a smile. What of? Inquired with a perplexed expression. He is different from me. Shook his head once more. In his time, he was the second guild master of the Merchant Guild, bearing the weight of the entire organization upon his shoulders. A single misstep could have had dire consequences. Sipped his tea and walked out of the thatched cottage, his hands clasped behind his back. Seeing's furrowed brow, smiled. There is no need for such concern. The 13th realm is still distant for you, and the one who placed the life-saving restrictive seal upon you is likely on the verge of entering the 13th realm. Upon reflection, conceded the point. Very well, depart. Once saved my life, and I wish to repay that debt. Take that divine palace with you. As the words faded and Apos' vestige dissipated, and the miniature world began to crumble, deflected the hurtling debris and returned to the main hall in a flash. Back in the main hall, stowed the divine artifacts and elixirs into his ring before contacting. An hour later, arrived at the divine palace with the task force. They were awestruck by the golden edifice before them. Waved his hand, refining the palace and transporting it back to the guild. Understood, departed from his sight. Prefecture, a forsaken land, lay strewn with the remains of humans and demons. Approached at a leisurely pace, his face devoid of emotion as he listened to the jubilant cries emanating from the ruins. In an instant, a tempestuous gale erupted around him, bearing down upon the ruins, crushing them into the earth with immense force. An irate voice reverberated from the depths below, waved his hand, and a barrage of rubble rained down upon the chasm. A grotesque figure emerged, its body bisected, half human, half demon. You are truly audacious. Without slowing his advance, retorted a repugnant abomination. The two clashed, reducing the surrounding area to rubble in an instant. 20 minutes later, seized the throat of the Twilight sect adherent and crushed it with a squeeze. With a resounding pop, the man disintegrated into dust, scattered by the wind, turned and departed. Chapter 12. Upon returning to the Lu Corporation headquarters, Jinchuan deposited all the divine artifacts and elixirs into the vault. Subsequently, he retrieved the small creature he had discovered at the bottom of the cliff. It was currently sprawled on the desk, fast asleep. Observing its rotund belly, Jinchuan experienced a sudden sense of foreboding. He summoned his ring, only to find it utterly devoid of contents. A wry expression crossed his face as he pondered the nature of this diminutive being, capable of consuming anything and everything. Relinquishing his concern, he cast the creature into the ring and turned his attention elsewhere, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The existence of individuals who had surpassed the 13th realm indicated that the world was more intricate than he had initially surmised. He brought forth the system interface. Mission: Mongshan Ruins completed. Rewards: 10 rank 6 weapons, 3 rank 7 weapons, divine artifact, jade hairpin. Mission engagement pending. Deadline none. As Jinchuan considered retrieving the jade hairpin, a series of knocks resonated from the door. Enter, he commanded, turning his gaze toward the entrance. When entered, clutching a stack of documents. Chairman, these are the candidates for the corporation matron, as provided by the fourth elder. One announced, presenting the information. Jinchuan, not averse to the matter, accepted the documents and began to peruse them. The words original fiancé emblazoned on the first page caught his attention, prompting him to utter softly, Tang Shirchin. He then gestured toward the file. What is the significance of and Apos? Original fiancé and Apos. One elaborated. Miss Tang Shirchin of the Tang family in Jiangbei City. The main family resides in the imperial capital. Her father, Tang Guohua, passed away a year ago. Currently, Miss Tang is the sole remaining member of the Tang family in Jiangbei. Tang Guohua maintained a close relationship with the former chairman, and Miss Tang was chosen by him to be your betrothed. What was the Tang family and Apos, as primary business? Jinchuan inquired. Originally in pharmaceuticals, but after Tang Guohua and Apos, as passing, the company was transferred. Miss Tang is currently pursuing medicine at Yunzhong University. Very well, then let us assist her, Jinchuan affirmed, closing the file. You and Qi Jiang shall journey to the Tang residence and inquire with Miss Tang to formalize the matter. Understood, Qi Jiang responded, beginning to turn away before Jinchuan halted him. One moment. He tossed the creature discovered at the bottom of the cliff to One. Take this with you as well. Understood, One affirmed, cradling the creature in his arms as he departed. Jiangbei City, Tang residence Tang Shichin was alone in the kitchen, preparing lunch. Following Tang Guohua and Appo's demise, she had dismissed much of the staff, retaining only Uncle Run, the housekeeper, and a few cleaning personnel. A series of knocks echoed from the kitchen door. "Miss," Uncle Run called out. "What is it, Uncle Run?" She responded. "There are several individuals outside, claiming to be from the Tang family of the imperial capital." Tang Shichin paused in her actions. "Understood, Uncle Lane. Please offer them tea. I shall be there shortly." "Very well, Mississippi." Upon entering the drawing room, she observed 3 men and 1 woman. 2 of them, a man and a woman, exuded an air of superiority as they sat on the sofa, issuing commands to Uncle Run. "Uncle Run," Tang Shichin announced, drawing their attention. "You may leave," she instructed. "Yes." Mississippi Tang Shichin calmly approached and seated herself opposite them. "I am curious as to the purpose of your visit to my residence." "Tang family? Umph. A mere offshoot dares to call itself the Tang family?" The woman spoke first, her tone laced with derision. "Ching-ching." The man feigned a scolding tone. Tang Ching-ching merely scoffed and turned away. Tang Lingyi continued. "My apologies, Shichin. Ching-ching has been spoiled since childhood. We are from the Tang family of the imperial capital. I am Tang Lingyi, and this is my sister, Tang Ching-ching. We have come to escort you back to the main family." "The Tang family of the imperial capital?" Tang Shichin inquired, her expression unchanged. "Indeed," Tang Lingyi affirmed. He sighed, adding with a hint of regret, "When your father passed away, the clan was preoccupied with pressing matters and could not attend the funeral. Please forgive us, Shichin. I am content in Jiangbei City and do not wish to trouble you." Tang Shichin replied, her hands clasped in her lap, her demeanor composed. "TSK, typical of an offshoot, devoid of any sense of propriety," Tang Ching-ching sneered. Tang Shichin turned to face her. "According to seniority, Miss Tang should address me as an Appo's, elder cousin and Appo's. It would seem that your family and Appo's upbringing leaves much to be desired." "You!" Tang Ching-ching erupted in fury. "Ching-ching!" Tang Lingyi rebuked her sharply. "Umph." "Shichin," Tang Lingyi began, his face earnest. "There were some disagreements between your father and the main family in the past. We wish to make amends, but your father is no longer with us. Therefore, we wish to bring you back to the main family." Before he could complete his statement, Tang Shichin interjected, "I do not wish to trouble the main family. Please return." Tang Lingyi frowned, about to speak further, when Tang Ching-ching interrupted impatiently. "Brother, why waste words with her? Just seize her and take her back." Tang Lingyi sighed. "Alas, Shichin, you leave us no choice." With a nod, he signaled the 2 men behind him to seize Tang Shichin. Upon witnessing this, Tang Shichin and Appo's housekeeper rushed to stand before her. After a moment, Tang Lingyi, noting the inaction of his bodyguards, frowned and turned back, intending to reprimand them. However, he discovered his 2 bodyguards lying unconscious on the ground. Behind him stood a dozen individuals clad in uniforms bearing the insignia of the Lu Corporation. Tang Lingyi turned back to Tang Shichin, his expression impassive. "Is this your trump card?" Tang Shichin, still attempting to comprehend the unfolding events, stared blankly at the scene before her. Seeing her silence, Tang Lingyi's face turned frigid. "Elder Huang, take action." He resolved to demonstrate to them that ordinary individuals were powerless against cultivators. "Elder Huang? Are you referring to this old codger?" A flippant voice echoed, filling Tang Lingyi with a sense of foreboding. He turned to see his protector, Elder Huang, suspended in midair, his neck grasped by a young man. Elder Huang croaked weakly. "Young master, Miss Flea, Qi Jiang, go play outside. Do not soil Miss Tang's residence." Another voice called out as Mo Wen entered, cradling the small creature. Qi Jiang yawned, casually tossing Elder Huang aside. With a flicker of movement, he appeared beside Tang Lingyi and Tang Ching-ching, seizing them each by the neck and throwing them out. He then vanished from sight. Witnessing this, Tang Shichin realized that these individuals were cultivators. She could only speculate as to the intentions of those who remained. "Miss Tang," Mo went into Amp, Appo's voice broke through her thoughts. "Greetings. May I inquire as to your identities?" Tang Shichin responded, regaining her composure. "I am the secretary of the chairman of the Lu Corporation. I have come to discuss a matter with Miss Tang." "The Lu Corporation?" Tang Shichin gasped. covering her mouth with her hand. The Lu Corporation and Oppo's reputation resounded throughout the Qian kingdom, and she had undoubtedly heard of it. Outside the Tang residence, Qi Jiang stood with one foot planted on Elder Huang and Amp Oppo's chest, his hands gripping Tang Lingyi and Tang Qingqing by the neck. Dan Qingqing, her hair disheveled, was a far cry from the imperious figure she had presented earlier. She shrieked wildly, "Peasant, remove your filthy hands from me at once, or I shall exterminate your entire family." Tang Lingyi, in contrast, was overcome with terror. As a cultivator in the early stages of the Third Realm, with Elder Huang in the Fourth Realm, he was utterly helpless against Qi Jiang. This could only mean that Qi Jiang and Amp Oppo's strength far surpassed their own. Chapter 13. The betrothal. Tang Lingyi struggled to speak. I do not know who you are, but has my family, the Tang clan of the imperial capital, offended you in any way? Given the current circumstances, he had no choice but to invoke the name of the Tang family, hoping to instill a sense of caution in his adversary. Oh, the Tang clan of the imperial capital? Qi Jiang expressed surprise, as if contemplating the implications. Yes, yes. Release us at once, or you shall face dire consequences. Upon hearing Tang Qingqing and Amp Oppo's arrogant tone, Tang Lingyi opened his mouth to respond, but was swiftly interrupted by Qi Jiang. Apologies, but I have not heard of you. Qi Jiang smiled lightly. You, Tang Qingqing and Oppo's eyes widened in disbelief, preparing to unleash a tirade of insults. Yet Qi Jiang offered her no opportunity, swiftly incapacitating the three individuals and gesturing to his operatives. Take them away. Understood. 6 men promptly approached to escort Tang Lingyi and his companions, while Qi Jiang followed them, well-versed in the art of interrogation. Inside the room, Tang Xuqin gazed in astonishment at Mo1, realizing that he was affiliated with the Lu Clan Merchant Association. The Lu Clan was as distinct from her Tang family as the 13th realm was from the first. After a brief hesitation, she inquired, "Might I ask what business you have with me?" "Miss Tang, please do not be alarmed. Do you recall the betrothal arranged by old Master Tang?" "Betrothal?" Tang Xuqin paused, deep in thought. "Please wait a moment. I shall retrieve the marriage certificate for your perusal." With that, she ascended the stairs, recalling her father mentioning the matter during his lifetime, though she had dismissed it then. Given the Lu Clan and Amp Oppo's involvement, it seemed even more improbable now. After a short while, Tang Xuqin returned with a gilded marriage certificate in hand. "Is this the document you seek?" She placed it before Mo1. Mo1 set down a small creature he had been holding, which promptly scampered to Tang Xuqin's feet, nuzzling against her. Tang Xuqin had never encountered such a peculiar little being before. She cradled it in her arms, gently stroking its fur. Mo1 examined the marriage certificate closely and found it identical to the one the president had provided him. "Thank you, Miss Tang. The certificate is indeed valid. Then you may take it," Tang Xuqin replied cheerfully. "Take it?" Mo1 appeared taken aback, then chuckled. "Miss Tang, you misunderstand. I am not here to annul the engagement, but rather to inquire whether you acknowledge this betrothal." "Huh?" Tang Xuqin was momentarily stunned, although she did not fully grasp Mo1 and Amp Oppo's meaning. She replied, "I do acknowledge it." But she regarded Mo1 with curiosity, only for him to rise and bow respectfully. "Mo1, Director of the Secretariat of the Lu Clan Merchant Association, pays his respects to you, madam." Tang Xuqin was startled by his formality and quickly stood, clutching the small creature. Mo1 straightened and turned to the operatives behind him. "Bring them in." "Yes, sir." Before long, various boxes filled the Tang residence's grand hall, leaving Tang Xuqin in a daze at the sight. Mo1 addressed her once more, "Madam, where would you like these items placed?" Tang Xuqin was still in shock. "Rin Shu, please assist them in finding a suitable location." "Yes, miss." 3 minutes later, all the items had been moved inside, and Mo1 stood to bow to Tang Xuqin. "Madam, the gifts have been properly arranged. We shall take our leave." "Wait, this one. This is a gift from our president, madam." "Madam, we shall take our leave." Mo1 and his team exited. As they left, they encountered a young girl, prompting Mo1 to slightly step aside. The girl regarded them with curiosity before entering the Tang residence. "Miss, aside from the leader, All of these individuals belong to the second realm. A voice whispered in her ear, and her expression grew serious as she proceeded into the Tang residence. Inside the Tang residence, Xiao Yu, you have arrived? Tang Shuqin exclaimed upon seeing Yu Yu enter the hall. Yu Yu glanced at the retreating figures of M01 and his team, asking, Qin, who were they? They were from the Liu Clan Merchant Association. What business do they have here? Tang Shuqin pulled Yu Yu to a sofa, recounting the events that had just transpired. After her explanation, Yu Yu's expression turned icy. The Tang family of the imperial capital. Rest assured, Qin, I will ensure that you receive an explanation. Tang Shuqin poured her a cup of water. It and Oppose, as fine. I'm unharmed. Yu Yu took a sip and suddenly realized, wait, Qin, you are betrothed, and to the president of the Liu Clan Merchant Association, no less. I am a bit bewildered, Tang Shuqin admitted with a wry smile. Yu Yu looked at her with concern. It's all right, Qin. As long as you do not wish for it. I assure you, no one can force you. Tang Shuqin was touched by her words, believing that Yu Yu was not jesting. After all, she was a young lady of one of the 4 prominent families of the imperial capital. All right, Xiao Yu. This was arranged by my father. They have not broken the engagement first. As an ordinary person, what more can I ask? Besides, I seem to have gained an advantage here, Tang Shuqin said with a light laugh. While Yu Yu and Oppo's reasoning was valid. She did not believe that the Yu family would confront the Liu Clan Merchant Association on her behalf, nor did she feel particularly resistant to the situation. Very well. Yu Yu pouted. I'll just step out for a moment. With that, she dashed upstairs. Upon reaching the terrace above, her expression turned serious. Aunt Lu, Mississippi. As the voice echoed, a middle-aged woman appeared beside her, skilled in concealment, a 7th realm adept. Yu Yu and Oppo's face hardened. Inform my brother to send someone to the Tang family. Let us see who dares to touch Qin. Understood. After her response, the middle-aged woman vanished from sight. Once she left, Yu Yu donned a smile and returned to the living room, only to find Tang Shuqin feeding the small creature, her mouth agape in astonishment. Qin, where did you acquire this creature? Tang Shuqin held out a piece of meat for it to nibble on. She looked up at Yu Yu's shocked expression and asked, What's wrong? Is there an issue? Yu Yu pointed at the small creature, stammering in disbelief. This is a celestial horned beast, capable of evolving into a 13th-tier demon. Tang Shuqin examined the creature, devouring the beef in her arms, finding it hard to believe it could grow into a formidable demon. Yu Yu approached closely. However, it seems to have already been tamed and bears a brand. Yu Yu's assumption was correct. The moment Lu Jinchuan acquired it, he had marked it with his seal. All right, please help me feed it while I prepare dinner. Tang Shuqin handed it to Yu Yu. I want braised ribs. Sure, no problem. At the headquarters of the Liu Clan Merchant Association, in Lu Jinchuan and Oppo's office. Knock. Come in. President, the madam has agreed. The mechanical voice of the system rang in his ear. Mission betrothal completed. Mission reward, jade hairpin, 3 8th-tier weapons. Mission pressure on the Tang family of the imperial capital, pending completion. No deadline. Lu Jinchuan paid it no mind. Understood. Please notify the Elder Council. Yes. Montauk Vin excited. Moments later, the office door was knocked upon again, and Qi Jiang entered. President, we have extracted the information. Qi Jiang stood respectfully before Lu Jinchuan. Speak. The visitors to Madam's residence are the son and daughter of the 3rd house of the Tang family from the imperial capital. The reason for their visit is that Tang Qingqing is bound by a marriage contract with a scion of another prestigious family in the imperial capital. However, it appears that the suitor has been rendered unfit. They wish to annul the engagement, but the power of the suitor and Oppo's family surpasses that of the Tang family, prompting them to seek Madam and Oppo's assistance in facilitating a marriage on behalf of their family. Is it only the 3rd house involved in this matter? Indeed. Convey my decree. Dispose of those 2 individuals, and have the 3 kings of the Heavenly King Hall escort them back to the Tang family of the imperial capital. Certainly, no need for that. Lu Jinchuan observed the elderly figure that had appeared out of thin air and rose to pay his respects, addressing him as 4th grandfather. Qi Jiang also hurriedly performed a bow to acknowledge the 4th elder. Lu Buhui chuckled and said, I shall take a trip myself. It has been quite a while since I last engaged in such activities. The two responded in unison, understood. Chapter 14. The overbearing Tang family of Dijing within the grand hall of the Dijing Tang family. The current head, Tang Tianlin, stood before his kneeling third son. Tang Guofeng. In a fit of rage, Tang Tianlin hurled a teacup at Tang Guofeng, his voice cold as ice. If your daughter refuses to marry, then force the fourth daughter instead. Tang Guofeng, do you still acknowledge me as your father? The shattered cup sent shards slicing across Tang Guofeng's cheek, blood streaming down his face, yet he dared not wipe it away or utter a word. The oppressive energy emanating from Tang Tianlin at the 10th realm crushed him, causing the stone slab beneath him to fracture. You expect the fourth and Amp, Oppo's, daughter, who has never enjoyed any benefit from the family, to contribute to our lineage? How'd I end up with such an ungrateful son like you? The eldest, Tang Guang, chastised him vehemently. The fourth has long declared his withdrawal from the family, never to return. For years, he has not sought our assistance, and you dare treat your own brother this way. Tang Guolong, the second son, interjected coldly. So your daughters are precious, while ours are expendable. Our daughters can be forced into marriage for the family, while your precious girl is treated like royalty. Tang Guofeng bowed his head in silence, knowing that speaking would only incite further wrath. Ultimately, they would have to accept the fourth and Oppo's daughter when she was brought back. Tang Guofeng, an irate voice shattered the hall and Amp. Oppo's stillness as a middle-aged woman in a cheap house stormed in. Tang Guofeng, when will you ever amount to anything? Marrying you has been the bane of my existence. She then turned to Tang Tianlin at the head of the table. Father, this is my decision. My daughter will not enter into any marriage. Whoever wishes to marry can do so. Tang Ting, the aunt of Tang Shuqin, looked at her mockingly. One might think you truly care for your daughter. Was it not you who wept and wailed to arrange this marriage? Now, when faced with a useless partner, you suddenly refuse. Unperturbed by the mockery, the middle-aged woman retorted, If you cannot swallow your pride to cancel the engagement, I shall do it myself. The Zhang family has no fear of you, Tang family. The middle-aged woman was Zhang Qingyan, daughter of Zhang Yilin, the current head of the Zhang family. Tang Tianlin, his expression dark, bark, get out. Zhang Qingyan scoffed, turning to leave when a middle-aged man rushed in, nearly colliding with her. Watch where you and Amp, Oppo's, re-going. She snapped, ignoring her. The man approached Tang Tianlin. Master, trouble is brewing outside. Many have arrived, and they bring the third young master and the third young lady, though they seem in a dire state. What did you say? Zhang Qingyan shrieked, rushing to the man, gripping his collar. Speak. What has happened? Tang Tianlin thundered, silence, and vanished from his spot, with the others following suit. Outside the Tang manor, Lu Buhui stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at the Tang family below, flanked by two 8th realm kings. The two kings held captive Tang Lingyi and Tang Qingqing, both in a pitiful state, having been rendered unconscious by Qi Jiang. Such a spectacle naturally drew the attention of the Imperial Capital Guard, whose captain, Yu Banjian, watched Lu Buhui with a look of concern. Are you certain you wish to confront me? Lu Buhui inquired with a smile that held no warmth. Yu Banjian forced a smile despite the tension. Senior Lu, spare me the jest. You need not lift a finger. Either of the kings behind, you could extinguish me with a mere finger. I am only fulfilling my duty. Please proceed as you deem fit. Lu Buhui chuckled. You are far more entertaining than your brother. The commotion had piqued the interest of various factions within the imperial capital, many unseen eyes fixated on the unfolding drama. They were curious about Lu Buhui and Amp, Oppo's intentions, and wondered whether Tang Tianlin would retaliate, though it seemed likely that any attempt would end in defeat. With a resounding crash, Tang Tianlin shot into the air, confronting Lu Buhui. Upon sensing the latter's aura, his pupils constricted. The pressure from the 11th realm was suffocating. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously asked, Might I inquire the purpose of your visit to the Tang family? Lu Buhui gestured to the two kings, who tossed Tang Lingyi and Tang Qingqing towards Tang Tianlin. The latter caught them, but upon seeing their wretched condition, he gasped. Lu Bue spoke languidly, surely. The head of the Tang family understands the reasoning behind this. Tang Tianlin and Amp, Oppos. S face darkened. I do not comprehend. When did my two juniors offend you to warrant such cruelty? Lu Buhui narrowed his eyes, the winds swirling around him, causing his robes to flutter ominously. They harmed those they should not have. Thus, I rendered them incapacitated. If you have any objections, I am prepared to settle matters with you. Please, senior, clarify your intent. From this day forth, Tang Shuqin shall be the wife of the president of the Lu Corporation. Should you harbor any inappropriate thoughts, I shall test the weight of the Dijing Tang family. Observing Tang Tianlin's darkening expression, Lu Buhui continued, if you are unsatisfied, feel free to summon the old man from your ancestral grave to contest with me. Tang Tianlin bit his lip until it bled. Despite his disdain for the third branch, they were still part of the Dijing Tang family, and being so openly humiliated stirred rage within him. Senior, you jest. They brought this upon themselves, he muttered, attempting to leave with the two. The scornful gazes of onlookers left him feeling utterly humiliated. Wait, Lu Buhui and Amp, Oppos. S nonchalant voice halted him. With great effort, Tang Tianlin suppressed his fury and slowly turned. What further matters does the senior wish to discuss? Lu Buhui chuckled softly. Am I so easily deceived? The pressure from the 11th realm forced blood from Tang Tianlin and Oppos' lips. What is your aim? Lu Buhui extended his hands, revealing Tang Guofeng and Zhang Qingyan within his grasp. When children misbehave, it reflects poorly on their parents. Their actions warrant correction, and I trust the head of the Tang family will not object to my discipline. Without allowing Tang Tianlin a moment to respond, Lu Buhui struck, incapacitating them with ease, discarding them at the entrance of the Tang manor. Tang Tianlin and Oppos' eyes widened in disbelief, fury surging within him. After a long silence, as the onlookers anticipated his retaliation, he rasped, no objections. Thank you for your guidance. You and Amp, Oppos, re-welcome, Lu Buhui replied with a chuckle, turning and vanishing, the two kings following suit. The hidden observers dispersed as well, while the Yu family's envoy recorded the events. At the entrance of the Tang manor, the family members exchanged glances, none expressing sympathy for the third branch. As Tang Tianlin passed by, Tang Guohong cautiously spoke, Father, silence. The room fell into an immediate hush. After relinquishing Tang Lingyi and Tang Qingqing to their family, Tang Tianlin hurried to the rear mountain. Once there, he restrained his anger and spoke, Father, why did you not act? He is but at the 11th realm. A deep voice resonated from above. If I had intervened, not only would Lu Buhui remain unharmed, but our Tang family would also face ruin. Tang Tianlin gritted his teeth. Why? Lu Buhui is still alive. What? Fulfill your responsibilities as the head of the Tang family. Keep them in check and refrain from causing any more trouble. After a prolonged silence, Tang Tianlin finally resigned himself to fate. Yes. Chapter 15 Signs of Emerging Chaos the following day. News of the Lu family's actions against the Tang family's third branch in the imperial capital spread throughout the kingdom of Qian, prompting inquiries about the appearance of Tang Shuqin. It was strictly instructed that no one should provoke the Lu family, as they were regarded as a supreme force in Qian. At the headquarters of the Lu family, a system panel automatically appeared. Task: Intimidate the Tang family. Completed. Reward: 53rd tier weapons. Next task: Pending activation. Lu Jinchuan realized that this system operated on a chance basis, with rewards varying in quality. As he reviewed the intelligence reports, a frown creased his brow. Previously, he had heard Qi Jiang mention a discarded young master from a noble family in the imperial capital who had been jilted. Something felt amiss, prompting him to instruct the intelligence team to gather more information. Now, looking over the reports, he noted the striking resemblance to the protagonist of a familiar narrative from his past life. Could it be that he was not the main character of this world? Yet, it seemed plausible. Who among the protagonists possessed such a formidable background? He appeared more like an antagonist, albeit one uninterested in usurping others and Oppos' romantic interests. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. President, has the Tang family reacted? Close the doors to guests. Tang Tianlin has issued a sealing decree. Commendable restraint. Relay my orders. Also, assign an 8th realm king to protect my wife, with an additional 2 months and Oppo's salary and a 7th tier weapon. Understood. Unless there is something pressing, you may leave. Yes. At the Zhang family in the imperial capital, the current head, Zhang Yilin, glared darkly at his bedridden son, Zhang Qingyan, seething with rage. Upon learning that both Zhang Qingyan and the Tang Guofeng family had been incapacitated, he stormed to the Tang family, intending to berate Tang Tianlin as a coward. However, he was met with the revelation that the Liu family possessed a 13th realm expert, dousing his fury with cold water. Yet, upon returning home and witnessing his son's pitiful state, his anger surged once more. This was not just an affront to the Tang family, but also to the Zhang family. On the bed, Zhang Qingyan wailed, "Dad, it hurts so much. I want him dead." Beside him, his elder brother, Zhang Chengfu, his face ashen, suppressed his own fury and addressed Zhang Yilin. "Father, are we just going to let this pass?" "Of course not." Zhang Yilin rasped, "but we cannot act directly." Zhang Chengfu's eyes gleamed with understanding. At the Tang family, aside from the third son, Tang Guofeng, all influential figures congregated in the discussion hall. Tang Tianlin sat grimly at the head of the table. Apart from the 5th child, Tang Ting, the others wore somber expressions. After severing ties with the main family, Tang Guohua was the only one who maintained contact, still corresponding with Tang Shuqin. Following the recent events, the Tang family had become the laughingstock of the imperial capital, casting a heavy pall over their reputation. Tang Tianlin observed the somber faces, his expression unyielding. From now on, anyone in the family who dares to provoke formidable forces or individuals outside will automatically disassociate from the family. Do not bring trouble upon us. Pausing, he continued, "The third branch will see their monthly stipend halved." Noticing a slight improvement in the expressions of those present, he secretly sighed in relief. Being the head of a family was no easy task, requiring balance to prevent discontent from brewing. After dismissing the assembly, he sought out Tang Ting. "Father, what about my cousin, the 4th child's daughter?" Tang Tianlin hesitated, then inquired, "Do you still maintain contact?" Tang Ting, sensing her father and Oppo's intent, hesitated before responding, "Yes, father. After 4th brother passed, I feared she would be lonely, so I kept in touch." Tang Tianlin nodded. "What occurred with the 3rd son was wrong. Knowing she has a good home brings me peace. I regret what happened with 4th brother." Tang Ting bowed her head in silence, surprised by her father and Oppo's candor. Tang Tianlin placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Tomorrow, I will resign from my position as head of the family. You should go find that girl. Eldest and 2nd brother are not to be trifled with." Casting a deep glance at her, Tang Tianlin turned to leave. Tang Ting, watching his aging figure, opened her mouth but ultimately could not utter a word. In the northwest wilderness, a gathering of half-human, half-demon beings congregated amidst ruins. Damn Lu Wuxing. He led to the loss of another group of like-minded brothers. "What an amp! Oppos, that's the point of your anger. Do you dare confront Lu Wuxing? He could single-handedly annihilate all of us here. Are you afraid?" "Afraid? I would confront him without hesitation." This meeting was convened for a singular purpose. "What is it?" "The last spark from that incident years ago has reemerged." "What? Where?" Upon hearing this, the members of the Dusk sect exhibited expressions of madness. "In Yunzhong Prefecture, Jiangbei City, Lu Wuxing's territory." "Ha, do you dare to go?" "What of Lu Wuxing? As long as we obtain the spark, I fear no one, not even Lu Wuwei. We must secure that spark. On this trip to Yunzhong Prefecture, avoid causing trouble. As long as we do not provoke the Lu family, he should not strike at us. The spark is paramount. Are you dreaming? We accepted Lu Jinchuan's bounty. Do you believe that if you appear near the southeastern 3 prefectures, Lu Wuxing won't immediately eliminate you? And if that happens, we must obtain the spark. If necessary, summon the Lord of the Gods. Let's see how many Lu Wuxing can defeat." The speaker and Oppo's visage twisted with rage. "Very well. We depart tomorrow. All for the spark." The Dusk sect members erupted in frenzied cheers. In the imperial capital, at the Martial Control Division, Wang Wu listened to the reports from below, feeling utterly helpless. What could he do? Lu Buhui had already emerged. Should he dare take action, Lu Wuwei could easily crush him before he even struck. Thus, he could only feign ignorance. He waved his hand, dismissing the messenger, then opened communications with the Martial Control Division's headquarters in Yunzhong Prefecture. Shortly after, the head of the division, Yu Shan, appeared on the screen. "Chief, is there any news?" Wang Wu rubbed his temples, overwhelmed by the multitude of recent troubles. "It has been confirmed. It's at Yunzhong University." Yu Shan nodded respectfully. "You must go personally." "We know, and naturally, they will as well." "Understood. Also, do your utmost to avoid conflict with the cultists. Those madmen are hardly more sane than the Dusk sect." "Understood." "At the Shanghai Academy. Go and ensure his safety." "Yes." Chapter 16. Yunzhong University. Yunzhong University, named after Yunzhong State, is located in Jiangbei City and stands as the pinnacle of higher education in the entire Yunzhong State. This comprehensive institution comprises a liberal arts college and a martial arts academy, catering to both ordinary students and cultivators. Tang Shuqin, an ordinary student, attends the liberal arts college, while Yu practices at the martial arts academy. Their friendship blossomed at Yunzhong University. At the university entrance, Tang Shuqin and Yu walked in hand. "Shuqin, you are aware of the situation regarding the Liu family business, Arin and Appos. Tu?" "Yes," Tang Shuqin nodded. "And you?" Yu inquired, observing her calm demeanor with curiosity. "Aren't you the least bit surprised?" Tang Shuin smiled lightly. "What is there to be surprised about? Even if it weren't for me, they would still act for the sake of the Liu family and Appos' reputation." Yu nodded in agreement. "True enough. All right, class is about to start. We and Appos, LL see each other later." Once Tang Shuqin and Appos' figure had disappeared from view, Yu and Appos' expression turned serious. "Aunt Lu, go protect Shuqin. The Tang and Zhang families won't let this matter rest easily." Her guardian, Lu Mei, materialized beside her, invisible to the bustling crowd. "Miss, there is already someone assigned to protect Miss Tang, a practitioner of the Eighth Realm. She noticed me, and it was only because she inadvertently revealed her aura that I detected her presence." "That is reassuring," Yu sighed, relieved that the Liu family was taking the matter seriously. "Miss," Lu Mei continued, "we have received word from the young master that Jiangbei City may not be peaceful in the near future. He has dispatched 2 practitioners of the Sixth Realm for your safety." Yu frowned. "Understood." Meanwhile, at the Liu family headquarters, the president received a report from the intelligence team. "President, there's been an influx of people in Jiangzhou City recently." After a moment and Appos' contemplation, Lu Jinchuan asked, "Have any members of the Shadow Alliance or Dusk sect been identified?" "The intelligence team has not yet discovered any. Keep a close watch on them. Aside from those 2 factions, we need not concern ourselves with others." Also, Lu Jinchuan added thoughtfully, "Keep an eye on the Madam and Appos' side. We cannot afford any incidents." "Yes." At Yunzhong University that afternoon, as Tang Shuqin and Yu were about to head for lunch, a young man blocked their path, holding a bouquet of roses and gazing adoringly at Yu. "Xiaoyu, I have liked you for a long time. My feelings are sincere. Will you be my girlfriend?" The surrounding crowd erupted with laughter. Yu's forehead throbbed with anger. This persistent suitor had been a nuisance for quite some time. Had she not wished to conceal her identity and avoid causing trouble for the Yu family, she would have dealt with this bothersome fly long ago. Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed, "Get lost." Her patience was wearing thin. "Xiaoyu," the young man attempted to protest, but a voice interrupted him from afar. 3 seconds to leave, or I will ruin you." The crowd turned to see a well-dressed young man striding towards them, his expression dark. The suitor intended to question the young man and Appos' authority, but the aura of the Fifth Realm emanating from him sent the boy fleeing in terror. He was just an ordinary person, unworthy of risking his life for someone he was merely attempting to pursue, not wishing to end up a corpse in the wild. The onlookers quickly dispersed, recognizing that the young man was no ordinary person and best avoided. The young man approached and gently ruffled Yu's hair. "Xiaoyu." Yu and Appos' face lit up with surprise. "Third brother, what brings you here?" She then introduced him to Tang Shuqin. "Qin, This is my third brother, Yu Qing. Brother. This is my best friend, Tang Shuqin. I have heard much about you, Yu Qing smiled. I have met Madame Lu. Tang Sui not dead. Hello. She never considered herself inferior to others, especially since she was now the wife of the Lu family president and could not afford to be disrespectful. All right, let us find a more private place to talk, Yu suggested, surprised by her brother and aunt. Appo's unusual politeness, knowing how proud he usually was. Certainly, let us proceed. The trio arrived at a high-end restaurant, where they were greeted at the entrance by a middle-aged man in a black suit, accompanied by a group of people, who bowed respectfully. Madam, the three understood then that this restaurant was also a property of the Lu family. The Lu family primarily engaged in trade and industry development, which explained why it was referred to as the Lu family business. The middle-aged man led them to the most luxurious private room. Yu teased, Qin. We are truly benefiting from your presence. After their lunch, Tang Shuqin sensed that the two had matters to discuss and excused herself. Once Tang Shuqin had left, Yu eagerly pulled Yu Qing aside. Third brother, what brings you to Jiangbei City? Yu Qing and Appo's cheerful demeanor faded, replaced with seriousness as he produced a photograph. Xiao Yu, do you recognize this person? Yu scrutinized the image and frowned. He seems to be a student from our martial arts academy, but I cannot recall his identity. Yu Qing shook his head. I do not know either. Father mentioned that many factions are searching for him. The reason's unclear. He instructed me to ensure his safety. Yu regarded him with a peculiar expression. With your strength at the fifth realm, you are tasked with safeguarding him? What does that look for? Yu Qing replied, exasperated. Father has already sent people. I just hope that elder brother will come personally. Upon hearing that Yu Yin might come to Jiangbei City, Yu began to grasp the gravity of the situation. After a pause, she asked, how well do you understand the Lu family business? I have never seen you so polite before. For words, Yu Qing held up 4 fingers. A colossal entity. Do you know how long the Lu family has existed in the southeastern 3 states? Seeing Yu's curiosity, Yu Qing continued, at least 1,000 years. What? Yu gasped. Does that mean they have been around longer than our Yu family? Indeed, Yu Qing affirmed. The entire southeastern 3 states can be considered their domain, and our Yu family has business dealings with them. Could it be that they... Correct. They have a practitioner of the 13th realm. Seeing Yu's astonishment, he added, however, knowing this is of little use. I merely wish to advise you to be courteous while interacting with Tang Shuqin. Why? The current president of the Lu family is Lu Jinchuan, only 23 years old, but it is said he has already reached the 6th realm, a true prodigy, considered the most accomplished in the history of the Lu family. Thus, many of the elder generations take him seriously, as evidenced by the situation with the Shadow Alliance. Yu shrugged dismissively. Understood. Chapter 17. Gathering clouds following luncheon, Tang Shuqin and Yu resumed their classes. As the afternoon waned, Tang Shuqin, having completed her lessons, noticed Yu and Appo's conspicuous absence. Prompted by concern, she ventured towards the martial arts academy. Upon her arrival, she discovered a scene of utter pandemonium. Ching. Hearing her appellation, Tang Shuqin discerned Yu amidst the throng, beckoning her hither. Tang Shuqin promptly hastened to her side. At that moment, several instructors from the martial arts academy stood in opposition to a cohort of individuals affiliated with the church, their visages taut with tension before a student of the academy. Wulong, the church's vanguard, brandished a luminous parchment, his tone frigid. By decree of the church, Lin Mo, a student of the Cloud Martial Arts Academy, is suspected of consorting with demonic entities. It is the bishop and Appo's desire to have him brought back to the church for interrogation. Do you dare defy the church and Appo's edict? One of the instructors stepped forward, his voice resolute. Even with the bishop's sanction, the removal of any student requires the acquiescence of our dean. Furthermore, to abduct a student based solely on a piece of paper smacks of fabrication. Indeed, does the church deem itself exempt from the laws of the Qian kingdom? The students of the Martial Arts Academy echoed their sentiments, their discontent palpable. Wulong's countenance darkened, taken aback by the audacity of this obscure academy to challenge him so brazenly. Humph! With your dean absent, the bishop and Appo's decision is irrevocable, Wulong declared coldly. The luminous parchment in his grasp flickered faintly, as if imbued with some arcane potency. Subsequently, the instructors positioned before Lin Mo found themselves immobilized, as if ensnared in an invisible web. "Seize him," Wulong commanded, his voice laced with disdain. The church's adherents surged forward, intent on apprehending Lin Mo. "Wulong, since becoming a lackey of the church, your arrogance knows no bounds." A mocking voice reverberated through the air. All eyes turned towards the source, where a robust, middle-aged man sauntered into view, arms crossed. The instructors visibly brightened. "Director-san, we must not allow them to take Lin Mo." "Precisely. Never." Incensed by the public rebuke, Wulong and Appo's face flushed crimson as he glared at the newcomer. "Sun Hong, do you dare obstruct the church and Appo's affairs? Is your patriarch aware of your actions?" "That is none of your concern," Sun Hong retorted, approaching with deliberate strides. His imposing frame formed a bulwark between the instructors, Lin Mo, and the encroaching church members. "Young Master Sun is in high spirits." A voice dripped with sarcasm. A man emerged from the ranks of the church, his fingers delicately poised. "Perhaps I can entertain you?" Sun Hong's brow furrowed upon recognizing the individual. "Get out of my sight, you freak. I'll deal with you later." Undeterred by the invective, the church member chuckled mirthlessly, concealing his mouth behind his hand. "That is not your prerogative." With a swift motion, he unleashed a tendril of black mist towards Sun Hong and his companions. Sun Hong roared in fury, unleashing a punch that shattered the miasma. With a nimble maneuver, Sun Hong lunged towards his adversary. "You degenerate. You have a death wish. Today, I shall grant it to you." The effeminate man retreated swiftly, prompting Sun Hong to pursue relentlessly. The onlookers scattered, clearing a path for the impending clash. Within moments, Sun Hong and his flamboyant antagonist vanished from sight. Seeing Sun Hong diverted, Wulong pressed forward once more. "Lin Montauk, care to wager whether anyone else will come to your aid?" "I believe someone will," a voice echoed. Yu Qing emerged from the crowd, his gait measured and deliberate. Exasperated by the repeated interruptions, Wulong and Appo's temples throbbed with frustration. However, each new arrival was an individual he dared not confront directly. "Young Master Yu, I am surprised to see you meddling in this affair. May I inquire when you became acquainted with Lin Mo?" Yu Qing smiled enigmatically. "As of this moment, I find myself quite taken with my fellow student Lin. Is the Yu Patriarch aware of your obstruction of the church and Appo's duties? My father rarely interferes in my affairs." Wulong scoffed derisively. "Indeed, young Master Yu, are you cognizant of the gravity of this matter? I would advise against your continued involvement." Yu Qing's smile remained unwavering. "Oh, grave? I am intrigued to discover what matter could possibly warrant such apprehension from Preacher Wulong." Wulong and Appo's gaze bore into Yu Qing, his eyes flickering with barely suppressed rage. However, constrained by the Yu family and Appo's influence, he dared not give vent to his ire. "Young Master Yu, do you truly intend to interfere?" Yu Qing shook his head languidly. "Preacher Wulong, what gives you such an idea? I merely have some matters to discuss with my fellow student Lin." Realizing that a peaceful resolution was no longer feasible, Wulong inhaled deeply, casting a furtive glance at his church brethren. Understanding his intent, they promptly encircled Yu Qing and Lin Mo. "I will see who dares to lay a hand on my nephew." A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, followed by a surge of force that sent the church members reeling. A massive blade hurtled from the sky, aimed squarely at Wulong. The onlookers scattered in panic as the blade pierced Wulong and Appo's shoulder, the sheer force of the impact driving him into the adjacent edifice, pinning him against the wall. A burly, scarred man strode towards Yu Qing, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Wulong. Yu gasped in astonishment. Second uncle. The newcomer was none other than Yu and Appo's second uncle, Yu Banshui. Ignoring the searing pain in his shoulder, Wulong hastened to explain himself, for he knew that the man before him was not one to be trifled with, regardless of status. "Commander Yu, allow me to elucidate." "Elucidate in hell." With a mighty gesture, Yu Banshui conjured a spectral blade and brought it crashing down upon Wulong. Terror seized Wulong and Appo's hard as he screamed, "Bishop, save me!" A spectral figure materialized before him, extending a hand towards the descending blade. A nimbus of white light emanated, causing the spectral blade to dissipate into nothingness. As the ethereal mist subsided, a voice laced with amusement echoed forth. After all these years, Commander Yu and Appo's spirit remains undiminished. Yu Banshui recognized the spectral figure, a sardonic grin twisting his lips. So it's Bishop Ning. I'm surprised you haven't perished yet, you reprobate. Undeterred by the insult, Ning smiled serenely. Thanks to Commander Yu, a scourge such as myself is destined to endure. Gesturing towards Lin Mo, who cowered behind him, he continued, I require this individual, and I would appreciate Commander Yu and Appo's, as cooperation. Yu Banshui fixed him with an enigmatic gaze. And if I refuse, then I shall be forced to test Commander Yu and Appo's metal. The two adversaries locked gazes, their auras clashing, threatening to overwhelm those present. To descend upon my domain without so much as a salutation, and then to engage in violence, is hardly courteous. Wouldn't you agree? A new voice resonated through the air. Jiangbei and Appo's S-Town Protectorate Chief, Wang Zheng, materialized in the firmament. Both combatants retracted their auras. Ning spoke first. My apologies, Chief Wang. Yu Banshui merely grunted in response. Forgive the intrusion, Chief Wang, but this matter is of utmost importance, as decreed by the Pope himself, Ning continued, subtly invoking the Pope's authority. It is merely a matter of questioning, Mr. Lin. Wang Zheng's eyes narrowed imperceptibly. If it is but a matter of questioning, why not conduct the interrogation here? Indeed, why not? Another voice joined the chorus. The delegation from the Mountain and Sea Academy had arrived. Ning bowed respectfully. Greetings, Mr. Mu. Conduct your questioning here, a final voice boomed. The Cloud Province Chief Protector, Yu Shan, descended from the heavens. Ning and Appo's pupils constricted upon seeing Yu Shan and Appo's arrival. If he had harbored any hope of taking Lin Mo, it was now extinguished. The onlookers below were awestruck by the assembly of such luminaries, 7th Realm, 8th Realm, and even 9th Realm cultivators such as Ning and Yu Shan, all gathered in a single day. After a protracted silence, Ning conceded defeat. Then let us inquire here. Chapter 18. The Assault of Shadow Dusk. As the crowd parted, Lin Mo stood revealed behind them, still unaware of the unfolding events or the intentions of the church members seeking him. Lin, you need only answer truthfully. I assure you, no harm will come to you. ISNT that right, Bishop Ning? Ning Xiao understood that Yushan was signaling him and paid no heed, instead asking, Lin Mo, on the night before your parents disappeared when you were 10 years old, did you see them doing anything unusual or hiding something? Upon finishing his inquiry, Wu Long activated the lie detector. Lin Mo shook his head. No, the lie detector remained dormant, causing Ning Xiao to furrow his brow. Could it be that Lin Mo was genuinely oblivious? Is that all the questions, Bishop Ning? Wang Zheng inquired, his expression inscrutable. Ning Xiao nodded, feeling helpless. However, if he could take Lin Mo away, it would provide him an opportunity for soul-searching. Just as the crowd prepared to disperse, over 20 shadowy figures wearing silver serpent masks lunged toward Lin Mo. The members of the Shadow Alliance had arrived. Wang Zheng and the others quickly shielded Lin Mo. But they realized to their dismay that all the attackers were at least of the 6th Realm, with several even at the 7th Realm. The Shadow Alliance was formidable, particularly in their adeptness at concealment. Panic ensued as the crowd scattered in all directions. At that moment, the king protecting Tang, Shu Qin, emerged, urging Madame flee. She sensed a more potent presence, with even a 10th Realm among them. Yu Yu hastily pulled Tang, Shu Qin, toward the teaching building. A maniacal voice echoed from the sky. Ha ha, rat, you distract that 8th Realm one. Once I capture that woman, let us see if Lu Wuxing dares to act. With that, a member of the Dusk sect charged toward Tang, Shu Qin, and Yu Yu. Hurry, or we'll all perish. Another member called as he rushed toward the king, protecting Tang, Shu Qin. The king, feeling the urgency, glanced at the 7th Realm Dusk disciple barreling toward Tang, Shu Qin. Growing anxious, The dusk disciple engaging with the king cried out in despair, for this reckless woman fought as if she had nothing to lose. Suddenly, the disciple felt something amiss, but retreat was impossible. Capturing her was a matter of life and death. Meanwhile, two Ninth Realm Dusk disciples violently entered the fray, sending Wang Zheng and the others flying before swiftly knocking Lin Mo unconscious and seizing him. The spark is secured. Retreat. Instantly, the Dusk disciples hastily withdrew, leaving only those still intent on capturing Tang Shuqin. Yu quickly positioned herself before Tang Shuqin as the Seventh Realm Dusk disciple raised his hand, unleashing a massive energy explosion between them, sending both women hurtling back. He continued to charge at the fallen Tang Shuqin, just as he was about to grasp her. Buzz! A fierce blade aura slashed toward him. He screamed in terror now, before being obliterated into a mist of blood. The Dusk disciple sparring with the Eighth Realm King, witnessing this, was gripped by fear, only to be swiftly dispatched by the king's decisive strike. As Tang Shuqin plummeted toward the ground, Lu Jinchuan caught her in his arms. Blood trickled from her lips as she lay unconscious. Meanwhile, Yi was caught by Yu Qing, the king of the Heavenly Hall. Seeing Lu Jinchuan arrive, hurried over to pay his respects. President, I have failed in my duties. Please punish me. Nothing to be concerned about. Wang Zheng and Ning Xiao were momentarily taken aback by Lu Jinchuan's sudden appearance, particularly as the assailant from the Shadow Alliance and Dusk Sect had all retreated. Just as their confusion mounted, more than 30 figures appeared densely in the sky above Yunzhong University. The onlookers gaped in astonishment, realizing that the lowest among them was of the 7th realm, with 3 at the 10th realm. Lu Jinchuan slowly turned. Qi bloodied from defeating a 5th realm member of the Shadow Alliance, stood ready before Lu Jinchuan. President, relay my orders. Issue a kill order against the Shadow Alliance and Dusk Sect members. Seal off the southeastern 3 continents. And dig 3 feet into the ground to find them. If even one escapes, I will hold you accountable. Understood. The various kings in the sky replied in unison. Also, summon the members of the Divine Physician Valley. Understood. Just as Lu Jinchuan was about to leave with Tang Shuqin, Yushan hastily interjected, President, this is against the rules. Lu Jinchuan ignored him, vanishing from sight. Rules? A voice resonated throughout the sky, and Lu Wuxing suddenly appeared before Yushan. Perhaps you should ask Wang Wu to enlighten me on what rules entail. Yushan bowed his head, too intimidated to meet his gaze. I dare not. Yushan of the Jinwu Division in Yunzhong Prefecture greets the elder. Lu Wuxing patted his shoulder. Inquire with Wang Wu how he maintains order while allowing the Shadow Alliance and Dusk Sect to run rampant. Yushan's face flushed with shame, rendered speechless. For Lu Wuxing was a figure unafraid even of Wang Wu. Lu Wuxing turned to Ning Xiao's ethereal form, who saluted nonchalantly. Bishop Ning Xiao of the Holy Light Church greets the elder. What give you the audacity to enter the southeastern 3 continents? Lu Wuxing waved his hand, causing the members of the Holy Light Church present to explode into clouds of blood. Ning Tiao, Smidethrose. Elder, do you seek to instigate a war between the 2 factions? Lu Wuxing scoffed. Instigate war? Ask Zhuolin if he dares. Zhuolin, the current pope of the Holy Light Church, was at the 12th realm. Without allowing Ning Xiao a chance to respond, Lu Wuxing dispersed his ethereal form with a wave of his hand. He then vanished alongside the kings, leaving the stunned crowd behind. Meanwhile, Lu Jinchuan hurriedly returned to the Lu residence with Tang Shuqin, racing toward the bedroom. Elder Rong, young master. Lu Yirong hastily followed. Summon a doctor, quickly. Understood. Though Lu Jinchuan possessed cultivation, he was no doctor and dared not act recklessly. Half an hour later, the doctor concluded his examination. President, the madam is an ordinary person and cannot withstand the assault of a cultivator, especially one of the 7th realm. You should seek a practitioner from the medical Dao for treatment. Once the doctor departed, Lu Jinchuan gazed at Tang Shuqin, his calm demeanor barely containing a rising fury. This incident transcended mere injury to Tang Shuqin. The audacity of those who dared to strike knowing she belonged to him was intolerable. It seemed more bloodshed was necessary to instill fear in them. In Jiangbei City, within an underground chamber, members of the Dusk sect lay in hiding. At this moment, Lin Mo had a gaping wound in his chest, devoid of life, as if he had perished long ago. Suddenly, 5 Dusk disciples erupted with terrifying energy. Ha ha ha! It's done. I have succeeded. Lu Wuwei, await your reckoning. Don't celebrate too soon. According to intelligence, Lu Wuxing is at least to the 12th realm. We must find a way to escape. There will be time to settle the score later. Humph. Escaping is not a problem. Once we summon the Lord of the Main God, let us see if Lu Wuwei can still afford to hunt us down. Chapter 19. Fury under the Crimson Moon. Have you forgotten the people of the Hall of Kings? They also have 3 cultivators at the 10th level. Lin Oppos, Esli low for now. Everything depends on whether we can escape. At this moment, in the imperial capital and Oppos, Wang Wu listened to Yushan recount the events via transmission. His face crestfallen. He had anticipated the lunatics of the Holy Light Church, but overlooked the fanatics of the Twilight Cult. Is there any trace of Lin Mo? Not yet, but the Lu Consortium has sealed off the entire Jiangbei city. Finding him should only be a matter of time. Wait. Wang Wu sensed that things were spiraling out of control. The Lu Consortium was not to be trifled with. If they claimed to have sealed off Jiangbei City, then truly no one could escape. The Twilight Cult and the Dark Shadow Alliance sought to flee, but the disparity in strength was too great. If discovered by the Lu Consortium, they would face certain death. Moreover, the Lu Consortium would not be threatened by hostages, leaving them with only one option, to create chaos. Seeing Wang Wu deep in thought, Yushan dared not interrupt. Wang Wu raised his head. Yushan, immediately dispatch personnel from other cities in Yunzhong Prefecture to Jiangbei City. As quickly as possible, they must arrive before the Lu Consortium finds them. Seeing Wang Wu's grave expression, Yushan understood the gravity of the situation. Yes. Wang Wu's expression was solemn as he muttered inwardly, I hope it's not too late. On Yu Yu's side, having shielded Tang Xuqin during the attack, her condition was worse. But fortunately, her cultivation base protected her. In the Jiangbei city, Wang Zheng and Oppos' expression was grim upon receiving the news. During the earlier battle at Yunzhong University, he had been severely injured by the assault of 2 9th-level Twilight Cult fanatics. Now, Wang Wu informed him that the Dark Shadow Alliance and the Twilight Cult might create chaos to escape. If such a thing were to occur under his jurisdiction, even with his father being the current chief commander of he would be held accountable. However, he reasoned that Jiangbei City was the Lu Consortium stronghold, and they would not allow such a thing to happen. In the Lu residence, a divine physician brought back from Baiqi Jiang was treating Tang Xuqin. After a while, the divine physician, Yi Lu, emerged and respectfully said to Lu Jinchuan, President Lu, the lady is out of danger. Thank you, divine physician. Rongbo, escort the divine physician to rest. Young master. Lu Jinchuan went to check on Tang Xuqin and, finding her unharmed, proceeded to headquarters. The system and Oppos' mechanical voice sounded at this moment. Mission, retribution. Mission duration, none. At headquarters, Lu Jinchuan walked toward his office, Mo when following behind. Have they been located? Yes. President. The second elder is watching them. As soon as you give the order, then begin. Kill them all. Yes. There is one more thing, President. A woman has arrived, claiming to be the lady and Oppos' aunt from the main family. Has she been verified? Yes. The lady has been in contact with her all these years. Then let her see the lady. Yes. At this moment, Jiangbei City was swarming with Lu Consortium personnel. In the air, the celestial kings of the Hall of Kings surrounded Jiangbei City at fixed intervals, ready to encircle and annihilate any members of the Dark Shadow Alliance and the Twilight Cult who appeared. Lu Jinchuan arrived above an open space, staring expressionlessly at the ground below, and softly chanted, Begin. One of the celestial kings behind him stepped forward. Yes. Then, the celestial king descended from the sky, smashing his fist into the ground. Boom! Instantly, earth and dust flew as the Twilight Cult members hidden underground were revealed in Lu Jinchuan's sight, along with the torn earth. Lu Wuwu concealed himself in midair. Lu Jinchuan, this is outrageous. We might as well fight to the death. Lu Jinchuan looked at them mockingly. Fight to the death? You are hardly worthy. He spread his fingers and softly uttered, "Thunderfall." In an instant, purple lightning engulfed the Twilight cult members on the ground, and soon, they were all reduced to ashes. Lu Jinchuan raised his head and gazed into the distance. "Purge. Begin." "Yes." The crowd dispersed, frantically searching for members of the Dark Shadow Alliance and the Twilight cult. Lu Jinchuan remained in place, silent for a moment, and sarcastically said, "A 7th-level cultivator afraid of my 6th-level self?" With a bang, a figure burst from the ground, half human, half lizard, with a ferocious expression. "Ha ha ha, President Lu. I don't know if you're arrogant or just too confident in yourself." But in the next second, his ferocious smile froze on his face. Lu Wuxing appeared expressionlessly beside Lu Jinchuan and slowly walked towards him. "Have I ever said that you people of the Twilight cult are too disgusting and are not allowed to enter the 3 southeastern prefectures? Lu Jinchuan, dare to fight me. I would feel disgusted and unable to sleep if I were stained with the blood of you lunatics." With that, Lu Jinchuan disappeared. Lu Wuxing did not hesitate and crushed him with immense pressure with a wave of his hand. Within Jiangbei City, the Lu Consortium members were hunting down members of the Dark Shadow Alliance and the Twilight cult everywhere. The personnel that Yushan had transferred from other parts of Yunzhong Prefecture dared not intervene, only responsible for protecting the residents of the city. They dared not intervene. Lu Jinchuan was in a furious rage, and if they interfered, he might kill them all in a fit of displeasure. Then, he would claim that they sacrificed themselves in the purge, and they would have no one to complain to. In the same underground chamber, 5 Twilight cult members gathered again. They had begun. "What should we do now? What are you afraid of? The fire seed has been taken. Can those few trash stop us? What about Lu Wuxing? It's all the fault of those 2 idiots. Not only did they fail to capture the hostage, but they also completely enraged Lu Jinchuan. It and amp, oppose. That's no longer a question of Lu Wuxing. I and amp, oppose. Am afraid all the 11th level cultivators of the Lu family will be mobilized. Then let an amp, oppose, as summon the Lord God." "Good. Summon the Lord God." "Aren't and amp, oppose. They saying we are lunatics?" "Then let an amp, oppose, as show them." The 5 drew strange runes on the round table, then cut their palms, dripping blood onto the runes, and frantically chanted strange languages. Back at headquarters, Lu Jinchuan suddenly felt something and looked in that direction. He said into his headset, "All 7th-level cultivators and above, proceed to West Mountain immediately." With that, he vanished. Hearing the order, the crowd set off for West Mountain in Jiangbei City. Wang Zheng looked at the red light in the direction of West Mountain and slammed his fist on the table. "A bunch of damned lunatics. Issue my order. Everyone proceed to West Mountain immediately." "Yes." Mu Bai, who was about to return to the imperial capital and amp, oppose, Shanghai Academy, suddenly turned his head towards West Mountain, and then rushed towards West Mountain like a gust of wind. The members in Jiangbei City rushed towards West Mountain. Chapter 20. The Battle of Xishan. As the summoning ritual commenced, a colossal, unfathomable black void emerged above Xishan. 5 fervent disciples of the Dusk sect cried out in madness, "My great lord, Asmander, descend upon this world." Their blood dripped incessantly onto the runes, making them increasingly vibrant. The entire mountain trembled violently, and countless crows took flight from the desolate woods, scattering in terror, transforming into a dark cloud under the blood-red moonlight. As the voices of the Dusk sect subsided, an enormous foot emerged from the black void, followed by the revelation of its entire form. Standing at 9 meters tall, its body was covered with an array of eyes, inducing a sense of dread. With each step it took, the trees and grass withered instantly. Lu Jinchuan hovered in the air, his gaze fixed upon the colossal entity in the distance, his expression cold as he commanded, "Qi Jiang, bring me the 9th tier formation disc to seal off the entire Xishan. Additionally, instruct the kings familiar with formations to set up barriers on the periphery." "Yes," Qi Jiang replied respectfully. As the black void expanded, more monsters began to infest Xishan. In the imperial capital, Wang Wu was managing affairs when he suddenly felt a stirring in his heart, turning to gaze at Jiangbei City. A deity descends upon the world, yet it seems to be a false god. There is no need for alarm. A figure suddenly appeared in his office. Just a group of false gods. Those from the Lu family will handle it. Wang Wu nodded, realizing that intervening might provoke Lu Wuxing and Appo's wrath. At the Shanghai Academy, an elderly man with a head full of white hair glanced at Jiangbei City while holding a book. Teacher Jiang, go to Jiangbei City and support your senior brother Mu. Understood. Meanwhile, in Xishan, the 5 disciples of the Dusk sect continued to chant frantically, Polishide, descend. Another deity emerged from the black vortex, cloaked in darkness, with 3 massive heads howling incessantly, 6 arms wielding various weapons behind it. The 5 disciples, though weak and collapsed on the ground, were still consumed by madness. As long as Lu Wuxing was delayed, they believed they had a chance to escape. Outside, Lu Jinchuan activated the 9th-tier formation disc brought by Qi Jiang, instantly erecting a massive barrier over Xishan, isolating it from the outside world. The 5 sensed this formidable power. No, they had not anticipated that Lu Jinchuan possessed a 9th-tier formation disc. Now, the entire Xishan was sealed, and they could only await their doom like sheep to the slaughter. One among them shouted in desperation, "No, we still have a chance. The spark is still in our hands." Others want it too, but the spark had already extinguished. They remained oblivious, didn't they? Indeed, we still have a chance. If we continue summoning the deity until those from the outside arrive, we may have a chance. Little did they know, around the entire perimeter of the barrier, Lu Wuxing stood before a group of individuals. Lu Wuxing, step aside. Lu Wuxing remained silent, the aura of the 12th realm radiating from him. Before the president emerges, anyone daring to step forward shall be eliminated. Lu Wuxing, do you truly think we fear you? Step aside. If the city is affected, can your Lu family business bear the consequences? Try stepping forward and see if I won't slay you. The man was enraged but dared not advance, for they knew Lu Wuxing was indeed capable of killing them. In Xishan, by the time the personnel from the town guard arrived, the entire area had already been sealed by the 9th-tier formation disc, rendering entry and exit impossible. All eyes turned to Yushan. Yushan observed the barrier, shook his head, signaling for everyone to wait outside. Inside, the followers of the Dusk sect were still frantically summoning, but in their current state, summoning another deity left them collapsing to the ground. Now, they could only hope that the 3 deities could buy them enough time. In midair, behind Lu Jinchuan, stood Lu Bujing and Lu Buhui, with the various kings of the realm behind them. Lu Jinchuan unbuttoned his suit, revealing the dragon emblem at his collar. "And Amp, Oppos, LL take one, the rest you handle." He then shot towards Asmander, with Lu Bujing and Lu Buhui not hindering him, for the saplings in a greenhouse could never grow into towering trees. Following suit, Lu Bujing and Lu Buhui each charged toward a deity, while the kings attacked the other summoned monsters. The 3 deities summoned by the Dusk sect each possessed the strength of the 10th realm, accompanied by numerous 7th and 8th realm demons. As Lu Jinchuan surged toward Asmander, a long blade materialized in his hand. Buzz! The blade shot toward Asmander. With a thud, the blade pierced Asmander's body, pushing it backward. Boom! Asmander's massive form crashed into small hills, dragging long traces on the ground after colliding with a cluster of trees. Roar! Asmander howled, struggling to rise, astonished that such a diminutive human could render it so helpless, fueling its fury. Lu Jinchuan arrived, extending his fingers. Lightning fall. A torrential downpour of purple lightning cascaded down, enveloping the area where Asmander resided. Boom! Asmander and Oppos' skin blackened as thousands of eyes emitted streams of black liquid. It clapped its hands, launching its massive body skyward, sending a violent shockwave toward Lu Jinchuan. He softly exhaled, "Protect." A transparent circle adorned with numerous runes appeared before him. The shockwave was deflected, howling past him while the trees behind were uprooted by the force. As Asmander and Oppos' immense form descended, just as it was about to crush Lu Jinchuan, he vanished, reappearing above Asmander. 100-fold gravity. Boom! Asmander was crushed towards the earth by immense gravitational force, its colossal palms pressing against the ground as it struggled to escape. Seeing this, Lu Jinchuan and Amp, Oppos' eyes glinted with cold light. 1,000-fold gravity. Boom! Asmander and Amp, amp, oppos, S massive form sank into the ground, leaving only its head protruding, dozens of eyes glaring angrily at Lu Jinchuan. 10,000-fold gravity. Rumble. Asmander was entirely submerged underground. Unluckily, this caused the cave where the 5 Dusk sect disciples were to collapse, leaving them helplessly watching as they were buried alive. Along with the long-dead Lin, Lu Jinchuan cautiously observed the vast pit from midair. He understood that even if Asmander was a false god, it would not be easily vanquished. Indeed, the next moment, Rumble, Asmander erupted from the ground, instantly closing in on Lu Jinchuan, its massive hands clapping down to flatten him. Lu Jinchuan positioned the long blade in front, and the 2 enormous hands struck against it, the blade's tip embedding into the giant's hands. Yet, this granted Lu Jinchuan the time to react, propelling him backward. With a wave of his hand, countless broken wood and debris rained down upon Asmander. Striking Asmander's body, they inflicted no damage, merely falling to the ground. Chapter 21. Trinity of Gods. Asmander bellowed, his frame shuddering, sending debris flying within a 10-meter radius. With a sweeping gesture, he deflected the approaching blade. Lu Jinchuan batted away the hurtling splinters, his fingers coalescing into a fist in the air. The blade returned to his grasp, and he once more propelled himself toward Asmander. Lu Jinchuan relentlessly brandished his blade, unleashing a barrage of hundreds, even thousands, of slashes upon Asmander's ocular-ridden form. Roar! Asmander, stung by the assault, roared in agony, his massive foot pounding the earth as he charged toward Lu Jinchuan, leaving a trail of scorched earth in his wake. Just as he was about to reach Lu Jinchuan, the latter clasped his hands together before him. Incinerating sky. A colossal inferno erupted from his palms, engulfing Asmander. Boom! The searing heat propelled Asmander backward, its intense temperature relentlessly searing his flesh. Seemingly enraged, every eye on Asmander and Oppos' body snapped open simultaneously, weeping black ichor. Instantly, the surrounding vista warped and shifted. Lu Jinchuan mused inwardly in illusion. With a piercing gaze, he activated his purging gaze, and the environment reverted to its natural state. Asmander roared in fury. Golden light blazed from his eyes, and an immeasurable pressure descended upon Lu Jinchuan. He felt an overwhelming weight crushing him, as if a mountain had been placed upon his back, his legs buckling beneath the strain. Asmander roared as he lunged toward him, leaping forward and bringing his fist down in a devastating strike. The gust of wind howled as the punch descended. Lu Jinchuan raised his hand in defiance. Gravitational pull, 100,000-fold. Boom! Asmander's fist was halted 3 meters above his head. A potent shock wave emanated horizontally, cleaving everything in its path. Lu Jinchuan gestured toward the distance. Myriad blades converge. Countless blades hurtled from afar, lacerating Asmander's colossal form. A multitude of cuts marred his massive body. He then extended his fingers toward Asmander. Thunderous onslaught. Boom! Violet lightning detonated upon his form. Roar! Asmander was sent hurtling backward. Lu Jinchuan, observing his ejected form, wore a grave expression. Had he not ascended to the 7th realm some time ago, he would have been utterly crushed. Asmander crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Roar! With another furious roar, he regained his footing, his eyes wide, drawing in the surrounding air with alarming force. Lu Jinchuan noticed his continued augmentation and pointed a finger at him. Gravitational pull, 1,000,000-fold. Rumble. Asmander was instantly forced into the earth. Lu Jinchuan flashed forward, appearing above the crater, and clapped his hands together. Incinerating sky. A massive torrent of flames erupted into the pit. Thunderfall. Boom! Violet lightning incessantly flashed within the crater. Roar! A deafening roar emanated from within the pit, and Lu Jinchuan swiftly dodged. In the next instant, Asmander erupted from the crater. He was now charred, riddled with holes, and half of his head was missing, presenting a horrifying spectacle. Asmander roared at Lu Jinchuan, but dared not advance, realizing that although the human before him was only in the 7th realm, his power was eerily formidable. After roaring at Lu Jinchuan, he fled toward the base of West Mountain. Lu Jinchuan did not pursue, knowing that the Ninth Order array was already in place, preventing his escape. Indeed, moments later, Asmander and Apo's massive form reappeared, but not toward Lu Jinchuan. Instead, he headed toward the other two chief gods. Lu Jinchuan frowned slightly and followed. On the other side, Lu Bu Hui and Lu Bu Zheng were overwhelming the other two chief gods, leaving them battered and bruised. At this moment, Lu Bu Zheng and Lu Bu Hui noticed Asmander and were taken aback by his wretched state. They had not anticipated that Lu Jinchuan could inflict such grievous wounds on a 10th realm chief god. Meanwhile, the other great demons had been eliminated by the heavenly kings of the Hall of Kings. As everyone was momentarily stunned, Asmander reached the other two chief gods. Asmander opened his maw and devoured the other two chief gods. The onlookers were stunned by this spectacle. Lu Bu Zheng, after a moment of stunned observation, roared, "Scatter!" Everyone retreated. In the next moment, Asmander roared to the heavens, and West Mountain trembled, the earth shaking. His aura surged, reaching the peak of the 11th realm. Roar! He roared at the crowd, charging toward them, each step shaking the ground. Lu Bu Zheng and Lu Bu Hui were about to intervene when Lu Jinchuan, who had followed, flashed in front of them. Absolute zero. With a resounding crack, everything behind Asmander was frozen solid. Just then, the eyes all over Asmander's body glowed with a crimson light. Bang! The ice encasing Asmander shattered, sending shards hurtling toward the crowd. Absolute barrier. A massive energy barrier materialized before Lu Jinchuan, intercepting all the incoming ice shards. Lu Jinchuan knew that this was beyond his ability to resolve, so he said, "Third grandfather, fourth grandfather, I leave this to you." He then retreated behind them. "All right, little Chuan, just watch." Lu Bu Zheng and Lu Bu Hui vanished from their spots, reappearing on either side of Asmander, simultaneously attacking him. Instantly, within a 20-meter radius, chi energies clashed. 10 minutes later, Asmander and Apo's massive form collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Lu Jinchuan approached his body, scrutinizing him. He had not anticipated that the so-called chief gods summoned by the lunatics of the Twilight cult would possess such power. No wonder the adherents of the Twilight cult were universally reviled, having been driven to the desolate lands. Wherever these lunatics went, chaos would ensue. These extraplanar entities had no value. Lu Jinchuan conjured a blue flame in his palm and cast it upon Asmander, incinerating him completely. Clean up the battlefield and withdraw. Yes. On the periphery, the array Tao Heavenly King, having received the order, deactivated the Ninth Order array disk. Instantly, the barrier enveloping the entirety of West Mountain vanished. Some of those who had been held back by Lu Wusheng immediately spoke. "Lu Wusheng, can we enter now?" Lu Wusheng smiled. "No, I was just teasing you. Did you really take it seriously?" "Lu Wusheng, you're going too far. What if I am? If you and Apo's not happy, come and spar with this old man. Don and Apo's, be afraid of him, everyone. Let an Apo's attack together. I Don and Apo's, believe he can kill us all instantly. If you don't believe it, come and try. Ha." Despite their words, none dared to step forward. "Second Elder Lu, may I pass?" An aged voice echoed, and everyone turned to see the source. An elderly man with snow-white hair was seen treading through the air. Upon seeing this man, Lu Wusheng bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Elder Wei." The newcomer was Wei Duan Tian, the previous warden of the Demon Suppression Guard of the Qian Kingdom. Elder Wei, of course, they're in Apo's. That's no problem. Hearing this, those who had been blocked became anxious. "Elder Wei, this is against the rules. Please allow us to take these people back so we can report back." Wei Duan Tian and Apo's expression turned cold, and he snorted. "Oomph, get back. Tell those old fogies that Wei Duan Tian has taken the people. If they and Apo's not happy, they can come to my door." Hearing this, everyone fell silent. After a long pause, they dispersed. Chapter 22. The New Deal and the God-Making Project. With the dissipation of the Ninth Order formation, the aftermath of the battle at West Mountain came into view. The once majestic and winding mountains were now scarred with craters, littered with rubble and broken trees. The members of the Lu clan commerce were already clearing the battlefield. Yushan hesitated for a moment before cautiously approaching Lu Jinchuan. "Guild leader Lu, I was wondering if we could search for someone. Be my guest. Lu Jinchuan replied, unconcerned since they were only looking for one person. Thank you, guild leader Lu. Yushan was about to enter the mountain when a voice echoed from behind. You, let me take the person. Go back and tell Wang Wu that I and Oppose V taken him. Wei Duantian descended from the sky. Upon seeing Wei Duantian, Yushan hastily paid his respects. Yes, Elder Wei. Wei Duantian, as the former warden of the Demon Suppression Guard, had rendered great service to the entire Qian nation and was worthy of everyone's respect. Thank you. I wouldn't dare. Yushan hurriedly replied upon hearing Wei Duantian's gratitude. Since Wang Wu and Wei Duantian shared the same goal, they could be considered allies. Letting him take Lin Mo was acceptable. Indeed, besides the people from the Lu clan commerce, everyone else was here for Lin Mo. Wei Duantian slowly approached Lu Jinchuan. Guild leader Lu. Elder Wei. Lu Jinchuan returned the greeting. There is nothing inappropriate about paying respects to a senior. This old one wishes to search for someone inside. I hope guild leader Lu will grant me the convenience. Elder Wei, you are too kind. Please help yourself. Thank you. Lu Jinchuan watched Wei Duantian depart, then turned to face Lu Wuxing, who was approaching him. Second grandfather. Lu Wuxing stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Jinchuan, well done. He then followed after Wei Duantian. At this moment, the system's voice echoed. Task. Retribution completed. Task reward. 2 8th-order defense talismans. Task. Wedding. Pending completion. Task duration. None. Lu Jinchuan was taken aback by the system's task, not expecting it to be about fulfilling the marriage contract. He could choose not to complete it, though, as he never relied on the system to become stronger. On Wei Duantian and Amp Oppo's side, he scanned the area with his divine sense and discovered Lin Mo buried underground. He was about to question Lu Wuxing when he noticed a wound on Lin Mo and Amp Oppo's chest. Realizing that Lin Mo had already died when he was taken away by the Twilight sect. Alas, with a sigh, he extended his hand, and the ground automatically parted, revealing Lin Mo and Oppo's body amidst the swirling dust. With a flick of his finger, Lin Mo and Oppo's body floated up. After storing him in his ring space, he said to Lu Wuxing, Elder Lu, apologies for the intrusion. This old one shall take his leave. Elder Wei, you are too kind. Farewell. With that, Wei Duantian vanished. Lu Wuxing shook his head and also disappeared. In a Lu manner, Tang Xuqin was disoriented upon waking up in unfamiliar surroundings. Fortunately, Lu Yerong informed her that she was in the Lu manor, preventing her from running off. At that moment, Yilu had just finished her examination. Madam, your injuries have mostly healed. Remember to take frequent walks after meals. Tang Xuqin nodded. Thank you, doctor. You are too kind. Madam. Just then, Tang Ting was called in by Lu Yero. Seeing Tang Ting, Tang Xuqin was overjoyed. Aunt, what are you doing here? At the Lu clan commerce headquarters, Lu Jinchuan sat in his office, listening to Mo Wen's report on the operation. Report complete, guild leader. Issue 3 months in Amp Oppo's salary to all personnel involved in the operation. Compensate casualties at 3 times the normal rate. Provide weapons and elixirs of corresponding levels to each participating member based on their strength. Yes. Has the matter been thoroughly investigated? It has. The people from the Shadow Alliance and the Twilight sect came for a Cloud Martial Academy student named Lin Mo. What is Lin Mo and Amp Oppo's background? Lin Mo is a local of Jiangbei City. He is now alone. According to the Martial Academy's records, Lin Mo is just an ordinary student. However, after in-depth investigation by the intelligence team, he has a more hidden identity. He is the descendant of an already missing old minister who presided over the New Deal and a pair of also missing key researchers in the God-making project. According to the information, he is unaware of his identity, believing himself to be an ordinary person whose parents and grandfather have passed away. The reason why so many forces are looking for him is because the Oppose, God-making and Oppose, project yielded a significant result back then. For some unknown reason, the couple brought the result back to their home and used means to implant it into Lin Mo and Amp Oppo's body before disappearing. Since that incident, many forces have been searching for that buried result. They recently discovered that it was in Lin Mo and Oppo's body. So the church and the Twilight sect wanted to take him away and extract the result. According to the situation at the time, the Demon Suppression Guard, the Mountain and Sea Academy, and a group of old seniors were on his side, wanting to protect him. But due to the intervention of the Shadow Alliance and the Twilight Sect, an accident occurred. Furthermore, when Elder Wei took Lin Mo away, there was a wound on his heart, indicating that the result had been taken and used by the Twilight Sect. Lu Jinchuan tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Oomph. The lunatics of the Twilight Sect are just that, lunatics. A bunch of fools being used without even knowing it. The result in Lin Mo's body should be fake. Otherwise, they would have made some progress after using the result, instead of being annihilated by us in West Mountain. The Shadow Alliance should have been hired by some people who wanted to silence him. The lunatics of the Twilight Sect should be after that result. Moen replied, yes. According to the current situation, the friend of the old minister from the New Deal incident is likely searching for the mastermind behind this. The power struggle of high-ranking individuals is interesting. If the end amp, oppose, God-making and amp, oppose, project is real, then Lin Mo is not dead at all, using a fake death to create conflict. That is the truth. Lin Mo is just a pawn, a key pawn to start the game. Mo would remain silent, watching Lu Jinchuan contemplate. After a while, Lu Jinchuan spoke again. Have the intelligence team keep a close eye on the movements in the imperial capital. The real chaos has just begun. Lin oppose, SC who is the chess player and who is the pawn. Yes. Anything else? The Elder Council is urging you to complete the marriage as soon as possible. Lu Jinchuan was stunned. This coincided perfectly with his system task. Understood. You may go and prepare. Yes. In the imperial capital. At the Demon Suppression Guard. Is this truly necessary? It is imperative. Those people have begun to suspect that something is amiss and have sent people to investigate. We don an amp, oppose. He have much time left. But he cannot die. Have you forgotten? His parents were the first generation of amp, oppose, God-making and amp, oppose. Chapter 23. Alliance with the Yu family evening at the Lu residence. Lu Jinchuan had just returned from headquarters, and Lu Yerong greeted him at the entrance. Young master, the madam's aunt has arrived and is currently visiting her. Understood. Lu Jinchuan entered the bedroom and saw a graceful woman speaking with Tang Shuqin. Both women noticed Lu Jinchuan and oppose. Arrival, and Tang Ting promptly offered a greeting. President Lu. Lu Jinchuan approached and gently restrained Tang Shuqin, who was attempting to rise. There's no need for such formality, aunt. We're all family now. He then turned his gaze towards Tang Shuqin. Are you feeling better? Tang Shuqin lowered her head bashfully and nodded. Much better, thank you. It's nothing as long as you're well. Aunt, please reside at the Lu residence from now on. It will be good for taking care of Shuqin. Oh no, I wouldn't want to trouble President Lu. It's no trouble at all. Shuqin also deeply desires your presence. Tang Ting, seeing the hopeful look in Tang Shuqin and amp, oppose, eyes, hesitated for a moment. Then I am grateful to President Lu. You are too kind, aunt. I am quite occupied, and I would appreciate it if you could look after Shuqin in the meantime. President Lu, you are too polite. I am Shuqin and oppose, aunt. It is my duty to care for her. Imperial capital, the Zhang family. Ever since Lu Bu inflicted grievous injuries upon Zhang Chengyan, she had remained confined to her bed, already prone to fits of temper. This incident had only exacerbated her irascibility, leading to daily outbursts within her chambers. Zhang Yilin found this increasingly vexing. He and Zhang Qingfu were seated on the sofa in the living room. Have you found the people? Zhang Qingfu nodded. Yes, father. We have. Zhang Qingfu hesitated slightly. Father, if the Lu Corporation were to find out, that is precisely why we want them to know it was us. But the key is that they must lack evidence. Otherwise, everyone will think the Zhang family of the imperial capital is easily trifled with. But with the Lu Corporation's strength, I fear they won and oppose. Be concerned with evidence. No, they will be concerned. This is the imperial capital, after all, no matter how strong they are. They wouldn't and oppose. Dare to act recklessly. Those old codgers won and oppose. Allow them to run amok. Hiv. Hearing this, Zhang Qingfu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Zhang Yilin then inquired, what did the Tang family say? Tang Tianlin has already relinquished his position as head of the family, and his two sons are currently vying for the seat. Tang Tianlin, is becoming more senile with age. So what if the Lu Corporation has a 13th realm expert? With a Grand Secretary of the Inner Cabinet stationed in the imperial capital, would their 13th realm expert dare to barge in? His own son, grandson, and granddaughter were crippled by someone who came knocking on their door, and he didn't oppose to even dare to utter a peep. What a waste. Just look at the Tang family's reputation in the imperial capital now. It's one thing for the Tang family to lose face, but it has dragged down the reputation of my Zhang family as well. If the Tang family doesn't dare to vent their anger, my Zhang family will. When can they make a move? They are seeking an opportunity. As soon as they find one, they will strike. They are not afraid of the Lu Corporation. They're a bunch who value money above all else. Good. I want to show them what happens when you provoke my Zhang family. Northwest Jing Prefecture. Headquarters of the Dark Shadow Alliance. Alliance Master, why are we still accepting bounties related to the Lu Corporation? Weren't we told that old Lu Wuwei is still alive? A figure shrouded in black robes responded in a raspy voice while gazing at the astrolabe before him. Haha, why not our money if we can? There are always those who aren't in amp. Oppose, afraid of death. Besides, all our branches in the 3 southeastern states have already been uprooted. What is there to fear? Moreover, we in Oppose, we're not the only ones accepting this job. Are you saying that the 7 Killers Pavilion and the Thorn of Heaven and Oppose, as Alter have also taken it on? To exact revenge. The Zhang family wouldn't end amp. Oppose, to rely on just one plan. That fool Zhang Yilin values his family and amp. Oppose, reputation above all else. Let him help us test just how far Lu Wuwei has progressed. I fear that one Zhang Yilin might not be enough to lure out that old fox Lu Wuwei. They're in amp. Amp, oppose. No rush. Things must be done slowly. Lu Corporation Headquarters. President, Mo Wen stood before Lu Jinchuan. Any movements in the imperial capital? Tang Tianlin has relinquished his position as head of the Tang family, and the family is now embroiled in a struggle for the position. The Zhang family has closed its doors, and the Town Guard and Demon Suppression Guard seem to be preparing for a joint exercise. Interesting. Lu Jinchuan chuckled. So it's beginning. Never mind the Demon Suppression Guard and the Town Guard for now. Keep an eye on the Zhang family. Yes. Anything else? Yu Qing, the third young master of the Yu family from the imperial capital, is here to see you, claiming to have important matters to discuss. Lu Jinchuan raised an eyebrow. Let him in. Yes. Knock, knock, knock. President Lu, please forgive my intrusion. Yu Qing entered with a beaming smile. Third young master you are too kind. Please, have a seat. Thank you. Seeing Yu Qing seated, Lu Jinchuan continued. I wonder what brings young master you here. I wish to discuss a proposition with President Lu. A very important proposition. Oh, with President Lu's influence, I presume you are already aware of the new governance initiative? Lu Jinchuan stared at him expressionlessly, offering no indication. Seeing his reaction, Yu Qing knew that Lu Jinchuan was indeed aware. The situation in the imperial capital is currently chaotic. The new governance has failed. In the end, Oppose, Old Guard and Oppose, is beginning to purge those who supported it. Hearing this, Lu Jinchuan inquired, so does your Yu family align with the Old Guard or the new? Neither. Our Yu family maintains neutrality. Yet, even so, there are those who find our Yu family displeasing and seek to undermine us. And so, therefore, we require an ally. However, the power dynamics in the imperial capital are far too complex. My father has informed me that none of the forces in the imperial capital can be trusted. Thus, we hope to form an alliance with your esteemed corporation. Why should I agree? A new era is dawning. President Lu has personally vanquished an outer realm deity. So in Oppose, it's impossible that President Lu is unaware of the existence of other realms. President Lu should be aware of the realms beyond the 13th realm, correct? Lu Jinchuan gave him a deep look. He had not expected that the existence of realms beyond the 13th realm was no longer a secret among the great families. As a condition of the alliance, our Yu family will serve as a source of information for the Lu Corporation in the imperial capital and will also present your corporation with an 11th order spiritual medicine. Lu Jinchuan's eyes narrowed slightly. The Yu family had indeed prepared well. In truth, Tang Shuqin had not fully recovered. After all, she had endured a blow from a 7th realm expert as an ordinary person, although she appeared to be well on the surface. Yi Lu had informed him that Tang Shuqin had lingering ailments that required a 12th-order spiritual medicine to harmonize. The Yu family and Amp, Oppo's offer was perfectly timed, likely at the behest of Yu. Moreover, this alliance was not without its benefits for the Lu Corporation. He had indeed inferred the existence of Otherworld from his exploration of Mount Mang and his battle with the Outer Realm deity. Their Lu Corporation was indeed strong enough, but that was only under the premise that their power had reached its peak in this world. But now that he knew there were existences beyond the 13th realm, he had to reconsider. Thinking of this, he smiled slightly. Since young Master Yu is so sincere, then may our cooperation be a pleasant one. A pleasant cooperation indeed. President Liu. A week elapsed. In the capital, at the Zhang residence, Zhang Chengfu paced anxiously in the hall. Zhang Yilin, irritated by his restlessness, furrowed his brow and said, "Sit down. Such agitation ill befits a future leader of the Zhang family." Reprimanded, Zhang Chengfu reluctantly took a seat. Why Haven and Amp, Oppos, they made their move yet? He wondered, consumed by the desire to strike against the Lu Corporation himself. Witnessing Zhang Qingyan's agonizing cries fueled his impatience. Patience is paramount for those who aspire to greatness. Your current demeanor is far from that of a prospective Zhang family head, Zhang Yilin admonished. Zhang Chengfu, crestfallen, remained silent. Those who accepted the bounty dare not venture into the 3 southeastern provinces. Lu Jinchuan's watchful gaze encompasses the entire region. Any intrusion would be immediately detected, and any anomaly would be met with swift retribution. Is there truly no one capable of eluding Lu Jinchuan and Oppo's vigilance within the 3 southeastern provinces? Zhang Chengfu questioned. Doubtlessly, there are individuals with such capabilities, but they would be loath to undertake such a perilous endeavor, especially in light of the recent mayhem unleashed by the Twilight sect in Jiangbei, which has left the city on high alert. Therefore, we must exercise patience, Zhang Yilin concluded. Meanwhile, at the Lu Corporation headquarters in Jiangbei, Lu Jinchuan scrutinized the dossier. Mo Wen stood before him. Have you ascertained the source? Lu Jinchuan inquired. Indeed, it was orchestrated by the Zhang family, Mo Wen confirmed. Audacious fools. And the Shadow Alliance? Affirmative. In addition to the Shadow Alliance, the 7-Kill Pavilion and the Thorn Heaven Dao platform are also implicated. Thorn Heaven Dao platform? Lu Jinchuan pondered, intrigued by the name. What is their background? The Thorn Heaven Dao platform, akin to the Shadow Alliance and the 7-Kill Pavilion, is an organization that undertakes assassinations in exchange for rewards. Legend has it that they have been in existence for over 3 centuries. A mere rabble of subterranean vermin. Lu Jinchuan scoffed. Instruct Qi Jiang to maintain a close watch. Should they dare to trespass into the 3 southeastern provinces, make an example of them. Understood. Lu Jinchuan massaged his temples, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. Presumptuous simpletons. Do they truly believe that a few paltry assassinations can pose a threat to me? Inform Qi Jiang to make a resounding statement. I want the Zhang family to be eradicated from existence. Yes, sir. 3 days later, at the Zhang residence in the capital, Zhang Qingyan, paralyzed and writhing in agony, cried out to Zhang Chengfu, "Brother, my suffering is unbearable. I yearn for death." "Sister," Zhang Chengfu exclaimed, distraught by her torment. "Rest assured, the Lu Corporation will pay dearly for this." With a somber countenance, he hastily departed from Zhang Qingyan and Oppo's chamber. Soon after, he arrived at the family and Oppo's treasury, where valuable artifacts were stored. As he approached, a figure clad in Zhang family attire, armed with a weapon, emerged, barring his path. "Halt! Who goes there? This is a restricted area." Zhang Qingfu, his face devoid of emotion, brandished a token. Zhang Qingfu. Upon recognizing him, the guard promptly saluted. "Greetings, young master. Stand down." Zhang Qingfu commanded. "I require access to the vault to retrieve an item." "Does the young master possess the Patriarch's token?" The guard inquired cautiously. Zhang Qingfu fixed him with an impassive gaze. "Am I, the designated heir to the Zhang family, to be denied entry to a mere vault? Forgive me, young master, but the Patriarch has decreed that only he himself or those bearing his token may enter the vault." In the blink of an eye, Zhang Qingfu seized the guard, snapping his neck with a swift motion. He tossed the lifeless body aside and proceeded into the vault. As he entered, Zhang Yilin materialized beside the fallen guard, shaking his head in disapproval. He is unfit to lead. With a wave of his hand, the guard and Oppos, S corpse disintegrated into dust, and he vanished into thin air. He surmised that Zhang Chengfu's purpose in entering the vault was to procure items to augment the bounty. 10 minutes later, Zhang Chengfu emerged from the vault and returned to his chambers. He activated the communicator, and a raspy voice echoed from the other end. "Boss, what is it?" Zhang Chengfu gripped the communicator tightly, his voice laced with venom. "When will you make your move?" "Boss, the target is Jinchuan. We are currently unable to penetrate the 3 southeastern provinces." "I care not for your excuses." Zhang Chengfu roared into the communicator, barely containing his rage. "I am increasing the bounty. 30 million, and a 7th-order spiritual herb. By tomorrow, I demand that the Lu Corporation pay the price." Upon hearing of the increased bounty, the voice on the other end responded with glee. "Understood. The boss can expect to see results tomorrow." Zhang Chengfu slammed the communicator onto the ground in fury. Meanwhile, in a neighboring East Province, adjacent to Huai Province, members of the Shadow Alliance congregated in an underground chamber. The Shadow Alliance operative who had received the communication announced in a gravelly voice, "The Zhang family has increased the bounty. We must act swiftly, lest they preempt us." "Easier said than done," a voice scoffed. "Why not simply storm the Lu Corporation headquarters and assassinate Jinchuan? That would be far more efficient." Wu and Amp. Oppos, Tiet? Undaunted by the derision, the first operative replied, "Since we cannot infiltrate, we shall lure the Lu Corporation out of the 3 southeastern provinces." Lu Wuxing and his cohorts would never dare to leave the region simultaneously. "Do you truly believe Jinchuan would be so foolish as to abandon the 3 southeastern provinces while a bounty is on his head?" "Who said the target must be Jinchuan? The Zhang family never specified that it had to be him. Furthermore, should Jinchuan truly meet his demise, neither the Shadow Alliance nor the Zhang family could withstand the wrath of that old codger, Lu Wuwei. What is the plan?" "I have already issued the orders. Prepare yourselves." "Understood." The following day, at the Lu Corporation headquarters, Mo when approached Jinchuan, carrying a stack of documents. "President, an 8th-order relic has emerged in Rao Province." Jinchuan gazed out the window and chuckled. "A pack of self-righteous fools. Very well, let Qi Jiang lead the team. Furthermore, relay my decree that the night and day heavenly kings of the Heavenly King Palace shall accompany him." "Yes, sir." At the Zhang residence, Zhang Chengfu received another communication from the Shadow Alliance. "Young Master Zhang, the bait has been taken. Would you care to personally savor the thrill of the kill?" A sinister glint flickered in Zhang Chengfu's eyes as he replied with a fiendish grin, "Nothing could please me more." "Knock, knock, knock." "Young Master," the old butler announced, his voice interrupting the moment. Zhang Chengfu frowned and turned to face the door. "What is it?" "The Patriarch requests your presence in the living room." "Understood." Moments later, Zhang Chengfu entered the living room, where Zhang Yilin sat on the sofa, clutching the family's token, lost in thought. Zhang Chengfu approached him. "Father." Zhang Yilin snapped out of his reverie and fixed his gaze upon Zhang Chengfu. After a long pause, he spoke. "Have they made their move?" Zhang Chengfu hesitated, then realized that Zhang Yilin was aware of his visit to the vault. "Yes." Zhang Yilin stared at him, his expression inscrutable, causing Zhang Chengfu to feel increasingly uneasy. Zhang Yilin rose to his feet and walked past him. Just as Zhang Chengfu began to relax, Zhang Yilin and Oppos' voice echoed from behind. "Ensure that your actions are executed with utmost discretion. I see little in you that resembles the future head of the Zhang family." Zhang Chengfu hastily wiped the sweat from his brow. "Yes, father." Chapter 25. Lumen Mountain in Raizhou, within the city of Kaiyuan, stands one of the foremost powers, the Qian family. Bang! The family's elder, Qian Zhong, slammed his palm down upon the table. "Who on earth has leaked the news of the 8th-tier relic's emergence in Raizhou? If I discover the culprit, I shall peel their skin off." "Calm down, elder brother." The third elder, Qian Liang, turned to the meditative figure beside him. "Second brother, have you uncovered who let this slip?" Elder Qian, he opened his murky eyes and replied, "There is no information. The servants stationed outside the relic have been interrogated and have confirmed they are not the source." Oomph. Qian Zhong snorted. "Now everyone knows that our Qian family's territory harbors an 8th-tier relic. In a matter of hours, Lumen Mountain will be swarming with people. I propose we summon the ancestor to deal with them. How dare these ignorant fools vie with the Qian family for opportunities?" "Enough!" Qian Yong, the family head, bellowed. His piercing gaze swept across the assembly, his voice cold. "Must we disturb the ancestor for such a trivial 8th-tier relic?" At his words, silence fell upon the crowd, none daring to respond. "Oomph. Since no one wishes to speak, we shall continue our investigation into who leaked this information. However, our foremost priority is the 8th-tier relic. The personnel from the Town Marshal Division have arrived, claiming to be here to prevent chaos." Oomph. A pack of hypocrites. They only wish to partake in the spoils. Now is not the time to debate their intentions. The group descending upon Lumen Mountain has united to pressure us, demanding either immediate access to the relic or the surrender of the key. What? They dare to act so brazenly. Such delusions. Qianzhong leapt to his feet, eyes wide with fury, and with a flourish of his sleeve, he shouted, "If they wish to threaten the Qian family, then let war commence." Qianyong frowned. "Let us not escalate matters to that extent. The secret realm will not hold for long. Elder, you shall personally go. The relic will indeed be shared. But the Qian family is not to be trifled with. I shall make them understand." Qianzhong and Appo's eyes gleamed with menace. At this moment, Lumen Mountain was teeming with individuals, both on the ground and in the air, as well as those hiding in the shadows. Were the Qian family members? Surely they do not intend to monopolize this opportunity? Someone queried, perplexed. "Oomph. It appears likely. This opportunity belongs to all. How dare they think to keep it for themselves? Indeed, if necessary, let us all confront the Qian family and demand an explanation." "Yes." Qi Jiang, leading his team, had just arrived and burst into laughter at the scene. Upon seeing someone dare to mock them, the crowd grew furious, pointing at Qi Jiang. "Who are you two?" Boom! Before he could finish, Qi Jiang swiftly moved before him and kicked him away. "I have little patience for those who point fingers at me." The companions of the one kicked away rushed forward, enraged. "Bold! Seeking death." Qi Jiang chuckled dismissively, "A bunch of fools." Stepping forward, an invisible pressure emanated from him, bearing down upon those who had approached. Instantly, the assailants found themselves kneeling before this force. The onlookers were drawn to the commotion Qi Jiang had stirred. Qi Jiang slowly approached and patted the face of the foremost kneeling figure. There are not many left who fail to recognize their own strength. Then, he and his team departed, leaving the kneeling figures behind. In the distance, members of the Town Marshal Division observed Qi Jiang and Appo's retreating figure. One among them spoke. "Should we not intervene?" The leader, eyes closed against a tree, replied slowly, "Do you know who he is? To act against him will be courting death." A frown crossed another's face. "Who?" "The Yunzhong Lu family's Chamber of Commerce, head of the Action Division, Qi Jiang, of the 7th Realm." "The 7th Realm? So young. Those of high cultivation can alter their appearance. He is already 50. After a moment of silence, another ventured, "Yet, as the Town Marshal Division, should we not take action? Our inaction would not reflect well." "I see nothing." "You're afraid." "I'm not. If you want to go, I will." With that, one of the Town Marshal Division members set off in pursuit of Qi Jiang. The Battle of Xishan in Jiangbei has just concluded. If you believe you are stronger than the head of Yunzhong Province, you may go. Upon hearing this, he halted. The Lu family of Yunzhong Province is not to be trifled with. What they've been doing lately is beyond our usual scope. Stay put and pretend you saw nothing. In the shadows, many eyes watched Qi Jiang's departure. Members of the Shadow Alliance, witnessing this, turned away and soon arrived at a cave. The Lu family's people have arrived. Who is leading? The head of the Action Division, Qi Jiang. The 7th Realm. Is he the only one of the 7th Realm? Yes, he leads 10 members of the Action Division, all at the 4th Realm. That simplifies matters. Inform the boss. We can ascend the mountain. Understood. Meanwhile, Qi Jiang sensed the Shadow Alliance had sent word, and a slight smile crept upon his lips. Both the Shadow Alliance and Zhang family were overly self-assured, believing that an 8th-tier relic could prompt Jinchuan to send someone. As expected, he indeed sent someone. Now it remained to see who would truly become the fish in this scenario. The Zhang family was leaping about too exuberantly. A reason to crush them must be found. At the mountain's foot, Zhang Chengfu, having received the news from the Shadow Alliance, grinned widely at those behind him. Let's ascend the mountain. Yes, on Lumen Mountain, the long-awaited Qian family finally made their entrance. Just as someone was about to voice a complaint, they caught sight of the newcomers. Qian Zhong, with a grim expression, led the Qian family members toward them. Upon seeing this, the crowd fell silent. Elder Qian Zhong was known for his fiery temper and was not one to provoke lightly. "Oh, the old fool! Did not expect you to come in person." A mocking voice rang out, prompting everyone to seek the source. They wished to see who was audacious enough to act so brazenly on the Qian family's territory. A figure cloaked in black sat atop a tall tree, gazing down at Qian Zhong with a scornful expression. Upon hearing the words of the cloaked figure, Qian Zhong halted and looked up, his face icy. "Old madman, I have no time to waste with you today. If you do not wish to enter the relic, then leave." With that, he launched a palm strike toward him. With a thunderous crash, the tree toppled, and the cloaked figure vanished, leaving only a cawing voice echoing through the air. "Ha ha ha! Qian Zhong, your temper remains as explosive as ever. What? Has your wife not calmed you down?" "Humph." With the black-robed figure gone, Qian Zhong coldly snorted and continued his ascent with the members of the Qian family. Chapter 26. The 8th Order Secret Realm ruins. Those present were intrigued by the black-robed figure and Oppo's identity, witnessing Qian Zhong, usually of a volatile temperament, refraining from pursuing the individual. "Pray tell, who is that black-robed fellow, exhibiting such audacity, yet Qian Zhong extends such deference? Dost thou not know? Art thou familiar with the eccentric Taoist M.O.? The eccentric Taoist M.O. Is he indeed? Only he would dare address the Grand Elder of the Qian family in such a manner. Does he possess significant influence? Merely a rogue cultivator, yet he is of the 7th realm. Qian Zhong has sought his capture for years, alas, to no avail. Qian Zhong led the assembly to a mountain cave, its entrance unremarkable, adorned only with a few weeds. However, those of higher cultivation discerned the restrictive enchantment before the entrance. A faint, luminous barrier enveloped the cave mouth, exuding an untouchable aura of power. Qian Zhong turned to face the crowd gathered at the entrance, stating impassively, "Esteemed guests, this is the gateway to the 8th Order ruins. However, the entrance is guarded by a restrictive enchantment, unlockable only with a key. Behold the key." With that, Qian Zhong extended his hand, revealing a square box rotating slowly on one of its corners. Surveying the assembly, he continued, "This opportunity was initially discovered by my Qian family, and we could have claimed it exclusively. However, the Qian family eschews such petty conduct, and thus we share this opportunity with all of you." The crowd harbored skeptical thoughts, questioning the Qian family and Oppo's magnanimity, given their reputation as the overlords of Kaiyuan City. Despite their inner reservations, they outwardly expressed their admiration. The Qian family is truly generous, worthy of being a first-class power in Kaiyuan City. Such magnanimity. Indeed, we thank the Qian family for sharing this opportunity. Qian Zhong basked in the adulatory chorus, aware of its insincerity. Without further ado, he declared, extending his hand towards the cave entrance. The square box floated towards the entrance. With a resounding crash, the restrictive enchantment shattered. "Esteemed guests, the secret realm's enchantment is now broken. Fortune awaits. May the most capable prevail." With that, Qian Zhong vanished into the secret realm. The crowd, realizing the time constraints of the secret realm, wasted no time and surged into the entrance. Qi Jiang, leading the action team, brought up the rear, casting a subtle glance behind him, chuckling softly, "The tales have arrived." Shortly after their entry, a multitude of shadowy figures infiltrated the secret realm with incredible speed. 3 minutes later, another group appeared outside the cave. "Hurry! The Dark Shadow Alliance has already entered. Do not let them seize everything." Yes. 2 minutes later, a group of individuals with rune-covered faces arrived and flew into the secret realm. Inside the secret realm, Qi Jiang and his team found themselves atop a high mountain. Observing the three groups scouring the area for them, he spoke softly. A band of fools. At this rate, they will never find us before the secret realm closes. Let us explore and see if we can find any treasures in this Eighth Order secret realm. Yes. Elsewhere within the secret realm, Zhang Chengfu glared at the black-clad individuals before him. What is the meaning of this? This is your so-called flawless plan? We cannot even locate them. Young Master Zhang, fret not. We witnessed their entry with our own eyes. They are surely within. Zhang Chengfu sneered. Indeed, I'm not the one who should be worried. You're the ones in a bind, considering that the Dark Shadow Alliance is not the only one accepting this bounty. With a flick of his sleeve, he departed. The members of the Dark Shadow Alliance watched him leave in silence, joined by more figures in black. This brat is truly arrogant. Should we let him go? No need to rush. He is our employer, after all. We can deal with him after we receive the reward. This Zhang family and Amp, Oppo's heir is surprisingly foolish, unaware of the rules against contacting us. He believes his Zhang family is on par with the Lu Corporation. What a fool. Enough. Expedite the search for the Lu Corporation's people. Once we complete the bounty and receive our reward, we will deal with him. Perhaps we will find unexpected riches. Yes. Meanwhile, Qi Jiang and his team arrived at a spring. He knelt and plunged his hand into the water, feeling an intense chill that spread throughout his body. Intriguing. To think that celestial frost water would appear in this Eighth Order secret realm. One of the team members asked in confusion. Shuden and Oppo's celestial frost water only be found in the northern province? Qi Jiang stood, circulating his spiritual energy. That only proves the extraordinary nature of this Eighth Order secret realm. At the very least, it indicates that this secret realm was intentionally left behind, and its creator was at least in the 11th realm. All right, bottle up all the celestial frost water and take it with us. Also, inform the president and convey my speculations. Yes. In Jiangbei City, at the Lu Corporation headquarters, Lu Jinchuan was reviewing documents. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded. Enter. Mo1 walked in. President, Qi Jiang has sent a message that the Eighth Order ruins are somewhat peculiar. How so? Lu Jinchuan looked up. According to Qi Jiang and Oppo's message, the ruins were intentionally left behind, and its creator was at least in the 11th realm. They discovered celestial frost water inside. Lu Jinchuan pondered for a moment. Have the king of the underworld make a trip. Yes. Anything else? Yes. Madam has arrived and is waiting outside. Lu Jinchuan was taken aback, then stood and walked towards the door. Next time, have her come directly in. Mo1 quickly followed. Yes. Outside the door, Tang Shuqin sat on the sofa, hands folded in her lap, motionless. Yu, however, was filled with curiosity, wandering around, examining everything. Qin, your President Lu is incredibly wealthy. She was currently scrutinizing a rockery. In her eyes, all the small plants on the rockery were emitting an incredibly dense spiritual aura. Tang Shuqin blushed. Xiaoyu, do not speak nonsense. Yu chuckled as she sat beside her. What nonsense am I speaking? Everyone in the Qian kingdom knows it. Just as Tang Shuqin was about to say something, Lu Jinchuan walked out of the office with Mo1. She quickly stood, and Yu, remembering Yu Qing and Oppo's words, also stood behind Tang Shuqin. Tang Shuin, who had met Lu Jinchuan many times, felt somewhat nervous. Lu Jinchuan walked up to her and said softly, next time, if you need anything, call me or have them relay it. Just come directly in to see me. Tang Shuin not that obedini. What do you need? I wish to return to the Tang family in the Imperial City. My aunt said that Grandpa is no longer the head of the Tang family, and I wish to see him. All right. Lu Jinchuan nodded. Then he said to Mo1 behind him, go to the Hall of Kings and convey my decree. Have a Xianfeng king accompany Madam to the capital. Yes. After responding to Lu Jinchuan, Mo1 hurried to the Hall of Kings. Lu Jinchuan took out 2 Eighth Order defensive talismans and a jade hairpin from his previous mission and placed them in Tang Shuqin and Oppo's hands. Tang Shuqin did not refuse, aware of her current status. Afterward, Lu Jinchuan sent Tang Shuqin off to the Imperial City and then went to the Hall of Kings. Chapter 27. Fishing upon the arrival of Lu Jinchuan, those outside the Hall of Kings hastily bowed and greeted him with respect. "Greetings, Chairman." Lu Jinchuan waved his hand, signaling all the heavenly kings to convene in the main assembly of the Hall of Kings. Yes, within a minute, all the heavenly kings appeared in the main hall. "Chairman." Lu Jinchuan surveyed the gathered assembly. Apart from the 4 dispatched heavenly kings, everyone else was present. There is no need for formalities. Each of you heavenly kings is a cornerstone of my Lu clan's commerce, and I have duly noted your contributions to our guild. "The chairman speaks too highly," one replied. "The guild has nurtured us for so many years. Serving it is merely our duty." Lu Jinchuan smiled faintly, choosing not to respond to this remark. "I shall refrain from further pleasantries. I have fortuitously acquired several breakthrough pills within a secluded realm. These elixirs will yield their utmost efficacy when administered to you heavenly kings. Xianyun, you shall be responsible for their distribution. Manage it as you see fit, and any surplus may be entrusted to your care." Xianyun, one of the 3 pinnacle heavenly kings, stepped forward with reverence to receive the jade vial from Lu Jinchuan. Upon acceptance, Lu Jinchuan's form flickered and vanished from sight. As Xianyun opened the vial, he was taken aback by the overwhelming spiritual energy emanating from the pills within. To his astonishment, he discovered over 10 breakthrough pills capable of propelling one from the 10th to the 11th realm, alongside countless others of lower tiers. These elixirs were procured by Lu Jinchuan from the extreme Yang Divine Hall, and what he presented to the Hall of Kings was merely a fraction of his total acquisition. Turning to the assembly, Xianyun cleared his throat. "Those at full cultivation in the 10th realm may claim 3 pills. Those in the 9th realm, 5. Those in the 8th realm, 7. And those in the 7th realm, 10. Yes." At Lumen Mountain, Qi Jiang and his team from the operations department wandered through the 8th tier secret realm, yet they had not encountered a single member from the Shadow Alliance, 7 Kill Tower, or the Piercing Sky platform after half a day in Amp. Oppo's search. Is this secret realm truly so vast? Qi Jiang pondered, glancing up at the sky with a furrowed brow. If this continues, the mission will remain unfulfilled. "Has there been any news from the chairman?" "Yes, the chairman has informed us that the Underworld King is on his way." "The Underworld King?" Qi Jiang nodded slightly. With one of the 3 pinnacle heavenly kings arriving, there was no cause for concern. He smiled to himself, thinking that it was time to escalate matters. The game of cat and mouse would end here. With a slight clenching of his fingers, a thunderous sound erupted as numerous figures clad in black with silver snake masks plummeted to the ground, spewing blood. Qi Jiang surveyed the area, murmuring, "Let us wait a moment. Not everyone has arrived yet." In the periphery of Lumen Mountain, the Underworld King hovered in midair, eyes closed as he extended his spiritual sense, discovering that all members of the 3 assassination organizations were already inside. His eyes snapped open, glowing with a blue light as he uttered "Seal." As his voice echoed, a faint barrier enveloped Lumen Mountain. He remained motionless, hidden in the sky. At the Qian residence, Qian Yong stood solemnly, gazing toward Lumen Mountain. To him, the barrier established by the Underworld King radiated formidable power. His expression grave, he soon appeared at the training grounds of Qianyi. "Second brother, go to Lumen Mountain and investigate. Someone has placed a seal at the perimeter. Remember to ascertain their identity first. Do not act recklessly." "Understood." Qianyi rose and vanished from the spot. Upon arriving at the barrier surrounding Lumen Mountain, he frowned, sensing that crossing it would surely lead to his demise. An ominous feeling gripped him. Despite being at the pinnacle of the 9th realm, he found himself unable to decipher the seal. As he took a step closer, a chilling voice echoed, "One more step forward, and you shall perish." The Underworld King and Amp, Oppo's calm tone sent shivers down Qianyi and Oppo's spine. He stood rigid, too fearful to move, acutely aware that the owner of that voice was not jesting. "May I inquire your identity, esteemed elder?" Such actions on the territory of the Qian family may not be appropriate. The Underworld King discerned his intent to leverage the Qian family's name to exert pressure, an ambition destined to fail. Either leave or face death. The icy ultimatum left Qian Yi's face pale, and he dared not utter another word, swiftly retreating. Back at the Qian residence, he hastily reported to Qin Yong. Observing his rapid return, Qin Yong frowned and inquired, "What transpired? Who was it?" Qin clasped his fists. "Patriarch, my strength is insufficient. I did not even catch a glimpse of the individual." "What happened?" Qin recounted the entire incident. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yong instructed, "Do not act impulsively. Send someone to monitor the situation." "Yes." Meanwhile, Qi Jiang retrieved a 7th-tier herb, knowing its allure would be irresistible to the beasts. Sure enough, within 10 seconds of displaying the herb, many pairs of eyes focused on him. This has escalated, Qi Jiang thought, realizing he sensed several 7th-tier beasts approaching. He gestured to the members of the operations department following him. "You all retreat 3 miles away." Understood. Once the members had distanced themselves, Qi Jiang flexed his limbs, the sound of cracking bones echoing. He could feel 4 7th-tier beasts closing in. Calmly, he touched his cheek, and with a swift motion, a black and white mask adorned with golden wolf patterns covered his face. 7th-tier armor, 1,000 faces. With a flick of his fingers, a black blade appeared in his grasp. No sooner had he seized the long knife than the 4 7th-tier beasts surrounded him. Qi Jiang scanned his surroundings. A mutated spider, a tiger demon, a male lion, and a giant lizard, all 7th-tier beasts. He chuckled softly. "For this 7th-tier herb, you have truly gone to great lengths to collaborate." His fingers grazed the long knife. "But alas, my target is not you." In an instant, Qi Jiang vanished, stirring up a cloud of dust. He reappeared behind the mutated spider and brought his blade crashing down. The beasts were caught off guard. They had not anticipated that this human would strike first while being surrounded. The mutated spider screeched as Qi Jiang's attack landed, turning to spit silk at him. Qi Jiang deftly evaded, aware that the silk from a 7th-tier mutated spider was no trifling matter. Being ensnared would lead to immense trouble. As he descended, the tiger demon lunged at him, claws outstretched, delivering a fierce blow. A violent gust of wind rushed past him, prompting Qi Jiang to act swiftly. He swept the long knife backward. A single claw strike could spell disaster. The clash of claws and blade rang out, reverberating through the air, as Qi Jiang felt a numbing shock in his hand. Utilizing the momentum, he propelled himself backward, but the 4 beasts wasted no time in pursuing him. Recognizing this, Qi Jiang plunged the long knife into the ground and pointed at its blade. With a hum, the knife quivered, sending a shockwave toward the 4 beasts, causing them to leap back in alarm. Qi Jiang formed a hand seal and declared, "Explode." With a deafening blast, an explosion erupted between Qi Jiang and the 4 beasts, reverberating throughout Lumen Mountain. Chapter 28, The True Fish Boom. Centered around Qi Jiang's location, a colossal explosion reverberated within a mile radius. The people within the secret realm turned their gazes toward Qi Jiang's direction, where massive mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. What happened? Let us investigate. Perhaps a treasure has emerged. Let us go. We mustn't be outpaced. The 3 assassination organizations in the secret realm also took notice of the commotion at Qi Jiang's location. What's going on? We should check if there are members of the Liu Family S Trading Association present. Understood. The people from the town and Oppos S Martial Division looked towards their leader. Should we take a look? Yes. Let us go. In an instant, the majority of individuals in the secret realm hurried towards Qi Jiang and Oppos S position. As the dust settled, Qi Jiang and Oppos S figure emerged. At that moment, his disguise had faded. His upper garments tattered, blood streaming down his arms. The technique the president provided was indeed powerful. He murmured to himself that he should have refrained from using it. Meanwhile, members of the action team rushed over, momentarily stunned by Qi Jiang's pitiful appearance. Regaining their composure, they hurriedly approached him. "Director, are you all right?" Qi Jiang waved his hand, assuring them he was fine, and requested a change of clothes. Upon receiving the garments, just as he donned them, a multitude of people appeared around him. Recognizing Qi Jiang, they hesitated to approach, aware of his past actions near Lumen Mountain. However, seeing his attire intact, they did not attribute the explosion to him. One person inquired, "My friend, may I ask what transpired here?" Qi Jiang replied earnestly, "I am uncertain. I have just arrived." His serious demeanor piqued their curiosity, yet they did not disperse immediately, for the recent explosion might indicate the presence of treasure. Noticing no one was departing, Qi Jiang couldn't help but chuckle, having sensed a familiar aura that had arrived and hastily departed. He pondered which faction it might be and hoped all three would come, sparing him the trouble of drawing them out individually. Drawing his long knife, he began to wipe the blade, advising, "I counsel you all to leave promptly. Otherwise, it may become difficult to depart." Upon hearing this, the Martial Division members grew solemn. Although they were unaware of the impending danger, they knew that wherever the Liu family's trading association appeared, misfortune often followed. The gathered crowd exchanged glances, reluctant to leave. "Friend, are you jesting? With the Martial Division present, how could anything happen? Indeed, strength lies in numbers. The opportunities in the secret realm belong to all. May the capable seize them. Surely you do not mind? Such a significant explosion must herald treasure. Your actions seem rather ungracious." As the crowd chattered, Qi Jiang remained silent, recognizing that they were courting their own demise. Some, realizing the situation was amiss, began to depart. The Martial Division members maintained a vigilant stance, continuously surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, the nearby woods rustled, startling countless birds into the sky. A scream pierced the air as one individual collapsed, clutching at their neck, blood gushing uncontrollably from a wound. The onlookers were momentarily stunned by the sudden assassination. Two more fell, prompting the crowd to react, hastily distancing themselves from unfamiliar faces. The Martial Division shouted, "Do not panic. Focus and remain vigilant." However, their words fell on deaf ears as some, lacking the strength to fight, sought to flee. With no attempts made to hinder the fleeing individuals, those left behind also began to retreat. The Shadow Alliance, initially intent on merely clearing the area, were not fools. Though they were an assassination organization unafraid of offending many, they sought to avoid unnecessary complications as their mission was paramount. Having killed three, they achieved their objective and had no need to impede the departure of unrelated parties. As the scene dwindled to just Qi Jiang and the Martial Division members, one of the latter was about to speak when a voice cautioned, "Be careful." Before the words faded, a swarm of shadows descended, encircling Qi Jiang and his companions. Qi Jiang surveyed the surroundings and nodded in approval. Indeed, they're nearly all present, though one remains absent. A chilling voice responded, "Yes, one is still missing." Zhang Qingfu approached slowly. "Rest assured, you will descend soon. Your leader will join you shortly." Qi Jiang turned to him but did not reply, merely nodding, acknowledging that all were now gathered. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingfu furrowed his brow, puzzled by Qi Jiang's remark. Qi Jiang addressed the Martial Division members. "I ask that you bear witness. The Zhang family of the Imperial Capital, in collusion with the Shadow Alliance, the Seven Killers Building, and the Celestial Path, have conspired to assassinate members of the Liu family's trading association." Zhang Qingfu burst into laughter. "I find it amusing that there are individuals from the Liu family so foolish as to believe they would spare the Martial Division." The Martial Division members braced themselves, acutely aware that Zhang Qingfu and Appo's words rang true. The Martial Division and assassination organizations were indeed archenemies. Faced with such a situation, it was clear they would not spare the Martial Division. Qi Jiang gazed down at his long knife. "So, Zhang Qingfu, you intend to silence me?" "Humph." Zhang Qingfu scoffed. "A beast tide has erupted in the secret realm. The Martial Division retreated to protect others, and unfortunately, they heroically sacrificed themselves. What is that to me? Oh, before I die, there is one thing I wish to know. Might young Master Zhang indulge me? I shall show you mercy and grant you clarity. Ask away. Is your assault upon us the will of the Zhang family, or your own?" "Humph. I am a next head of the Zhang family. My intentions are the family's intentions." Qi Jiang nodded, understanding. Why has Elder Qian remained hidden for so long? He suddenly inquired. "Kid, your mental prowess is commendable." As his voice faded, Qian Zhong and his clan members appeared on the scene. Ignoring Zhang Qingfu and the three assassination organizations, he slowly approached Qi Jiang. He had assessed the situation prior. The highest cultivation level present was merely mid-7th realm, while he was a formidable early 10th realm master, unperturbed by the need for secrecy. Hand over the Tianshan cold water, and I may consider sparing your lives. Zhang Chengfu interjected hastily, Elder Qian. I am from the imperial capital Zhang family. Before he could finish, Qianzhong interrupted, I care not for the imperial capital Zhang family. What say you, kid? Have you made up your mind? Qi Jiang smiled. Are you not concerned about offending the Liu family's trading association? Huh. Why not ask them if they fear offending the Liu family? They're all about to die. What value does your association hold? Liu Jinchuan knows who is responsible? How intriguing, a light-hearted voice interjected, causing Qianzhong to bristle. Chapter 29. The unrivaled duo Qianzhong whirled around, his senses on high alert, attempting to pinpoint the source of the voice. No wonder the Qian family remains under Qianyong and Appo's dominion after all these years. It seems the rest are utter imbeciles. The sardonic remark reverberated through the air, drawing the attention of everyone present. A pair of figures, one clad in ebony and the other in ivory, descended from the heavens. An arresting sight. The dark figure, arms crossed, surveyed the scene below with an impassive gaze, while the pale figure wore a faint smirk, his eyes laced with derision as he regarded Qianzhong. The assassins, upon recognizing the diurnal nocturnal kings, were seized by terror. Damn it, we and Appo's been outmaneuvered. How could this be? What are the diurnal nocturnal kings doing here? The intelligence was flawed. We're the prey. Panic gripped the ranks of the assassination squad. Qianzhong's countenance darkened upon hearing Bai Zhou's words, yet he refrained from immediate retaliation. The notoriously volatile elder managed to suppress his fury, for he recognized the figures in the sky. He ground his teeth and spat out, the Liu Corporation, the Pantheon, the diurnal nocturnal kings. The diurnal nocturnal kings of the Pantheon. Bai Zhou, the Day King. Yi Xiao, the Night King. Both paragons of the Ninth Realm. Bai Zhou feigned surprise. Oh my, it seems we've garnered quite a reputation. Enough for even Grand Elder Qianzhong to have heard of us. He then gestured to Qi Jiang, signaling him to lead his men away to search for the clandestine realm. Qi Jiang nodded and promptly departed with his contingent. Qianzhong, aware of the mockery in Bai Zhou and Appo's words, dared not retort. Instead, he clasped his hands in a perfunctory gesture of respect. My apologies. My eyes must be failing me. I failed to recognize your esteemed presence. Please forgive my initial discourtesy. Spare me, Bai Zhou retorted. I much prefer the air of insolence you exuded earlier, Grand Elder Qian. Qianzhong and Appo's face flushed crimson with suppressed rage. Bai Zhou, do not push your luck. Remember, you are on Qian family soil. Bai Zhou scoffed. Why don't you test your theory? Let's see whether your reinforcements arrive before we dispatch you to the netherworld. This is an outrage. This old man is a 10th realm cultivator. Do you truly believe I fear you? Bai Zhou was about to retort when Yi Xiao cut him off. Why waste words? Let us simply eradicate them all. With that, Yi Xiao vanished, materializing before Qianzhong in a heartbeat. Perish, Yi Xiao uttered, launching a fist toward Qianzhong and Appo's face. The force of the blow was immense. Yet Qianzhong remained composed. He roared, arrogance. As a 10th realm expert, he was incensed that Yi Xiao, a mere 9th realm cultivator, had dared to strike first. He retaliated with a palm strike of his own. The collision of fist and palm unleashed a cataclysmic shockwave, radiating outward from the epicenter, instantly incapacitating those with weaker cultivations. Yi Xiao, using the force of the impact, somersaulted backward, flicking his wrist to release a volley of 10 concealed weapons at Qianzhong. Qianzhong deflected the projectiles with a flick of his sleeve, but as the fabric settled, Yi Xiao had already closed the distance. Qianzhong barely managed to raise his arms in defense. The two warriors clashed once more, their battle enveloping a 50-meter radius in a storm of qi. While Yi Xiao engaged Qianzhong, Bai Zhou was not idle. He addressed the throng below. Anyone who moves will be the first to die. He then teleported to the location of the Kaiyuan Township Martial Enforcement Division. Upon seeing Bai Zhou's arrival, the leader of the division hastily clasped his fist in salute. Wang Yi, the Kaiyuan Township Martial Enforcement Division greets Day King. Bai Zhou smiled. Of the Imperial City Wang family? Indeed, that simplifies matters. Tell me, what has transpired here? Without hesitation, Wang Yi replied, Zhang Chengfu, the eldest son of the Zhang family of the imperial city, under the instruction of Zhang Yilin. The Zhang family patriarch colluded with the Shadow Syndicate, the Seven-Kill Pavilion, and the Thorn of Heaven platform to ambush members of the Lu Corporation within the Deer Gate Mountain secret realm. Their efforts were thwarted and they were slain. Baijiu nodded. Anything else? Anything else? Wang Yi and Appo's eyes betrayed his confusion, but upon noticing Yi Xiao and Qianzhong locked in battle behind Baijiu, he understood and quickly added, Qianzhong, the grand elder of the Qian family of Kaiyuan City, sought to seize the opportunity from Qijiang, the chief of the Lu Corporation's operations division, attempting to silence him. The diurnal nocturnal kings arrived in time to provide support, and Qianzhong was killed for his treachery. A fitting end. The members of the Martial Enforcement Division behind Wang Yi were stunned, never having witnessed their normally unyielding captain display such deference. Baijiu nodded in satisfaction, patting Wang Yi on the shoulder. Well done, you understand the situation. Wang Yi offered a sheepish smile, remaining silent. Baijiu, as if sensing something, shook his head in dismay. I explicitly stated that anyone who moved would be the first to die, yet some still dare to defy me. With that, he snapped his fingers. Bang, bang, bang. In response to Baijiu's gesture, bursts of blood erupted behind him, resembling the blooming of crimson spider lilies. Remember to serve as witnesses. Simply recount the truth. Leaving those words behind, Baijiu vanished. At that moment, Zhang Chengfu, who had witnessed everything, was trembling uncontrollably, his robes soaked in cold sweat. The space before him rippled, and Baijiu reappeared. Young Master Zhang, you possess remarkable courage. Zhang Chengfu stuttered. Why you wooed and oppose? Dare lay a hand on me. I am Zhang Chengfu, the eldest son of the Zhang family of the imperial city, the future head of the Zhang family. My father is Zhang Yilin, an 11th realm cultivator. If you kill me, the Zhang family will exact vengeance. Baijiu and Appo's fingers spread wide, grasping Zhang Chengfu and Appo's face. Rest assured, your demise will be swift, and your family will soon join you. With those words, Baijiu exerted his strength, and Zhang Chengfu and Appo's orifices gushed blood as he met his end. The three remaining assassins dared not move, their bodies rigid, as they watched Baijiu murder Zhang Chengfu. Baijiu meticulously retrieved a white handkerchief, disdainfully wiping the blood from his hands. He then turned his gaze to the three assassins. You vermin of the Shadow Syndicate are truly unafraid of death, repeatedly provoking our guildmaster. Even Nightshade hesitated to accept the bounty on our guildmaster. What were you thinking? Tell me. Before the words had fully left his lips, Baijiu appeared behind one of the Shadow Syndicate members, his blade flashing as he decapitated the man. Baijiu wiped the blood from his blade. Now, the game begins. You flee, I pursue. Your survival will depend on your cunning and speed. Silence descended upon the scene. Then, as if by unspoken agreement, the remaining assassins charged toward Baijiu. Baijiu was at the peak of the 9th realm, while the strongest among the assassins was only at the 7th realm. Escape was impossible. A united assault might offer a sliver of hope. Seeing the response, Baijiu and Appo's lips curled into a smile. A commendable choice, but ultimately futile. Baijiu, blade in hand, moved among the assassins, each strike bringing death, either through explosions of blood or severed limbs. Wang Yi and the others could only swallow hard as they watched the carnage. It was a one-sided massacre. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao had discerned that Qianzhong had only recently broken through to the 10th realm. Despite being a realm above him, Qianzhong was being overwhelmed. Qianzhong, battered and broken, with one arm severed, stared in horror at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao was a madman, fighting with reckless abandon, trading injuries for injuries. The problem was that Qianzhong couldn't subdue Yi Xiao, and Baijiu was decimating their forces. Once Baijiu was finished, he and Yi Xiao would join forces, and Qianzhong would be doomed. Yi Xiao seemed to sense Qianzhong's fear, and he lunged forward once more. Chapter 30. Qianzhong, upon witnessing the night owl charging at him recklessly once more, Qianzhong was instantly struck with terror. With all his might, he threw a punch, forcing the night owl to retreat. I shall no longer indulge you. Once I exit, I will ensure you do not leave Kaiyuan City. With that menacing proclamation, Qianzhong swiftly darted away in one direction. Buzz! The night owl relentlessly pursued him from behind. Old fool, anyone can utter threats. If you walk away alive from Lumen Mountain today, I, the night owl, have no right to exist. At this moment, Baizhou had just finished dealing with all the assassination organizations and Qianzhong and Amp, Oppos, as subordinates. In a flash, he appeared before Wang Yi. Are you clear? Clear. Wang Yi nodded vigorously. Upon returning, report immediately to the headquarters of the Martial Division in the Imperial capital. Understood? Understood. Baizhou nodded and then flickered towards the direction of Qianzhong and the night owl. Wang Yi took a deep breath and said, "We must return at once and report to headquarters. A storm is brewing in the Imperial capital." Someone behind hesitated, "But what about the mission?" "Mission? There's no time for that." Wang Yi interrupted decisively. "There's a 10th Realm King watching us from the periphery. If you wish to live, follow me back. As for the mission, I will clarify the situation." "Yes." Wang Yi cast a lingering glance in the direction where Qi Jiang had departed before leading his team away. The night owl chased Qianzhong, sprinting toward the secret realm. He relentlessly unleashed spells, bombarding Qianzhong, who fled in a panic, his robe tattered from the explosions. "How humiliating! I have never endured such disgrace." Qianzhong spat blood in rage. "Do not worry. No one will humiliate you again, for you have no future." Hearing that familiar voice, Qianzhong turned to see Baizhou closing in. Damn it! Despair flooded Qianzhong. One night owl was already a formidable adversary. Now, another Baizhou appeared. It seemed fate was conspiring against him. The night owl and Baizhou relentlessly pursued him. A desperate flight by a 10th realm being was not easily overtaken. Qianzhong dashed towards the Qian family. If reinforcements from the Qian family arrived, he would still have a chance. At the Qian family, Qian Yongming, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes, looking toward the direction where Qianzhong was fleeing. What audacity! Who dares to hunt down my Qian family? With that declaration, he stomped the ground, shattering the stone tiles beneath him, and vanished from sight. He arrived before the barrier set by the king of the underworld. An overwhelming killing intent instantly enveloped him. "Leave." Qian Yongming closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. "Who are you? Might I request a meeting?" He sensed that the king of the underworld, like him, was at the pinnacle of the 10th realm. The figure of the king of the underworld appeared in the sky, shrouded in a black robe, rendering his features indistinguishable. Qian Yongming faced him, demanding, "Why have you set up a barrier in the territory of my Qian family?" The king of the underworld replied in a raspy voice, "Your Qian family intends to declare themselves as feudal lords?" Qian Yongming's expression soured, as though he had swallowed a fly. He detected the mockery in the king's tone. Just as he was about to retort, the anguished cries of Qianzhong rang out. "Master, save me." At this moment, Qianzhong was a far cry from his former glory, half his hair singed, his body riddled with wounds, a pitiful sight. Seeing his pitiful state, Qian Yongming was about to intervene when the king of the underworld and Oppos' icy voice halted him. "Move and you die. You're being too excessive." With a furious roar, Qian Yongming immediately launched 2 attacks at Baizhou and the night owl. The onslaught from a being at the pinnacle of the 10th realm compelled Baizhou and the night owl to defend with all their might. Taking advantage of the chaos, Qianzhong escaped the pursuit of Baizhou and the night owl. The king of the underworld then flashed to stand before Qian Yongming, extending his withered fingers towards Qian Yongming and Oppos' throat. In response, Qian Yongming struck forward with a palm, sending a gust of wind toward the king. The king of the underworld waved his robe, and the palm wind dissipated in an instant. He stepped closer, unleashing a withering force directed at Qian Yongming. Realizing the peril, Qian Yongming knew that should he be struck by this power, it could severely damage his foundation. He hastily produced a 7th-tier defensive talisman and activated it. In a mere moment, the talisman turned to ash, yet it granted him a fleeting opportunity to breathe. He quickly distanced himself from the king of the underworld, ensuring he remained within a safe range. Though both were at the pinnacle of the 10th realm, the king of the underworld was stronger and possessed greater combat experience. His current aim was to stall for time until reinforcements arrived, at which point the situation would surely reverse, and the king would pay a price. The king of the underworld remained still, watching him, his fingers curling upwards, lifting Qian Zhong into the air. Qian Yongmeng narrowed his eyes, uncertain of the king's intentions. What do you desire? State your conditions. In his estimation, the king of the underworld would not dare to kill Qian Zhong, for this was the territory of the Qian family, and he was not the strongest in his clan. If necessary, he could summon the ancestors to deal with him effortlessly. The king of the underworld remained silent. After a while, Wang Yi arrived with the martial division personnel, and Bai Zhou and the Night Owl also came to stand beside the king. Bai Zhou gestured to Wang Yi. Bring forth the evidence. Yes. Wang Yi quickly produced a projection talisman. After igniting it, the scene of Qian Zhong threatening Qi Jiang within the secret realm was replayed before everyone's eyes. Coincidentally, Qian Yi also arrived with reinforcements, witnessing the entire spectacle. Once the projection concluded, the king of the underworld and Amp, Oppo's claws pierced Qian Zhong and Amp, Oppo's throat, and Qian Zhong's vital essence was instantly drained into the king's body. In no time, Qian Zhong was left as nothing but a skin suit. Bai Zhou snapped his fingers, and the skin suit ignited in flames, turning to ash within 3 seconds. Only then did Qian Yongmeng realize that the king of the underworld was not hesitant to kill Qian Zhong. Rather, he waited for Wang Yi to reveal the truth before executing him. The king of the underworld could disregard the consequences of killing Qian Zhong, but the Liu clan could not afford the stigma of indiscriminately slaughtering innocents. The raspy voice of the king of the underworld echoed beneath his black robe. Qian Zhong sought to kill our Liu clan members to seize treasures. Our counterattack should pose no moral quandary. Do you not agree, Lord Qian? Qian Yongmeng gritted his teeth, blood filling his mouth as he finally replied. Indeed, he was at fault first. The blame rests not with your esteemed clan. Ha, Lord Qian. You are indeed a paragon of righteousness. I am most impressed. Rewarded. Wang Yi looked at the ashes of Qian Zhong, anguish etched on his face. Qian Zhong had been his blood brother. He was about to step forward when Qian Yongmeng stopped him. Since all is resolved, might I request that you lift the barrier and leave this place? Ha. The barrier can be lifted, but leaving here is not a matter of urgency. The king of the underworld waved his hand, and the barrier enveloping the entirety of Lumen Mountain vanished without a trace. Suppressing his anger, Qian Yongmeng spoke, Wang Yi. You shall lead the team to re-enter the secret realm in search of opportunities. Remember, do not offend the members of the Liu clan. Wang Yi lowered his head, his voice hoarse. Understood. He then led his team past the king of the underworld and into the secret realm. My family head has pressing matters to attend to, so I shall not keep you. With that, he turned and vanished without a backward glance. Chapter 31. The ancient Yunmeng Kingdom Nether King and his 2 companions watched the members of the Qian family depart. Once they were alone, Night Owl voiced his displeasure. Are we just letting them go like that? Daybreak cast a glance at Night Owl. Although the hierarchy within the Hall of Kings was named Amp, Oppos, strict, with everyone addressed as Heavenly King, the Nether King's power was undeniable. Without turning around, the Nether King watched the Qian family disappear into the distance and said in a gravelly voice, The Master has decreed that the Qian family is to be spared for now. They still serve a purpose. He then turned his attention to Night Owl and Amp, Oppos, injuries. Night King, return first. Daybreak, and I will keep watch here. The Qian family won't dare to cause any more trouble. Understood. The 3 parted ways. Night Owl departed, while the Nether King and Daybreak re-entered the mystic realm. Meanwhile, Qi Jiang led a team to a place shrouded in mist. His gaze sharpened at the sight before him. A dense fog resembled solidified, grayish-white silk, each strand entwined around a colossal bronze gate in the distance. Towering at 15 meters, the gate into Amp, Oppos' surface was covered in verdigris, with eerie green light seeping through the cracks. Flanking the gate were 2 fragmented statues, a serpent-bodied, human-faced figure on the left, and a one-winged griffin on the right, its obsidian pupils gleaming with a chilling, azure light. Beyond the gate lay impenetrable darkness. Qi Jiang frowned slightly. Even from a distance, he could discern that this was undoubtedly an ancient ruin. After a moment and Oppos' contemplation, he announced, informed the chairman, A strange ruin has been discovered within the mystic realm. I will investigate it first. The person responsible for communication immediately responded, Yes, sir. Qi Jiang turned back to the bronze gate, his expression solemn. Let an oppose, Esco. As Qi Jiang and his team approached the bronze gate, a wave of cold washed over them, intensifying with each step. Qi Jiang channeled his spiritual power, slightly alleviating the chilling sensation. Stepping through the bronze gate, Qi Jiang and Amp, oppose, as pupils contracted sharply. Beyond the gate lay a misty abyss, the fog filling the space and reaching Qi Jiang's feet. Looking down, he could only make out faint white block-like shapes, possibly massive rocks or the skeletal remains of some enormous creature. You all wait outside. Report to the chairman that I and Oppos am going down to investigate. Yes, sir. The members of the task force were aware of their limitations. None of them had reached the seventh realm and were unable to levitate. With that, Qi Jiang plunged into the fog. During his rapid descent, he identified the white shapes as enormous bones, though he couldn't determine their origin. Jiangbei City, headquarters of the Lu Corporation. Lu Jinchuan had returned from the Hall of Kings some time ago and was currently occupied with business matters. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Chairman. Mo said respectfully as he entered. Any news from Qi Jiang? Yes, sir. Qi Jiang has reported a strange ruin within the mystic realm and has begun investigating. Lu Jinchuan tapped the desk with his pen and then instructed, monitor Madam and Amp, Oppos, S movements. Inform me of any news immediately. I will personally make a trip to the mystic realm. Yes, sir. 10 minutes later, Lu Jinchuan arrived at Looming Mountain. The Nether King and Daybreak appeared before him at once. Chairman, they greeted in unison. Lu Jinchuan nodded and added, you don't need to stand guard. Explore the mystic realm yourselves. Anything you find is yours. Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman. Lu Jinchuan vanished in a flash. The Nether King and Daybreak exchanged glances before heading into the mystic realm, eager to seize the rare opportunity to claim any treasures they might find. 3 minutes later, Lu Jinchuan stood before the bronze gate. The members of the task force quickly saluted upon seeing him. Chairman, Lu Jinchuan waved his hand dismissively. You don and Oppos, need to guard this place. Go search outside and keep anything you find. The task force rejoiced at his words. Although the Lu Corporation already provided generous salaries, they Wooden and Oppos turned down extra rewards. Yes, sir. Lu Jinchuan stepped through the bronze gate in a flash. He hovered in midair, gazing at the fog below, his eyes gleaming with golden light as he activated his truth-seeking divine eyes. Through the layers of mist, he saw the scene below, a landscape littered with colossal bones, swept by fierce winds carrying stones and broken trees. Qi Jiang was studying a massive stone covered in runes. Lu Jinchuan channeled his spiritual power to create a protective barrier around himself and then flew rapidly toward Qi Jiang. Have you discovered anything? Lu Jinchuan's voice echoed behind him. Qi Jiang turned around and saluted hastily. Chairman. Lu Jinchuan nodded slightly. Qi Jiang scratched his head sheepishly and replied, no, sir. I can end Amp, Oppos, make heads or tails of it. It's all right. Lu Jinchuan stepped forward. Qi Jiang made way for Lu Jinchuan, who approached the stone and examined the runes, a look of surprise spreading across his face. The script of ancient Yunmeng. Ancient Yunmeng? Qi Jiang stepped behind him, voicing his confusion. The ancient Yunmeng kingdom, a former kingdom in Yunzhong Prefecture, was destroyed by a beast tide. Little remains of its original structures. I didn't Oppos expect its ruins to appear within the Rao Prefecture mystic realm. It seems this ruin appears and disappears with the mystic realm. Qi Jiang nodded thoughtfully. So, this ruin could appear in various locations. Indeed. Lu Jinchuan scrutinized the script on the stone. After a long moment, a look of understanding dawned on his face. He murmured to himself, I see. With that, he stepped past the stone and continued forward, Qi Jiang hurrying to keep up. Ancient Yunmeng texts record that before the kingdom was struck by the beast tide, the ruler, foreseeing the kingdom's demise, ordered the premier architect of Yunmeng to construct an incredibly sturdy underground palace capable of withstanding the tide. Then, taking a group of alchemists, he entered the palace before the beast tide arrived. He left behind a puppet identical to himself in the royal palace to reassure the Yunmeng people, proclaiming that he would live and die with the kingdom. He intended to reach the 13th realm within the palace and then re-emerge to rebuild his kingdom. Zhang's expression turned grave. So, this Yunmeng ruler might still be alive. Jinchuan shook his head and chuckled. The Yunmeng ruler was overly confident. He was convinced that no one would dare disobey his orders. But the architect of the underground palace knew that the ruler would never let him leave alive. So, he tampered with the construction. The palace didn't survive the beast tide and was reduced to ruins. The Yunmeng ruler took his own life, and the ancient Yunmeng kingdom became a thing of the past. What scale of beast tide could destroy an entire kingdom? The Chronicles of Qian records that Yunzhong Prefecture once experienced a massive beast tide, including 12th-tier greater demons and even 13th-tier greater demons. The Yunmeng kingdom only had a 12th realm ruler, so it was naturally unable to resist, leading to the construction of the underground palace as a last resort. Hearing this, Jiang understood. Since the Yunmeng kingdom was destroyed by the beast tide, this ruin must be the underground palace left behind by the Yunmeng ruler. Jinchuan stopped, gazing at the entrance to the underground palace, and said softly, "Indeed." Chapter 32. The Ancient Bronze Coffin. As Jinchuan halted his steps, Jiang looked up, and what lay before them was the entrance to the underground palace. Before a grand, antiquated door, two towering Kuei Neo statues stood sentinel, each 20 meters high, while behind them loomed the palace's main gate, suspended amidst crackling lightning. The reverse scales on the door vibrated with a high-frequency tremor, emitting a piercing sound. Jinchuan raised his hand in a beckoning gesture, and the lightning pool transformed into a radiant screen hovering in his palm. With a subtle squeeze, the screen shattered, dispersing into countless minuscule particles that infiltrated his body. Let's proceed. In a flicker, Jinchuan appeared before the floating palace gate. Jiang hastily followed, both suspended before the door, observing the incessant quivering of the reverse scales. Looking up, they found no visible means to open the door. "President, this." As he spoke, Jiang clenched his fist, preparing to strike the reverse scale door. Jinchuan interceded, channeling his spiritual energy, and gently tapped the center of the reverse scale door with 2 fingers. In the next moment, all the reverse scales vanished. The door slowly parted from the center, revealing a 10-meter-wide passageway within. The walls of the passage were adorned with spiral grooves, filled with a glowing dark red liquid. Jiang approached for a closer inspection. "President, this is mercury mixed with cinnabar." Jinchuan nodded slightly. It seems the ruler of Yunmeng had quite a few schemes in mind. They traversed the passage and arrived at the first level of the underground palace. Upon raising their eyes, they were met with an endless expanse of towering stone tablets, each 5 meters high, intricately inscribed with writhing runes. Jiang's expression turned grave. Are these inscriptions alive? Jinchuan activated his breaking illusion divine eye, unraveling the mysteries of the stone tablets. These tablets represented the first trap left by the ruler of Yunmeng. The animated runes were lethal strikes. And should one carelessly venture into the forest of tablets, those of lesser cultivation would face certain demise. He extended his fingers and softly intoned, "Absolute zero." Boom! A surge of intense cold erupted forward, freezing all the stone tablets, causing the runes upon them to cease their writhing. With the threat neutralized, the two advanced once more. They arrived at the center of the stone tablet forest, where a nameless stone tablet stood tall, reaching 10 meters in height. Jinchuan and Appo's figure flickered, aligning with the top of the tablet. At its pinnacle rested a bronze cauldron, within which blue flames danced, reflecting various images. Through these images, Jinchuan discerned the origin of the stone tablets. The ruler of Yunmeng had forcibly compelled numerous laborers to toil tirelessly, determined to complete the underground palace before the oncoming beast tide. They believed that upon completion, they would be free to leave. However, the ruler would not allow those who knew of his solitary escape to survive, thus executing all the laborers and spilling their blood upon the stone tablets to enhance the lethality of the traps. These wronged souls, having perished unjustly, became vengeful spirits bound to the tablets. Just as Jinchuan concluded his observations, the blue flames within the bronze cauldron abruptly extinguished. He turned to see that blue flames ignited beneath each stone tablet, gradually melting the ice that encased them. Qi Jiang, his expression somber, gently tapped his cheek. And in damp, Apo's, thousand faces in damp, Apo's, reappeared upon his visage. As the ice melted away, countless vengeful spirits erupted from the stone tablets, shrieking in agony. Qi Jiang gripped his long sword, channeling his spiritual energy into it, a searing radiance flashing across its blade. With a swift sweep, he cleaved through a lunging spirit. The spirit emitted a wailing cry, dissipating into nothingness as Qi Jiang's sword, imbued with the essence of extreme yang, incinerated the spirits, rendering them unable to reincarnate. With resolute determination, Qi Jiang plunged into the forest of stone tablets, and chaos erupted as sword energy danced amidst the tablets. Jinchuan observed the swarm of vengeful spirits surging towards him and extended his fingers. Heavenly incineration. With a resounding blast, all vengeful spirits were reduced to nothingness. Although Qi Jiang was at the 7th level, these spirits had existed for countless years, and their strength was formidable. He could not swiftly vanquish them. Qi Jiang and Apo's overwhelming sword energy shattered numerous stone tablets, causing runes to fall. Jinchuan raised his hand and gathered all the fallen runes into his finger ring. 10 minutes later, all the vengeful spirits were dispatched by Qi Jiang. Jinchuan approached him, tossing a vial of restorative liquid his way. "Thank you, President." Qi Jiang drained the vial in one gulp, calming the turbulent spiritual energy within him. Jinchuan pressed his hand down. Bang! All the stone tablets shattered, their runes cascading into the air. Jinchuan opened his fingers, collecting all the runes into his finger ring. Seeing that Qi Jiang had recovered, Jinchuan turned and walked back. "Let's go." Yes. The two exited the stone tablet forest and arrived at the core of the underground palace. Before them stretched a vast, boundless hall with an artificial star map embedded in the dome. In the center of the hall, 12 zodiac stone sculptures bowed before a colossal circular pedestal. Upon the pedestal stood a massive statue, 20 meters tall, with 3 heads and 9 arms, exuding a benevolent aura. Jinchuan chuckled at the sight. This ruler of Yunmeng harbored grand ambitions. He not only sought to break through to the 13th level, but aspired to attain divinity. Divinity? The 12 zodiac bow before him, as he likens himself to their creator. Upon his emergence, he intends not only to restore his kingdom, but also to establish his own divine realm. It sounds quite akin to the delusions of those zealots in the churches. The zealots of a church are far more rational than he. As he spoke, Jinchuan and Apo's figure flickered, ascending above the pedestal, with Qi Jiang hastily following. They peered down to find a massive bronze coffin resting at the center of the pedestal, cradled within the embrace of the gigantic statue, adorned with peculiar runes and patterns. It was evident that all the designs were inspired by the 12 zodiac signs. Bowing respectfully to a figure seated upon a throne, Jinchuan softly recited the runes. In his pursuit of divinity, the ruler of Yunmeng, having acquired a secret method from unknown sources, drenched the bronze coffin with the blood of 1,000 zodiac creatures, then lay within, firmly believing that enduring for 49 days would grant him godhood, enabling him to emerge and restore his kingdom. Qi Jiang unsheathed his long sword. Alas, he did not survive to witness the 49 days, for the beast tide obliterated his underground palace. Jinchuan shook his head. Even had he waited the full 49 days, achieving divinity would not have been guaranteed. If this secret method were genuine, those zealots in the church and the followers of the Twilight sect would have long since unleashed a massacre. It is merely the forlorn hope of a king who faced the demise of his nation. So, does this mean the ruler of Yunmeng still resides within? Even if he successfully broke through to the 13th level, he would hardly endure for long. Jinchuan shook his head, about to speak further, when Qi Jiang interrupted. "President, look." Jinchuan glanced down. An unforeseen change occurred. The entire bronze coffin began to ooze black blood, releasing thick plumes of smoke and emanating a foul stench. The 9 arms of the statue behind the coffin slowly descended, gripping the lid of the coffin and gradually prying it open. Chapter 33. The Lord of Yunmeng, Qi Jiang Dani and Amp. Oppos, Thousand Faces and Amp. Oppos, masked, gripping a long knife as he positioned himself protectively in front of Lu Jinchuan, fixated on the unfolding anomaly. At the moment the nine-armed stone sculpture lifted the coffin lid, a dense green mist erupted from within the sarcophagus. Lu Jinchuan raised his hand, summoning a gust of wind that formed a barrier before them, effectively isolating the poisonous mist that wafted towards them. With a thunderous crash, the heavy bronze coffin lid was forcefully propelled, hurtling in the direction of Lu Jinchuan and Qi Jiang. Qi Jiang, wielding his long knife, channeled his spiritual energy and executed a powerful downward strike, cleaving the coffin lid in two. The halves sailed towards the distant wall before crashing to the ground. Qi Jiang remained alert, his gaze fixed on the bronze coffin from which the green mist continued to seep. Behind him, Lu Jinchuan smirked, feigning the supernatural. With fingers splayed, he exerted an immense gravitational force downward. A tremendous pressure emanated from above the ancient bronze coffin, shattering the circular stone beneath it and causing it to sink into the earth. Suddenly, a beastly roar echoed from the collapsing pit. Countless pairs of crimson eyes materialized within the green mist, and the cacophony of roars intensified. Lu Jinchuan activated his breaking void divine eye, piercing through the thick mist, revealing an array of bizarre creatures. His expression turned grave as he recognized the essences of the 12 zodiac signs. They have indeed been cultivated, trapped underground for countless years. These essences had absorbed the spiritual energy from below, maturing to a strength likely rivaling that of 8th-tier demons. Qi Jiang, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned. As a mere 7th-tier cultivator, he felt woefully inadequate against a single 8th-tier essence, let alone 12. Even with 9 lives like a cat, he doubted he could survive. Lu Jinchuan patted his shoulder. "You should handle the ones behind us." At his words, Qi Jiang turned to see a throng of 12 zodiac essences surging in from the entrance, the strongest among them appearing to be only at the 4th tier. "Leave it to me, President," Qi Jiang declared, charging towards the oncoming essences with his long knife, unconcerned about whether Lu Jinchuan could manage on his own. Given Lu Jinchuan's current strength, it was likely he had already reached the 8th tier, equipped with numerous abilities and protections set by Lu Wuwei. Qi Jiang resolved to deal with the weaker essences first. "Take these recovery potions." Lu Jinchuan tossed him several vials. "Thank you, President." Qi Jiang accepted them, pondering for a moment before suggesting, "Should we call for the King of the Underworld and the King of Daylight for support?" "No need." "Understood." After replying, Qi Jiang plunged into the fray, a cacophony of anguished cries from the essences filling the air. Lu Jinchuan directed his fingers towards the 12 roaring essences. Lightning strike. These posthumous essences were notoriously vulnerable to lightning. With a resounding crash, bolts of lightning manifested, intertwining into a net that struck the 12 zodiac essences, sending them flying as they emitted piercing shrieks, their forms crackling with electricity. As they struggled to rise, Lu Jinchuan extended his palm towards them. Inferno. A blazing inferno surged towards the 12 essences, incinerating them with extreme heat. Lu Jinchuan withdrew his hand, having already transcended to the 8th tier. His power surpassed that of an ordinary cultivator at that level, rendering the elimination of these essences a trivial endeavor. What troubled him was the being still lying within the bronze coffin. He harbored no illusions about the entity being the living Lord of Yunmeng. After all these years, it could very well be something else entirely. If it were indeed the Lord of Yunmeng, who had attained the 12th tier before the fall of his kingdom, it was conceivable that even in ghostly form, his strength could have progressed to the 13th tier. Amidst the clamor of Qi Jiang battling the lower tier essences, Lu Jinchuan discerned a heartbeat emanating from the depths of the bronze coffin, growing increasingly louder. Thud, thud, thud. Lu Jinchuan narrowed his eyes, sensing something stirring within the coffin. He positioned his fingers in a seal. A faint luminescent barrier enveloped the coffin, isolating it from the outside world. A grating sound, akin to rusted hinges, resonated through the air as the green mist parted, revealing a figure adorned with a tattered crown, its skull entirely exposed, cloaked in a tattered dragon robe. Recognizing the apparition, Lu Jinchuan understood that this was the Lord of Yunmeng, who had ultimately taken his own life within the underground palace. Yet, this entity was no longer human. The Lord of Yunmeng disregarded Lu Jinchuan hovering above, clutching its skeletal neck, its skull spinning erratically, emitting a rasping sound. Lu Jinchuan, unwilling to grant it any time, struck decisively. Wind command, howl. As he spoke, a tempest swept in from the entrance, forming sharp blades of wind that lunged at the Lord of Yunmeng. The Lord adjusted its skull, sweeping its tattered robe, dissipating the wind blades and shattering the barrier that isolated it. Lu Jinchuan and Apo's pupils contracted as he vanished from sight, reappearing atop the statue, while the Lord of Yunmeng materialized where he had just stood. Had he hesitated for even a second, the Lord would have eviscerated him. Lu Jinchuan formed hand seals, thunder command, 10,000 lightning embers. Countless purple lightning bolts rained down from above, but the Lord of Yunmeng extended its skeletal arms, conjuring a barrier that deflected the onslaught. Lu Jinchuan spoke again, floating life 10,000 blades. He summoned every metallic entity within the palace, transforming them into a myriad of blades that surged towards the Lord. The Lord of Yunmeng spun around, deflecting every blade aimed at it. With a precise motion, Lu Jinchuan pointed forward, break. A powerful force struck the Lord and Apo's chest, sending its form crashing against the stone wall with a thunderous roar. Lu Jinchuan advanced, halting 10 meters from the Lord, and extended his fingers to invoke a gravitational force of 100,000 times. The skeletal form of the Lord was pressed into the wall with tremendous force. A roar erupted from it, causing the wall to collapse, and the entity lunged towards Lu Jinchuan with astonishing speed, its claws outstretched, creating a deafening sound as they sliced through the air. Quickly, Lu Jinchuan commanded, defend. A luminous barrier materialized before him, and the claws scraped against it, producing a shrill noise before shattering the barrier and sending him careening backward. In an instant, the Lord of Yunmeng was upon him once more, its claws thrashing wildly. Lu Jinchuan hastily withdrew his hands, propelling himself backward again. He realized that the Lord of Yunmeng was indeed deceased. It had become an unthinking puppet, nourished by the dense spiritual energy from the underground. Absolute zero. A frigid wave enveloped the Lord and Apo's form, freezing it entirely. Lu Jinchuan flashed to its front, seizing its skull and forcefully slamming it into the ground, producing a thunderous impact. The earth was indented deeply from the force, pinning the Lord and Apo's skull into the stone. Suddenly, the Lord and Apo's chest emitted a green light, shooting towards Lu Jinchuan. With a swift leap, Lu Jinchuan propelled himself upwards. Chapter 34. The 10th Order soared in midair. He spread his 5 fingers towards the ground. Moon burial. A colossal blaze illuminated the entire palace. As the flames receded, the skeletal form of the Cloud Dream Kingdom and Apo's ruler was left charred and crackling ominously. Lu Jinchuan, observing its immobility, furrowed his brow and scanned his surroundings. His gaze fell upon Qi Jiang, who was still engaged in combat with the essence, and he propelled himself towards him. As Qi Jiang continued his fierce struggle, he suddenly felt himself lifted off the ground. At that very moment, a verdant serpent materialized in his vicinity. Turning his head, Qi Jiang saw Lu Jinchuan grasping his arm, suspended in the air. President? He questioned, bewildered. Lu Jinchuan's expression grew grave as he fixed his gaze upon the serpent demon below, articulating each word carefully. An 11th Order serpent demon. 3-headed Qinglin. Confusion crossed Qi Jiang's face as he stared at the serpent demon, which only displayed a single head. 3 heads? President, it only has. Before he could finish, his pupils dilated in horror as 2 additional heads sprouted from the serpent and Apo's sides. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Lu Jinchuan seized him and hurled him toward a statue behind them. Qi Jiang swiftly stabilized himself, perching atop the statue as he turned to face Lu Jinchuan. At this moment, Lu Jinchuan had already made his move, his arms extending downward. Heavenly blaze. The searing flames engulfed everything on the ground, incinerating the lingering essence in an instant. Thick smoke began to rise, within which 3 colossal serpent heads emerged at the same height as Jinchuan. The 3 heads simultaneously flicked their tongues, hissing menacingly as they advanced toward him. Reacting swiftly, he thrust his palm forward, using the rebound force to propel himself backward, distancing himself from the 3-headed Qinglin. Seeing the gap widen, the 3 heads opened wide, 2 exhaling torrents of fire, while the 3rd unleashed a spray of venom, all directed at Jinchuan. With arms outstretched, he summoned a gust of wind. An invisible vortex formed before him, intercepting all 3 assaults. Frustrated by their failed attack, the fiery serpent head slightly adjusted its aim, targeting Qi Jiang instead. Jinchuan reached out, summoning a shield. A thick ice barrier manifested before Qi Jiang, blocking the fiery onslaught completely. Jinchuan then extended his fingers towards the location of the 3-headed Qinglin. Gravity a millionfold. A thunderous crash echoed as the stone slabs beneath the creature collapsed, causing its 50-meter-long body to plunge into the abyss, eliciting a horrific wail. Jinchuan swiftly turned his arms towards the stone walls on either side, forcefully drawing them together. 2 massive stones were lifted from the air and hurled downward at an astonishing speed into the gaping chasm. 3 seconds later, agonized screams resonated from within the pit, followed by a shower of debris erupting outward. Without hesitation, Jinchuan extended his hand, flying sand and running stones. Instantly, the airborne rubble was swept aside against the walls. As the serpent's anguished cries echoed once more, the 3 heads emerged again, only for Jinchuan to soar above. Thunderous might. A resounding explosion reverberated as purple lightning flickered within the chasm. He outstretched his fingers towards the cave and Amp, Oppo's mouth, sealing it. The collapsed entrance froze solid. Let an Amp, Oppo's go. Jinchuan urged swiftly, propelling himself out of the palace at incredible speed. Qi Jiang, realizing the urgency, hastened to follow suit. Upon reaching the entrance, Jinchuan gestured at the vines flanking the grand door, causing countless tendrils to entwine around it. Retreat. Qi Jiang and Oppo's form flickered 20 meters away. Jinchuan raised his fingers towards the entire palace. Explode. Bang. The entire structure crumbled in an instant. Aware that he lacked the power to defeat the 11th Order 3-headed Qinglin, he resorted to this method to suppress it for the time being. As the palace collapsed, a massive altar suddenly descended from above, suspended by 9 iron chains. Glancing back at Qi Jiang's injuries, Jinchuan noted his poor condition and tossed him a vial of healing potion. Leave now. Understanding his predicament, Qi Jiang respectfully acquiesced. Yes. He then vanished, retreating outside. Once Qi Jiang had departed, Jinchuan and Oppo's figure vanished from sight, only to reappear above the altar. Upon the vast slab stood a square obsidian altar, its surface polished to a mirror-like sheen, adorned with dark golden metal runes that glimmered faintly. Atop the altar rested a bronze censer, from which a ghostly blue flame flickered, dancing without wind, with a pitch-black long sword suspended at its center. On either side of the altar, 7 bronze oil lamps were symmetrically arranged, draped in spider silk. Jinchuan gazed intently at the altar beneath him. Suddenly, words began to materialize slowly in the air before him. He looked up. The ruler of the Cloud Dream Kingdom commanded the foremost blacksmith of the ancient Cloud Dream Empire to forge a sword, named Heavenly Punishment, to be hung upon an altar soaked in the blood of 9 young boys, forever scorched by ghostly fire, awaiting his awakening to once again behold the world. Jinchuan and Oppo's gaze fell upon the pitch-black sword suspended within the ghostly blue flames, realizing this must be Oppo's heavenly punishment, and Oppo's, according to the inscription. If this sword was indeed crafted by the foremost blacksmith of the ancient Cloud Dream Empire, it would possess at least a 9th order quality. The pressing question now was how to acquire it, as the ruler of the Cloud Dream Kingdom surely anticipated intruders in the underground palace, meaning the altar would undoubtedly be rigged with traps. Jinchuan flickered his form, ascending to 30 meters above the altar. He extended his hand, summoning the wind. Instantly, a fierce gale swept across the altar, causing the engraved patterns to seep forth black liquid, unleashing a barrage of arrows from the bronze oil lamps on either side. The resilient stone was riddled with holes as the arrows struck. The entire altar ignited in ghostly blue flames. Lu Jinchuan observed quietly, and 3 minutes later, all phenomena subsided into tranquility. He materialized atop the bronze censer, reaching out towards the sword and Oppos, as shadowy heart, and Oppos, heavenly punishment and Oppos, flew into his grasp. He examined heavenly punishment, noting patches of rust upon its surface. However, he could still sense its essence. Heavenly punishment, a 10th order sword, under the quality of the 10th order. Rust became a trivial concern for Lu and Amp. Oppos, merchant guild possessed ample high-tier blacksmiths. After storing it within his dimensional ring, Lu Jinchuan looked down at the palace, now in ruins, where stones began to stir. The three-headed Qinglin was about to break free. Thus, he pointed his fingers like a sword, tracing a circle that severed the 9 iron chains supporting the vast platform, sending the altar crashing down into the already collapsed palace. Boom! The altar shattered upon the ruins, scattering debris and further compressing the wreckage. Unsatisfied, Lu Jinchuan extended his fingers again. Gravity 100,000-fold. Rumbling echoed as the remnants sank deeper. The enraged cries of the three-headed Qinglin emanated from below. Lu Jinchuan paid it no mind, vanishing from sight as he departed. Chapter 35. Returning to the Tang family in the imperial capital, Changyu Banjiang, a guardian of the armed forces, was suspended in mid-air, observing the Maybach slowly entering the city. Inside the Maybach sat Tang Shuqin, Yu Yu, and Tang Shuqin's aunt, Tang Ting. Upon Yu Yu's notification to the Yu family about Tang Shuqin's impending arrival, the Yu family dispatched Yu Banjiang to await her on the outskirts of the imperial capital. They were merely to observe, knowing that Tang Shuqin was accompanied by a 9th realm peak heavenly king. This ensured her safe passage into the capital. The Yu family's alliance with the Lu Corporation necessitated this gesture. As for Tang Shuqin and Yu Yu's studies at Yunzhong University, they were of little concern. One was a scion of one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital, and the other the consort of the Lu Corporation and Amp, Oppos, magnate in the 3 southeastern provinces. Even if they ceased attending classes, their graduation from Yunzhong University would be assured. Such was the privilege afforded by top-tier influence. Tang Shuqin had initially intended to visit the imperial capital during the holidays, but Lu Jinchuan had arranged a fortnight in Oppos as leave for her. After her recovery, there would still be ample time. Therefore, she seized this opportunity to journey to the capital directly. Yu Yu chattered incessantly in the car, acquainting Tang Shuqin with the sights of the imperial capital. Shuqin, why Don and Oppos? Do you come back to my house with me first? I and Oppos. LL accompany you to the Tang family later. Tang Shuqin understood her concern, stemming from Lu Bu Hui and Oppos, as previous humiliation of the Tang and Zhang families. She feared Tang Shuqin might face mistreatment at the Tang residence. She reassured her with a smile. It and Amp, Oppos. It's all right, Yu Yu. I and Amp, Oppos. LL visit you after seeing my grandfather. I and Amp, Oppos. LL need you to show me around then. Yu Yu pouted, relenting. All right then. At an intersection, Yu Yu alighted from the car, boarding the vehicle dispatched by the Yu family to receive her. Raozhou, Kaiyuan City, Mount looming. Lu Jinchuan emerged from the subterranean palace, arriving at the foot of the cliff. The shattered ruins of the palace lay in complete collapse. His ears twitched, detecting the hissing of 3 azure land behind him. With a flicker of his form, he utilized the ascending mountain ridges and the skeletal remains of massive beasts to retreat toward the Bronze Gate. Upon exiting the Bronze Gate, Qi Jiang and the action team were still waiting outside, along with Pluto and Decaying. Seeing Lu Jinchuan's emergence, the group bowed in unison. Chairman Lu Jinchuan nodded. Has the entire secret realm been searched? Qi Jiang replied, yes, it will close in 5 minutes. Then let an Amp, Oppos, depart. As the words fell, Lu Jinchuan and Amp, Oppos, form vanished, and the others followed suit. Arriving at the foot of Mount Looming, Qian Yong stood there expressionlessly with a contingent of Qian family members. They were taken aback by the sight of Lu Jinchuan leading his group. Qian Yong, spotting Lu Jinchuan at the forefront, observed the respectful gazes of the Lu Corporation members behind him. Coupled with his youth, it led him to deduce that the person before him was the current chairman of the Lu Corporation, Lu Jinchuan. Lu Jinchuan, seeing Qian Yong and his retinue blocking the mountain and amp, Oppo's base, understood their intentions, revenge. If he was not mistaken, Qian Yong possessed an 11th order magic artifact, emboldening him to confront Pluto. However, he had arrived. If Qian Yong dared to act, even the Qian family and Oppo's patriarch would be unable to prevent their annihilation that day. Lu Jinchuan disregarded him, his form flickering and disappearing on the spot. Were it not for the Qian family's potential utility and the lack of a suitable pretext, the Qian family would have been eradicated from Raozhou today. With Lu Jinchuan and Amp, Oppo's departure, Pluto and Decaying also vanished. Qi Jiang swaggered past the Qian family members with the action team. Back at the Lu Corporation headquarters, Lu Jinchuan had barely returned to his office when Mo entered. Chairman, has the madam arrived in the imperial capital? Yes. What is the Tang family's attitude? If the Tang family remains unappreciative, he wouldn't end Amp, Oppo's mind sending them down with the Zhang family. The madam has just departed for the Tang residence. Understood. You may leave if they're in Amp, Oppo's nothing else. Yes. After Mo and Amp, Oppo's departure, Lu Jinchuan and Amp, Oppo's figure flickered and he arrived at his personal cultivation chamber. His engagement in the secret realm had yielded some insights. Compared to the affairs of the corporation, cultivation was of greater importance, as only immense power could secure one and Oppo's footing. Imperial capital, Tang family. Tang Tianlin, having received Tang Ting and Oppo's message, arrived early at the Tang family and Oppo's entrance to await her. His past stubbornness had prevented him from seeing Tang Guohua one last time. The fact that his fourth son and Oppo's daughter still acknowledged him as her grandfather was an unexpected outcome. The current head of the Tang family was Tang Tianlin and Oppo's younger brother, Tang Tianyan. He stood beside Tang Tianlin, directing the servants to tidy up the front of the residence. Quickly remove that eyesore of flower pot. Hurry, hurry. Yes. Tang Tianlin watched the approaching motorcade in the distance with a complex expression. On one hand, Tang Shuqin was indeed his granddaughter. On the other hand, Lu Buhui and Amp, Oppo's actions had indeed caused the Tang family to lose face. However, he was no longer the family head. His earlier interrogation of his father in the back mountain was merely for show, intended for the eyes of those lurking in the shadows. He had to let go. The current circumstances were compelling. Weakness and strength precluded any discussion of face. Like the current Tang family head, Tang Tianyan, who upon learning of Tang Shuqin and Oppo's arrival, displayed no displeasure but rather welcomed her with great fanfare. He surmised that the Tang family, under Tang Tianyan and Oppo's leadership, would likely go further. As he pondered, Tang Shuqin and Amp, Oppo's car arrived at the Tang residence. A group of people emerged from the cars surrounding the Maybach, all members of the action team, surrounding the Maybach. Tang Tianyan, observing that these individuals were all in the third and fourth realms, sighed inwardly. Regardless, the Lu Corporation and Oppo's strength far surpassed that of the Tang family. A member of the action team opened the car door, and Tang Shuqin alighted, followed by Tang Ting from the other side. She approached Tang Shuqin, linking her arm with hers. They approached Tang Tianlin and Tang Tianyan. Greetings, family head. Tang Ting first greeted Tang Tianyan before turning to Tang Tianlin. Father. She then introduced Tang Shuqin to them one by one. Shuqin, this is your second grandfather, the current head of our Tang family. This is your grandfather. Tang Shuqin lowered her head obediently. Second grandfather. Tang Tianlin did not take offense, nodding in acknowledgement. Such was the protocol. One must first pay respects to the current family head before greeting one and Amp, Oppo's elders. Tang Tianyan beamed. Welcome back. Coming quickly. Thank you, second grandfather. Tang Tianlin entered first, followed by Tang Ting, who had Tang Shuqin in tow. Tang Tianyan instructed the nearby steward. What are you waiting for? Prepare dinner quickly. and bring out the millennium ginseng to make soup. Yes, after the steward departed, he entered the house expressionlessly. As a ninth realm cultivator, he could sense a presence far stronger than his own lurking outside the Tang residence, likely dispatched by Lu Jinchuan to protect Tang Shuqin. He was not surprised. Lu Buhui had stormed their doorstep for Tang Shuqin's sake. How could a trip to the imperial capital be undertaken with only a few third and fourth realm bodyguards? Chapter 36. The past within the grand hall of the Tang residence. Tang Shuqin found herself encircled by the members of the Tang family, all of whom now recognized that her status surpassed that of any among them. They surrounded her, showering her with concern and inquiries. Tang Shuqin, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, could only respond to each of them in turn. Noticing her discomfort, Tang Tianlin furrowed his brow and remarked, "Why are you all crowding around Shaoqin? Go about your business." Despite no longer being the head of the Tang family, Tang Tianlin remained a formidable figure of the 10th realm, and his previously established prestige commanded respect. Thus, the family members dispersed. Softening his tone, he beckoned Tang Shuqin, "Come with me to see your grandfather." He then turned and left. Tang Shuqin glanced at Tang Ting, who encouraged her with a gentle pat on her hand. Nodding in acknowledgement, Tang Shuqin rose to follow Tang Tianlin. When she entered Tang Tianlin and Appo's study, she found him lost in thought, staring at a picture frame, his fingers caressing its edges. Approaching closer, she recognized the photograph as one of her father, Tang Guohua. "Grandfather," she whispered. Her voice snapped Tang Tianlin back to reality, and he looked at her, saying, "You bear a striking resemblance to your father." Tang Shuqin remained silent. Tang Tianlin continued, "Years ago, your father refused to accept the marriage I arranged for him, choosing to elope with an ordinary woman, your mother. I told him that if he left, he should never return to the capital. Little did I know, once he departed, he truly never came back." Tang Tianlin gazed at the photograph of Tang Guohua, lost in memories. "Your father was exceptionally intelligent, the most astute among my sons. Since moving to Jiangbei City, he never sought assistance from the family, establishing Tang Pharmaceuticals on his own. They mocked me for allowing such a clever son to become estranged from us. For years, I have pondered whether I made a grave mistake." Tang Shuqin remained silent. It was not entirely Tang Tianlin's fault. As the family patriarch, he had to prioritize the family's interests, and such divergent positions often obfuscate notions of right and wrong. After a moment, she spoke softly, "Grandfather, before he left, my father asked me to tell you that he never held any resentment towards you. He wanted me to convey his apologies for not being able to honor you." Upon hearing this, Tang Tianlin and Appo's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he gripped the picture frame tightly. Tang Shuqin hesitated, then inquired again, "Grandfather, do you know where my mother is?" At her words, Tang Tianlin turned to her, "Your mother?" "Yes," Tang Shuqin nodded. "I only remember a void regarding her after my birth, as though she never existed in my life. I once asked my father, but he refused to divulge anything, only saying that my mother had her reasons." Tang Tianlin pondered before responding, "I have no clear recollection of your mother, only that her surname is Mu. Your father brought her to meet me once. I remember her as a quintessential gentlewoman from the south. After your father moved to Jiangbei City, I discreetly had someone watch over him. It was later revealed that your mother had you, but subsequently, she vanished after your birth. I even sent people to search for her, yet we were unable to locate her. Given the influence of the Tang family in the capital, finding an ordinary person should not have been difficult, but we failed." Tang Tianlin and Appo's expression turned serious as he continued, "This only leaves one explanation. Your mother was never an ordinary person. In fact, the power she was associated with far exceeded my expectations, likely even surpassing our Tang family." Tang Shuqin murmured, "Her surname is Mu." Tang Tianlin comforted her, "Shaoqin, do not be disheartened. Your current status is not merely that of Tang Tianlin's granddaughter. You are also the matriarch of the Lu family's business association in the southeast 3 states, engaged to the chairman, Lu Jinchuan. Finding your mother should not prove insurmountable." Tang Shuqin nodded yes. Tang Tianlin shook his head and added, "Having been the head of the Tang family for so many years, I understand their motivations. Your current status is beyond their comparison. People are inherently pragmatic, weighing benefits and drawbacks. Their silence regarding past matters and their flattery towards you is merely an attempt to gain the support of the Liu family. Although our Tang family holds a significant position in the capital, we are nothing compared to the Liu family. You are aware that Liu Jinchuan once dispatched an 11th realm expert on your behalf, which is why we refrain from reacting. The 11th realm is not even the pinnacle of the Liu family strength, while our strongest in the Tang family barely reaches the peak of the 11th realm. Tang Tianlin sighed and continued, since Liu Jinchuan took over, the Liu family's ambitions have grown. They will not let any slight go unpunished. The Liu family has established themselves as a force to be reckoned with, akin to the Shadow Alliance, one of the most formidable assassination organizations today, which even the Southeast 3 states dare not provoke. Tang Tianlin turned to her earnestly. The reason I share all this is to assure you that with Liu Jinchuan standing behind you, you need not concern yourself with those in the Tang family who harbor ulterior motives. As long as you do not wish to, no one will dare compel you to do anything against your will. Xiaoqin, you're no longer just yourself. Your actions reflect the prestige of the Liu family's business association. No one can impose indignities upon you. Neither the Tang family nor Liu Jinchuan will allow it. This is the respect afforded by top-tier power. Tang Xiaoqin nodded repeatedly. I understand, grandfather. Tang Tianlin smiled. Because of your father, I never pressured your aunt into a marriage alliance. Stepping down from that position has indeed brought me much relief. I am grateful I did not push her. Otherwise, I might have lost my only daughter. Now that I am no longer the family head, I simply wish for her happiness and safety. Xiaoqin, when will you return? Would you like to stay a few more days? I came primarily to see grandfather, but I must leave in 3 days as my leave from Yunzhong University is about to expire. Tang Tianlin nodded in understanding, choosing not to press her to stay in the capital. After all, Tang Xiaoqin was now engaged to Liu Jinchuan, and wherever the headquarters of the Liu family was located, that would be where she belonged. Then enjoy your time in the capital before returning. Okay. Tang Tianlin affectionately ruffled her hair. In the capital, you need not worry about offending anyone. Even matters that the Tang family cannot resolve, the Liu family would not dare to affront, despite not being based in the capital. Their influence surpasses many in the capital. Tang Xiaoqin obediently nodded. I understand, grandfather. A gentle knock echoed at the door, and Tang Tianlin and Amp, Appo's voice called from outside. Elder brother. Xiaoqin, it and Appo's. Time for dinner. Tang Tianlin ziplit understol. The two then exited the study. At the dining table, many family members displayed particular concern for Tang Xiaoqin, and she understood their reasons. However, with Tang Tianlin and Appo's prior admonitions, she was aware of what to say and what to withhold. Chapter 37. Listening to the rain the next day, as Tang Xiaoqin was partaking in her morning repast, Yu and Amp, Appo's voice echoed from beyond the threshold. Xiaoqin, where are you? Greetings, miss you. Miss Qin is presently at breakfast. Tang Xiaoqin glanced up as Yu breezed in with vivacity. Xiaoqin, why are you still lingering over breakfast? Come, let an Appo's venture out. Tang Xiaoqin regarded her with an affectionate smile. What an Appo's the rush. Join me for breakfast before we go. Yu wrinkled her nose. I couldn't an Appo's tea possibly. Tang Xiaoqin sipped her porridge. Is that so? I prepared this breakfast myself, you know. Yu and Appo's eyes widened with sudden interest. What? You, Qin, made it yourself? Spare me a morsel. I haven and Appo's tea at breakfast and I and Appo's am famished. Tang Xiaoqin shook her head, amused, and shared her meal. Here, have some. Let and Appo's eat leisurely. We have 3 days before our return, so there's no need to hasten. Yu, with her mouth full, mumbled, the imperial city is vast. 3 days, one and Appo's tea suffice to explore it all. All right, let and Appo's eat first, lest you choke. Once they had finished their meal, Tang Xiaoqin sought out Tang Tianlin. Grandfather, Yu and I are going to explore the capital. Tang Tianlin set aside his book. Yu, that impish girl from the Yu family? Indeed, grandfather. Very well. You young ones share more common ground. I shall dispatch a few individuals to safeguard you. Tang Xiaoqin quickly waved her hand in denial. That one and Amp, Oppose. TB necessary, grandfather. I brought quite a few people with me to the imperial city. Tang Tianlin paused, registering her meaning. Of course, Lu Jinchuan would never allow her to go unprotected. I see. Tang Tianlin nodded, then produced a card. This is a token of my affection, child. Take it and purchase whatever your heart desires. Tang Shuqin accepted it without demur, knowing that Tang Tianlin wished to atone for what Tang Guohua had been deprived of by showering her with affection. Thank you, grandfather. Tang Tianlin chuckled. Why stand on ceremony with your grandfather? Go on now. Tang Shuqin and Yu emerged outside, where the security detail promptly opened the car doors for them. As the Maybach glided down the mountain road, the vermilion Phoenix King, concealed in the ether, materialized in the back seat of the following vehicle, a sight to which the security personnel were well accustomed. Inside the car, Tang Shuqin inquired curiously, Yu, why were you so insistent on riding in this particular car? Yu gazed at her, astonished. You and Oppose, were you not aware, Qin? Tang Shuqin looked perplexed. Aware of what? Yu gestured to the Maybach. This is a unique, bespoke model, custom-made for your Lu Association president. Only the most exquisite materials were employed in its creation. And its cost, Yu held up 2 fingers, exceeds 50 million. Tang Shuqin gasped, covering her mouth. She was acutely aware that Yu and Oppose, S50 million was not measured in mere thousands. Yu gazed out the window as the city and Oppose, S architecture flashed by. Moreover, it and Oppose, S constructed with extraordinary materials. This vehicle can withstand an attack from a 7th realm cultivator, at the very least. Otherwise, why would it be so exorbitant? Anyone with even a cursory knowledge of automobiles can instantly recognize it as your Lu Association president and Oppose, S car, Qin. Tang Shuqin regarded her, amused. What an Oppose? S the significance of that. You possess numerous opulent vehicles, do you not? Tang Shuqin and Oppose. S assertion was accurate. As the Yu family and Oppose, S only daughter, Yu was the recipient of boundless affection, and her family endeavored to fulfill her every desire. Yu and Oppose, S lips formed a pout. Those are hardly comparable to this one. They and Oppose, simply not in the same league. Even if we compared prices, the combined value of all the cars in my garage would and Oppose T equal the cost of a Lu Association president and Oppose S vehicle. Tang Shuqin, at a loss for words, attempted to change the subject. All right, let an Oppose S not dwell on such matters. Where shall we venture today? At the mention of leisure, Yu and Oppose, S eyes sparkled. I shall escort you to the imperial city and Oppose S most renowned shopping center, listening to the rain. It and Oppose S been ages since we last strolled through the shops together. Very well then. 30 minutes later, Tang Shuqin and Oppose S motorcade arrived at listening to the rain. Despite being in the imperial city, such a lavish procession still garnered considerable attention. Heavens, which young master or miss is traveling with such pomp and circumstance? Could it be one of the scions of the 4 great families? It doesn't and Oppose T appears so. I and Oppose V never seen this particular Maybach in the imperial city before. A man in the crowd furrowed his brow in thought, then snapped his fingers. I recall now. This is the custom-made Maybach of Lu Jinchuan, the president of the Cloud Continent Lu Corporation. You jest. What brings him to the imperial city? The onlookers buzzed with speculation, their eyes fixed on the conspicuous Maybach, eager to catch a glimpse of the Lu Corporation's contemporary leader. By this time, the convoy had come to a halt. Dozens of security personnel disembarked and formed a protective perimeter around the Maybach. One of them opened the door, and Tang Shuqin emerged, followed by Yu on the other side. The surrounding crowd was taken aback. How could 2 young women have alighted from the Lu Corporation president and Oppose S vehicle? What an Oppose S the meaning of this? Shuden and Oppose T President Lu be the one exiting? Who are those 2? I recognize the one on the left. She's Miss Yu of the Yu family. I'm unfamiliar with the one on the right, but she possesses an air of elegance. Who is she? You're not aware? Do you recall the incident with the Tang family? She was the catalyst. She and Oppose S the long-lost granddaughter of the Tang family and Oppose S former leader, the fiancée of Lu Jinchuan, the contemporary president of the Lu Corporation, and the future matriarch of the Lu Corporation, Tang Shuqin. Heavens, her status is indeed extraordinary. Of course, look at the individuals surrounding her. They're all cultivators and all at the third or fourth realm. Yu remained unperturbed by the surrounding gazes. But Tang Shuqin felt somewhat ill at ease, as it was the first time she had been the object of so much scrutiny. Yu, sensing her discomfort, took her hand and led her into the shopping center. Tang Shuqin addressed the security detail. You needn't remain here. The security personnel bowed in unison. Yes, madam. However, they remained in place. Tang Shuqin refrained from further comment, knowing that it was their duty. She then followed Yu into listening to the rain, while the security detail remained stationed near the vehicles. After all, the Vermilion Phoenix King was already concealed near Tang Shuqin, so there was no need to fret about her safety. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a security guard and amp, Oppos, as uniform approached. Greetings, this area is restricted. Before he could finish, one of the security personnel flashed his credentials. The middle-aged man immediately saluted. Greetings, Captain Su. The security personnel, addressed as Captain Su, approached him. This is Madam and Amp, Oppos, S. Motorcade. She has entered listening to the rain. The middle-aged man instantly understood that Captain Su was reminding him to promptly notify the manager to receive Madam. Yes, thank you for the reminder, Captain Su. After expressing his gratitude, he scurried back to listening to the rain. The surrounding onlookers were astonished by this scene. What an Oppos is happening? Since when is listening to the rain allowed arbitrary parking? This is their own property, so why Wooden and Damp? Oppos, they be allowed to park here? Upon hearing this, the crowd understood and dispersed, ceasing their gawking. Lady Tang, accompanied by Yu, entered Tingyu Pavilion. Unlike other commercial venues, the entirety of Tingyu Pavilion was constructed from wood. Its architectural style reminiscent of antiquity, rendering it a unique presence in modern times. Consequently, it had become one of the most distinctive shopping centers in the imperial capital. Under the auspices of the Lu Corporation, Tingyu Pavilion not only purveyed ordinary goods, but also a plethora of items catering to cultivators, thereby attracting a diverse clientele of both ordinary individuals and practitioners. Despite this mix, no significant disturbances had arisen, as Lu Jinchuan had stationed a formidable 8th realm celestial king within Tingyu Pavilion to maintain order. Lady Tang regarded the decor of Tingyu Pavilion with a sense of wonder. Yu led her to the apparel section, where they were immediately greeted by 2 attendants upon their arrival. However, just as they were about to enter, a sardonic voice echoed from behind. Oh, ISN and Oppos. At the young mistress of the Yu family? No wonder she and Oppos S unwilling to associate with us. It seems a rustic maiden from some unknown village is more to her liking. Indeed, he. Turning around, they beheld 3 heavily made-up women, their attire rather revealing, who were regarding them with amusement, their laughter bordering on hysteria. Lady Tang frowned, poised to retort, but Yu restrained her, signaling the concealed Xianfeng king to remain still. Yu, her expression impassive, retorted, since when did Tingyu Pavilion start harboring poultry? Addressing one of the women, she continued. Liao, Arin and Oppos, you supposed to be out with your latest paramour? Evidently, Yu was acquainted with the trio, though their relationship was far from amicable. The 2 attendants behind them, recognizing that Yu was addressing them, dared not respond, their heads bowed, their shoulders shaking uncontrollably as they stifled their laughter. The 3 women, affronted by Yu's words, were incensed. The apparent leader of the group stepped forward, poised to act, but was promptly restrained by her companions. Sister Yao, don't act rashly. She's a cultivator. We can't defeat her. Indeed, Sister Yao, we're without our bodyguards. We'll discipline her properly next time. Liao took a deep breath, addressing the attendants behind Lady Tang and Yu. I am a gold member of Tingyu Pavilion. I forbid them from entering. Expel them immediately. The 2 attendants raised their heads, their expressions polite. I apologize, madam, but we are not authorized to do so. Liao was once again enraged. Before she could utter another word, a commotion erupted in the distance. Hurry, keep up. A flurry of hurried footsteps approached as a middle-aged man in a black suit, accompanied by several attendants, rushed towards them. Lady Tang observed them with curiosity. What's happening? Yu, on the other hand, regarded her with a peculiar expression, sensing that they were headed in Lady Tang and Appo's direction. The middle-aged man, leading his entourage, arrived before them. Li Yao glanced askance at the middle-aged man. Hey, you're the person in charge here, right? I order you. The middle-aged man ignored her, proceeding directly to Lady Tang. The group bowed in unison. The middle-aged man spoke first. Feng Hui, the director of the Tingyu Pavilion Imperial Capital Branch, greets the madam. Please forgive us for not welcoming you upon your arrival. The accompanying attendants echoed in unison. The Tingyu Pavilion Imperial Capital Branch welcomes the madam. Many within Tingyu Pavilion were captivated by this scene. Who is she? To warrant a personal greeting from Director Feng and such deference? I donned Appo's. Tino. It seems she is the Lady Tang, the fiancée of the Lu Corporation and Appo's, as chairman. Lady Tang, astute as she was, understood the situation, realizing that Tingyu Pavilion was an asset of the Lu Corporation. She waved her hand dismissively. It and Appo's, as fine rise. She then gestured towards Li Yao and her companions. I do not wish to see them in Tingyu Pavilion again, ever. Is that understood? Feng Yu nodded respectfully. Yes, madam. He then turned to Li Yao and her companions, his expression stern. Please leave, ladies. Tingyu Pavilion no longer welcomes you. Li Yao exclaimed in indignation. What? How dare you? I and Appo's. I'll have you know, I am from the Li family. She was unable to complete her sentence, as a masked woman, revealing only a pair of icy eyes, garb in a long robe, seized her by the throat and lifted her into the air. Ugh, ugh. Li Yao flailed her legs wildly, her face contorted in terror, while her two companions collapsed to the ground, paralyzed with fear. The Xianfeng King and Appo's undisguised murderous intent sent chills down their spines. Had Lady Tang not intervened, Li Yao would have perished the moment she uttered the words rustic maiden. Lady Tang furrowed her brow. Do not let them die here. It would sully Tingyu Pavilion. Lady Tang had her reasons, as she was unaware of the identities of Li Yao and her companions, and she did not wish to cause unnecessary trouble for Lu Jinchuan. The Xianfeng King's frigid voice emanated from beneath the mask. Yes. With a swift motion, she flung Li Yao 10 meters away. A surge of blood welled up in Li Yao and Appo's throat, but just as she was about to vomit, the chilling voice echoed in her ears once more. Dare to vomit here, and you shall die. Li Yao shuddered, suppressing her nausea and swallowing the impending vomit. Her two companions rushed to her aid, their faces etched with terror, and the trio fled in disarray amidst the derisive gazes of the onlookers. Once they were a safe distance away, Li Yao and Appo's expression twisted with resentment. Just you wait. I will make you pay. Meanwhile, back with Lady Tang, the Xianfeng King had vanished once more. She addressed Feng Hui. All right, you Don and Appo's, need to follow me. Carry on with your duties and attend to your own matters. Feng Yu bowed respectfully. Yes, Lady Tang, accompanied by Yu, turned towards the apparel section, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the scrutiny of the crowd. The two attendants at the entrance of the apparel section hastened to greet her. Greetings, madam. Lady Tang waved her hand dismissively, leading Yu into the apparel section. The onlookers gradually dispersed. Once inside the apparel section, Yu regarded her with a strange expression. Lady Tang touched her face. What is it, Yu? Is there something on my face? Yu nodded. Yes, an air of authority. I never knew that Tingyu Pavilion was under your ownership. Lady Tang realized what Yu was implying and playfully nudged her. You and Appo's, re-teasing me. I would never. Tang, you were truly awe-inspiring just now. All right. Lady Tang swiftly changed the subject. Who were those women just now? Upon hearing this, Yu's expression turned sour. The two on the sides are of no consequence, but the one in the middle is named Li Yao, a scion of the Li family of the imperial capital. I can end Appo's. Stander. Lady Tang inquired curiously. The Li family of the imperial capital? Are they more powerful than your 4 great clans? Yu's face contorted in indignation. Originally, they were not, but Li Yinzhou, that old codger from the Li family, had a stroke of luck and entered the Central Secretariat a few years ago. He has been securing benefits for the Li family ever since, causing their influence to swell. The people of the imperial capital now refer to them as the Fifth Family. If it weren't for that old geezer Li Yinzhou constantly causing trouble for my grandfather, that annoying fly Li Yao Wuden and Oppos, to even be worthy of buzzing around me. I Don and Oppos, to want to cause trouble for my family. If it were a few years ago, Li Yao Wuden and Oppos, to dare to act like this. Lady Tang nodded thoughtfully, then comforted her. All right, let an Oppos, let's not dwell on such annoying people. Let an Oppos, let's go shopping for clothes. Hearing the mention of shopping, Yu immediately forgot about the previous incident. Yes. Shopping is more important. She then led Lady Tang off to browse the apparel with delight. Chapter 39, as Li's wasteful young master and another person emerged from the listening rain pavilion. Dusk had already descended. Feng Hui accompanied the reception staff at the entrance to bid farewell to the two. Madam, please take your time, said one attendant. Yu playfully linked arms with her, teasing, Qin, I am benefiting from your fortune. By the way, how many enterprises does your family as President Liu actually have? Tang Shuqin shook her head. I am not certain. Upon reaching the convoy, the personnel from the action department all bowed their heads. One of them opened the car door, and they both took their seats. Qin, come home with me. My grandfather has been eager to meet you. Tang Shuqin hesitated, but Yu fervently shook her arm. Please. Tang Shuqin, helpless, nodded. All right, I will call my grandfather to inform him. After Tang Shuqin relayed the news to Tang Tianlin, she instructed Master to Xiao Yu and Oppos home. Yes, madam. The convoy departed from Listening Rain Pavilion, heading towards the Yu residence. As one of the four prominent families in the imperial capital, the Yu family's status was unparalleled. The entire Yu estate was situated atop a relatively flat mountain, and the mountain itself belonged entirely to the Yu family. This was the essence of power. In a world of martial prowess, being one of the four great families was already a show of restraint. The convoy carrying Tang Shuqin and Yu slowly ascended the mountain, where the Yu residence was brightly illuminated. In the air, 5 or 6 pairs of eyes were fixated on the approaching convoy. Presently, the Yu family had formed an overt alliance with the Liu family business. And opposing forces certainly did not wish to see any mishaps befall Tang Shuqin within the Yu family's territory. Therefore, the Yu family must ensure her safety. However, upon noticing the presence of the Xianfeng queen in the vehicle behind, they discreetly withdrew. 9th Realm Pinnacle. What a grand display from Liu Jinchuan. Such strength in the Chang Kingdom was beyond the reach of even some lesser family heads. Among those who had just been covertly observing, none had attained the 9th realm. The convoy arrived before a cluster of ancient buildings, where Yu Qing awaited with several others. The personnel from the action department disembarked and stood by the vehicles. Even in the presence of such a large family, their expressions remained unchanged. This was the confidence and insight bestowed upon them by their own power. The Liu family business differed from familial power. Familial strength was consolidated through blood ties, while the Liu family business relied on the authority of the Council of Elders and sufficient incentives, thus fostering a sense of belonging among its members. The action department personnel opened the car doors for Tang Shuqin and Yu, who stepped out. Yu turned to Yu Qing, puzzled. Third brother, why'd you come out to greet me today? Yu Qing shook his head and first bowed to Tang Shuqin. Madam Liu, please come inside. Tang Shuqin not that. Then, Yu Qing turned to Yu, furrowing his brow. Li Bufan has arrived. Yu's expression instantly darkened, and she fell silent. Yu Qing sighed. Let us head in. Angrily, Yu pulled Tang Shuqin inside. Seeing her so upset, Tang Shuqin chose not to speak. Yu took the initiative. Qin. Do you remember the incident when Tang Qingqing visited your home last time? Yes, why? Tang Shuqin in Guit. Li Bufan is her fiancé. Her fiancé? Then, Tang Shuqin was taken aback. Not anymore. Li Bufan is the direct grandson of Li Yinzhou from the Li family. A few years ago, he was one of the most distinguished youths among the great families of the imperial capital. However, something inexplicable occurred, and he suddenly became a waste, leading to his ostracization within the Li family, hence Tang Qingqing and Oppos as reluctance. At that time, the Li family had not yet risen. It was only after you pressed the Tang family that Li Yinzhou gained influence in the central government. Thus, when Tang Qingqing's mother, Zhang Qingyan intervened. They readily annulled the engagement, especially considering Tang Qingqing had become a waste. As his direct grandson, Li Bufan's status subsequently improved, and Li Yinzhou wishes to arrange a marriage alliance with our Yu family, targeting my union with Li Bufan. Tang Shuqin fell silent, taken aback that even Yu, cherished by the Yu family, found herself in such circumstances. At a loss for words, she could only offer a comforting pat to Yu and Amp, Oppo's hand. Inside the hall, Li Bufan sat casually on a sofa in the Yu residence, with his guardian standing behind him, while the current head of the Yu family, Yu Dingxuan, sat across from him. Yu Dingxuan leisurely sipped his tea. Noble nephew Bufan, let us take our time with this matter. Xiao Yu's studies in the cloud are yet unfinished, and both of you are still young. We can discuss this further later. Li Bufan reclined on the sofa with an air of nonchalance. Uncle Yu, you might have misunderstood my intentions. I did not come here to marry Xiao Yu. My grandfather wishes for me to become engaged to her first, and then I will marry her later. Rest assured, once I marry Xiao Yu, I will treat her well. Yu Dingxuan set down his teacup. Haha, in such matters, I believe it should be your father or grandfather discussing this with me, rather than you. This indeed requires more consideration on our part. However, my grandfather wishes for me to first consult with you, and then he will bring the betrothal gifts. After all, Xiao Yu, call me Xiao Yu again, and I'll have your tongue. Before he could finish, Yu stormed in with a dark expression, interrupting him. Tang Shuqin, Yu Qing, and others followed closely behind. Yu Dingxuan chuckled. Ah, Xiao Yu has arrived. Young people and Amp, Oppo's matter should indeed be resolved by the young themselves. He then vanished from sight. Li Bufan, unperturbed, turned to examine Yu brazenly. Xiao Yu, since this is inevitable, you might as well adapt in advance. Stop disgusting me. As Li Bufan scrutinized Yu, his gaze fell upon Tang Shuqin beside her, and his eyes lit up. Young master, be careful. Before he could finish, his guardian swiftly moved in front of him. Boom! Before Li Bufan could react, his protector had been slammed into the wall behind him, unconscious. Just as he attempted to rise, a cold, murderous intent locked onto him. In the next moment, the slender fingers of the Xianfeng queen tightened around his neck, lifting him into the air. Everyone in the hall was stunned by the sudden action of the Xianfeng queen, and silence enveloped the room. At the entrance, Su Ku and the personnel from the action department rushed in. Young Master Yu, the losses incurred by the Yu family today will be borne by our Lu family business. Yu Qing, regaining his composure, responded, It's nothing. Tang Shuqin observed with an impassive expression, not intervening. She understood Li Bufan's intentions, and his gaze had made her uncomfortable. Yu, at a loss, looked to her, Qin this. Tang Shuqin reassured her with a gentle pat on her hand. It's all right. At that moment, several bodyguards behind Li Bufan finally reacted. Let go of our young master. With a wave of her other hand, the Xianfeng queen sent several bodyguards flying, rendering them unconscious on the ground. Li Bufan, struggling for breath as he clutched his bruised neck, slowly stood up, glaring at the Xianfeng queen and Tang Shuqin behind her. Cough. Very well. It is my first time encountering someone who dares to kill this young master. He sneered at the Xianfeng queen. I will make sure to entertain you well. Chapter 40. Convergence of factions. Xianfeng Wang knew the source of his audacity. The protective measures on Li Bufan and Amp, Oppo's person had been exhausted, news of which would undoubtedly reach the Li family. With Li Yinzhou and Amp, Oppo's significant standing in the Central Secretariat, even without high-ranking cultivators in the Li family, his mere presence would compel others to act on his behalf. It was likely that those seeking to safeguard Li Bufan were already en route. Above the imperial city, countless figures, mostly at the 7th realm or higher, soared towards the Yu residence, sparking widespread speculation among onlookers. What's happening at the Yu family? I'm not sure. Let's go and observe. At the Yu residence, Xianfeng Wang, his expression obscured by a mask, inscribed the character King in the air with a delicate hand, the glyph gradually fading away. Meanwhile, in Jiangbei City, within the Lu residence, Lu Wuxing, who was immersed in cultivation, abruptly opened his eyes. He turned his gaze towards the direction of the imperial city, his form flickering as he hastened towards it. Having been provided with abundant cultivation resources by Lu Jinchuan, Lu Wuxing and Amp, Appo's strength had surged to the 12th realm. He could now reach the imperial city in a mere 20 minutes. Outside Lu Jinchuan and Amp, Appo's secluded cultivation chamber, Mo approached and gently knocked. "What is it?" Lu Jinchuan and Amp, Appo's voice echoed from within. "Reporting, Chairman. The madam has encountered a conflict with the Leaf family of the imperial city. The second elder instructed me to inform you that he has already departed to resolve the situation and to assure you that you should continue your cultivation without worry." Lu Jinchuan, who had been about to rise, settled back down upon hearing this. Back at the Yu residence in the imperial city, Li Bufan regarded Xianfeng Wang with curiosity, puzzled by his actions. Behind Xianfeng Wang, Yu Qing's pupils contracted sharply as he recognized the emblem, the king-level edict of termination from the Lu Corporation's Hall of Kings. Its highest decree. Li Bufan, unconcerned, taunted, "Not running?" Xianfeng Wang remained silent before his figure lunged towards Li Bufan with sudden ferocity. Li Bufan and Appo's pupils dilated in shock. He had not anticipated that Xianfeng Wang would dare to attack him so aggressively under these circumstances. In desperation, he channeled his spiritual power and threw a punch forward. Boom! Xianfeng Wang's strike sent him flying. He was sent hurtling backward, spewing a mouthful of blood. The onlookers were stunned. They had not expected that the supposedly crippled eldest son of a Leaf family possessed a third-realm cultivation, a secret well concealed. Xianfeng Wang advanced slowly, poised to strike again, even as he sensed the imminent arrival of reinforcements from below the mountain. "Audacious! How dare you attack the grandson of Elder Li?" A thunderous voice reverberated in the ears of the onlookers. A group of figures materialized before Xianfeng Wang, a mix of old and young, male and female, interposing themselves between him and Li Bufan. They frowned upon seeing Xianfeng Wang, inwardly cursing their premature intervention. How did Elder Li's grandson provoke someone at the 9th realm peak? Being only at the 8th realm themselves, they doubted that they could collectively defeat Xianfeng Wang. Thus, they resorted to cautious diplomacy. "Who are you? And why are you attacking a junior for no apparent reason?" Xianfeng Wang, unwilling to engage in pointless banter, stamped his foot lightly on the stone floor, shattering the paving stones beneath him. The figures blocking his path were instantly scattered in all directions. Xianfeng Wang flashed forward, seizing Li Bufan and hoisting him into the air once more. Li Bufan flailed wildly, his face contorted in terror. He had not foreseen Xianfeng Wang and Appo's overwhelming strength and relentless aggression. Xianfeng Wang and Appo's brow furrowed beneath his mask as he tossed Li Bufan aside, his form vanishing to reappear before Tang Shujin. He tensed, vigilantly observing his surroundings. Li Bufan, who had collided with a wall before collapsing to the ground, felt as if every bone in his body had been shattered. He coughed up another mouthful of blood. In the space Xianfeng Wang had just occupied, a white-haired elder appeared. A young woman emerged behind him, rushing to Li Bufan and Appo's side to help him up, offering him a medicinal pill. Xianfeng Wang exuded an aura of chilling frost. He recognized the elder and Appo's realm, 10th realm peak. He had not anticipated that Li Bufan and Appo's identity would warrant the personal intervention of someone nearly at the 11th realm. The 8th realm cultivators who had been scattered by his earlier attack clamored upon seeing the elder's arrival. "Elder Lu, you finally arrived. How dare someone attack Elder Li's only grandson? She must not be allowed to get away with this. Indeed, Elder Lu, make her pay the price. Let her know that some people are beyond her reach." The white-haired elder, addressed as Elder Lu, ignored them, cupping his fist in a salute towards Xianfeng Wang. "I am Lu Yongchun from Divine Physician Valley. May I inquire as to your identity?" Xianfeng Wang and Appo's chilling voice emanated from beneath the mask. "Divine Physician Valley? Can you represent Divine Physician Valley? Leave if you value your life. Your Divine Physician Valley is becoming increasingly arrogant, protecting anyone and meddling in everything." Lu Yongchun and Appo's expression turned grave. He had not expected Xianfeng Wang to recognize Divine Physician Valley and disregard it so completely, which could only mean that his backing was far superior to theirs. Tang Shujin and Oppos. S voice drifted from behind Xianfeng Wang. Divine Physician Valley? Xianfeng Wang stepped aside, revealing Tang Shujin behind him. Lu Yongchun and Oppos. S face froze upon seeing Tang Shujin. We and Oppos. Redoomed. Li Bufan has offended the wrong person. Tang Shujin was someone he could not afford to offend, nor could their entire Divine Physician Valley. I and Oppos am asking you a question. The emotionless voice jolted Lu Yongchun from his stupor. He looked up to see Tang Shujin and Amp, Oppos, S impassive face. He forced a smile that was more like a grimace. Lu Yongchun of Divine Physician Valley greets Madame Lu. The Eighth Realm cultivators who had been clamoring earlier were thunderstruck. What's happening? Is that Lu Jinchuan's fiancée, the mistress of the Lu Corporation? Have we offended the wrong person? The Eighth Realm cultivators quietly retreated. Yi Lu, what is Yi Shuni and Oppos' status in Divine Physician Valley? Lu Yongchun wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Second only to the Valley Master. So, even Shi Wuden and Oppos, dare offend me, yet you dare? Lu Yongchun was drenched in sweat. Had he known that the conflict was with Tang Shujin, he would have never intervened. Now, he had no choice but to commit to Li Yinzhou and Oppos as cause. I would and Oppos, dare, but Li Bufan is the only grandson of Elder Li of the Central Secretariat. If he has offended Madame Lu in any way, I hope Madame Lu will understand. He intentionally emphasized the words elderly of the Central Secretariat, hoping that Tang Shujin would weigh the gravity of the situation. Tang Shujin covered her mouth and chuckled. It seems his grandson's character leaves something to be desired. The surrounding onlookers broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. Li Bufan's character was indeed questionable, and his reputation in the Imperial City was notorious. But for Tang Shujin to say it so bluntly, how would Li Yinzhou react? The conflict between the Li family of the Imperial City and the Lu family of Yunzhong was something they should not meddle in. Neither side was someone they could afford to offend. Lu Yongchun sighed. I apologize, Madame Lu, but Elder Li has been kind to me, and I cannot allow harm to come to his only grandson. Please forgive my offense. Is this the will of Divine Physician Valley, or your personal opinion? Lu Yongchun remained impassive. This is my personal opinion and has nothing to do with Divine Physician Valley. Dan Sugin Jukai. Very well. Chapter 41. Zhong Wudi Lu Yongchun was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Tang Shuqin's words. In the next instant, he witnessed Tang Shuqin retreat behind the Xianfeng king once more. Her remarks were merely to ascertain whether anyone besides Lu Yongchun wished to protect Li Bufan. Now, the king of Listening Rain had arrived. The Xianfeng king took the initiative, her figure flickering as she launched an attack on Lu Yongchun. Despite Lu Yongchun being at a significantly higher realm, she only needed to stall him. Caught off guard, Lu Yongchun did not expect the Xianfeng king to strike first. He hastily defended himself, being forced to retreat repeatedly. Anger flared within him. How could a peak practitioner of the 10th realm, one of the renowned healers of the Divine Doctor Valley, be treated with such disrespect? He retaliated with all his might against the Xianfeng king. The disparity in realms was evident, and gradually, the Xianfeng king found herself at a disadvantage. With a flicker, she vanished within the grand hall. Lu Yongchun scoffed, trying to escape. He quickly locked onto the Xianfeng king's direction and pursued her. He was astute enough to recognize that since the Xianfeng king had provided him an opportunity to retreat, he would seize it. As long as he was absent from the scene, Li Yinzhou would have difficulty reproaching him later. At the very moment their figures vanished from the hall, an invisible force suddenly hurled Lu Yaowen, who was still healing Li Bufan, away, rendering her unconscious. The king of Listening Rain, Lingyang Wang, appeared before Li Bufan. With a powerful punch aimed at him, Li Bufan felt a life-threatening crisis, his expression contorted with fear. You dare kill me. I am Li Yinzhou and Oppos' only grandson. If I do not die today, I will surely annihilate your entire family. Lingyang Wang remained expressionless, his strength undiminished. Just as his fist was about to strike Li Bufan, a figure emerged between them, delivering a punch of his own towards Lingyang Wang. The resounding impact echoed through the hall. Lingyang Wang was forced back over 10 meters before finally halting his retreat. a trickle of crimson seeping from the corner of his mouth as he regarded the newcomer with grave expression. Another peak practitioner of the 10th realm. It appeared that Li Bufan was indeed of great significance to them. The newcomer crouched down, placing a pill into Li Bufan and Amp, Oppo's mouth, alleviating his injuries. Young Master Li, are you all right? Li Bufan coughed up blood. Cough, and Amp, Oppo's, am fine, not dead yet. Rest assured, young master, as long as I am here, no one can harm you. Li Bufan glanced at him. He was a middle-aged man whom he did not recognize. Struggling to rise, his face smeared with blood and terror. He grimaced at Tang Shuqin. I'm still alive, cough. Therefore, it is you who shall pay with your lives. Rest assured, I will not let you die so easily. Young master, I shall fetch them for you right away. As he spoke, the middle-aged man advanced towards Tang Shuqin and her companions, dismissing Ling Yang Wang, a mere practitioner of the 8th realm, with contempt. Such a commotion could not escape the notice of Yu Dingxuan, who was watching from the shadows. His figure materialized within the hall. Is it enjoyable to be a dog? You lot are competing to serve Li Yanzhou as his lapdogs. The middle-aged man halted, his expression darkening. Yu Dingxuan and Amp, Oppo's realm far surpassed his own. As the current head of the Yu family, Yu Dingxuan possessed the strength of a peak practitioner of the 10th realm. If he intervened, the middle-aged man had no chance of success. He glared at Yu Dingxuan. Do you wish to interfere? Are you prepared to jeopardize the relationship between the Yu and Li families? Yu Dingxuan sneered. Just recently, the old master of the Yu family informed me not to concern myself with Li Yanzhou. He has it under control. Thus, he had no lingering worries. Yu Qi, as one of the vice heads of the Demon Extermination Office in the Imperial Capital, you should be diligently exterminating demons instead of honing your skills in flattery. Yu Qi and Oppo's face turned ashen. He realized that Yu Dingxuan was resolute in his determination to intervene. Yu family head, while it is true that Bufan has erred, is it not excessive to beat him to such a state? Another voice resonated throughout the Yu family hall. An elderly man appeared beside Yu Qi. Yu Qi respectfully saluted him. Elder Huang. Another peak practitioner of the 10th realm had arrived. Huang Mingyong, a teacher from the Shanghai Academy. Yu Dingxuan narrowed his eyes. What? Is not your Shanghai Academy the most self-important? I did not expect you to also indulge in being a sycophant. Huang Mingyong, unfazed by the mockery, smiled amiably. Your words are misguided, you family head. I am merely repaying old Li and Amp, Oppo's kindness. Seeing Yu Dingxuan fall silent, he turned his attention to Tang Shuqin. As long as Madame Lu is willing to apologize to Bufan, this matter can be easily resolved. His words had barely left his lips when the hall was enveloped in silence. Two potent auras of murderous intent focusing upon him. Huang Mingyong frowned, glancing to one side. One was Ling Yang Wang, who had been repelled by Yu Qi, now glaring at him with a fierce countenance. The other emanated from above. He looked up to see the Xianfeng king, who had returned to the hall from battling Lu Yongchun, suspended in mid-air, sword in hand, exuding an aura of frost. Just as he intended to speak, both the Xianfeng king and Ling Yang Wang charged at him simultaneously. Yu Qi roared bold. He positioned himself before Huang Mingyong, who frowned and stepped forward, forcing the Xianfeng king and Ling Yang Wang to be sent flying. What folly is this? You two kings need not go to such lengths. If only Madame Lu. I will see today who dares to let my granddaughter suffer. Thunderous echoes resounded as Tang Tianlin appeared before Tang Shuqin. His face filled with fury as he glared at Huang Mingyong. Huang Mingyong, I see you are tired of living. I would not mind sending you on your way. Huang Mingyong and Amp, Oppo's brow furrowed. The situation had exceeded his expectations. Yu Qi stepped forward, pointing at Tang Tianlin. Tang Tianlin, know your place. Boom! Tang Tianlin swiftly closed the distance, gripping Yu Qi by the neck and forcefully slamming him against the wall. Have you all forgotten that I have not moved for quite some time? Long enough for you to think I am a soft persimmon? With that, he hurled Yu Qi to the ground, the floor shattering as Yu Qi spat blood. Turning to Huang Mingyong, he declared, Huang Mingyong, do you wish to exchange blows with me? Huang Mingyong had just opened his mouth when suddenly a voice interjected. What is happening here? Why is it so lively at the Yu family today? Everyone turned towards the voice, and a young man entered. Tang Tianlin's fury surged. Zhuge Ji, when did your demon suppression guard become so fond of meddling? Zhuge Ji, realizing all eyes were upon him, hastily waved his hands. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. I merely passed by to witness the excitement. Tang Tianlin snorted coldly, ignoring him. In a fit of rage, he shouted, Huang Mingyong die, and charged at him. Huang Mingyong muttered incantations as the two clashed. Yu Dingxuan raised his hand, conjuring a barrier to shield Tang Shuqin and the others behind him. In his wrath, Tang Tianlin dragged Huang Mingyong into the air above the Yu family, delivering blow after blow. Huang Mingyong and Amp, Oppo's defenses crumbled, blood spilling from his mouth as his once pristine white robe became tattered. He shouted, Tang Tianlin, are you insane? Must we fight to the death? Tang Tianlin, despite sustaining injuries himself, declared, Today, only you shall die. Enough. A voice reverberated across the mountain, as a figure separated the two combatants. All gazes turned towards that figure. From his central palace, Song Jinchuan, even he had arrived. The onlookers buzzed with speculation. Tang Tianlin glared at him. Song Jinchuan, one of the subordinates of the central palace, a practitioner of the 11th realm. Song Jinchuan, his expression impassive, stated, Tang Shuqin, apologized to Li Bufan, and this matter will come to a close. Upon hearing his words, everyone discerned that Song Jinchuan was evidently shielding Li Bufan. Tang Tianlin and Oppo's face turned ashen, and he seemed poised to speak. Suddenly, a voice, resounding like thunder, reverberated throughout the imperial capital. You want my granddaughter-in-law to apologize? Boy, who do you think you are? Lu Wuxing had arrived. As the words echoed, a tremendous force struck Song Jinchuan, propelling him through the air at an astonishing speed. The immense power hurled him against a small mountain, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lu Wuxing and Oppo's figure appeared high above the Yu family, gazing down at those below. Very well, it seems you all are seeking death. With that, he prepared to descend upon the still prostrate Song Jinchuan. A sigh broke the tension. Alas, Elder Lu, please temper your wrath. Allow me a moment to speak, and I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory explanation. A robust figure emerged before Lu Wuxing, Zhong Wudi, the chief guardian of the imperial capital. Chapter 42. The fall of Li Bufan. Zhong Wudi gazed at his counterpart, Lu Wuxing, with an expression of resignation. Lu Wuxing had descended from Jiangbei City to the capital, and if he did not intervene soon, matters would spiral beyond control. A 12th realm cultivator wreaking havoc in the capital could obliterate half of the city. Earlier, Tang Tianlin and Huang Yongming, who had been airborne, had vanished without a trace. The onlookers below, witnessing the two figures in the sky, were filled with excitement at the appearance of these legendary figures. One was Lu Wuxing, the long-established second elder of the Lu clan, whose moniker, Lu the Madman, was well-deserved. When he went mad, he truly became heedless of consequences. The other was the renowned Zhong Wudi, a peerless cultivator of the same realm, who had entered the 11th realm at the age of 120 and was once hailed as the most gifted prodigy a century ago. Although Zhong Wudi had not yet reached the 12th realm, many believed he could still engage Lu Wuxing in combat. The anticipation for a clash of such magnitude filled the air. Yu Qing approached Yu Dingxuan with a grave expression, watching the two combatants above. Father, he said. Yu Dingxuan cast a glance at him, but remained fixated on the confrontation in the sky. Do not worry, they will not engage in battle. Yu Dingxuan understood Yu Qing's concern. If the two truly fought, the devastation would be immeasurable, and their family would undoubtedly bear the brunt of responsibility. In the sky, Lu Wuxing and Zhong Wudi faced each other, the atmosphere charged with tension. Zhong, if you cannot provide me with a satisfactory outcome today, your tenure as the capital's guardian will come to an end. Lu Wuxing's expression was icy. Zhong Wudi, sensing the gravity of the situation, felt a wave of relief when Lu Wuxing paused his actions. Although invincible within his realm, Lu Wuxing was not of the same tier. Rest assured, Senior, Zhong Wudi replied. Lu Wuxing gestured towards Song Jinchuan. In an instant, Song Jinchuan and Oppo's body was drawn towards him, his neck firmly grasped by Lu Wuxing. Zhong Wudi quickly interjected, "Senior, please wait. I assure you, he will not be harmed." Lu Wuxing offered him a reassuring glance before focusing on Song Jinyuan, whose aura was alarmingly feeble. A mere 11th realm cultivator effortlessly subdued by Lu Wuxing. Is reaching the 11th realm such a remarkable feat? One would think you truly embodied this strength after seizing so many talents to attain this level. Must you flaunt it before me? Lu Wuxing mused. I shall grant that old relic a favor. Taking a life at the 11th realm will surely elicit his grief for ages. With that, Lu Wuxing struck with a palm toward Song Jinyuan. Song Jinyuan spat a mouthful of blood, his vitality waning as he closed his eyes, despair etched upon his face. Lu Wuxing had obliterated 2 decades of his cultivation, reducing him to the initial stage of the 10th realm. He dared not voice his discontent. Had he known that aiding Li Yinzhou would entangle him in this chaos, he would have refrained from such folly. Any further protest would surely provoke Lu Wuxing and Oppos' lethal wrath. Seeing Song Jinyuan clench his teeth in silence, Lu Wuxing nodded in satisfaction. Begone! He flung Song Jinyuan away, who crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Before scrambling to his feet and vanishing from sight, Lu Wuxing clapped his hands together. Now, Zhong, how will you provide me with a satisfactory response? Zhong Wudi clasped his hands in respect. How does the elder wish to resolve this? Lu Wuxing raised his hand and summoned Li Bufan, who was hiding behind Yuqin, into his grasp. Li Bufan and Oppos' face flushed red, fear evident in his eyes. He now comprehended the danger posed by Tang Shuqin. Despite his grandfather, Li Yinzhou and Oppos' considerable power and influence, which could sway some to act on his behalf, it was limited to those of the 11th realm. The figure gripping his throat, however, was of the 12th realm, and judging by his demeanor, he might soon ascend to the 13th. The authorities would never risk offending someone on the brink of such power for the sake of his grandfather. Zhong Wudi and Oppos' expression grew tense. Elder, he is Li Yinzhou's only grandson. Should you kill him, Li Yinzhou would surely go mad. Lu Wuxing's face darkened at the remark. What of it? What can Li Yinzhou do? I would take him down alongside his grandson. Li Bufan froze at this declaration. This was what Zhong Wudi feared most. When Lu Wuxing went berserk, anyone in his path would meet their end. Seeing Zhong Wudi remain silent, Lu Wuxing scoffed. Fear not. I would not complicate matters for that old fool. After all, this lad is no saint. By incapacitating him, I am merely doing the capital a favor. With that, Lu Wuxing struck Li Bufan, watching as his 3rd realm cultivation crumbled, leaving him no different from an ordinary person. Once Li Bufan's power was nullified, Lu Wuxing discarded him, sending him crashing into a building of the Yu family, causing it to collapse under the force. A group hastily arrived to rescue Li Bufan, quickly extracting him and fleeing the scene. The onlookers could only sigh in sympathy. The young Master Li is truly unfortunate. Just as he regained his strength, he was reduced to nothing once more. He had it coming. Flaunting his lineage as Li Yinzhou and Oppos' grandson and causing chaos in the capital. Finally, someone has put him in his place. What goes around comes around. Lu Wuxing then directed a palm strike towards Yuqin and Huang Yongming below, instantly obliterating them into a mist of blood, prompting the surrounding crowd to scatter in fear. Lu Wuxing turned to Zhong Wudi. Return and inform the Shanghai Academy and the Exorcism Department that those old fools have lived long enough without knowing how to manage their subordinates. I shall teach them a lesson. If they do not comply, I will slay them all. If they dare defy me, let them come to Zhongbei City at any time. Zhong Wudi held no objections. Those who sought their demise had earned their fate. Indeed, young Zhong, do not confine yourself to the capital. Venture forth and seek the path to the 12th realm, for it lies beyond these walls. Zhong Wudi bowed deeply. Thank you for your guidance, senior. I shall remember your words. With that, he vanished from sight. Lu Wuxing turned his gaze to Yu Dingxuan. Patriarchio. Yu Dingxuan quickly stepped forth. I have the honor of meeting you, elder. All losses incurred by the Yu family this night shall be borne by my Lu clan, he stated. There is no need for such formality, elder. No, this matter is settled. My Lu clan can afford it. Then I am grateful, elder. Suddenly, Lu Wuxing looked up at a specific point in the night sky. You scoundrel! Show yourself! He struck a fist into the air, producing a muffled sound from an unseen location, yet no one appeared. Quick on your feet! RNTU! He then vanished, reappearing within the Yu family hall, where everyone bowed in respect. Greetings, elder. Lu Wuxing waved his hand dismissively and turned to Tang Shuqin. Child, you were not frightened, were you? Tang Shuqin shook her head, replying softly, Thank you, second uncle. I am unharmed. Lu Wuxing nodded, relieved. If you need anything, do not hesitate to tell your second uncle. Tang Shuqin obediently nodded. Lu Wuxing then addressed King Xianfeng and King Lingyang. You two have done well. He tossed 2 bottles of elixirs to them. Thank you, second elder. Lu Wuxing waved them off and turned back to Tang Shuqin. Now, your second uncle must take his leave. Yes. With that, Lu Wuxing vanished into thin air. Yu Dingxuan took a deep breath and announced loudly, Everyone, please take your leave. The onlookers gradually dispersed, leaving only the servants of the Yu family to tidy up the disarray left in the wake of the chaos. Chapter 43. The central government the following day. The news that Li Yanzhou, the sole grandson of the central government, had regained his cultivation, only to be rendered powerless once more, spread throughout the entirety of the Qin kingdom. Countless individuals were astonished by the audacity of the Lu family commerce. It is imperative to note that Li Yanzhou's standing within the central government is of utmost significance. The Lu family commerce showed him no regard, and the cultivation that Li Bufan had painstakingly restored was extinguished in an instant. What they were unaware of was that Lu Wuxing had already shown considerable deference to the head of the central government. Otherwise, Li Bufan would not have been able to witness the light of day. The events of the previous night involving the Yu family had now become the topic of gossip during meals and teas across the realm. In a tea house within the imperial capital, patrons remarked on the ruthlessness of the Lu family commerce, questioning whether they feared Li Yanzhou and Oppo's wrath. What can he do? Would he dare seek vengeance against Lu Wuxing? I doubt he would even have the courage to try, even with 10 times his current valor. Yet, no one would jeopardize their standing for Li Yanzhou, especially when faced with someone capable of achieving the 13th realm. Li Yanzhou would not relinquish this matter easily. He harbored a deep-seated grudge. What does it matter to us? We are mere spectators in this affair. In the imperial capital, a cluster of ancient edifices towered majestically at the heart of the city, resembling a sharp sword piercing the heavens. This was the central government, the supreme authority of the Qin kingdom, where appointments of regional leaders were made and all governmental affairs were overseen. It was the coveted destination for all those with grand ambitions. Within the main hall of the central government, the head, Huangfu Jingyang, sat across from Li Yanzhou. Huangfu Jingyang wore a smile, while Li Yanzhou and Oppo's countenance remained impassive. Pouring a cup of tea, Huangfu Jingyang offered it to Li Yanzhou. Yanzhou, I am aware of last night's incident. I understand your frustrations, but given the current turmoil, we must exercise restraint regarding the Lu family commerce. Patience is essential. Li Yanzhou hastily accepted the cup, forcing a semblance of a smile. Yes, my lord. This is merely a result of my own lax governance. And besides, it was Li Bufan who erred first. I hold no grudge. Huangfu Zhengyang gently stroked his graying beard. Yanzhou, you are a person of great understanding. If only everyone in the government were as sensible as you. Li Yanzhou refrained from overstepping. I appreciate your praise, my lord. It is merely my duty. Huangfu Zhengyang produced a wooden box from behind him. I apologize for the inconvenience. This is a 9th-tier spiritual herb, the Zhuyu herb. Take it back for Bufan. He will recover swiftly. Li Yanzhou quickly waved his hand. My lord, this is too much. Huangfu Zhengyang nodded insistently. Do take it. Accepting the box, Li Yanzhou expressed his gratitude. Thank you, my lord. I shall take my leave now. Go ahead. Huangfu Zhengyang watched Li Yanzhou depart with a smile. Yet he failed to notice that the moment Li Yanzhou turned, his smile faded into an expressionless mask. Once Li Yanzhou and Oppo's figure vanished, Huangfu Zhengyang and Oppo's own smile gradually dissipated. From behind him emerged a figure, Du Yinshan, one of the 3 vice heads. He approached Huangfu Zhengyang, frowning. My lord, I fear Li Yanzhou will not let this matter rest. Huangfu Junyang turned, walking past him. I have said all that needed to be said and done all that needed to be done. If he is unwilling to accept it, he is courting his own demise. Du Yinshan followed him to a large window, both observing Li Yinzhou's retreating figure. Huangfu Junyang spoke slowly. Li Yinzhou possesses considerable ability, yet his ambition is excessive. Since his entry into the central government, he has coveted my position. Du Yinshan est AMP, Apo, est pupille constricted. What? How dare he? There is nothing he cannot dare. If not for this lust for power, he would not ally himself with those ancient figures. Du Yinshan hésitated. Are you implying? And amp, oppose, they and amp, oppose, they are still unyielding? Huangfu Zhengyang shook his head, chuckling lightly. After toiling for centuries, how could they possibly yield? He gazed into the distance, a glimmer of something inscrutable in his eyes. Li Yinzhou is capable and ambitious, yet unfortunately, his strength does not support his aspirations. Should he dare seek vengeance for Li Bufan, his demise would be imminent. Du Yinshan froned. Surely, Lu Wuxing would not dare to kill him? Ah, Dade, just let him take a single step into the southeastern provinces, and that madman will ensure he does not leave alive. Noticing Du Yinshan et Apo, Esnagering doubt, Huangfu Zhangjiang continued. Do you know why Lu Wuxing suddenly broke through to the 12th realm? Du Yinshan shook his head. Please enlighten me, my lord. Because of Lu Jinchuan. Lu Jinchuan, the current president of the Lu family commerce? Indeed, I must say, the Lu family commerce is truly fortunate, with such remarkable leaders in every generation. Did you know? Lu Wei is still alive. Du Yinshan froze, stammering what? How can this be? He looked at Huangfu Zhengyang. Wasn't he? Indeed, he was on the brink of death, but someone employed forbidden techniques to keep him alive. That individual was Lu Xiudao, the former president of the Lu family commerce. Once Lu Jinchuan ascended to power, the Lu family commerce has accomplished so much in such a brief span. In that short time, Lu Wuxing has also broken through to the 12th realm. All of this is attributed to Lu Jinchuan. If Lu Wei truly survived, and Lu Wuxing has ascended to the 12th realm, do you think it possible that Lu Wei has already entered the 13th realm? Du Yinshan felt a chill run down his spine. If Lu Wei were alive, Lu Jinchuan would not neglect him. With Lu Wuxing reaching the 12th realm, it is not inconceivable that Lu Wei has attained the 13th. As this realization dawned upon him, he shivered involuntarily. Huangfu Zhengyang observed him with amusement. You were not involved in that incident. Why do you fear? Du Yinshan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, offering an awkward smile. It's just that witnessing it firsthand caused a reflexive response. Huangfu Zhengyang shook his head with a smile. Thus, should Li Yinzhou dare to seek revenge, if Lu Wuxing were to slay him, it would signify that Lu Wei is indeed alive. At that point, Lu Wei would emerge and obliterate the Li family. Those ancient figures would not intervene for the sake of a mere Li Yinzhou. After all, they fear death, while Lu Wei does not. Huangfu Zhengyang sighed. Since Lu Jinchuan assumed leadership, the Lu family commerce has grown exponentially, and the various royal palaces have also made breakthroughs, becoming increasingly reckless in their actions. In this chaotic era, it is entirely possible that Lu Jinchuan could lead the Lu family commerce to carve a path through this age. Du Yinshan hesitated. But if they continue their reckless ways, what if something arises from above that would be beyond our control? Now, go attend to your own matters. Du Yinshan bowed respectfully. Yes. He then turned to leave. Huangfu Zhengyang gazed at the ever-evolving star map, letting out a long sigh. What a tumultuous time in the imperial capital, the Li residence. Back in his study, Li Yinzhou stared at the wooden box in his hand, his expression dark and brooding. The door swung open, and a middle-aged man hurried inside. Li Yinzhou and Amp, Oppose, as second son, Li Bufan and Amp, Oppose, as father Li Tong and Amp, Oppose. He approached Li Yinzhou anxiously. Father, what is the outcome? Li Yinzhou lifted his gaze, his expression devoid of emotion. Li Tong and Amp, Oppose, and instinctively took a step back under his father and Oppose, as piercing gaze. Li Yinzhou set the wooden box on the table and retrieved a document. How many times must I say it? Knock before entering. Li Tong and Amp, Oppose, and replied cautiously, "Yes, father." "What did the head say?" Li Yinzhou perused the document. "This matter is not to be pursued further." Hearing these words, Li Tong and Amp oppose and was instantly filled with anxiety. "What? But," slap. Li Yinzhou forcefully threw the documents in his face. "I said this matter is settled. Do you not comprehend?" Observing Li Yinzhou and Appo's ashen countenance, Li Tongyan hurriedly nodded like a chick pecking a grain. "Yes, yes." Li Yinzhou suppressed his voice. "Get out." "Yes." After responding to Li Yinzhou, Li Tongyan seemed to scurry towards the door. Li Yinzhou's icy voice echoed behind him. "If you wish for the Li family to be annihilated, then go seek revenge." Li Tongyan Amp oppose and quickly turned back. "I dare not, my son." Noticing that Li Yinzhou had fallen silent, he cautiously exited the study, gently closing the door behind him. Inside the study, Li Yinzhou glared darkly at the communicator in his hand. Lu Wei is still alive. Chapter 44. The two kings returned to the capital. The Moon family gathered around the dining table, where Tang Shuqin, Yu Yu, and Yu Dingxuan shared a meal. Yu Dingxuan looked at Tang Shuqin with a warm smile. "Madam Lu," he began, but Tang Shuqin politely interrupted. "Uncle Yu, please just call me Shuqin." "Very well, Shuqin. Regarding last night's incident, I must apologize for my inadequate hospitality. I hope you can forgive me." Yu Yu stared at Yu Dingxuan in disbelief, as if seeing him for the first time. Tang Shuqin chuckled softly. "Uncle Yu, you are being too modest. The situation was instigated by me, so I should be the one apologizing." Yu Dingxuan laughed heartily. "Oh, that is unnecessary. May I ask you something, Shuqin?" "Please do, Uncle Yu." "How is Elder Lu? Is he well?" Tang Shuqin maintained her smile. "I have not yet had the pleasure of meeting him, so I am not certain." "Ah, father, why are you being so peculiar, asking so many questions? Are you conducting a census?" Yu Yu interjected, interrupting her father. Before Yu Dingxuan could pose another question, Yu Yu turned to Tang Shuqin. "Have you had enough to eat?" Upon receiving a nod from Tang Shuqin, Yu Yu took her hand and led her away from the table. The two girls entered Yu Yu's room, where she looked at Tang Shuqin with a hint of embarrassment. "I apologize, Shuqin. My father is acting strangely today." Tang Shuqin smiled and shook her head. "It in Oppos is quite all right." She understood Yu Dingxuan and Amp, Oppos' intentions were to ascertain whether Lu Wei was still alive. Unfortunately, she truly did not know the answer. Noticing Tang Shuqin's calm demeanor, Yu Yu felt reassured. "All right, let me change into another outfit, and we can continue our adventures. There are still many places in the capital that you have yet to explore, and I will show you around." "Sounds good." In Jiangbei City, at the Lu residence, within Lu Jinchuan and Appo's training chamber, a surge of energy rippled through the air. Slowly, Lu Jinchuan opened his eyes, a flash of golden light flickering within. He exhaled softly and rose to his feet. He had reached the mid-stage of the 8th realm after several days of diligent practice. After dressing, he swiftly made his way to the hall, where Lu Yerong had prepared a meal. After replenishing his energy, Lu Jinchuan entered his office. After days of training, numerous documents had accumulated on his desk. Although he had informed Mo1 that he would handle minor matters and report back afterward, there were still many decisions requiring his personal attention. After 2 hours of diligent work, Lu Jinchuan completed all tasks on his desk. He then called out, "Have Mo1 come to my office." A voice responded from outside, "Yes." 3 minutes later, Mo1 arrived at the door. "Guomin." Mo1 entered, holding a notepad. "President, you summoned me?" Lu Jinchuan capped his pen. "Have you completed the report on the Lumen Mountain secret realm?" "I haven't seen it yet." "Yes, President. It's ready." Mo1 produced a document from his robe. Half an hour later, the report was finalized. Lu Jinchuan nodded, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "It is time to address the matter concerning Zhang Qingfu. Go to the Heavenly King's Hall and convey my order to summon King Wanluo and King Xianyun to the capital. Inquire with the capital's Martial Control Department about their intended course of action. If they are unwilling to cooperate, instruct King Wanluo and King Xianyun to take matters into their own hands." Ever since Lu Jinchuan had distributed a large quantity of broken mirror pills to the Heavenly King's Hall, several kings had made breakthroughs. The 3 kings, including King Wanluo and King Xianyun, had ascended to the 11th realm. Following the return of the underworld king, King Xianyun was also expected to break through soon, having received a few broken mirror pills. Mo1 promptly responded, understood. Once Mo1 left, Lu Jinchuan returned to his training chamber. If they wished to test his limits, he would ensure they understood them, while simultaneously probing the boundaries set by those above him. Having received the command, King Xianyun and Luanluo hurried towards the capital. The following morning, they finally arrived in the capital. Moon Bianjiang, stationed above the capital, noticed the two and his pupils constricted. Two 11th realm beings, members of the Lu clan and Oppos Merchant Association. What would they possibly want? He quickly appeared before them. King Xianyun greeted him with a warm smile, while King Luanluo emanated an aura that commanded respect, making it clear she was not to be trifled with. Moon Bianjiang, recognizing her formidable presence, respectfully clasped his hands together. Honored elders, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit to the capital? King Xianyun chuckled. Oh, it's nothing of consequence. We have come to escort our lady back to Yunzhou, relieved that they were not there to cause trouble, especially after Tang Shuqin had been wronged recently. Moon Bianjiang nodded. Very well, esteemed elders, please proceed. With that, King Xianyun and King Luanluo vanished from sight. At the martial control department of the capital, Wang Wu sent off a visitor with a smile. Once alone, he rubbed his forehead in frustration, noticing the increasing number of wrinkles forming. Just as he sat down and lifted his teacup, he was interrupted. Chief, this is bad. Chief, Wang Wu choked on his tea, jumping up in anger. Could you refrain from startling me every time? The newcomer quickly tried to calm him. My apologies, Chief. I have urgent news to report. Wang Wu wiped the moisture from his mouth. If it's urgent, then what is the issue? Two individuals have arrived outside, claiming to be from the Lu clan and Oppos Merchant Association. They seek your attention, and I doubt they come with good intentions. Wang Wu frowned, realizing that visitors from the Lu clan were rarely a positive sign. Did they mention the nature of their visit? No, they did not. Wang Wu, feeling exasperated, waved his hand. Show them in. Understood. Lying back in his chair, Wang Wu stared at the ceiling beams, feeling utterly disheartened. It seems Chief Wang is not particularly welcoming of our presence. A voice echoed, sending shivers down his spine. When had they entered? He had sensed a thing. He sprang to his feet, gazing towards the source of the voice. An elderly man with white hair and a coldly beautiful woman in a long robe stood before him. Wang Wu and Oppos back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Two 11th realm beings. Surely, they were not here to create trouble for him. Despite being in the mid-stage of the 11th realm himself, he knew he would stand no chance against two opponents. With great caution, he inquired, May I ask who you are? King Xianyun clasped her hands in greeting. We are the Xianyun King and Luanluo King of the Lu clan and Oppos Merchant Association, sent by our president to discuss an important matter with Chief Wang. Wang Wu was taken aback. The Lu clan and Oppos Merchant Association had 11th realm members now? Why had they made such breakthroughs? He gestured for them to take a seat. Esteemed kings, please have a seat. Someone bring tea. King Xianyun and King Luanluo sat on either side. Wang Wu hesitated before asking, What is this? And Oppos, important matter in Oppos. Though he suspected it might be troublesome, it was impolite not to inquire, given their direct visit. King Xianyun produced a projection device. Chief Wang, please take a look at this. 5 minutes later, Wang Wu understood the purpose of their visit, to hold the Zhang family accountable. After a moment of silence, he cautiously spoke. What outcome does your president desire? King Xianyun, stroking her beard with a smile, replied, Naturally, it is up to Chief Wang to decide. Our president believes that you will provide him with a satisfactory resolution. Wang Wu bitterly smiled to himself, realizing the weight of responsibility placed upon him. Should he believe it, it would indeed be a grave error. Both of the 11th realm dignitaries have come directly to the capital, and if he does not provide a satisfactory resolution for Lu Jinchuan, neither the king of idle clouds nor the king of Luanluo will show him any leniency. After a prolonged silence, he spoke. Perhaps it would be best for the two esteemed kings to take a brief respite while I contemplate the matter. I assure you that tomorrow I will present a satisfactory account to President Lu. The king of idle clouds rose to his feet. Then I shall impose upon you. Master Wang, As his words echoed, he vanished from sight, followed by the king of Wanluo, who also disappeared from his seat. Wang Wu let out a long sigh and called out, "Summon the vice masters to the grand hall for a meeting." Certainly. Chapter 45. The Cabinet Before Long. The four vice commanders arrived before Wang Wu. They all clasped their hands in greeting. "Commander." Wang Wu, troubled, rubbed his forehead, gesturing for them to sit. "Please, take your seats." Once seated, Wang Wu produced a recording device. "Take a look." As the images played, one of the vice commanders, Zhong Jinchuan, slammed his hand on the armrest. The Zhong family has some audacity, daring to collude with assassination organizations to attack others. Another vice commander, Su Runan, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Commander, how do we come by this information? What shall we do about it?" Wang Wu shook his head. These fools from the Zhong family, not only have they committed such an act, but they were caught red-handed as well. Su Runan paused. "You mean, the Lu family S Commerce Guild?" Wang Wu nodded. "Just moments ago, representatives from the Lu family S Commerce Guild visited us, demanding a response regarding two individuals of the 11th realm." Upon hearing this, the hall fell into a profound silence. After a lengthy pause, another vice commander, He Jinwei, cautiously spoke. "What do they desire?" Wang Wu sighed. "They want us to make a decision." He chuckled bitterly. They sent two individuals of the 11th realm directly. Their expectations have been made abundantly clear. The final vice commander, Lin Jigang, looked grave. They want the entire Zhang family to be exterminated. Wang Wu closed his eyes and nodded, feeling exhausted by the relentless troubles that beset him. Su Runan frowned. This may not be prudent. After all, disaster should not befall one in damp. Oppose, as wife and children. Zhong Jingluan scoffed. "What nonsense! Have not the members of the Zhang family enjoyed the benefits of the Zhang family's stature? Have they not received protection from Zhang Yelin?" He Jinwei turned to Wang Wu. "Commander, how shall we proceed?" Wang Wu opened his eyes. Before those two heavenly kings arrived, the Ministry of Finance had already sent someone. Minister Ding came personally with a straightforward objective: to compel us to unconditionally acquiesce to the demands of the Lu Family S Commerce Guild and eliminate the Zhang family. The Ministry of Finance? How could that be? Why? The taxes paid by the Lu Family S Commerce Guild each year could easily overshadow you four. Do you truly need an explanation? But what about the cabinet? It may be difficult to justify, one of them remarked. Minister Ding is not a simple character. His appointment as minister means he has connections not only in the central government, but also in the cabinet. He assured me that he would handle matters with both the cabinet and the central government. The cabinet and the central government wield equal authority. However, the cabinet oversees institutions like the Town War Command. At this point, the four vice commanders could only nod in agreement. Wang Wu waved his hand. "Then it is settled. Keep a close watch on the Zhang family S movements. We will act tomorrow night." Dismissed. The four vice commanders bowed in unison. "Yes." After they departed, Wang Wu knelt on one knee, addressing the air. Disciple Wang Wu pays respects to his teacher. As his voice faded, an elder appeared before him, Tian Xiyun, one of the vice ministers of the cabinet. Tian Xiyun raised his hand, and Wang Wu found himself standing involuntarily. "How many times must I tell you not to kneel so readily?" Wang Wu respectfully replied. "The grace of my teacher is greater than the heavens. I dare not forget it." Tian Xiyun shook his head. "I wonder where you learned such behavior as the commander of a town war command." Wang Wu awkwardly replied, "It was taught by my father." "Ah." After a moment of hesitation, Wang Wu spoke again. "Teacher, does the cabinet know about this matter?" Tian Xiyun had been present for quite some time and was already aware of the situation. He waved his fan, nodding. "Are they in agreement? Disagreement? Do you know how many were sent by that Ding fellow?" 20. Those old geezers are fretting over the lack of funds to repair the heavenly hall. And Ding solved their problem. They would gladly give up their positions for him. So they are in agreement? Tian Xiyun sighed. Lu Jinchuan has already shown considerable deference. If he had decided otherwise, allowing Lu Wuxing to stir up trouble, they would have agreed just the same, but the circumstances would have been much less favorable. Wang Wu questioned, "Is the Prime Minister unable to contend with him?" Tian Xiyun shook his head vigorously. Previously, it was manageable, but now that Lu Wuxing has entered the 12th realm and progressed to its mid-stage, he is no longer a match. I cannot fathom how Lu Jinchuan achieved this. how he acquired the resources that allowed Lu Wuxing to leap from the peak of the 11th realm to the mid-stage of the 12th realm in an instant. Next time I see Lu Wuxing, I must request a share. Tian Xian put away his fan and gently patted Wang Wu and Amp, Oppo's head. Well then, I came here to inform you that the cabinet will not oppose this. Proceed with confidence, for the Zhang family is in the wrong. Wang Wu responded respectfully, understood. Tian Xian vanished, leaving behind a resonating echo. The primitive accumulation of capital is always violent and bloody. Wang Wu stood in place for a long while before disappearing as well. Zhang family. Zhang Yilin paced anxiously in his study. It had been some time since Zhang Chengfu ventured into the secret realm of Mount Lumen in Raozhou, yet no news had returned. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Jinchuan had acted to completely cut off his information. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The informant Zhang Yilin had dispatched entered swiftly. He approached with urgency. What news? Is there any information? The visitor lowered his head. Master, please grieve moderately. The Town War Command has reported that the eldest young master has perished within the secret realm. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Yilin felt darkness envelop him, nearly losing his balance and taking a few steps back, with the visitor hastily supporting him to sit down. After a moment, Zhang Yilin suppressed his fury and spoke. Who did this? Although Zhang Qingfu was not the most competent heir, he was nonetheless Zhang Yilin and Oppo's only son and the future head of the Zhang family. The news of his death in the secret realm ignited Zhang Yilin and Oppo's rage. The confidant replied, "We are still investigating." Zhang Yilin shouted angrily, "Incompetent! Hurry up and find out who did this. I want their remains to be scattered." The confidant promptly responded, "Yes," and hurriedly left. Zhang Yilin did not believe that it was the Lu family's Commerce Guild that had orchestrated the murder. The three major assassination organizations colluding with Zhang Qingfu could not possibly eliminate a director of the Seventh Realm. It was simply impossible. After standing dazed for some time, he flickered and appeared above the Zhang family, just as he was about to leave. Where does the family head intend to go? Zhong Jingluan, one of the 4 vice commanders of the Town War Command, appeared before him. Zhang Yilin frowned. Commander Zhong, since when have the Town War Command personnel begun to concern themselves with the movements of others? Zhong Jingluan maintained a stoic expression. The family head misunderstands. We received news that high-level demonic beasts have infiltrated the imperial capital, disguising themselves among the populace. We are currently conducting a thorough investigation and request the cooperation of the Zhang family head until your innocence is established. Zhang Yilin and Oppo's face darkened. What if I insist on leaving tonight? Zhong Jingluan remained unmoving, stating, "Then I will have no choice but to spar with the family head." After a prolonged silence, Zhang Yilin cast a deep glance at Zhong Jingluan before turning to leave. Upon returning to the Zhang residence, Zhang Yilin's face was ashen as he hastened toward the ancestral grounds. He could not possibly believe Zhong Jingluan's reasoning. Demonic beasts infiltrating the imperial capital? It was absurd. Yet, he had no choice but to accept this flimsy excuse. He was not yet powerful enough to oppose the Town War Command. Chapter 46. The annihilation of the Zhang family. He quickened his pace, fully aware that the Jinwu division was preparing to strike against the Zhang family. However, he could not fathom the rationale behind such an assault. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Zhang Chengfu had perished within the secret realm, which meant the news had leaked. Zhang Yilin would not remain idle. Yet he alone lacked the strength to confront the Jinwu division. As merely a practitioner of the 10th realm, he found even the deputy chief of the Jinwu division beyond his capacity to contend with. If only he could summon the ancestral spirit, there might still be hope. He did not believe that an assassination of the director of the Lu Clan's Merchant Association would invite utter catastrophe. The Jinwu division had surrounded them, and, at most, they would demand an explanation. Lost in thought, he arrived at the ancestral grounds of the Zhang family. Taking a deep breath, he called out loudly, "The Zhang family is on the brink of extinction. I implore the ancestral spirit to emerge and save us from annihilation." A fierce wind arose, causing the surrounding space to ripple. 3 elders materialized before him. The elder in the center, his expression grim, spoke, "What did you say? Who dares to threaten the Zhang family?" The oppressive aura of the 11th realm bore down on Zhang Yilin, nearly forcing him to his knees. Under the piercing gazes of the three elders, he stammered, Three ancestors, the Jinwu division has inexplicably surrounded our Zhang family, forbidding us from stepping outside. What? The Jinwu division is audacious indeed. I shall inquire with Wang Wu about why he has disregarded all decorum. The elder's voice thundered, threatening to shatter Zhang Yilin's eardrums. As he spoke, the elder intended to confront Wang Wu, but the elder on his left restrained him. Wait, brother, I believe it is better not to go. Jiaya, what are you saying? Wang Wu has already wronged our Zhang family. Am I to remain silent and not seek an explanation? Elder Zhang Jiaya shook his head. Brother, if we go now, we would be providing Wang Wu with the perfect excuse to act against our family. Have you forgotten the agreement we signed years ago? Elder Zhang Jifei, the third ancestor, interjected, Indeed, brother. If we proceed without caution, Wang Wu will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to strike at the Zhang family. Elder Zhang Jizong, who had been restrained, waved his hand dismissively. Then what do you propose we do? Zhang Jie pondered for a moment and suggested, Let us remain here at the ancestral grounds. If the Jinwu division truly intends to attack, we will have just cause to retaliate. Zhang Jizong and Amp, Oppo's expression was icy. Very well. Let it be so. The three elders then vanished from sight. Zhang Jie gestured for Zhang Yilin to leave. Return home. Family head. Do not appear so flustered. Zhang Yilin quickly responded with respect. Yes. Second ancestor. As Zhang Jie and the others disappeared, Zhang Yilin let out a sigh of relief and returned to his study, acting as if nothing had transpired. At the Tang family estate, a voice summoned the current head, Tang Tianyin, to the back mountain. He respectfully addressed the tomb on the mountain. Father, what is it that you seek from me? An aged voice echoed from the mountain. You must immediately issue a statement severing ties with the Zhang family. Have the third son draft a letter of divorce to be sent to them, to be completed by tomorrow at the latest. Tang Tianyin was somewhat perplexed. Father, what is the reason for this? The elder's voice sighed. Do you know where the greatest disparity lies between you and your elder brother? He never questions the why of things. The Zhang family will cease to exist after tomorrow night. Tang Tianyin promptly replied, Yes. Father, I shall attend to it at once. With that, he hurriedly departed. The following day, Xianyan Wang and Wan Luoyang once again arrived at the Jinwu division. Wang Wu greeted them with a bow. Esteemed kings, after discussions with the cabinet and central government, it has been determined that the Zhang family colluded with an assassination organization, intending to harm others. In violation of the laws of Chang Nation, they are to be eradicated tonight. Xianyan Wang chuckled. Haha, Chief Wang, your sense of justice is commendable. The Liu Clan Merchant Association will remember this. With that, the two vanished once more. Wang Wu gazed at the empty hall, remaining silent for a considerable time. Come fort. Chief, immediately assemble personnel and relay orders throughout the entire imperial capital as Jinwu division to converge on the Zhang family, evacuating all individuals within a 5-kilometer radius. Yes, in an instant, all members of the Jinwu division in the imperial capital rushed to the vicinity of the Zhang family, clearing out everyone within a 5-kilometer radius. By 7:00 and Amp, Oppo's clock that evening, apart from the Zhang family, there was not a soul left within a 5-mile radius. Such a commotion naturally alarmed the Zhang family, and soon, panic ensued among them. Some attempted to step outside to ascertain the situation, only to be halted by Jinwu division personnel, who claimed that high-level demonic beasts had infiltrated the Zhang residence. In Zhang Yilin and Oppo's study, a group surrounded him. Elder brother, how could the Jinwu division besiege our family? Could it truly be, as they say, that we have mixed with demonic beasts? Indeed, elder brother, what is going on? At that moment, Zhang Yilin, glancing at the letter of divorce sent from the Tang family, felt veins bulging on his forehead. Get out. The sky may fall, but I will bear it. What are you all afraid of? Seeing Zhang Yilin and Amp, Oppo's fury, those blocking the door retreated in haste. Once only Zhang Yilin and his younger brother, Zhang Yichen, remained in the study. Zhang Yichen furrowed his brow and spoke. Elder brother, what is happening? Zhang Yilin's face was expressionless. When they move, we will naturally know. I have already informed the three ancestors. The Zhang family cannot be extinguished. Hearing that Zhang Yilin had notified the three ancestors, Zhang Yiqin felt a sense of relief. They had no choice but to wait for the Jinwu division to act to uncover the truth. At 9 o'clock that evening, Wang Wu appeared above the Zhang residence, accompanied by Zhong Jingluan and 3 others. Countless onlookers concealed in the shadows also wished to witness Wang Wu's intentions. Sensing Wang Wu's presence, Zhang Yilin soared into the sky to confront him. His expression was grim. "Chief Wang, what is the meaning of this? Why have you brought so many people to my Zhang family?" Wang Wu remained silent, tossing a recording device into the air. Within the secret realm, everything Zhang Qingfu had mentioned was displayed before the crowd. Those hidden in the shadows gasped at the revelation. The Zhang family is so audacious, brazenly colluding with an assassination organization. How foolish to leave behind evidence. Why would they be so reckless as to seek revenge against the Liu Clan Merchant Association? Zhang Yilin and Oppos, as complexion darkened as he watched the images emanating from the recording device, cursing Zhang Chengfu inwardly for leaving such incriminating evidence. Wang Wu narrowed his eyes at Zhang Yilin. "Zhang family head, do you have any explanations to offer?" Suddenly, Zhang Yilin erupted in laughter. "Chief Wang, if you wish to strike against my Zhang family, simply do so directly. There's no need to fabricate these baseless charges." Wang Wu shook his head. "Only when faced with dire consequences do you realize the gravity of the situation. Zhang Yilin, I am not here to debate with you today." He turned to a specific direction. "Esteemed kings, 3 practitioners of the 11th realm. Each of us will take one, and the rest can be left to Jingluan and his team." "Haha, then we shall rely on you, Chief Wang." As his voice fell, Xianyun Wang and Luanluo Wang emerged from the shadows. Upon seeing them, Zhang Yilin and Oppos' pupils constricted, realizing that with Wang Wu, there were now 3 practitioners of the 11th realm. Wang Wu and his companions disregarded Zhang Yilin and surged toward the ancestral ground of the Zhang family. Moments later, a furious roar echoed from the back mountain. "Wang Wu, you are pushing your luck." Xianyun Wang and Oppos' voice soon followed. "Leave this to me." Elder Zhang Jizong and Oppos' enraged voice resonated throughout the Zhang family estate. Unaware of the peril he faced, how could he presume to stand against me? When I achieved the 11th realm, he was still wallowing in mediocrity. Truly, you remain as formidable as ever. In an instant, the ancestral grounds of the Zhang family reverberated with terrifying waves of combat. Above the Zhang residence, Zhang Yilin dared not move, for he was already locked onto by Zhong Jingluan and his 3 companions. With an icy countenance, Zhong Jingluan commanded, "Leave him to me. You focus on the matters within." Su Runin and the others said nothing, soaring towards the Zhang estate. They understood well that Zhong Jingluan's family had perished at the hands of the Shadow Alliance. Thus he harbored an unrelenting hatred for those who conspired with assassins. As Zhang Yilin attempted to intervene, Zhong Jingluan bellowed and unleashed a devastating punch toward him. "What do you think you and Oppos? Regoing." The impact sent Zhang Yilin flying, his body crashing against the outer wall of the Zhang residence with a tremendous roar, causing it to collapse. Zhong Jingluan advanced relentlessly, attacking Zhang Yilin, who, being of a lower realm, could only flail in desperate defense. 30 minutes later, Zhang Yilin lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as he gazed in despair at the fallen members of his clan scattered within the estate. Zhong Jingluan approached him, his expression devoid of emotion, his voice chillingly cold as it reached Zhang Yilin and Oppos' ears. "Embrace death." With that, he stomped down upon Zhang Yilin and Oppos' chest, instantly crushing it and extinguishing all traces of life. Meanwhile, at the ancestral grounds, Zhang Jizong was still struggling to hold on. Zhang Jiyue and Zhang Jifei had long since met their end. The Wandering Cloud King bore numerous wounds, but continued to furiously assault Zhang Jixian. Zhang Jizong, in his despair, let out a mournful howl to the heavens. "Wang Wu, why must you treat the Zhang family in such a manner?" From a distance, Wang Wu coldly observed, "You reap what you sow. Thus, you shall not survive." Seizing the opportunity, the Wandering Cloud King delivered a final blow, bringing an end to Zhang Jizong. Thus, the Zhang family of the imperial capital was annihilated. Chapter 47. Returning to Jiangbei, the crowd watching was filled with astonishment, unable to fathom how the once mighty Zhang family of the imperial capital had vanished without a trace. They recognized the terrifying power of the Liu family business, which could cause a grand family to crumble without even needing to exert full force. In the ancestral grounds of the Zhang family, with a mere wave of his hand, King Xianyun ignited Zhang Jizong and his companions, reducing them to ashes in no time. He then turned to Wang Wu and clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance, Lord Wang. King Xianyun is too kind," Wang Wu replied courteously. With that, King Xianyun and King Luo vanished from sight. Wang Wu gazed at the wreckage of the Zhang family and sighed. One can only say the Zhang family brought this upon themselves, failing to recognize their own strength. Had they not provoked the Liu family business, they might have survived for a few more years. Shaking his head, he swiftly ascended to the skies above the Zhang family, observing the resources being transported out by the Jinwu division. A portion of these would be sent to the central government and the cabinet. The personnel below, clearing the battlefield, respectfully acknowledged, yes. Wang Wu turned it apart. The spoils must be evenly distributed. The onlookers, realizing the futility of seeking a share, discreetly dispersed. Such a move would undoubtedly lead to their doom. On the following day, news of the Zhang family's collusion with an assassination organization to attack the Liu family business spread throughout the Qian kingdom. Discussions erupted everywhere. The Liu family business is indeed formidable. They eradicated the Zhang family without hesitation. Could you achieve such strength? Others mused. The Jinwu division agreed so readily. They even took direct action. One must consider the reasons they employed, and their alliance with an assassination organization was a blatant violation of Qian Kingdom's laws. Their demise was well-deserved. I recall the Liu family business was not always like this. That was in the past. The current leader is Liu Jinchuan. Indeed, I believe it is fitting. With such strength, why should they hesitate? Those in attendance nodded in agreement. In the imperial capital, the Yu family. Yu stared wide-eyed at the news in her hands. Qin, what kind of power does your President Liu possess? This is the Zhang family of the imperial capital, and they have been annihilated. Tang Xuqin shook her head, indicating she was unaware, but to her, it was clear that the Zhang family had brought this on themselves. Above the Yu family, the guards suddenly appeared in midair. "Halt! What brings you to the Yu family?" With a ripple in the air, King Xianyun and King Luo materialized before the guards. Upon seeing the two celestial beings, the guard quickly bowed. "Greetings, esteemed seniors. May I ask what brings you to our Yu family?" Given the overwhelming pressure emanating from King Luo, their demeanor shifted drastically. King Xianyun replied with a warm smile. "We are here to escort Our Lady back." "Our Lady?" The guard was taken aback. "You mean Mrs. Liu?" "Indeed," King Xianyun affirmed. The guard quickly realized that these were the two celestial beings involved in the Zhang family and Oppos, as obliteration. "I was unaware of your identities and have committed an offense. Please forgive me." King Xianyun waved his hand, and both he and King Luo vanished. Once their presence completely dissipated, the guard wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Overwhelmed by the pressure, at the Yu residence, Tang Xuqin and Yu were bidding farewell to Yu Dingxuan and others, as today marked their return to Jiangbei. Yu Dingxuan, sensing something, looked up at the sky. With a buzz, King Xianyun and King Luo appeared before Tang Xuqin. In the presence of the lady, they greeted in unison. Tang Xuqin hastily waved her hands. "Please rise." After bidding farewell to the Yu family, Tang Xuqin and Yu boarded the carriage, beginning their journey back to Jiangbei. Due to the matter concerning Li Bufan, Liu Jinchuan had specifically requested King Xianyun and King Luo to accompany Tang Xuqin for protection. With two 11th-tier guardians present, Li Yinzhou would not have the audacity or capability to act against them. In Jiangbei, at the headquarters of the Liu family business, Liu Jinchuan sat in his chair, listening to Mo when report the latest intelligence regarding the Zhang family. Once the report concluded, Liu Jinchuan lifted his spirit tea and took a sip. "Has there been any response from the cabinet or the central government?" "None so far, Chairman," came the reply. Liu Jinchuan chuckled softly. The downfall of the Zhang family was a unanimous decision among the various factions. The Liu family business, Jinwu division, the cabinet, and the central government. Had any one of them disagreed, the Zhang family would not have met such an end. Keep a close watch on developments in the imperial capital, particularly regarding the cabinet, the central government, and the Li family. Their current silence does not guarantee future inaction. Understood. There are no alliances that are unbreakable, only shared interests. What of that useless young master from the Li family? The intelligence from the imperial capital indicated that the head of the central government had provided Li Yinzhou with a 9th-tier spiritual herb, allowing him to preserve his spiritual bones and continue his cultivation. A glint of coldness flashed in Lu Jinchuan and Amp, Oppo's eyes as he mused. Indeed, a typical protagonist template, recovering their cultivation abilities after being rendered useless, concealing their true strength, playing the fool to defeat the cunning. A smirk crept onto his lips. That old fox, Huangfu Jingyang, has quite the scheme, attempting to use me to eliminate Li Yinzhou while leveraging my influence. Yet he shall pay a price. Keep a close eye on Li Bufan. Should he dare to harbor any thoughts of revenge, let the royal court deal with him directly. Lu Jinchuan had allocated most of the cultivation resources acquired from the Jiang Divine Hall to Lu Wuwei, who had now ascended to the 13th tier, providing Lu Jinchuan with considerable confidence. Yes, Lu Jinchuan perused the documents on his desk. Is there anything else? Fifth Elder asked me to inform you that everything is prepared on her end. Please choose a suitable date for the engagement ceremony. Lu Jinchuan paused in his reading. Understood. When will my lady return? She is already on her way. Good. You may leave now. Yes. At 6:00 and Amp, Oppo's clock in the evening, the Lu family caravan, carrying Tang Shuqin, gradually came to a halt before the Lu residence. Ever since Tang Shuqin had recovered from her injuries, Lu Jinchuan had arranged for her to move in. Lu Yerong hurriedly came out to greet her. Madam, gazing at the luxurious Lu residence, Tang Shuqin softly inquired, Uncle Rong, has the young master not returned yet? Madam, he has not yet arrived. Tang Shuqin breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were already engaged, she still felt a bit awkward in Lu Jinchuan's presence. They had no emotional foundation and needed to take their time. As she entered, she said, Uncle Rong, I can prepare dinner myself. Yes, madam. In the Lu family business. In Lu Jinchuan and Amp, Oppo's office, King Xianyun, King Luoluo, and King Xianfeng stood before him. Lu Jinchuan smiled at them. You all performed admirably on this mission. In unison, they replied, all thanks to the chairman and Oppo's guidance. Lu Jinchuan waved his hand. No need for pleasantries. MO1, bring in the items. Yes, chairman, came MO1 and Oppo's voice from outside. MO1 entered, holding a tray with 3 rings. Lu Jinchuan pointed to the 3 rings. These are the rewards for your actions this time. The 3 were overjoyed. In truth, Lu Jinchuan had already promised them their rewards before they set out. They bowed in unison. Thank you, chairman. Now, take your rewards and rest well. Lu Jinchuan instructed. Yes. Once they departed, Lu Jinchuan flickered away, returning to the Lu residence. As he entered the hall, he spotted Tang Shuqin emerging from the kitchen with dishes in hand, momentarily taken aback. Today, Annie is not around? Tang Shuqin was momentarily stunned, but upon hearing this, she quickly realized, no, that an Oppo's. That's not it. I meant to do it myself. Lu Jinchuan nodded in acknowledgement. Tang Shuqin placed the dishes on the table and gazed at Lu Jinchuan. Would you like to have a bite? Lu Jinchuan nodded slightly. At the dining table, the two were engrossed in their meal, an eerie silence enveloping the atmosphere. Tang Shuqin nearly buried her entire face in her bowl, too timid to lift her gaze. From now on, just call me Jinchuan. The sudden sound of Lu Jinchuan's voice startled Tang Shuqin, causing her to choke momentarily. Lu Jinchuan handed her a glass of water and gently patted her head. Take your time eating. He then ascended the stairs. Tang Shuqin and Oppo's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly drank the water. A night without incident. Chapter 48. Engagement the following morning. Lu Jinchuan and Tang Shuqin sat at the dining table, enjoying breakfast. After wiping his mouth, Lu Jinchuan mentioned the upcoming engagement banquet. Tang Shuqin looked up, astonished by his words. She wasn't opposed to the idea. She simply hadn't anticipated the swift progression to engagement. Observing her startled expression, Lu Jinchuan reassured her. If you feel it's too soon, we can wait. Tang Shuqin lowered her head. No, that and Oppos. S nodded. Lu Jinchuan nodded. Then consider who you need to inform and let Owen know. After finishing their meal, they boarded the customized Maybach and headed towards Jinchuan University. Upon arriving at the university entrance, students flowed in for class. The sight of such a conspicuous vehicle drew murmurs from the crowd. Wow, whose young master or young lady is this? What grand display! I don an amp, Oppos, Tino, and amp, Oppos, V. You never seen a Maybach like this before. Whoever they are, they must be extraordinarily wealthy. Inside the car, Lu Jinchuan gently patted Tang Shuqin and Oppos' head. I'll pick you up after class to choose your engagement dress. Tang Shuqin nodded obediently. As she stepped out of the car, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. ISN and Oppos. That the girl from the last incident? During the previous incident involving Lin Mo, she was one of those affected. You don't know who she is? Her name is known throughout the entire Qian nation now. What is the buzz? Who is she? She is the fiancée of Lu Jinchuan, the current president of the Lu Corporation, and the granddaughter of Tang Tianlin from the Tang family of Dijing, Tang Shuqin. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The weight of her connections was undeniable, prompting the onlookers to disperse. Yu was already waiting at the gate for Tang Shuqin. As she approached, Yu took her arm. Qin. You're a celebrity now. Tang Shuqin shook her head in silence. Sensing something amiss, Yu asked, what's wrong? Qin. Tang Shuqin's expression was complex. Xiao Yu, I'm getting engaged. What? Yu exclaimed, quickly covering her mouth as curious glances turned towards her. How can it be so soon? Didn't you just confirm it? The two whispered as they walked inside. Watching them from a distance, Lu Jinchuan softly remarked, Qin Shui, President. A woman appeared at the Maybach's window, respectfully acknowledging him. From today onward, you will protect my fiancé closely. Understood. Qing Lu Wang, at the 8th realm, acknowledged the command. After giving his instructions, Lu Jinchuan returned to the Lu Corporation to attend to business. As time passed, the Lu Corporation's convoy arrived at Jinchuan University. After Tang Shuqin's class ended, Lu Jinchuan took her to finalize her engagement dress. That evening, Tang Shuqin called Tang Tianlin and Tang Ting and Dijing to invite them to her engagement banquet. The next day, news of Lu Jinchuan and Tang Shuqin's engagement spread throughout Qian Nation. Although they had previously regarded Tang Shuqin as Lu Jinchuan's fiancée, it had not been official until now. With the announcement of the engagement ceremony, many families sighed. They had hoped to send their younger generation in hopes of catching Lu Jinchuan and Oppos' interest, potentially securing a powerful alliance. However, with the engagement now confirmed, they relinquished any unrealistic aspirations, aware that pursuing such thoughts might lead to their own downfall. 3 days later, the engagement ceremony unfolded as scheduled. In the makeup room, Tang Shuqin donned the dress chosen by Lu Jinchuan, while Lu Wangwei applied her makeup. The gown featured a white base that transitioned into a deep mountain green at the neckline and hem, reminiscent of ink wash on rice paper, accentuated by a 2-finger-wide rosy brocade waist sash, akin to the vermilion silk ribbons tying ancient scrolls. Yu, observing nearby, exclaimed, Qin, you look stunning today. It's hard to believe you're getting engaged so soon. Tang Shuqin smiled. You'll be even more beautiful when your time comes. Yu pouted. I don't want that moment yet. In the grand hall, invited guests took their seats, presenting an array of exquisite gifts. Most were from factions collaborating with the Lu Corporation, while Tang Shuqin only called upon Tang Tianlin and Tang Ting. In the shadows, someone watched the engagement ceremony venue. Haha, the little princess of the Mu clan, lost to the world, is getting engaged to someone outside the ancient clan. I can't wait to see the expressions of those from the Mu clan when they find out. No need to wait. They've already arrived. As the words fell, figures appeared above Jiangbei City, swiftly racing towards the engagement hall. At the Lu Corporation headquarters, Lu Bujing, happily changing clothes, suddenly turned to Lu Jinchuan. Ancient clan members? Upon speaking, he vanished. In the makeup room, Lu Jinchuan, resting on the sofa behind Tang Shuqin, opened his eyes and gazed through the walls at the hidden figures in the sky, frowning. Lu Wangyue sensed something and also looked in that direction. Just as she was about to move, Lu Jinchuan approached her. Wangyue, I'll go check it out. Stay here with Xiaoqin. Lu Wangyue halted, nodding. Lu Jinchuan gently patted Tang Shuqin and Appo's head. I'll be right back. Wait for me here. Tang Shuqin nodded obediently. Once Lu Jinchuan's figure vanished, Tang Shuqin cast a worried glance at Lu Wangyue. Wangyue. Lu Wangyue softly patted her hand, indicating there was no need to worry, and continued with her makeup. In the hall, as Yu Qing conversed with Qi Jiang, he glanced at the sky, his expression grave, internally pondering the presence of the ancient clan. Soon after, he smiled, patting Qi Jiang on the shoulder. Director Qi, your opportunity to shine is coming soon. Qi Jiang, puzzled, looked at him, unsure of the sudden remark. Yu Qing nodded towards the sky. Qi Jiang looked up, spotting Lu Jinchuan hovering in midair. Taken aback, he wondered what the president was doing there. Suddenly, Lu Jinchuan vanished from sight, reappearing beside him. At that moment, all eyes were on Lu Jinchuan in the sky, bewildered by his unexpected ascent. 2 seconds later, numerous figures appeared behind him, including the Wong of idle clouds, the Wong of falling phoenix, and the Wong of the underworld, who stood closest. All members of the royal pavilion had arrived. The crowd below gasped as they surveyed the royal figures, noting that the lowest among them was at the peak of the seventh realm. The ancient clan's stealth techniques were masterful. Although the royal pavilion members were invisible, they stood resolutely behind Lu Jinchuan. Meanwhile, in Zhongbei City's town guard office, Wang Zheng furrowed his brow, peering through layers of obstruction at Lu Jinchuan, muttering to himself, "What is he planning now? Someone, sir, send word to." He abruptly fell silent as numerous figures slowly materialized before Lu Jinchuan. Chapter 49. The mystical Mu clan. A score of figures materialized in the firmament, directly confronting Lu Jinchuan. These individuals were uniformly adorned in resplendent robes, their white fabric interwoven with golden embroidery that shimmered with an ethereal, auric luminescence, exuding an aura of unparalleled nobility. The leader, in particular, was distinguished by his robe, upon which fluvial cloud patterns undulated, revealing enigmatic symbols in their wake. However, their gazes were haughty, their countenances betraying an utter disdain, as if Lu Jinchuan and his cohort were inconsequential. The vanguard was a young man, his face adorned with an inscrutable smile as he delicately fanned himself with a handheld fan, feigning an air of sophisticated refinement. Intriguing, he remarked, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. You possess the peculiar ability to perceive us. The Mu clan and Appo's art of concealment was, to his astonishment, rendered utterly transparent in Lu Jinchuan and Appo's presence. Little did he know, Lu Jinchuan had activated his all-seeing divine eye, piercing through their illusions. Lu Jinchuan, his expression impassive, regarded him in silence. One of the young man and Appo's retinue stepped forward. His finger pointed accusingly at Lu Jinchuan. Insolent. We are. Boom. Before he could complete his sentence, an invisible force slammed him mercilessly into the earth, creating a gaping crater. He lay prostrate within, his condition precarious. Lu Jinchuan nonchalantly brushed off his suit. Your associate lacks decorum. The young man and Appo's astonishment deepened. Lu Jinchuan and Appo's swiftness having caught him completely off guard. With a smile, he introduced himself. I am Mu Xiangyan of the Mu clan. Upon hearing Mu Xiangyan and Appo's declaration, murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd below. What? The Mu clan? What brings them here? Could they be attending President Lu and Appo's engagement ceremony as well? It seems unlikely. Their intentions appear less than benign. The cacophony of whispers reached Lu Jinchuan and Appo's ears. He glanced at his watch. I'm unfamiliar with them. Mu Xiangyan paused, then erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, how amusing. It has been an age since I encountered someone so diverting. Another member of Mu Xiangyan and Appo's entourage stepped forward. Brother, there is no need for prolonged discourse. Let us attend to the matter at hand. Mu Xiangyan cast a placid glance at him. It was his cousin, Mu Xiangwen. Mu Xiangwen visibly flinched under his gaze, falling silent. Mu Xiangyan offered a courteous smile, addressing Lu Jinchuan. Your betrothed, Tang Shu Jin, is, in fact, a scion of our clan, a kinswoman who is separated from us. She's my cousin. Lu Jinchuan raised an eyebrow, and Mu Xiangwen stepped forward once more, his countenance contorted with disdain. Mu Xiangyan did not restrain him this time. My brother and Amp, Oppos, S civility towards you does not grant you license for such audacity. You outsiders are all the same, devoid of any semblance of etiquette. Let me enlighten you. You are unworthy of marrying a member of the Mu clan. Surrender her, and we shall return her to her rightful place within the fold. Lu Jinchuan ignored him, turning his gaze to Mu Xiangyan. Seeing himself addressed, Mu Xiangyan shrugged helplessly. Is this your personal sentiment, or the decree of the Mu clan and Oppos? As current patriarch, has she been consulted as to her wishes? Mu Xiangwen and Oppos' expression soured. You dare presume to know? Summon her forth at once. Her return to the Mu clan is a boon of immense magnitude. Do you comprehend the consequences of delaying us? Lu Jinchuan shook his head, ignoring Mu Xiangwen, and vanished. Mu Xiangyan sighed, retreating behind the ranks of his clan. Mu Xiangwen, the imbecile, had failed to discern the unfavorable circumstances. Could he not perceive the dozens of Seventh Realm cultivators arrayed against them? Or perhaps he had never entertained the notion that anyone would dare raise a hand against the Mu clan. A hothouse flower. He was about to wither in the harsh environment of the outside world. The Nether King, cloaked entirely in black, was the first to strike. With a flicker of movement, he appeared before Mu Xiangwen. His withered fingers reached out, and the Fourth Realm Mu Xiangwen was powerless to resist, hoisted into the air like a helpless chick. Even then, Mu Xiangwen continued to rant. Release me at once, you scoundrel. The Nether King, hearing Mu Xiangwen and Oppos' invective, emitted a rasping chuckle from beneath his cowl. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he hurled Mu Xiangwen and Oppos' body skyward, vanishing from sight. Reappearing above the ascending form of Mu Xiangwen, he delivered a devastating kick. Bang! Instantly, Mu Xiangwen and Oppos' body plummeted towards the earth like a cannonball. Boom! Mu Xiangwen crashed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust and leaving a gaping crater in his wake. Silence descended upon the onlookers. Lu Jinchuan's retinue was far too formidable. They had dared to assault the Mu clan, and with such brutal force. Wang Zheng, who had been monitoring the situation, slapped his forehead, cursing under his breath. Damn it, neither faction was to be trifled with. But must they clash within his jurisdiction? How was he to secure his promotion now? The incident involving the Twilight sect at Mount, she had already displeased the cabinet and the central authorities. This new debacle would forever dash his hopes of returning to the capital. Men, sir, assemble everyone and proceed to the location where the Lu Corporation's president is holding his engagement ceremony. Clear the area within a 2-kilometer radius. Yes, sir. With those words, Wang Zheng vanished, rushing towards the Nether King and his cohorts. Meanwhile, the assembled onlookers held their breath. Witnessing the beating of the ancient clan was a rare spectacle, one they dare not miss. As the dust settled, Mu Xiangwen lay motionless in the crater, blood trickling from his mouth. His eyes, vacant, stared at the Nether King in the sky above, every bone in his body seemingly shattered, racked with excruciating pain. The members of the Mu clan, witnessing Mu Xiangwen's pitiful state, erupted in fury and charged towards the Nether King. As Mu Xiangwen and Mu Xiangyan's attendants, they were doomed should anything befall their charge. Even if they were no match for the Nether King, they had to act, lest their fate be even worse. The instant they moved, Qi Jiang shot towards them. Buzz! Qi Jiang materialized before one of the attackers, delivering a devastating blow. Bang! The recipient of the blow was sent hurtling into a nearby structure, which collapsed under the impact. He refrained from using his blade. It was, after all, his president and Oppos' auspicious day, and bloodshed was to be avoided. The Seventh Realm Qi Jiang tore through the ranks of the Mu clan like a wolf among sheep, the ancient clan's members utterly defenseless. Bang, 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 bang. The sounds echoed incessantly as Qi Jiang battered the members of the Mu clan, sending them crashing in every direction, unconscious. After half a minute, save for Mu Xiangyan, who had wisely retreated, none of the Mu clan remained standing. Wang Zheng arrived on the scene, surveying the fallen members of the Mu clan with a sigh. This is a disaster. Chapter 50. Mu Nantian. Wang Zheng gazed upon the wretched figure of Mu Shanwen, sprawled within the deep pit, a throbbing headache assailing him. He massaged his temples vigorously. Qi Jiang materialized before him in a flash. Chief Wang, what brings you here today? Are you also here to congratulate our chairman? Wang Zheng, his gaze shifting between Qi Jiang and the enigmatic Nether King, cloaked entirely in black robes, his face obscured from view, found himself speechless. After a long pause, he forced a smile. Chief Qi, what exactly has transpired here? He had been observing intently, fully aware of the events that had unfolded, but he needed to hear the account directly from the representatives of the Lu Corporation. Otherwise, his position as the director of the Jiangbei City Martial Guardians Bureau would be untenable. Qi Jiang feigned enlightenment. Ah, you and Oppos. Referring to these and Oppos, ancients and Oppos, are you? Wang Zheng's lips twitched upon hearing Qi Jiang's designation for the members of the Mu clan. Indeed, clad in antiquated attire, they were in essence ancients. Qi Jiang spread his hands, feigning helplessness. I and Amp, Oppos, am at a loss myself. Our chairman and Amp, Oppos. Engagement ceremony was proceeding smoothly when a band of lunatics emerged, intent on abducting our madam. Naturally, we couldn't and Amp, Oppos, to allow that. Hence the current state of affairs. Before Wang Zheng could interject, a hearty voice interrupted him. Chief Wang, long time no see. Wang Zheng turned to see Mu Xiangyan, fanning himself with an elegant smile gracing his face. Wang Zheng and Amp, Oppos, furrowed brow relaxed somewhat, reassured by Mu Xiangyan and Amp, Oppos, composed presence. There was still room for negotiation. He nodded in acknowledgement. Young Master Mu, it has been too long. He inhaled deeply, then turned his gaze to both Qi Jiang and Mu Xiangyan. How do you intend to resolve this matter? Qi Jiang shook his head, feigning innocence. Resolve? Hasn't it already been resolved? Wang Zheng and Oppos' expression stiffened as he turned to Mu Xiangyan, expecting an outburst of fury. Instead, the young master maintained his polite smile. Shangwen was at fault for his initial indiscretion. It is only natural that Chairman Lu's people decide how to deal with it. Wang Zheng was taken aback. Then, before he could finish his sentence, the Nether King descended from the sky. Boom! The Nether King and Amp, Oppos' figure shot towards Mu Shangwen on the ground with explosive speed, creating a deafening sound. For daring to insult their chairman, he would not be allowed to live. Wang Zheng's eyes widened as he too rushed toward Mu Shangwen. Hold! Nether King, spare him. The Nether King reached Mu Shangwen first, raising his fist and channeling all his spiritual power into a devastating blow. Sensing the imminent threat to his life, Mu Shangwen and Amp, Oppos' eyes widened in terror as he desperately tried to move, only to be met with excruciating pain. Just as the Nether King and Amp, Oppos' attack was about to strike Mu Shangwen, a faint layer of light suddenly enveloped his body. Boom! The Nether King's attack collided with the light barrier, unleashing a thunderous roar. A shockwave rippled outwards, causing the onlooker's clothing to rustle violently. The Nether King was repelled, staggering back 50 meters. He stared fixedly at Mu Shangwen, his expression unreadable beneath his dark robes. Wang Zheng, having finally reached Mu Shangwen, wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Thank goodness, he muttered. Thank goodness Mu Shangwen possessed a life-saving treasure. Although Mu Shangwen did not hold as high a position in the Mu clan as Mu Xiangyan, his death would still enrage the clan members. Moreover, his demise within Wang Zheng's jurisdiction would bring misfortune upon him. He was about to examine Mu Shangwen's condition when a thunderous roar reverberated across the heavens. Who dares harm my son? As the voice subsided, a towering, 20-meter-tall phantom appeared in the sky, its eyes blazing with fury. Upon seeing the phantom, Wang Zheng felt as though all the strength had been drained from his body. He slumped, muttering to himself, it and oppose s over. His despair was not for the Lu Corporation, but for himself. The onlookers gasped in unison upon seeing the phantom. Munantian. He's here. This is going to be interesting. Munantian. Upon seeing Mu Shangwen lying on the ground, barely clinging to life and bleeding profusely, roared in fury, Shangwen. The thunderous voice echoed across Jiangbei City, threatening to shatter everyone's eardrums. He then turned his gaze upon the crowd below. Who has injured my son so grievously? Step forward. I shall grant you a swift death. The Nether King and Amp, oppose, as black-robed figure flashed, appearing at the same altitude as Mu Nantian, his voice raspy and chilling as it emanated from beneath his hood. Old codger, what if it was I? Mu Nantian laughed in extreme anger, his teeth gritted as he spoke. Very well. You have courage. I'm a man of my word. I shall grant you a swift death. With that, he unleashed a massive palm strike towards the Nether King. The spectators, witnessing Mu Nantian's attack, scattered in all directions, fearing the collateral damage. Wang Zheng, seeing this, flashed away to a safe distance. This was beyond his ability to intervene. The Nether King's icy voice also echoed through the clouds. Old codger, your boasting is as empty as your threats. His withered hands formed a series of hand seals, and an aura of decay emanated from him. As the giant palm descended, the Nether King channeled his spiritual power, unleashing a full-force punch towards the incoming strike. Boom! The fist and the palm collided, creating a deafening explosion. The Nether King and Oppo's figure was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into a distant building, which collapsed in a cloud of dust. Munantian sneered, overestimating yourself. Bang! The Nether King emerged from the dissipating dust cloud, a trace of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his face was adorned with a maniacal grin. He spread his arms wide, and countless wisps of decay surged forth from his body. Behind him, countless black crows materialized from thin air, screeching as they joined him in his assault on Munantian. Munantian and Oppo's phantom furrowed its brow, surprised by the Nether King and Oppo's resilience. Once again, he spread his 5 fingers, and the phantom hand descended upon the Nether King. The Nether King, rushing towards Munantian, laughed maniacally beneath his black robes. He crossed his arms before him, and with a flick of his withered fingers, he pierced a hole through the phantom hand, his figure emerging from the other side. The countless black crows collided with the phantom hand, dissipating as they struck. But the phantom hand gradually dimmed. Munantian was stunned. What? In an instant, the black-robed figure was upon him, channeling all his spiritual power into a devastating punch. Boom! Munantian and Oppo's towering phantom was sent staggering backwards. Insect, you have successfully angered me. The thunderous voice echoed as Munantian charged from a distance. Boom! The Nether King's figure was sent flying. The onlookers stared in disbelief at Munantian, whose towering phantom had become even more ethereal, teetering on the verge of collapse. It was unexpected that the Nether King could push Munantian to such a state. Fury contorted Munantian and Oppo's face. He looked at the motionless Nether King amidst the rubble of the collapsed building, his voice like thunder. I have changed my mind. I shall tear you limb from limb. Mu Shangwen, lying in the pit, equally unable to move, opened his mouth to laugh, only to cough up more blood, prompting him to quickly close his mouth. Mu Xiangyan, standing in the distance, leisurely fanned himself, seemingly unconcerned with the unfolding events. Munantian extended his 5 fingers towards the Nether King. Buzz Lu Bujing appeared before him, deflecting the force of the attack. Munantian, what madness are you spouting here? Return from whence you came. Munantian roared in fury. Lu Bujing, you dare obstruct me. Lu Bujing raised an eyebrow. Obstruct you? What if I were to slaughter your beastly son today? How dare a mere phantom challenge me? With that, he casually unleashed an attack towards Mu Shangwen, who now had no means of defense. Munantian was about to intervene when Lu Bujing blocked his path. Just as the attack was about to strike Mu Shangwen, another ethereal figure materialized in the sky, gently waving a hand to disperse the impending assault. A calm voice resonated throughout the air. Lu Bujing, How about granting me a favor? Laughter echoed again as Lu Wuxing appeared before Lu Bujing, casting a scornful glance at the ethereal figure. Grant you a favor? Mu Nantian, have you finally mustered the courage to emerge from your shell? Another ethereal figure revealed itself. The current patriarch of the Mu clan, Mu Nantian. Chapter 51. The ancient mysterious realm. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd below. They had not anticipated witnessing such formidable figures at Lu Jinchuan's engagement banquet. Two individuals at the 12th realm. They marveled not only at Lu Wuxing's audacity in addressing Mu Nantian, the patriarch of the Mu clan, in such a manner, but also at how Mu Nantian would respond. All eyes were fixated on the figures suspended in the sky. Mu Nantian and Apos. His ethereal visage narrowed his eyes slightly as he faced Lu Wuxing, whose aura was as profound as an abyss. Lu Wuxing was also at the mid-12th realm. A question slipped from Mu Nantian's lips. When did Lu Wuxing achieve his breakthrough? Observing Lu Wuxing and Lu Bujing standing resolutely in front, Qi Jiang hastily flew to the side of the king of hell, aiding him in departing to recuperate. Mu Xiangyan, witnessing his father's manifestation, approached respectfully. Father. Mu Nantian offered no reply, not even a glance in his direction. Undeterred, Mu Xiangyan stood with reverence behind Mu Nantian. Lu Wuxing and Apos. S face was a mask of derision. Mu Nantian, why do you forsake your role as the patriarch of the Tortoise clan to flaunt your prowess? At this, Mu Nandi erupted in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Wuxing. Lu Wuxing, you dare insult my elder brother. Lu Wuxing's demeanor turned icy as he struck with a palm. Mu Nantian furrowed his brow and raised a hand to deflect the blow. Nonetheless, Mu Nandi and Apos. S ethereal form dimmed further, teetering on the brink of annihilation. With a voice as frigid as unyielding ice, Lu Wuxing reverberated through the heavens. Mu Nandi, dare you continue to point fingers at me? Do you believe I would hesitate to storm into your shell and slay you? Fuming with rage, Mu Nandi pointed at Lu Wuxing once more. You! Silence! Mu Nantian bellowed, startling Mu Nandi into submission, shrinking back in fear at his father's icy demeanor. Turning his attention to Lu Wuxing, Mu Nantian spoke without emotion. Lu Wuxing, it has been a long time. You still exhibit the same madness. Lu Wuxing snorted dismissively. Oomph. You remain as cowardly as ever. The atmosphere fell into silence. After a prolonged pause, Mu Nantian spoke slowly. May I take that girl with me? Lu Wuxing pointed to his temple. Mu Nantian, have you been cooped up for too long that your mind has gone awry? You wish to take someone who publicly insulted our leader? Mu Nantian remained unperturbed. He has already paid the price. Lu Wuxing shook his head. Not enough. Upon hearing his son mentioned, Mu Nandi and Amp, Apos, S rage flared. Lu, boom. Before he could finish, Lu Wuxing effortlessly obliterated his ethereal form. Meanwhile, in an ancient, austere hall, Mu Nandi abruptly opened his eyes, leaping to his feet and spitting blood. Lu Wuxing, I will not let this go. In Jiangbei City, Mu Nantian furrowed his brow as he regarded Lu Wuxing, silently acknowledging his escalating madness. Observing Lu Wuxing nonchalantly dusting off his hands, his frown deepened. What do you propose? A smile suddenly illuminated Lu Wuxing and Amp, Apos, S face. Death. Mu Nantian and Amp, Apos, S frown deepened further. Unacceptable. Then let us engage in a duel. Lu Wuxing declared, releasing his 12th realm pressure, causing the crowd below to feel the very fabric of space compress, rendering them breathless. Mu Nantian and Amp, Apos, S ethereal form swayed, gradually dimming under the weight of this pressure. After a moment of silence, when the audience anticipated an impending clash, Mu Nantian spoke. Incapacitated, but not dead. The crowd gasped, surprised by Mu Nantian's concession. Lu Wuxing did not retract his pressure. So, you intend to engage me in battle, then? Apologies will be delivered tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Lu Wuxing withdrew his pressure. Oomph. At least you possess some sense. Mu Nantian ceased to respond, casually striking the ground where Mu Xiangwen lay in a deep pit, causing him to groan and lose consciousness. He then turned to Mu Xiangyan. Take him back. Mu Xiangyin bowed his head. Yes. Casting a lingering glance at Lu Wuxing, his ethereal form gradually dissipated. At the moment of complete dissolution, he heard Lu Wuxing and Appo's voice. Mu Nantian, keep your people in check, or I shall not hesitate to clean your house. Once Mu Nantian and Appo's ethereal form vanished entirely, Mu Xiangyin approached Lu Wuxing and Lu Bujing, bowing respectfully. The younger generation greets the two esteemed seniors. Lu Wuxing chuckled heartily. You're far more sensible than your father. Mu Xiangyin humbly responded with a smile. Thank you for the compliment, esteemed senior. May I take my leave now? Lu Wuxing waved his hand. Go on, lest Mu Nantian accuse me of bullying the young. Thank you, esteemed senior. With that, Mu Xiangyin swiftly approached the unconscious Mu Xiangwen, grasping his leg and gesturing for the scattered attendants to vanish. With a smile, Mu Xiangyin and Mu Xiangwen disappeared without a trace. Watching their departure, Lu Wuxing turned to Lu Bujing. What do you think? Lu Bujing stroked his beard thoughtfully. His intellect is akin to that of a cunning fox. In this era of great contention, he will surely carve out a place for himself. Lu Wuxing nodded in agreement, then swiftly materialized before Wang Zheng. Wang Zheng hurriedly bowed. I have seen Elder Lu. Lu Wuxing patted his shoulder reassuringly. Fear not. Mu Nantian dares not emerge. Yes. With Lu Wuxing vanishing from sight, Wang Zheng rushed to where the town guard was gathering. Ensure the scene is cleared. Yes. Once the town guard and Lu clan and Appo's merchants had tidied everything up, the engagement ceremony officially commenced. 2 hours later, the ritual concluded, and thus, Tang Xuqin became Lu Jinchuan and Appo's fiancé. On the way back to the Lu residence, in the Maybach, Lu Jinchuan held Tang Xuqin and Appo's small hand, recounting all that had transpired. Noticing her complex expression, he gently asked, Do you wish to return? Tang Xuqin shook her head. I do not. Seeing her somewhat despondent, Lu Jinchuan caressed her head, enveloping her in his embrace. Rest assured, as long as you do not wish it, no one can compel you. Tang Xuqin nestled quietly against him, obediently nodding. After escorting Tang Xuqin back to the Lu residence, Lu Jinchuan made his way to the Merchant Association's office. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Lu Jinchuan regarded Mo1 with an impassive expression. Have you uncovered the truth? Mo1 bowed his head respectfully. Yes, Chairman, I have ascertained the details. He opened a dossier. The individuals from this morning hail from the ancient mysterious realm and belong to the ancient clans. Lu Jinchuan raised an eyebrow. Ancient mysterious realm? Ancient clans? Mo1 nodded. Indeed, the ancient mysterious realm is a remnant from the ancient era, a small world beyond our own, rich in spiritual energy, yet long monopolized by the ancient clans, prohibiting outsiders from entry. Lu Jinchuan tapped his fingers on the desk. Tell me more about the ancient clans. Certainly. The ancient clans comprise a group of individuals who claim to be descendants of ancient beings, believing themselves to be the closest to immortality. They regard themselves as superior, possessing purer bloodlines than those beyond the ancient mysterious realm. The 10 ancient clans of the ancient mysterious realm are Mu, Xiao, Xia, Yu, Tuoba, Wenren, Wuma, Ji Bailey, and Pei. The ancient clans have long remained aloof from worldly affairs, only emerging during monumental opportunities to seize them. Lu Jinchuan continued to drum his fingers on the table, curiosity flashing in his eyes. This world is indeed complex, filled with many aspects that he has yet to comprehend. After a moment of contemplation, he softly inquired, Is there an entrance to be found? Mo shook his head in response. It cannot be located. Only those within can emerge voluntarily, and it is the cultivators above the 12th realm who possess the ability to sense this. Lu Jinchuan nodded thoughtfully. If there is nothing else, let us descend for now. Understood. Chapter 52. The reinitiation of the deification plan after Mo departed. Lu Jinchuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. If the ancient mystic realm is indeed as Mo described, with spiritual energy far denser than in the outside world, then it stands to reason that the ancient clans, having cultivated there for countless years, would possess far greater strength than the external forces. Thus, it appears that the Lu Clan Merchant Association still has threats looming over them. Moreover, troubles seem to perpetually seek them out. They must grow stronger. Lu Jinchuan mused quietly. He could no longer rely on that whimsical system, nor had he ever intended to. The only recourse left was to enhance his power through various relics and secret realms. A sudden sense of urgency pressed down upon him. The following day, Mo arrived at Lu Jinchuan's office. President, instruct the intelligence team to scour for information on all secret realms and relics within the borders of Qian Kingdom. Report immediately upon any discovery, regardless of tier or size. Understood. From this moment forth, Lu Jinchuan would not overlook any avenue that could yield cultivation resources. As his command was conveyed, the intelligence team swiftly mobilized. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, during which nothing noteworthy occurred. Tang Shuqin attended her classes, while Lu Jinchuan continued to handle affairs as usual. On the 3rd day, at the headquarters of the Lu Clan Merchant Association, Lu Jinchuan was diligently processing official business when he heard a knock. Kumin, President. Hearing a voice different from Mo, 1 in amp, opposes. Lu Jinchuan looked up to see a young man approaching with a stack of documents. Feng Zhu, the head of the intelligence team. Upon reaching Lu Jinchuan, he respectfully bowed, placed them on the desk. Yes. Once Feng Zhu placed the documents on the desk, Lu Jinchuan picked one up to glance at it before returning it. He looked up at Feng Zhu. Is this the complete list of relics and secret realms expected to appear within a month? Indeed, President. Lu Jinchuan and Amp, Oppos, S fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk. Are there any above the 7th tier? Report, President. There is 1 9th tier relic, 2 8th tier secret realms, and 4 7th tier secret realms. Lu Jinchuan stared at the pile of documents, contemplating for a moment before stating, go to the Hall of Sovereigns and deliver my edict. Have the Underworld King take the dual kings of day and night to the 9th tier relic. The Cloudless King and the Wanlaw King will proceed to the 2 8th tier secret realms, while the Wuxiang King, the Illusory Spirit King, the Yuang, and Qi Jiang will head to the 4 7th tier secret realms. Have Qi Jiang dispatch personnel from the operations department to assist them. Understood. After a moment's thought, Lu Jinchuan added, you will accompany Qi Jiang. Upon hearing that Lu Jinchuan wanted him to participate in the operation, Feng Zhu was elated. After all, the rewards given by Lu Jinchuan after each mission were substantial. Although Feng Zhu was part of the intelligence team, he possessed the strength of the 7th tier, making his participation in a 7th tier secret realm a wise choice for safety. He quickly responded with respect. Yes. Suppressing his excitement, he hurriedly exited Lu Jinchuan and Amp, Oppos, S office. Once Feng Zhu relayed Lu Jinchuan and Amp, Oppos, S orders, everyone began preparing. The timings for the opening of relics and secret realms varied. Some were already on their way, while others commenced preparations. The 8th tier secret realm that the Wanlaw King was heading to would open the following day in the northern province of Qian Kingdom, necessitating her departure today. The figure of the Wanlaw King disappeared from the Hall of Sovereigns, racing toward the northern province, while personnel from the operations department also set off for the same destination, albeit at a slightly slower pace. Nevertheless, it mattered little as the Wanlaw King would handle the resource acquisition. In the capital, within a concealed courtyard, 4 individuals sat around a round table. Is it truly necessary? A low voice emerged, belonging to the previous leader of the demon-slaying guard, Wei Duantian. His weathered face bore a trace of sorrow. He is still but a child. He should not have to bear this burden. The other 3 turned to him, one speaking up. Old Wei, this is his fate. It cannot be avoided. Furthermore, this is what his parents entrusted to us. A look of confusion crossed Wei Duantian and Amp, Oppos, S face. If old Lin were to see his only grandson in such a wretched state, how would we explain it? At this, the other 3 fell silent. After a moment, one spoke again. Yet the lunatics of the Twilight sect forcibly extracted the end Amp, Oppos, results in Amp, Oppos, from his heart. Had we not administered the end Amp, Oppos, divine liquid and Amp, Oppos, to him, he would have perished long ago. Wei Duantian chuckled bitterly. Do you believe I am unaware of the machinations behind the events at Shishan? Do you truly wish to restart the Oppos, deification and Oppos plan? The three exposed showed no signs of remorse, instead becoming more resolute. His parents have proven that the Oppos, deification and Oppos plan is not mere fantasy. The conflict has already commenced. Everything we do is for the sake of Qian Kingdom. Only an amp, Oppos got an amp. Oppos can lead Qian into the next era and usher in a new brilliance. When old Lin awakens, if blame is to be assigned, we shall bear it together. Wei Duantian scoffed coldly. I, Wei Duantian, have spent my life slaying demons. Do I need you to bear the burden for me? I merely wish to ascertain one matter. What matter? Is the restart of the deification plan truly the idea of those individuals? After a moment in Oppos, as pause, the individual opposite him replied, yes. Upon hearing this answer, Wei Duantian sighed in relief. As long as those individuals were in support, it would suffice. He did not desire the feeling of betrayal. He wished to avoid a repetition of past events. Very well. In that case, the deification plan shall be reinitiated. The next day, in the northern province, the Luanlua king arrived in Binhai City according to the intelligence, with 2 hours remaining until the secret realm opened. Thus, she decided to visit a tea house to gather some preliminary information. Just as she settled down, nearby tables erupted in conversation. Alas, Binhai has become increasingly chaotic lately. So many have been assassinated, and even the lunatics of the Twilight sect have come to sow discord. And what has become of it? The demon-slaying division has not captured a single culprit. If only we're like the southeastern 3 provinces, where those assassination organizations and the lunatics of the Twilight sect wouldn't dare to set foot. Do you think it is the merit of the demon-slaying division? They are utterly incapable of grasping the shadows of the assassination organizations or the Twilight sect. Is that not the case? Have you not heard? This is all because the Shadow Alliance failed to assassinate the president of the Liu Clan Merchant Association, leading to the dismantling of their branches in the entire southeastern 3 provinces. The ban on the Shadow Alliance remains in effect. Are they not afraid of retaliation when they exit the southeastern 3 provinces? Afraid? Do not jest. The bounty set by the president of the Liu Clan Merchant Association is exceedingly generous. Those individuals would go to great lengths to capture someone from the Shadow Alliance just to claim the reward. Why would they fear? We must still exercise caution. While the Liu Clan Merchant Association may not fear, we are different. I have heard that several individuals of unknown origin were seen entering Binhai City last night. They were acting sneakily, likely members of the assassination organizations and the lunatics of the Twilight sect. What would they be doing here? What else could it be? They are likely here for the upcoming 8th-tier secret realm. Then we must be extra vigilant. Upon hearing that the assassination organizations and the Twilight sect might also be coming to the secret realm, the Luanlua king and Oppos, S. eyes gleamed. The bounty from Lu Jinchuan was something she coveted as well. 3 minutes later, after finishing her tea, the Luanlua king vanished from sight, hastening toward the location of the secret realm's emergence. She intended to scout the area first. In midair, she suddenly halted her movement, employing a secret technique to conceal her presence, blending into the shadows. She arrived above a flat expanse of land. A sweep of her divine sense revealed an underground chamber where several individuals were engaged in discussion. She held her breath, focusing intently on their conversation. Why has that esteemed individual dispatched so many of us to this secret realm? Do we truly require a collective effort for such a diminutive 8th-tier domain? This secret realm harbors the crucial materials for and amp, Oppos, divine creation and amp, Oppos. We must not falter, conceal those in different expressions. We cannot afford to be complacent. Acquisition is imperative. Suddenly, one among them raised his gaze towards the direction of King Luanlua. Who goes there? The occupants of the basement surged forth, yet found nothing amiss. In the distance, King Luanlua wore a grave expression. How could that group detect her presence? The strongest among them barely reached the 10th tier, yet she sensed a palpable threat emanating from them. After all, she was at the 11th tier. How could this be possible? The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon her. This secret realm was likely more complex than it appeared. She swiftly relayed the information to the intelligence team and hastened towards the secret realm. In Jiangbei City, at the headquarters of the Liu family consortium. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. President. Mo entered briskly. What is it? The intelligence team has received word from King Wanlua. The 8th-tier secret realm may be linked to the AMP, Oppos, Divine Creation and AMP, Oppos plan. Mo when recounted the information from the intelligence team in its entirety to Lu Jinchuan. Lu Jinchuan and AMP, Oppos, S demeanor turned grave. When will the secret realm on the side of the king of the underworld be activated? In 2 weeks. Have him come over. I need him to accompany me to Beizhou. Understood. If the lady inquires about my whereabouts, inform her that I have matters to attend to in Beizhou. Yes. A minute later, Lu Jinchuan and the king of the underworld concealed their presence and soared towards Beizhou. Chapter 53. The incident. Lu Jinchuan, accompanied by the king of hell, hastened towards Beizhou. Along the journey, a frown marred Lu Jinchuan and Oppos' brow. The god-making project was far from simple. It had been initiated 30 years prior. Yet he remained perplexed about the fundamental motives behind their desire to create a god. Current intelligence suggested that the project was backed by the upper echelons, including the cabinet, the central government, and even those wielding greater power. Among these individuals were not only those of the 11th realm, but even some from the 12th realm. What could possibly instill such fear in beings of such strength, driving them to instigate conflict in pursuit of the god-making project? This was precisely why he felt compelled to travel to Beizhou personally. Otherwise, the idle Cloud King would have accompanied him and the King of Hell, as 3 from the 11th realm would suffice to handle any unforeseen circumstances. Perhaps this journey to Beizhou would unveil the reasons behind the initiation of the god-making project. Suddenly, he halted mid-flight. Noticing his stop, the King of Hell immediately scanned the surroundings with vigilance. President, what is it? Is there a situation? Lu Jinchuan shook his head, indicating all was well. He then produced a communication device and connected with Mo1. President, Mo1 and Oppos' respectful voice resonated from the other end. Relay my orders to the Hall of Kings, instructing the Cloud King to swiftly head to Beizhou with the Xianfeng King and the Yunin King to the 8th-tier secret realm. Understood. After disconnecting the device, Lu Jinchuan's expression grew solemn. Let's proceed. With that, Lu Jinchuan resumed his flight towards Beizhou. He casually tossed several bottles of spirit-replenishing liquid to the King of Hell, aware that they could not afford to rest on their journey. His spiritual energy was boundless. But the King of Hells was not. In the imperial capital, within the cabinet, an elderly man regarded a middle-aged figure kneeling before him and coldly remarked, "A band of lunatics. Was the farce from 20 years ago not embarrassing enough? Now they wish to repeat it. Go, immediately head to Beizhou and stop them. Bring that thing back. I wish to see what has bewitched them so. If it cannot be retrieved, destroy it on the spot." The kneeling middle-aged man responded respectfully, yes, and promptly vanished from sight. At the Shanghai Academy, the president, Shang Wanwen, clutched an ethereal tome, gazing towards Beizhou, his murky eyes devoid of any emotion as he shook his head. Mu Bai, a scholarly figure named Mu Bai, appeared behind him. Master, we must make a trip to Beizhou. Those individuals have gone mad once again. Mu Bai bowed and then disappeared. In the central government, Huangfu Zhenyang smiled as he observed the ever-shifting star map. This time, our central government shall refrain from joining the fray. In Beizhou, the moment for the opening of the 8th-tier secret realm had arrived. A wave of energy rippled through the air as a faint, translucent portal materialized in a forest within Binbei City. After a prolonged wait, the gathered crowd rushed eagerly into the secret realm. The Wanlua King concealed herself in midair, surveying the individuals entering the realm. Suddenly, her brows furrowed as she locked onto a few figures mingling among the crowd. Once those individuals entered the realm, she swiftly followed suit. An hour and a half later, Lu Jinchuan and the panting King of Hell emerged at the entrance of the secret realm. Just as they were about to step inside, Lu Jinchuan's brow furrowed, seemingly sensing something amiss. The King of Hell, noticing this, clenched his skeletal fingers and shouted, "Come out!" Boom! A series of anguished cries erupted as numerous individuals clad in black appeared around them, swiftly meeting their demise at the hands of the King of Hell. The King of Hell darted in front of one figure, revealing a silver serpent mask adorning their face. President, it's the Shadow Alliance. Lu Jinchuan's expression turned icy. These vile rats are everywhere. Contact Qi Jiang and instruct him to bring his men to Beizhou. I do not wish to encounter any more of these foul rodents upon my emergence. Understood. With that, Lu Jinchuan vanished into the secret realm. After the King of Hell relayed the message to Qi Jiang, he hastily entered the realm as well. Following his entry, Mu Bai emerged from the shadows, his brow furrowed. He was familiar with Lu Jinchuan and thought to himself, why has President Lu come? Those madmen will stop at nothing for the Oppos, God-making and Oppos project. If anything were to happen to him, Lu Wei might very well emerge and unleash a massacre. He then chuckled to himself, thinking how delightful it would be if that were to happen, ridding them of all those troublesome lunatics. Shaking his head, he too entered the secret realm. Once he entered, the middle-aged man from the cabinet appeared. He activated his communication device. Elder, individuals from the Shanghai Academy have entered, along with Lu Jinchuan. Do not concern yourself. The old fellow from Shanghai Academy shares our objective. In due course, we may collaborate with them. As for Lu Jinchuan, avoid conflict. I do not wish for Lu Wei to cast his gaze upon me. Understood. After disconnecting, the middle-aged man proceeded into the secret realm. Within the secret realm, the Luanluo King found herself utterly alone, momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that entry into the realm would be random. Now, she would have to search for those individuals anew. Closing her eyes, she expanded her consciousness in search of them. Suddenly, her eyes flew open, a radiant smile gracing her face. To her surprise, there was an unexpected delight. With that, her figure shot off in a particular direction. In that direction, several members of the Twilight sect were scouring for resources. They were discussing the abundance of 6th-tier beast eggs within the 8th-tier secret realm. Who would have thought there would be so many eggs? This could last us quite a while. Who was it that didn't want to come? It certainly wasn't an Oppos. Me. Enough chatter. Let us gather everything and find that item. Why the rush? That item should still be immature. Before they could finish their conversation, the members of the Twilight sect looked up at the sky. Buzzing. The air trembled as the Luanluo King emerged, her presence radiating overwhelming pressure, snapping the trees below and sending debris flying. The members of the Twilight sect stammered in fear. El Lu, the Lu family. People from the Lu Merchant Association, 11th realm. Run. As one shouted, they scattered in all directions. The Luanluo King and Oppos. S expression hardened. Run? Boom! A surge of power swept through, causing the fleeing members of the Twilight sect to scream as they collapsed. With a mere press of her fingers, they erupted into blood mist. She then turned her gaze towards another direction. Vile, filthy rats. With that, her figure shot off towards that direction. Lu Jinchuan felt a flash before him, finding himself within the secret realm. With a swift motion, he obliterated a 6th-tier tiger demon that charged at him, and furrowed his brow as he pressed onward. In front of him, familiar runes were inscribed upon the trees. He gazed solemnly at the forest before him, softly exhaling. Cursed blood rune forest. Such a phenomenon should not exist within this secret realm. The conditions for its formation, within a kilometer radius, the death count must reach 10,000. This meant that beneath his feet lay the remains of no fewer than 10,000 souls. Suddenly, a violent wind surged around him, and the cursed blood rune forest began to sway, emitting eerie sounds that resembled cries of anguish. Chapter 54. The cursed blood symbol forest. Lu Jinchuan swiftly retreated, creating distance between himself and the ominous cursed blood symbol forest. His expression grave, he fixed his gaze on the swaying forest that emitted eerie sounds, his fingers spreading apart as a flickering blue flame ignited in the palm of his hand. The cursed blood symbol forest, a calamity wrought from the resentful souls of the deceased, was akin to a 10th-tier demon, not to be underestimated. Suddenly, the expansive forest began to stir, afoul, crimson liquid seeping from beneath its canopy. The forest loomed larger, obstructing the sky like a gaping maw intent on devouring Lu Jinchuan. With an air of composure, he extended his fingers forward. Heavens blaze! A colossal fireball erupted, blazing upwards as scorching flames surged forward. The trees closest to Lu Jinchuan were instantaneously reduced to ashes by the unbearable heat. The entire cursed blood symbol forest began to recede slowly, contracting as if in retreat. In a nimble motion, Lu Jinchuan ascended into the air, exhaling softly. Lightning descends. Countless purple bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, weaving together into a net that struck the forest. A portion of the forest was instantly reduced to cinders, accompanied by wails of despair. As the storm of lightning dissipated, the ground crackled with residual sparks. Lu Jinchuan surveyed the endless expanse of the forest, his brow furrowed. To eradicate this menace completely would require an immeasurable amount of time. His primary objective was to unravel the mystery behind the divine creation plan, and he could not afford to squander precious moments here. Raising an eyebrow, he glanced downward as numerous ash-laden cursed trees suddenly released a flurry of runes that soared toward the distant forest. In the next instant, countless cursed trees sprang forth from the earth anew. Lu Jinchuan and Appo's expression tightened. It was clear this was a never-ending cycle. Contemplating the forest, he smirked slightly and relinquished all his strength, allowing his body to plummet toward the cursed trees below. As he approached the menacing branches, his face revealed no emotion. Just as he was about to crash into the ground, a buzzing sound filled his ears, and he opened his eyes to find himself no longer in the cursed blood symbol forest. Before him lay a serene meadow, devoid of surprise. The forest, born of resentment, had never truly existed. The potent malice had compelled them to burst forth from the ground, forming the forest. Furrowing his brow, he cast a sidelong glance behind him, and with a sudden hum, his figure vanished. 2 seconds later, over a dozen half-human, half-demon figures approached. Lu Jinchuan's brow furrowed deeper. The lunatics of the Twilight sect had also entered the secret realm. The Twilight sect members settled down in the very spot Lu Jinchuan had occupied, each one severing their palms, crimson blood pooling as it coalesced into a bizarre pattern on the ground. Realization dawned upon Lu Jinchuan. These fanatics were summoning their deity. The scene shifted abruptly as a multitude of figures appeared in the meadow, the eerie pattern on the ground expanding ominously. A swirling black hole emerged. A massive, pitch-black hand reached out, swiftly grasping 2 individuals and hurling them into the abyss, followed by the unmistakable sound of consumption. Panic ensued as the crowd scattered. The half-human, half-demon members of the Twilight sect began their slaughter, casting the corpses into the void. Half an hour later, the once serene meadow was littered with dismembered limbs and coagulated blood, the world before Lu Jinchuan, now an ocean of crimson. He grimaced at the sight. Apart from the Twilight sect, no one remained standing. Alarmed, the members gathered before the black hole, realizing the peril they faced. We and Amp, Appo's, fed it too much. It and Amp, Appo's, breaking free. We cannot let it escape. Seal it. As the urgency of their voices echoed, the Twilight sect members sprang into action, the black hole shrinking in size. One member hurled a cube-shaped box into the void. With a series of clicks, the box disassembled, absorbing the diminutive black hole before reassembling into its original form. A member of the Twilight sect reached out, catching the cube as sighs of relief filled the air. They began to disperse. Lu Jinchuan hovered above the scarlet ground, his brow furrowed as he observed the scene below. Suddenly, the blood and remains began to sink into the earth, restoring the meadow to its original state. As if nothing had transpired, closing his eyes, Lu Jinchuan understood this was an illusion, though he could not discern whether it was a mere mirage, a return to the past, or a reconstruction of the scene. Abruptly, he opened his eyes wide, golden light flashing before him. The eye of illusion activated. Yet, the same image remained before him. Lu Jinchuan was taken aback. What is happening? Have I returned to the past? Ah Chuan, come to mother. Lu Jinchuan paused. Then a smile crept upon his lips. He had begun to doubt his eye of illusion, only to discover it had revealed its own flaw. He turned to see a resplendent woman, her face aglow with kindness, arms outstretched as if to embrace him. Beside her stood a dignified middle-aged man, a smile gracing his features as he observed Lu Jinchuan. With a flicker, Lu Jinchuan appeared before the pair, his hands covering their faces. "You performed splendidly. Alas, I am not him." As the words left his mouth, he forcefully brought their hands together. A deafening explosion ensued as their figures shattered, transforming into mere fragments of withered wood that fell to the ground. Activating the eye of illusion once more, he scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, he swiftly turned his head toward a specific direction, a smirk gracing his lips. "Found you." His figure darted forward, fingers poised. Break. With a resounding crash, the scene shattered, revealing the cursed blood symbol forest once again. A figure clad in white, adorned with runes, was sent flying out, the cursed trees hastily converging to catch it. Lu Jinchuan halted midair, his fingers curling as a long blade materialized in his grasp. "Is this your true form?" He extended his fingers, entomb it. An immense explosion erupted at the center of the forest as the white figure charged at him. Lu Jinchuan swung his blade forward. Lunar entombment. A powerful wave of blade energy sliced through the air like a radiant moon, aiming for the white figure. It let out a shriek, hastily dodging to the side. With a thunderous boom, Lu Jinchuan and Amp, Oppo's figure appeared beside it. "Your speed is too slow." As the words escaped him, he seized its head, forcefully slamming it into the ground. A cloud of dust erupted as its head was buried in the earth. The limbs formed from cursed trees flailing wildly. Turning to face the onslaught, countless vengeful spirits surged forth from the forest, charging toward him. He spread his fingers, heaven and Oppo's blaze. Flames surged toward the forest, incinerating the approaching spirits entirely. The entity he had pinned down erupted from the ground, lunging at Lu Jinchuan. He created distance, the entity howling in fury, runes cascading from its form and hovering in the air. It opened its mouth to roar, and the runes shot toward Lu Jinchuan. Raising an eyebrow, Lu Jinchuan remarked, "A curse?" He opened his fingers to the incoming runes. Deflect. A faint golden barrier materialized before him, repelling the runes entirely. With a hum, Lu Jinchuan vanished from sight, appearing behind the entity. Shatter. The entity was struck by an immense force, its body hurtling backward. Lu Jinchuan's long blade shot forth. With a piercing sound, the blade embedded itself into the entity, pinning it against a cursed tree. Lu Jinchuan swiftly appeared before it once more. The heavens ablaze. The searing heat reduced everything to ashes, and the vengeful, clawing curse of the blood talismans that had surged towards Lu Jinchuan vanished in an instant. Sheathing his long sword, Lu Jinchuan expanded his consciousness. With a sudden, fierce opening of his eyes, he declared, "I have found you." With that, his figure shot forth in a swift direction. Chapter 55. Unleashing carnage upon entering the secret realm, Hades, separated from Lu Jinchuan, ascended into the sky. A sweep of his divine sense revealed the presence of the Shadow Syndicate. A sardonic smile played upon his lips beneath his dark robes as he vanished in a flicker. Meanwhile, Lu Jinchuan, extending his divine sense, initially sought the zealots of the Twilight cult to discern their intentions. However, he detected the Shadow Syndicate and immediately moved to intercept them. The Syndicate assassins were ambushing a cultivator at the Sixth Realm, employing their expertise in exploiting chaos to facilitate assassinations. The besieged cultivator was severely wounded, clinging to consciousness. As the Syndicate assassins pressed their assault, a voice echoed from above. The Shadow Syndicate truly comprises vermin who exploit every opportunity. Instantly, one of the assassins was obliterated, his blood splattering onto his comrades. The targeted cultivator seized the opportunity to flee. Lu Jinchuan, clad in a trench coat, hovered in the air, his expression impassive. The Syndicate assassins recoiled, swiftly producing talismans. Lu Jinchuan, the chairman of the Lu Corporation, is also within the secret realm. Lu Jinchuan allowed them to signal, hoping to draw out more Syndicate members. Have you notified them? With a whoosh, the assassins vanished, reappearing around Lu Jinchuan, weapons drawn. Bang, 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 bang. The assassins exploded into crimson mist, deflected by a shimmering barrier around Lu Jinchuan. With a resonant hum, Hades materialized behind him, bowing. Chairman, Lu Jinchuan and Oppos. Eyes narrowed. Have you contacted Luan Luo Wang? Yes. She's pursuing the Twilight Cult. Are Xianyan Wang and the others en route? They are within the central province. Lu Jinchuan nodded, then fell silent. Hades inquired, Chairman, shall we eradicate all syndicate members? Lu Jinchuan smiled. Unnecessary, they're already converging. As he finished speaking, a rustling sound filled the air. Hundreds of black figures materialized around them, casting the surroundings into shadow. Hades stepped forward protectively, only to find themselves encircled. Lu Jinchuan chuckled. I hear your rat alliance has 11 notorious members, numbered 0 through 11. Knowing Hades is present, yet daring to surround us, I wager 5 have arrived? After a brief pause, a black figure emerged, a grating laugh emanating from behind a silver serpent mask. Lu Corporation and AMP. Oppos. Chairman is renowned for his almost preternatural intellect. I am Dark Nine of the Shadow Syndicate. For more figures, step forward. Lu Jinchuan mused. 5 at the 10th realm pinnacle. I presume I was not your initial target? Dark Nine chuckled. An unexpected boon, then. Lu Jinchuan raised an eyebrow. Hades, your assessment? Hades' chilling voice echoed from beneath his cowl. Insignificant rabble. He vanished, reappearing before Dark Nine, his withered hand reaching out. Taken aback, Dark Nine hastily defended. Hades and AMP. Oppos. Decaying energy gripped Dark Nine and AMP. Oppos. Arm, inflicting a searing pain and emitting a plume of smoke. Dark Nine applied a potion to the wound, tearing off a strip of cloth to bind it. A raspy voice emerged from behind a mask. Dark 7, Dark 8, Dark 10, assist me in dealing with him. Dark 11, delay Lu Jinchuan. The rest, eliminate Lu Jinchuan. He lunged at Hades, knowing Lu Jinchuan was formidable, despite his 8th realm cultivation. Dark 11 warily eyed Lu Jinchuan. Lu Jinchuan smiled gently. You seem apprehensive. Dark 11 remained silent, his expression grim. With a hum, he vanished, his dagger aimed at Lu Jinchuan. Strike first. Hundreds of ordinary syndicate assassins surged forward as well. The dagger sliced through Lu Jinchuan, cleaving him in two. Dark 11's eyes widened. An illusion. Lu Jinchuan and AMP. Oppos. Voice resonated behind him, sending shivers down his spine. Astute, but lacking in strength. Dark 11 gasped when a whistling sound heralded his impending doom. He was sent flying, spewing blood. Lu Jinchuan extended his hand. 100-fold gravity. A dozen assassins were crushed into crimson mist. He whispered, defend. A golden aura swirled before him. Clang. 6 assassins' daggers struck the barrier, producing an ear-splitting screech. Lu Jinchuan unleashed a punch, obliterating the 6 assassins. He reached above, his fingers spread, halting a descending dagger. Celestial flames. In the assassin and Oppos' horrified gaze, searing flames erupted, incinerating him. A gust of wind heralded Dark 11 and Oppos' renewed assault. Lu Jinchuan sidestepped the dagger, seizing Dark 11 and Oppos' head. A mayfly attempting to topple a chariot. He slammed Dark 11 and Oppos' head into the rocks, shattering them. Then, grasping his leg, he hurled him through the air, felling trees in his wake. Lu Jinchuan extended his arms. Ephemeral myriad blades. The assassins and Oppos' daggers dissolved, reforming into blades behind Lu Jinchuan, then piercing the oncoming assassins. He spread his fingers, murmuring 10,000-fold gravity. Boom! Chapter 56. The Shadow Syndicate's headquarters, a deafening roar erupted as an immense force emanated from before Lu Jinchuan. The air around him reverberated with a thunderous sound. The Shadow Syndicate assassin who had been charging toward him was instantly crushed. A cloud of blood mist, unable to even disperse before being obliterated by the sheer power. When the smoke cleared, everything in front of Lu Jinchuan had been reduced to rubble. The 4 assassins surrounding Hades ceased their assault, turning in stunned silence toward Lu Jinchuan. Hades and Oppos' chilling voice echoed behind them, sending shivers down their spines. To falter in battle is a fatal error. Have you forsaken the assassin and Oppos' creed? Suddenly, one of the assassins felt a piercing coldness in his chest. Looking down, he saw Hades's withered fingers protruding through his sternum, clutching his still-beating heart. He stared in disbelief, a question flashing through his mind. Am I dying? His vision blurred until all faded to black, and he collapsed lifelessly. Another one bites the dust. The remaining 3 assassins redoubled their efforts, realizing that any lapse in focus could be their last. They fought with renewed vigor, seeking an opportunity to escape, knowing that if Jinchuan finished his task, they would all meet their end. Jinchuan raised 2 fingers, intoning, "Wind command, howl." A gale sprang up around him, coalescing into blades of wind that sliced through the remaining assassins. The sounds of flesh being torn echoed as the assassins fell one by one, their lives claimed by the wind's deadly embrace. Amidst the carnage, one of the assassins struggled to his feet, his eyes burning with fury. He attempted to flee, but a resounding echoed through the air as a long blade shot toward him, piercing his body. The force propelled him backward, pinning him to a towering tree. A mouthful of blood spewed forth. He stared blankly at the blade, muttering in disbelief, "How is this possible? I am a peak 10th realm cultivator." Jinchuan materialized before him, immaculate in his trench coat, untouched by the chaos, bound by the shackles of realm. How naive. The assassin looked up, meeting Jinchuan and Appo's gaze. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Jinchuan regarded him impassively. "Reveal the location of your headquarters, and I grant you a swift end." The assassin spat a mouthful of blood at Jinchuan, but it was intercepted by an unseen force. Jinchuan sighed, seizing the assassin and ascending into the air, his divine sense expanding. Moments later, his eyes snapped open, and he carried the assassin toward a specific location. A minute later, Jinchuan arrived at a dense forest. After breaking the assassin and Appo's limbs and crippling him, he tossed him down below. The assassin plummeted, landing in the dense foliage, where a swarm of fist-sized ants descended upon him, devouring him alive in their 6th-stage ant demon nest. Jinchuan returned to the battlefield, the assassin and Appo's screams echoing behind him. He remained unmoved. He had been provoked time and again. Did they truly believe he was so tolerant? Meanwhile, the remaining assassins were struggling against Hades. As they faltered, Hades prepared to deliver the final blow. But Jinchuan and Appo's voice reached his ears. "Spare them." Hades restrained his power, sending the assassins flying with a single strike. They crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. With a flicker of movement, Hades appeared above them, crippling them with a single blow. Hades respectfully stepped aside as Jinchuan descended. "Bring them," Jinchuan instructed, before flying toward the 6th-stage ant demon nest. Hades waved his withered hand, and the broken bodies of the assassins floated behind him as he followed Jinchuan. Arriving at the nest, Jinchuan gestured for Hades to hold one of the assassins aloft, forcing him to witness the scene below. The assassin stared in horror as his comrade was devoured, his body reduced to mere bones. "Reveal the location of your Shadow Syndicate headquarters, and I shall grant you a swift end. Refuse, and you shall join him in his torment." The sight of the swarming ants sent shivers down the assassin's spine. Even with his brutal training, the thought of being devoured alive was unbearable. When the assassin remained silent, Hades released him. As he plummeted, he succumbed to his terror, crying out, "I'll speak! I'll speak!" Hades snatched him back from the brink, but as the assassin began to speak, his head exploded, showering the ground with gore that the ants eagerly consumed. Jinchuan frowned, turning to the remaining assassins. One of them shook his head. "We have been implanted with parasitic worms. Any disclosure of the Shadow Syndicate and Appo's secrets will trigger them, as you just witnessed." Jinchuan turned back, his expression unreadable. Hades understood. With a burst of 11th realm power, the remaining assassins were reduced to nothing more than blood mist. Jinchuan turned and began to fly away. Hades hurried to follow behind. "Contact MO1 and instruct Fengju to lead a team to the Barren Lands to locate the Shadow Syndicate's headquarters." Though the assassin had not spoken aloud, Jinchuan had read his lips. "Yes. Contact Luo and ask her tell us where she is." "Yes." 3 seconds later, "President, Luan Lua has responded. She is in the east. Let an oppose. Let's go. With that, Lu Jinchuan changed direction, flying toward the east, with Hades close behind. Meanwhile, Luan Lua was engaged in a frenzied slaughter of the Twilight cult, yet she felt uneasy. Why were so many of the Twilight cult fanatics here? It was effortless to kill them, but their presence suggested a purpose. After crushing the last cultist, she bowed respectfully. President. Space rippled, and Lu Jinchuan and Hades appeared before her. Lu Jinchuan waved his hand dismissively. No need for formalities. Have you discovered anything? Luan Lua shook her head. The teleportation into the secret realm is random. This place is vast. It will take time to find the others. Lu Jinchuan nodded. In that case, you two split up and search. Contact me the moment you find them. Hades and Luan Lua bowed. Yes. They vanished, and 5 seconds later, Lu Jinchuan stared ahead. Come out. Chapter 57. The Jade-Faced Azure Fox. Yin Jinghong as Lu Jinchuan and Amp. Oppo's voice subsided. A grating, sepulchral chuckle echoed through the air, akin to the rustling of withered leaves. President Lu possesses remarkable perspicacity. 3 shadowy figures materialized before Lu Jinchuan, brandishing daggers, and launched an assault. Lu Jinchuan sidestepped, executing a circular flourish, defend. Instantly, a rotating halo of faint golden light materialized before him. Clang! The 3 daggers struck the barrier simultaneously, emitting a shower of sparks. Lu Jinchuan remained impassive. It and Amp, Oppos, as hardly a challenge to detect such a pervasive verminous odor. With that, he unleashed a devastating punch, sending the 3 shadowy figures hurtling back several dozen meters. The central figure, regarding Lu Jinchuan, emitted another eerie chuckle. Animus Syndicate's Enforcer 4, here to claim President Lu's head. Lu Jinchuan, with his hands clasped behind his back, remained nonchalant. You possess a rather impressive capacity for patience. Enforcer 4, understanding Lu Jinchuan and Amp. Oppos, allusion to Enforcer 7 and his cohorts, cackled. We are not the imbeciles that Enforcer 7 and his ilk were. As the words left his lips, Enforcer 4, Enforcer 5, and Enforcer 6 encircled Lu Jinchuan, launching a coordinated assault from 3 directions. Lu Jinchuan vanished from his position, leaving the 3 enforcers grasping at empty air. You're all the same, merely larger rodents. Lu Jinchuan and Oppos' voice echoed from above. As he appeared above them, his fingers splayed. Thunderfall. Rumble. A deafening peal of thunder erupted as countless bolts of violet lightning descended from the heavens. Beware. Evade. Enforcer 4 bellowed, as the 3 scattered in different directions. Despite their swift reactions, the area of effect was too vast. Aya! Enforcer 6's agonizing shriek pierced the air as a bolt of violet lightning struck him, sending him tumbling. Lu Jinchuan extended his fingers towards him. Gravitic amplification. Enforcer 4 inwardly cursed, swiftly seizing Enforcer 6 and leaping away. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion resounded as a cloud of dust billowed into the air. Enforcer 4, clutching Enforcer 6, glanced back to see a gaping crater where Enforcer 6 had stood moments before. Enforcer 6 and Amp, Oppos' attire was now tattered and scorched, and his chest emitted plumes of black smoke. Enforcer 4 felt a chill run down his spine. Lu Jinchuan's arsenal was far too extensive. Yet, the substantial bounty for Lu Jinchuan's capture steeled his resolve. Enforcer 4 frantically searched for Lu Jinchuan, his gaze hardening. Enforcer 5. Caution! Enforcer 5, hearing the warning, whirled around to find Lu Jinchuan had materialized beside him. Seizing his arm. Too swift, he thought inwardly. Lu Jinchuan, gripping his arm, uttered a single word. Shatter! Boom! Enforcer 5 swiftly severed his own arm to escape, retreating while casting a glance backward. A surge of overwhelming power erupted, obliterating the arm Lu Jinchuan had seized, sending flesh and blood flying. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Had he hesitated, his entire body might have suffered the same fate as his arm. He gritted his teeth, applying a vial of medicine to the severed limb. A cloud of acrid smoke rose, staunching the flow of blood. Simultaneously, Enforcer 4 applied a vial of medicine to Enforcer 6 and Oppo's chest. In but a fleeting exchange, one was crippled and another wounded. Jinchuan and Oppo's figure flickered as he darted towards the remaining enforcers. Enforcer 4, witnessing this, hastily commanded, "His abilities are too numerous. Withdraw into the shadows." As the words left his lips, the three figures vanished. Zzz. In the instant they disappeared, a pool of crackling violet lightning formed where they had stood. Jinchuan, noting their disappearance, closed his eyes. Thermal detection. A faint smile played on Jinchuan and Oppo's lips. "Found you." Hum. His fingers splayed, he grasped his long sword, and with a fluid motion, he swung it forward. Lunar burial. Boom. Layer upon layer of crescent-shaped sword energy slashed forth. Enforcer 4, concealed in the shadows, inwardly cried out. "He found me. How is this possible?" There was no time for contemplation. He crossed his daggers before his chest, unleashing a crimson cross of light to meet the oncoming sword energy. Bang! The two attacks collided, unleashing a concussive shockwave. As the shockwave washed over him, Jinchuan planted his long sword before him, deflecting the brunt of the impact. Shoo shoo shoo. A barrage of projectiles filled the air. Jinchuan turned to see a dense cloud of throwing stars hurtling towards him, blotting out the sky. He extended his hand, fingers splayed. Absolute zero. Boom. An icy aura radiated outward, freezing the projectiles solid. Jinchuan uttered a curt command. Shatter. His longsword shot forth. Bang. The ice shattered, and the longsword hurtled towards Enforcer 4 and Oppo's face. He crossed his daggers. Clang. The longsword was deflected, but the force sent Enforcer 4 hurtling backward. With a resonant hum, Jinchuan appeared before him. His fingers clamped onto the masked face, slamming it violently into the ground. Boom! A cloud of dust erupted as Jinchuan forced Enforcer 4's head into the earth. With his other hand, he grasped the air, summoning his longsword back into his grasp. Hum! The longsword flew through the air, impaling Enforcer 6, who had attempted to attack from behind, pinning him to a distant tree. Jinchuan, still gripping Enforcer 4 by the neck, hauled him from the earth. Enforcer 4's limbs hung limp, his breath shallow, as he remained in Jinchuan's grasp. Jinchuan stretched his arm backward, extending his fingers. An unseen force deflected Enforcer 5's dagger, preventing it from drawing any closer. His expression was glacial. Celestial inferno. Boom! A torrent of searing flames erupted from his palm, illuminating the terror in Enforcer 5 and Oppo's eyes, visible through his mask. Uttering not a sound, the intense heat incinerated Enforcer 5, reducing him to ashes. Enforcer 4, clutched in Jinchuan's grasp, stared in disbelief. He could not comprehend how their coordinated assault had been completely overwhelmed by Jinchuan, who seemed to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of spiritual energy. Jinchuan's gaze was as cold as the void as he stared down at him. "Reveal to me the target of your assassination." His arrival in this secret realm had been a spontaneous decision. The Animus Syndicate could not have known his whereabouts. He was not the intended target. HRK, Enforcer 4 rasped, regarding him with a mocking expression. Jinchuan hurled him away, turning toward Enforcer 6, pinned to the tree by his longsword. Mid-air, Enforcer 4 detonated in a gruesome explosion. Jinchuan approached Enforcer 6, his face devoid of emotion. "What about you?" Enforcer 6 remained silent, his resolve evident. Jinchuan understood his decision. With two fingers aligned, he traced a line through the air, severing Enforcer 6's head from his body. Jinchuan retrieved his longsword, the corpse of Enforcer 6 collapsing to the ground. He wiped the blade clean and sheathed it. Just then, the voice of Hades echoed in his mind. "President, I've located individuals affiliated with the Twilight Cult. Their behavior is peculiar. Transmit their coordinates." Affirmative. 3 seconds later, having secured Hades and Oppo's location, Jinchuan and Oppo's figure flickered as he teleported in that direction. As he traveled, Jinchuan and Oppo's countenance grew increasingly grim, for the scene before him had shifted once more. He halted, surveying his surroundings. He now stood within an ancient, ornate hall, the floor paved with marble. Lu Jinchuan and Oppos. S voice was frigid, laced with chilling intent. You pestilent rodents are truly relentless. Emerge. As the words left his lips, Lu Jinchuan stomped his foot. Boom! An unseen force radiated outward, centered on him, cleaving the hall's pillars asunder. Rumble! The hall collapsed in a deafening roar. Lu Jinchuan surveyed his surroundings. The illusion remained intact, still within the antiquated architectural complex. A golden glint flickered in his eyes. Illusion piercer. Scanning the area, his brow furrowed. He detected nothing. His figure flickered, appearing above the complex, his hand outstretched. Gravitic cataclysm. Rumble. Overwhelming force cascaded downward. The ancient architectural complex beneath my feet began to slowly crumble, relentlessly pressed by the immense force of gravity. Alas, President Lu truly is irritable. He has destroyed my home. A sigh echoed, and suddenly, a ripple appeared in the space 10 meters ahead of Lu Jinchuan. A figure emerged from within. Lu Jinchuan looked up, and before him stood a youth. The young man's complexion was remarkably pale, akin to that of a corpse, with brows that slanted elegantly into his temples. The elongated corners of his eyes were adorned with a vermilion mole, and his irises shimmered with the deep luster of lapis lazuli. Although he was a young man, his long azure hair cascaded down to his waist, and most intriguingly, perched atop his head were a pair of animal ears. Lu Jinchuan regarded the youth and amp. Oppos, S refined and gentle smile, devoid of the silver serpent mask, and with an expressionless demeanor remarked, "You wretched rats can indeed venture into the light?" The youth maintained his smile, shaking his head with amusement. "President Lu has misunderstood. I am not one of those filthy rats from the Shadow Alliance." He then inexplicably produced a blue fan, gently waving it, and nodded slightly towards Lu Jinchuan. "I am Yin Jinghong, the jade-faced blue fox. It is a pleasure to meet you, President Lu." Chapter 58. Confrontation with Yin Jinghong. Lu Jinchuan arched an inquisitive brow. His hands nestled within the pockets of his trench coat. Not affiliated with the Shadow Syndicate, he furrowed his brow. A moment of contemplation etched upon his face as he scrutinized Yin Jinghong with a hint of uncertainty. Rumors abounded regarding the Twilight Cult. Whispers of several individuals who had integrated over 50 of demonic genes without succumbing to rejection, resulting in a surge of power. These individuals, aside from exhibiting certain demonic characteristics and occasional transformations, retained their cognitive faculties. He regarded Yin Jinghong impassively. One such individual, with a cultivation base at the 9th realm, had forcibly assimilated 80 of the 11th tier azure glaze genes. Defying expectations, he had not perished, but had instead successfully integrated the genes, ascending to the 11th realm in a single stride. Heralded as a prodigy, he was bestowed the moniker Jade-Faced Azure Fox. Yin Jinghong chuckled softly, cognizant that Lu Jinchuan's designation of prodigy was not pejorative. He twirled the fan in his hand with a flourish. "I am flattered by your praise, Guild President Lu, though I dare not presume to be a prodigy, certainly not in comparison to yourself." He clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed upon Lu Jinchuan, a glint of astonishment dancing in his eyes. "In the desolate province of Huang, I heard tales of Lu Jinchuan, the contemporary president of the Lu conglomerate, a veritable genius of this era. They say that at the tender age of 20, you breached the 4th realm, earning the reputation as the most naturally gifted successor in the conglomerate and Oppos' history, deeply esteemed by the Council of Elders. Yet, a mere half-year has elapsed, and you have already ascended to the 8th realm, even with an inexhaustible supply of cultivation resources. Such a feat would be unattainable without extraordinary talent, to traverse 4 realms in such a short span, directly reaching the 8th. His gaze intensified with fervor as he addressed Lu Jinchuan. "Guild President Lu, the enigma surrounding you piques my curiosity immensely." Lu Jinchuan responded stoically. "If your sole purpose in intercepting me is this, then you are free to meet your demise." With these words, Lu Jinchuan's figure blurred as he materialized before Yin Jinghong. His palm aimed squarely at his adversary. Yin Jinghong parried with his azure fan, the impact of the immense force causing his hair to cascade wildly. His form gradually etherealized, and a soft chuckle echoed through the air. Then allow me to witness the true capabilities of the Lu conglomerate and Oppos, contemporary president, whom Lu Wuwei holds in such high regard. Lu Jinchuan scoffed dismissively. You are hardly worthy. A golden luminescence flickered in his eyes. Gravity amplification, thousandfold. A deafening roar reverberated as an invisible force emanated from Lu Jinchuan, crushing the ancient architectural complex beneath his feet into fragments, sinking them into the earth. Even the air itself was compressed to its breaking point, producing sharp, popping sounds. Everything around them began to waver, the illusion teetering on the brink of collapse. Yin Jinghong and Amp. Oppos. Voice resounded through the heavens. As expected of Guild President Lu, my 11th realm illusion holds no sway over you. As his words faded, the illusion stabilized, seemingly fortified. Lu Jinchuan activated his insightful gaze, seeking to pinpoint Yin Jinghong's location. But to no avail. With a slight lift of his hand, he uttered softly, ephemeral. Myriad blades. Countless metallic shards erupted from the ground, coalescing into a multitude of lethal blades that relentlessly scoured the area, save for the space immediately surrounding Lu Jinchuan. He whirled around abruptly, detecting an area where the blades were being deflected by an unseen force. Found you, he pointed with a decisive gesture. Obliteration. A deafening explosion ensued, sending plumes of smoke billowing into the air. Yin Jinghong reappeared above him, fanning him with his azure fan. Ha ha ha, my turn. A surge of power hurtled directly towards Lu Jinchuan and Oppos' face, the air hissing ominously. Lu Jinchuan raised his hand, his fingers splayed upward. Wind command, defend. An invisible gust of wind materialized, swirling protectively before him. A cataclysmic impact reverberated as the power slammed into the wind shield, sending Lu Jinchuan hurtling backward. As he was propelled through the air, Lu Jinchuan swept his hands, launching a barrage of splintered wood and pebbles towards Yin Jinghong. Yin Jinghong deftly manipulated his azure fan, intercepting the projectiles. Just as Lu Jinchuan was about to collide with the ground, he extended his fingers backward. Gravity amplification, thousandfold. The colossal force slammed into the earth, the recoil arresting his momentum. With a swift motion, Lu Jinchuan ascended to the same altitude as Yin Jinghong. Scorching wildfire. A conflagration erupted, but Yin Jinghong, with a flick of his azure fan, effortlessly deflected the flames, his azure robes fluttering wildly. Yin Jinghong shook his head dismissively. All bark and no bite, Guild President Lu. Perish. Lu Jinchuan and Amp. Oppos' voice suddenly erupted from behind him, causing the smile on Yin Jinghong and Amp. Oppos' face to falter. When? Lu Jinchuan and Amp. Oppos' fingers converged into a blade. Imprisonment. Death sentence. Everything around them abruptly plunged into absolute silence, so profound that Yin Jinghong could discern the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. The cadence accelerated. Yin Jinghong coughed up a mouthful of blood also streaming from his eyes, and his figure was sent flying. A furious roar echoed through the heavens. Lu Jinchuan, you dare employ forbidden techniques. He stabilized himself 50 meters away from Lu Jinchuan, his bloodshot eyes fixed upon his adversary. Lu Jinchuan was far from unscathed, a trickle of crimson fluid tracing a path down the corner of his mouth. A wave of enervation washed over him, yet he surged toward Yin Jinghong. He had to subdue Yin Jinghong before his strength completely ebbed away. Buzz! The long sword materialized in his grasp. Lunar burial. A colossal, incandescent moon erupted, unleashing a torrent of sword energy upon Yin Jinghong. Yin Jinghong brandished his azure fan with frenetic energy, deflecting the onslaught of sword energy. Lu Jinchuan and Oppos' eyes narrowed as he subtly mouthed, imprisonment, life. A surge of power coursed through his body, his bones audibly creaking and groaning. Yin Jinghong and Oppos' eyes widened, still streaked with blood. Surely, there is no need for such desperation. He was merely seeking enlightenment. Lu Jinchuan remained undeterred, his hands resuming their intricate hand seals. He was unaware that the repercussions of wielding forbidden techniques were virtually non-existent for him. Upon witnessing this, Yin Jinghong vanished, his voice echoing through the firmament. Guild President Liu, until we meet again, I shall impart a secret. Within the mystic realm, several factions are actively seeking you. Lu Jinchuan and Amp, Oppos, S brow furrowed slightly. Seeking him? In the next moment, the illusion shattered, and Lu Jinchuan returned to his original location. Shaking his head, he retrieved a vial of elixir, took out a pill, and swallowed it. He then soared once more towards the realm of the king of the underworld. Chapter 59. Osivra en route to Pluto and Oppos. S location. Lu Jinchuan communicated with Pluto. President, are the Twilight cultists still present? Yes. How many? 16. Lu Jinchuan frowned. 16? Could this be the group that created the Grudge Blood Talisman Forest? After a moment's contemplation, he inquired what is their strength. All are below the 8th realm, with the strongest at the peak of the 7th realm. Lu Jinchuan was puzzled. Where is Yin Jinghong? Keep a close watch on them. Understood. Upon arriving at Pluto's location, Lu Jinchuan understood why he said the Twilight cultists were acting strangely. 16 Twilight cultists were seated on the ground, forming a circle, blood flowing from their hands, chanting incantations, coalescing into a bizarre pattern on the ground. Lu Jinchuan and Amp, Oppos, S gaze sharpened. ISN and Oppos. This the pattern I saw in the Grudge Blood Talisman Forest? He realized that these maniacs of the Twilight cult were constantly using people to nourish their deity. Seeing Lu Jinchuan's arrival, Pluto hastily paid his respects. President, Lu Jinchuan waved his hand, signaling him to be quiet. The two observed the Twilight cultists below. He whispered, "Make your move." Understood. As the words fell, a chilling smile crept beneath Pluto's black robe, and his figure vanished. One of the Twilight cultists suddenly noticed that the blood flowing in front of him had increased. Looking down, he saw a withered hand piercing through his chest. Dripping with blood, he opened his mouth, unable to utter a word, and collapsed. The other 15 Twilight cultists rose simultaneously, distancing themselves from Pluto. What an Oppos? What's going on? Who is it? Lu Corporation. Pluto. Why him? Run. Don't even dream of it. 11th realm. Summon the deity. Stall him. And there might be a chance to escape. That's right. Quickly summon the deity. No. How'll we get that thing then? There's no time to worry about that. Isn't there another one? Summon it if you don into Amp. Oppos. Do you want to die? As the words subsided, the 15 Twilight cultists sat down, forming hand seals, their eyes bloodshot, their expressions deranged, and they shouted in unison, "With my flesh and blood, I offer to my deity, descend upon this world." Pluto's figure reappeared. Just as he was about to strike the nearest Twilight cultist, a formation suddenly emerged, and a black vortex materialized, constantly spinning and growing larger. Pluto launched a punch, and a pitch-black fist, the size of a 1-year-old infant, emerged from the vortex, colliding with Pluto and Oppos' fist. Boom! The impact sent shockwaves that overturned all the Twilight cultists. Pluto's body flew backward, crashing heavily into a small hill, raising a cloud of dust. Swoosh! A massive black figure shot out of the vortex, hurtling towards Pluto with incredible speed. Lu Jinchuan glanced slightly. That deity was only at the peak of the 10th level. Pluto could handle it. Being knocked back was merely a matter of being caught off guard. 3 seconds later, the roars of the deity echoed from the distant hill. The 15 Twilight cultists below struggled to rise, having sustained considerable damage from the aftermath of Pluto and the deity's clash. As they attempted to flee, Lu Jinchuan flashed into existence above them. Bang, 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 bang. 5 Twilight cultists instantly exploded into a bloody mist. The remaining cultists looked up at Lu Jinchuan in the sky, aghast. Lu Jinchuan, why is he here? Don and Oppos. Be afraid of him. He and Oppos. That's only in the 8th realm. Let's attack him together. The voice of the Twilight cultist who suggested attacking Lu Jinchuan had barely faded when Lu Jinchuan's figure appeared behind him. With a wave of his long blade, the man was instantly decapitated. Seeing that the strongest among them had been killed with a single strike, the remaining Twilight cultists froze. At a loss, Lu Jinchuan, wielding his long blade, swiftly traversed through them, and heads fell to the ground. As Lu Jinchuan approached the last one, he hurled a vial into the distance. With a crash, the vial shattered upon impact, releasing a cloud of black smoke. Lu Jinchuan, already upon him, brought down his blade. And the man in Oppo's head tumbled. He frowned at the jade vial emitting black smoke. Moon burial. I crisson chapé de blade aura slashed fort. But the black smoke transformed into a massive hand, crushing the blade aura. Suddenly, a gale arose, dark clouds gathered, and the sky darkened. Lu Jinchuan and Oppo's windbreaker rustled violently, and he gripped his long blade, watching the black smoke with solemnity. The black smoke gradually coalesced into a towering figure, its features and form indistinct. Lu Jinchuan's brow arched slightly. This is unformed? He realized that the twilight cultists were feeding this deity, but it had not yet fully matured. A grating voice, like rusty machinery, emanated from the black smoke. Human, thou art distinct. Become my divine emissary, and I shall pardon thy transgression. T date thee, O Sivra. Lu Jinchuan remained impassive, extending his 5 fingers forward. 100,000 times gravity. Boom! A tremendous force crashed down, dispersing the black smoke. The next moment, the black smoke gradually reassembled, and the voice like a stuck gear echoed, Ignorant human, I am formless, fearless, invincible. To be my emissary is a boon. A slight smile played on Lu Jinchuan and Oppo's lips. Invincible? Buzz. Lu Jinchuan vanished, lunging toward it. With a flick of his long blade, countless blade auras cascaded forth. Osivara conjured numerous large hands, shattering the blade auras. Sky Scorcher. Torrid flames surged forth. A piercing shriek resounded as Osivara hopped away, almost comically. The extreme heat scorched it relentlessly, causing it to wail in agony, and the black smoke gradually diminished. Human, thy actions are unforgivable. I grant thee death. Kneel and be grateful. As it spoke, it extended a large hand toward the corpses of the twilight cultists nearby. Instantly, the corpses flew toward it, merging with it, and the black smoke grew taller again. Ha ha, I am immortal. Lu Jinchuan frowned. Osivara was not fully formed, making it not difficult to deal with. But the key was how to completely kill it. A glint of light flashed beneath the shattered vial fragments on the ground, and Lu Jinchuan understood that since Osivara had not fully formed and lacked even a shape, it could only reside on other things. Now he had found it. With a swoosh, Lu Jinchuan vanished, shooting toward the fragments in the distance. Seeing this, Osivara roared in fury. Human, stop, or I shall tear thee to pieces. Black chains shot out from the black smoke toward Lu Jinchuan. He swung his long blade backward, slashing the chains. Buzz, buzz. The blade aura shattered the chains. But countless more chains emerged from the ground, latching onto Lu Jinchuan and Oppo's legs. He stepped forward, shattering the chains, but they left black marks on his trousers. Behind him, black smoke surged toward Lu Jinchuan. Lu Jinchuan extended his 5 fingers backward. Absolute zero. Boom. A frigid aura spread, freezing even the air behind Lu Jinchuan. Osivara was frozen. Lu Jinchuan's guess was correct. It had not yet fully formed, unable to unleash even a tenth of its true power. Lu Jinchuan reached the fragments and identified the host. A blood ring, its vivid red like freshly spilled blood. Lu Jinchuan pointed 2 fingers. Shatter. Bang. The blood ring shattered, and Osivara vanished. Whether it died or returned to the outer realms was unknown. Lu Jinchuan flashed to where Pluto and the other deity were engaged in battle. At this moment, the small mountain bore the scars of battle, marked by numerous depressions and craters. The 10th-tier deity was being relentlessly pummeled by the king of the underworld, now in a disheveled state. When Lu Jinchuan arrived, he witnessed the king of the underworld and Oppo's gaunt hands forcefully tearing the 10th-tier deity asunder. The 10th-tier deity had fallen. Lu Jinchuan tossed 2 vials of spirit replenishing liquid to the king of the underworld, who hurriedly caught them. Thank you, President. The spirit replenishing liquid, valued at 20,000 a vial, was readily available to Lu Jinchuan in any quantity he desired. Once the king of the underworld had restored his spiritual energy and rose, He respectfully addressed Lu Jinchuan. President, the message from King Wanluo has arrived. We have located them. Lu Jinchuan nodded. Let's depart. Yes. Chapter 60. The Tai Thunder Dragon, Lu Jinchuan, and the King of the Underworld soared rapidly towards the designated meeting point with the King of Wanluo. A dense, gray mist suddenly enveloped their vision, growing thicker as they approached, rendering the path ahead nearly invisible. A flash of golden light flickered in Lu Jinchuan and Oppo's eyes as he activated his perception eye. Piercing through the layers of fog, he discovered that he and the King of the Underworld were traversing a seemingly bottomless canyon. Looking down, he could only make out the denser mist below, intermittently illuminated by flickers of lightning. Lu Jinchuan and Oppo's expression turned grave. Have a Xianyun King and others arrived? Yes, they are already here. I will relay the message for them to come immediately. Do so. As the King of the Underworld acknowledged Lu Jinchuan, the latter suddenly halted in midair, prompting the king to glance back in confusion. Lu Jinchuan and Oppo's face was serious. A faint ripple was expanding in front of him, the space around it undulating slowly, almost imperceptibly. The King of the Underworld stepped forward, intending to probe, but Lu Jinchuan and Oppo's voice rang out, "Do not move." With a swift gesture, he sent a wild boar hurtling from the left side woods towards the ripple. Bang! The boar erupted into a mist of blood. Lu Jinchuan furrowed his brow. The ripple appeared to be a barrier, repelling external entities. Yet he pondered how the King of Wanluo had managed to enter. With a flick of his fingers, a long knife materialized in his grasp, indistinguishable from an ordinary weapon. The knife, named Huangquan, was a 12th-tier blade acquired by Lu Wuxing from an ancient ruin and gifted to Lu Jinchuan as a token of his succession. Grasping the long knife, it hummed with energy. Utilizing a 12th-tier weapon at his current 8th-tier level felt somewhat burdensome. He swung the knife, cleaving the ripple with a resounding crack, creating a fissure. Lu Jinchuan wedged the long knife into the opening, preventing it from closing again. Go in. Upon hearing this, the King of the Underworld swiftly flashed to the other side of the ripple. Lu Jinchuan focused his spiritual energy, positioning 2 fingers on Huangquan. Shatter. Boom. Centered around the fissure cut by Huangquan, a small section of space splintered away. As Lu Jinchuan sheathed Huangquan, the ripple began to expand once more, threatening to seal shut. He quickly flashed to join the King of the Underworld. Originally, he had aimed merely to test whether the ripple could be breached, but he had only managed to create a small opening, which was rapidly healing. Lu Jinchuan resumed his flight towards the designated meeting point with the King of Wanluo, the King of the Underworld trailing closely behind. Gradually, Lu Jinchuan slowed his pace and realized that the once white mist had transformed into ominous black clouds, thickening in the canyon beneath them, accompanied by rumbling thunder. They halted abruptly. According to the coordinates received from the King of Wanluo, they had arrived at the location. Yet no one was visible, suggesting only one possibility. They were beneath them. Peering down at the flickering lights within the clouds, Lu Jinchuan summoned a gust of wind, enveloping himself and the King of the Underworld, then plunged into the dark clouds without hesitation. As they descended, the world within the clouds was shrouded in impenetrable darkness, illuminated only by sporadic flashes of lightning. Lu Jinchuan narrowly evaded a bolt of lightning, feeling disoriented amidst the chaotic magnetic fields. Activating his perception eye again, he looked downward, penetrating the thick clouds and flickering lightning, and discerned several figures below. Let us go. With that, Lu Jinchuan plummeted downwards, the King of the Underworld hastily following. At that moment, the King of Wanluo maintained a cautious distance behind several cloaked figures, still wary from their previous near discovery, although she could eliminate them within 2 minutes. Lu Jinchuan had forbidden her from acting independently. Surveying her surroundings, she noted the dense clouds overhead, filled with incessant lightning. Not only above, but everything around them, trees, rocks, and water, was crackling with electricity, creating a world dominated by storms. The silhouettes below engaged in hushed conversation, and she strained to listen. How long until we arrive? Soon. Approximately 5 more minutes. Hurry, I donned Amp, Oppos. T won't linger here a moment longer. When will it awaken? The information provided by that person must be accurate. It can end amp, Oppos, TB. We have ample time to acquire what we need. Stay vigilant. Do not let anyone interfere. What are we afraid of? With that item, even someone at the 12th tier will be delayed for half an hour, listening intently to their dialogue. The king of Luan and Oppos. S expression grew grave. These individuals possessed something capable of combating the 12th tier. No wonder she had sensed danger previously. What could be so significant that they were willing to go to such lengths to obtain it? Buzzing sounds filled the air as Jinchuan and the king of the underworld materialized behind her. President. The king of Luan bowed respectfully. Jinchuan waved his hand dismissively. What have you discerned? These individuals are evidently in pursuit of something of immense importance. However, there seems to be others behind them. They possess items capable of confronting the 12th tier, which is beyond their own capacity. Upon hearing the king of Luan's words, Jinchuan's brow furrowed, remaining silent as the three trailed the figures ahead. Suddenly, one of the cloaked figures received a message in their ear. You are being watched. What? The individual instinctively scanned their surroundings. Do not move. Do not let them know you are aware of their presence. The figure grasped the critical words. Them? Do not worry. There are only 3 of them, but 2 are at the 11th tier. We have dispatched someone to assist you. After acquiring the materials, do not linger. Exit the secret realm immediately. Understood. The figure responded in a hushed tone, then continued forward as if nothing had occurred. Jinchuan and the others cautiously followed the cloaked figures, when suddenly, Jinchuan's ears perked up. He seemed to hear a curious sound. It resembled the snoring of a large animal, sending a chill of foreboding through him. Time passed, and 3 minutes later, the figures below came to a halt, prompting Jinchuan and his companions to freeze in place. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! A colossal sound reverberated in their ears. What is that noise? The king of Luan inquired, puzzled. Jinchuan gestured for her to remain silent as he flickered upward. Upon witnessing the scene before him, his pupils constricted sharply. Deep within the canyon, a thick mist lingered, and 108 chains descended from above, outlining a massive 8-trigram formation in the darkness, with vermilion symbols flowing along the chains. Crimson characters wove between the iron links, and at the end of each chain, a colossal dragon coiled atop a small hill. The dragon appeared to be in slumber, its immense body rising and falling with each breath, the earlier thunderous snores emanating from it. The scales of the dragon crackled with intermittent flashes of lightning, producing a sizzling sound. In this realm, even encountering a legendary dragon did not surprise Jinchuan overly much. Furrowing his brows, fragments of text flickered through his mind. After a moment, he gazed solemnly at the dragon bound by the iron chains, murmuring, Tai Thunder Dragon, 12th tier. He had not anticipated that these individuals and Oppos' target was the Tai Thunder Dragon, and what perplexed him further was that they were only at the 10th tier. What could their intentions be? Chapter 61. Dragon Blood. As he pondered, several shadowy figures below murmured amongst themselves. Someone's behind us. You hold onto the artifact. If they attempt to seize it, unleash it upon them. What about the dragon? If it awakens, we in Oppos, all doomed. According to the informant, it will remain dormant for the time being. We must exercise caution, secure the dragon blood, and evacuate within 5 minutes, or face certain demise. The individuals nodded in unison before ascending towards the dragon coiled atop the hillock. Lord Wanluo and Lord Ming followed suit. Upon beholding the imprisoned Tai Lei Gang dragon, their eyes widened, not merely at the sight of the dragon, but due to its 12th order power. Even restrained, the 12th order Tai Lei Gang dragon could obliterate them within seconds. Are these individuals insane? To dare confront a 12th order Tai Lei Gang dragon? As they attempted to advance, a resonant hum echoed as Jinchuan materialized before them. Stay put. Observe. The 2 lords responded in assent. Thus, the trio concealed themselves in the sky, scrutinizing the actions of the distant shadowy figures. Among the dark silhouettes, one swiftly approached the dragon's head, producing a bundle of incense from within their garments. Igniting it, They planted it before the dragon's snout. Lu Jinchuan, observing the incense emitting wisps of white smoke, remarked with a tinge of uncertainty, "Tranquil slumber incense. How did they acquire such a substance?" The individual retreated to their original position. The 6 shadowy figures remained motionless, seemingly awaiting a specific outcome. The Tai Lei Gang dragon inhaled the emanating white smoke. After 3 minutes, the tranquil slumber incense dissipated. The Tai Lei Gang dragon and Amp, Oppos, S breathing gradually subsided until it ceased altogether, and its colossal form stilled, as if deceased. A voice from the 6 shadowy figures declared, "Hurry." The Amp, Oppos, tranquil slumber incense and Oppos, only induces a 3-minute slumber. Coordinate the timing and act immediately. Upon the utterance of these words, the 6 figures cautiously advanced, producing a syringe and plunging it into the Tai Lei Gang dragon and Amp, Oppos, S body, extracting crimson blood. The extraction process proceeded at a glacial pace. With each passing second, the individuals silently counted down the 3 minutes in their minds. They needed to allocate at least 20 seconds for their departure, lest the Tai Lei Gang dragon awaken upon the dissipation of the Oppos, tranquil slumber incense and Oppos, consigning them to a dire fate. As the clock ticked down to 2 minutes and 20 seconds, the pupils of Lu Jinchuan and his companions contracted violently, their bodies locked in place, paralyzed. Unnoticed by the 6 shadowy figures, the Tai Lei Gang dragon slowly opened its eyes, its immense dragon eyes ablaze with violet lightning. One of the figures abruptly noticed that the extracted dragon blood within the syringe was gradually flowing back, as if being drawn back into the dragon. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Suddenly, he felt an intense heat behind him, accompanied by a colossal exhalation. The scorching dragon breath caressed his back, yet his entire being turned frigid. With a stiffened neck, he turned to behold the towering dragon head looming behind him, its massive eyes crackling with violet lightning, staring icily at him. Trembling, he attempted to flee, but the Tai Lei Gang dragon opened its cavernous maw and devoured him whole. The sounds of mastication echoing as blood trickled down its whiskers. The other 5, hearing the commotion, turned to witness the gruesome scene of their comrade being consumed. They froze, their bodies rigid. One of them stammered, "What in Amp, Oppos is happening? Wherein in Amp, Oppos, T. Wherein in Amp, Oppos, T. We told it would slumber for 3 minutes?" The others dared not respond. Another roared, "Run." Upon the utterance of this command, the 5 extracted the syringes and scattered in different directions. Roar! The Tai Lei Gang dragon roared in fury, attempting to rise, but was constrained by chains. Runes etched upon the chains glowed, searing its scales. The Tai Lei Gang dragon, writhing in agony, suppressed its rage and ceased its violent struggles. It swiveled its immense head, opening its sanguinary jaws toward the nearest 2 individuals. Remnants of the consumed comrade still clinging to its teeth. Purple lightning erupted from the dragon's maw, instantly incinerating the 2 nearest figures, their bodies exploding into fragments. The remaining 3 were seized by terror, desperately accelerating their escape. Lu Jinchuan shook his head gently. A 12th Tai Lei Gang dragon cannot be manipulated so easily. At that moment, the Tai Lei Gang dragon once again opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of violet lightning upon the fleeing trio. Just as they were about to be struck, one of them hurled an object from their garments. The projectile expanded rapidly, gradually forming a silver runic shield, intercepting the attack. Boom! The violet lightning struck the silver runic shield, detonating with a deafening roar. However, this provided the trio with sufficient respite. In that fleeting instant, they escaped the Tai Lei Gang dragon and Oppos' magnetic field, teleporting to a distant location beyond its attack range. Witnessing the trio and Oppos' successful escape, the Tai Lei Gang dragon opened its vast jaws and emitted a resentful roar. Roar! The deafening sound threatened to shatter eardrums. Lu Jinchuan and his companions hastily covered their ears. The dragon's claw struck the hillock, causing tremors and dislodging countless boulders towards Lu Jinchuan and his companions. Lord Ming, with a swift movement, shielded the others, stepping forward into the void. The incoming boulders were shattered into fragments. The runes on the chains flared once more, causing white smoke to emanate from the Tai leg-hanging dragon and amp, Oppo's, body. With a resentful glance at Lu Jinchuan and his companions, its enormous eyes crackling with violet lightning, it resumed its coiled position atop the hillock and closed its eyes. The black-robed trio, having narrowly escaped, exchanged glances of lingering trepidation. One of them cursed, "Damn it! Is this and Oppo's, tranquil slumber incense and Oppo's, counterfeit? Why did it only induce a 2-minute slumber?" Another gritted their teeth and vowed, "Once we in Oppo's. Out of here, we in Oppo's. LL settle the score with that informant." The last one raised the syringe in their hand, examining the meager amount of dragon blood within. "Is this sufficient? It has to be. Returning now would be suicidal. Let an Oppo's, go. We must leave this secret realm immediately." Upon the utterance of these words, the trio vanished in a flicker of motion, ascending towards the clouds above. As Lord Ming prepared to intervene, Lu Jinchuan restrained him. "We'll deal with it outside." With that, Lu Jinchuan and his companions soared into the clouds. Upon emerging, the trio had already breached the rippling barrier. Lu Jinchuan clenched his fist, grasping the yellow springs in his hand. Lunar Burial. A crescent-shaped blade of energy sliced through the air, cleaving a fissure in the barrier, allowing the trio to escape. However, as they emerged, the figures of the trio had already vanished. Lu Jinchuan immediately commanded, "Dispatch a message to Lord Xianyun, instructing them to intercept the trio." "Yes." Lord Ming responded, promptly contacting Lord Xianyun. Meanwhile, the trio was hurtling towards the secret realm's exit at breakneck speed, their bodies enveloped in a faint azure light. This speed enhancement was the key to their evasion of Lu Jinchuan. They raced towards the exit, their hearts pounding, when a jovial voice echoed above them. "Do you please halt? Esteemed guests, our guild master has a few inquiries for you." As the voice faded, 3 figures materialized before the trio, Lord Xianyun at the helm, stroking his beard and gazing at them with a cheerful smile. The trio abruptly halted, their gazes fixed warily upon Lord Xianyun and his companions. The leader of the trio retorted icily, "Get out of our way." Lord Xianyun shook his head. "I am Amp, Oppo's, am afraid I cannot. You may proceed, but I must detain them. We are all under orders. May the best prevail." The black-robed figure in the center scoffed, hurling an object towards Lord Xianyun. Lord Xianyun flicked a finger, deflecting the object. As that object struck the ground with a resounding thud, it shattered, causing the very fabric of space to slowly whirl and transform into a black hole. This abyss expanded continuously, from which emerged an immense obsidian foot. The expression of the king of idle clouds stiffened, and he swiftly turned his gaze towards the 3 individuals. The sacrificial rite of the Twilight Sect. Chapter 62. Chaos. The 3 remained silent and motionless, patiently awaiting the arrival of the deity. Once the deity descended, they could entrap the trio led by the Wandering Cloud King and make their escape. They had already sensed that their reinforcements had entered the secret realm. "Seize them." With a command from the Wandering Cloud King, the 3 charged forward. The Phoenix King and the Cloud-Hidden King rushed towards them, while the Wandering Cloud King swiftly positioned himself before the black hole, forming seals with his hands, his robe rustling ominously without any wind. Faced with the onslaught of the Phoenix King and the Cloud-Hidden King, the trio remained calm. 1 at the 10th realm and 2 at the 9th realm were more than capable of stalling the 2 who had only recently reached the 10th realm. Instantly, the 5 were engulfed in a chaotic melee, their techniques flying as the marks of battle accumulated around them. Meanwhile, the Wandering Cloud King had yet to complete his incantation when an enormous fist erupted from the black hole. He quickly raised his hand to defend, but the black fist struck with tremendous force. Boom! The Wandering Cloud King was sent flying, turning to behold the summoned deity emerging from the void. The summoned deity had fixed its gaze upon the Wandering Cloud King. Towering at 30 meters, adorned with horns, its body was covered in arcane symbols. and it possessed void-like eyes devoid of pupils, clutching a colossal axe. A thunderous voice echoed from its mouth. Your god, Villasega. As the words fell, it swung its massive axe down towards the tumbling, wandering Cloud King. The wandering Cloud King hastily stabilized his flight, vanishing and reappearing elsewhere. Crash! The giant axe cleaved a tremendous chasm into the ground, unfathomably deep. The wandering Cloud King stared at it, his expression grave. Peak of the 11th tier. This deity possessed the strength of the 11th tier. At this moment, Jinchuan and the others arrived at the scene, observing the chaotic battle below. Jinchuan turned to the two kings of the underworld and commanded, "Assist the wandering Cloud King." Understood. They replied in unison, charging towards Villasega. With the addition of the two kings of the underworld, the wandering Cloud King breathed a sigh of relief. The three began to press Villasega, who roared in fury. Just as Jinchuan intended to fly down and aid the Phoenix King, he suddenly sensed something amiss, halting his descent and frowning towards the distance. Buzzing sounds filled the air as space rippled, and four figures emerged. Jinchuan gazed up, one at the 11th realm, two at the 10th realm, and one at the 9th realm. The wandering Cloud King's trio, engaged with Villasega, called out to the kings of the underworld, "Go assist the president." As the words left their mouths, the kings of the underworld vanished without a word, directly engaging the newly appeared figures. All four wore black robes, their faces obscured. "Go help them escape. If that fails, take the dragon's blood," commanded the 11th realm figure, meeting the oncoming kings of the underworld. They clashed, sending shockwaves that snapped trees around them. The nameless 11th realm figure swiftly took the kings of the underworld away from the battlefield, engaging in combat at a distance. The remaining 9th realm figure regarded Jinchuan, instructing his two companions at the 10th realm, "You two go assist them. I shall confront him." Surprisingly, the two at the 10th realm showed no sign of discontent, responding with respect, "Yes." They then charged towards the Phoenix King and his companion. Jinchuan frowned. The odds were now 5 against 2, and the Phoenix King's group was steadily losing ground. Determined, Jinchuan dashed towards them. The black-robed 9th realm figure swiftly appeared before Jinchuan. "Your opponent is me, President Liu. Allow me to witness the power of the legendary genius." Unfazed, Jinchuan effortlessly sidestepped and seized the figure by the neck, slamming him downwards. Boom! The black-robed 9th realm figure was smashed into the ground, creating a deep crater and a cloud of dust. Jinchuan continued his advance towards the fray. Buzz! The black-robed 9th realm figure reappeared in front of him, a raspy voice emanating from beneath the robe. "Cough, cough, Don and Amp, Oppos, underestimate me." Jinchuan and Amp, Oppos' expression remained impassive. "Get lost." The black-robed 9th realm figure fell silent, vanishing and launching a punch towards Jinchuan. Jinchuan exhaled softly. Shield! An invisible barrier enveloped him as the punch struck, sending him back 10 meters. Seeing Jinchuan and Amp, Oppos' retreat, the black-robed 9th realm figure laughed triumphantly. Jinchuan clenched his fist, summoning the Yellow Springs. Just as he intended to strike the black-robed 9th realm figure, a cultured voice called from behind. "President Liu, do not rush. I shall assist them." Jinchuan turned to see Mu Bai, clad in a gray robe, smiling and nodding at him. "Shanghai Academy, Mu Bai, at your service, President Liu." With that, he vanished, joining the fray alongside the Phoenix King and his companions. Selling Lu Wuwei a favor. You can have your fun with him." Another voice chimed in as a muscular man joined the battle, instantly reversing the tide as the five began to show signs of defeat. The black-robed 9th realm figure, sensing the urgency, attempted to aid his comrades. Jinchuan swiftly appeared at his side, gripping his shoulder. "What's the rush? Did you not wish to test your skills against me?" With that, he wrenched the figure away, sending the black-robed 9th realm figure flying. Jinchuan followed closely, extending his fingers. Gravity, immense force surged from his palm, bearing down upon the black-robed 9th realm figure's retreating form. Boom! The black-robed 9th realm figure was crushed into a small hill, stones cascading down. Ah, bastard, bastard, bastard. The enraged cries erupted as the black-robed ninth realm figure emerged, wildly swinging his fists at Lu Jinchuan. Each punch landed with ferocity, forcing Lu Jinchuan to retreat and defend. He roared, launching a power-pack punch towards Lu Jinchuan. Shield! Bang! The punch collided with a faint golden barrier, creating a resounding explosion that shattered the shield. Lu Jinchuan seized the black-robed ninth realm figure and Oppo's fist. Thunderous might. Crackling purple lightning coursed from the black-robed ninth realm figure's fist, enveloping him in a storm of electricity as he shrieked in agony. Struggling, he retaliated with another punch. But Lu Jinchuan evaded, appearing above him. Flame of destruction. Fiery red and yellow flames erupted from his palm, prompting the black-robed ninth realm figure to hastily form seals in defense. The searing flames, imbued with tremendous power, drove him deep into the ground. Lu Jinchuan swiftly approached the newly formed pit. Burial of Worlds. The 11th realm figure, engaged with the kings of the underworld, cursed loudly. Damn it! Ignoring the kings, he surged towards Lu Jinchuan. Boom! A massive explosion resounded as the pit where the black-robed ninth realm figure had been was expanded several times over. As the dust settled, the figure was nowhere to be seen. Lu Jinchuan looked up to find the black-robed 11th realm figure cradling the battered black-robed 9th realm figure. The latter's robe was tattered, with burns marring his body, emitting wisps of smoke. The 11th realm figure quickly administered a pill and draped a black robe over him before turning his gaze towards Lu Jinchuan. Lu Jinchuan sensed the murderous intent lurking beneath the black robe. Emotionless, he held the yellow springs tightly. The eyes of the black-robed 11th realm figure widened. A 12th-tier weapon. Without a moment into Oppo's hesitation, a deep voice emerged from the shadows. Retreat. Subsequently, embracing the black-robed figure of the 9th realm, he vanished from sight. Witnessing this, the two individuals of the 10th realm engaged in combat with the Xianfeng king seized the opportunity to snatch the dragon and Oppo's blood from one of their companions and followed suit into oblivion. The king of the underworld hurriedly approached, intent on pursuing them, when suddenly an attack struck from the void. He swiftly raised his hand to defend himself. With a thunderous crash, the king of the underworld was sent hurtling backward. Meanwhile, on the side of the idle cloud king, Velo Sega let out a furious roar, only to be jointly vanquished by the idle cloud king and the Wanlaw king, bereft of the support from the two 10th realm warriors. The three who had escaped the Taiji Thunder Dragon's grasp faced defeat. The Xianfeng king and the Cloud-Hidden king captured the trio, and the scene gradually settled into tranquility. Mu Bai and a robust, middle-aged man simultaneously turned their gazes toward Lu Jinchuan. Mu Bai clasped his hands in respect. President Lu, may I? Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Jinchuan interrupted him. I shall take the person. The middle-aged man, upon witnessing this, seemed poised to say something. But Mu Bai restrained him, probing then, what about the dragon and Oppo's blood? Lu Jinchuan, his expression inscrutable, replied, provide them with a vial. The Xianfeng king responded affirmatively. Yes. He subsequently handed a vial of dragon and Oppo's blood to Mu Bai, who accepted it with a bow toward Lu Jinchuan. Thank you, President Lu. He then disappeared from sight. The middle-aged man regarded Lu Jinchuan, the yellow springs in his hand, and the assembly of the idle cloud king and others, yet remained silent before turning and vanishing into the ether. Following the departure of Mu Bai and the middle-aged stalwart, the underworld king also arrived, albeit with visible injuries. Lu Jinchuan, observing his condition, tossed him several elixirs, which he gratefully accepted. My gratitude, Guildmaster. Lu Jinchuan waved dismissively. It is time we returned. The group concurred and made their way towards the exit of the secret realm. Meanwhile, outside the realm in Binbei City, the populace observed the movements of the Lu Corporation's Action Division members with much speculation. Have the Lus gone mad? This is not the Southeast 3 provinces, after all. Rumor has it that Lu Jinchuan is in Binbei, and they are conducting a purge. The Shadow Alliance is truly avaricious. daring to accept a bounty on Lu Jinchuan. This is still the northern province, not his cloud province. To allow the Lu Corporation such liberties is an affront to Bin Bei and Amp. Oppo's dignity. Dignity is of little consequence. Had Bin Bei possessed the ability to locate the Shadow Alliance and Amp, Oppo's assassins, they would not have allowed such audacity. Is the Bin Bei garrison not intervening? Why would they? They are likely pleased that the Lu Corporation is exterminating the Shadow Alliance and Oppo's assassins. I have also heard that the Lu Corporation has come with sincerity. One individual gestured with their fingers, eliciting understanding from the others. The sincerity was indeed substantial. Upon receiving Lu Jinchuan and Oppo's orders, Qi Jiang and his men hastened to Bin Bei City. Daring to assassinate Lu Jinchuan would incur a significant price. The Shadow Alliance and Oppo's vermin could anticipate their demise. Once Fengju located the Shadow Alliance and Oppo's headquarters in the Barren Province, Lu Wusheng would lead an expedition to obliterate them. As Lu Jinchuan emerged from the secret realm, Qi Jiang awaited him with his contingent. Guild Master, they exclaimed in unison, their voices echoing through the forest. Clad in somber black suits, enhancing the gravity of the scene, Lu Jinchuan acknowledged them with a wave and turned to Qi Jiang. The Shadow Alliance's rats? Qi Jiang responded, Guild Master, the purge is complete. We attempted to extract the location of their headquarters, but all were afflicted with insect and perished. Lu Jinchuan frowned. It appears that the Shadow Alliance has ties to the southern province and Oppo's witchcraft sect. Let's return first. Understood. As they prepared to depart, a voice rang out from afar. Young Master, please wait. Ignoring the call, they continued on. The voice persisted, Guild Master Lu, a moment. The group turned to see a dozen figures emerging from the secret realm, led by a young woman of about 18 or 19, clad in a white dress. A long sword in hand, her countenance radiant with excitement. Qi Jiang and the Action Division members stepped forward, their faces grim, their gazes fixed on the approaching figures. One of the individuals behind the young woman frowned, displeased with Lu Jinchuan and Oppo's retinue. Qi Jiang drew his blade and advanced. What is your business? One of the individuals behind the young woman glared at Qi Jiang. Insolent! How dare you disrespect the divine attendant? Qi Jiang's expression hardened, and he prepared to strike. Snap! The young woman struck the speaker, sending him flying, her expression icy. Were you given leave to speak? The struck individual, clutching his face, knelt in supplication. Divine attendant, I beg your forgiveness. The young woman turned away, and the kneeling individual remained prostrate. The onlookers were taken aback. The young woman bowed to Lu Jinchuan and said reverently, Yi Huaijin, divine attendant of the contemporary divine maiden of the Cloud Province's divine maiden palace. Greets young master. Lu Jinchuan frowned slightly. Are you referring to me? Yi Huaijin composed herself and nodded. Indeed, young master. I am here on the divine maiden and Amp. Oppo's orders to speak with you. You are the divine maiden and Amp. Oppo's long-lost son. Young master, return with us. The divine maiden yearns for you. The individuals behind her bowed their heads in unison. Qi Jiang and the others were incredulous, their faces hardening, their intent palpable. They knew Lu Jinchuan was the late guild master and Amp, Oppo's chosen successor. To insult their guild master in such a manner was to invite death. Qi Jiang scoffed, breaking the silence. Preposterous! It is well known that the divine maiden of the Cloud Province and Oppo's divine maiden palace is the next palace master and cannot marry. You are a delusional fool. Even as the divine attendant of the contemporary divine maiden, I will ensure you do not leave Bin Bei City. He donned the end Oppo's, thousand faces in Oppo's mask, signaling his intent. Yi Huaijin ignored him and addressed Lu Jinchuan with earnestness. Young master, I can offer proof. Lu Jinchuan, impassive, halted Qi Jiang and whispered, Boundary, buzz. Instantly, a barrier formed, enveloping him and Yi Huaijin. Yi Huaijin was surprised by Lu Jinchuan and Amp, Oppo's capabilities. Within the barrier, their words were inaudible to those outside. Speak, Lu Jinchuan said. Yi Huaijin recounted events from his childhood. Though Lu Jinchuan was not the original, he possessed the original's memories and knew Yi Huaijin spoke truthfully. He realized that the contemporary divine maiden of the divine maiden palace, Yi Qingcheng, was his birth mother. His expression remained unchanged, devoid of emotion. And then, Yi Huaijin replied respectfully, I have come at the divine maiden's behest. She wishes for you to return to the divine maiden palace and inherit the position of divine son. Lu Jinchuan chuckled. Since when does the divine maiden palace have a divine son? Yi Huaijin, her face filled with admiration for Yi Qingcheng, responded, The divine maiden is the most exceptional palace master candidate I have ever known. Many within the palace support her ascension to the position of next palace master. It is practically assured that she will be the future palace master. With you, young master, as the next divine son, none would dare object. Lu Jinchuan remained impassive. Yi Qingcheng clearly held a high position within the divine maiden palace. And if I refuse to return? Yi Huaijin paused, surprised by his response, before replying respectfully. The divine maiden stated that she would respect her decision, but she also had unavoidable reasons for her actions. Before she could finish, Lu Jinchuan dismissed the barrier and turned to leave, his voice devoid of emotion. I assumed you intended to abduct me. Huh? Yi Huaijin bowed hastily. I would not dare. Lu Jinchuan continued onward, Qi Jiang and the others clearing a path for him, bowing respectfully. Tell her that I wish to have no involvement with her, neither now nor ever. Yi Huaijin Boit. Understood. She added, Young master. The divine maiden said that should you ever wish to return, the divine maiden palace will always be your home. Lu Jinchuan did not respond, his figure receding into the distance. The heavenly kings hastened to follow, while Qi Jiang sheathed his blade and glanced at the kneeling figure. Your subordinate lacks discipline. He then turned and departed, followed by the action division. As Qi Jiang disappeared, Yi Huaijin approached the kneeling individual. Speak. For whom do you work? The frigid voice concealed an inexhaustible menace. The person kneeling on the ground trembled, their head bobbing in fearful supplication. Spare me, O divine guardian. Spare me. Yet, Yi Huaijin remained silent, turning away to depart. Behind him, the kneeling figure erupted in a violent explosion, dissolving into a mist of crimson. A dozen or more individuals from the divine maiden palace exchanged glances, hastily trailing after Yi Huaijin. Chapter 64. The Lu family of the imperial capital, Yi Huaijin hurried back to the goddess palace without a moment's pause. Perched atop a mist-laden mountain, an ancient hall stood majestically, exuding an unparalleled aura of spiritual energy. The goddess palace, the hall of the goddess. Upon arriving at the hall, Yi Huaijin respectfully knelt. Great goddess, Jiner has returned. A celestial voice resonated from within the hall. Is it you, Jiner? Coming quickly. Yes, Yi Huaijin replied, bowing her head in reverence as she entered the hall. The two maidens before the hall inclined their heads in greeting. We pay our respects to the divine attendant. Yi Huaijin acknowledged them with a stoic nod before stepping further inside. As she entered, an extraordinary woman suddenly appeared before her, grasping her hand with fervent excitement. Jiner, how have you been? Gazing into Yi Qingcheng and Appo's expectant eyes, Yi Huaijin hesitated to convey Lu Jinchuan and Appo's original sentiments. Sensing her reluctance, Yi Qingcheng's forced smile could not conceal the disappointment in her gaze. Does he despise me? Yi Qingcheng refrained from inquiring whether Lu Jinchuan wished to return. For Yi Huaijin's solitary arrival spoke volumes. Yi Huaijin imbranjiter. Great goddess, the young master does not harbor hatred for you. Yi Huaijin had been raised by Yi Qingcheng, akin to a daughter rather than merely a divine attendant. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Yi Qingcheng and Appo's face lit up with joy as she looked up at Yi Huaijin. Witnessing her expression, Yi Huaijin could not bear to reveal that Lu Jinchuan had expressed a desire to sever all ties, and thus she nodded. A captivating smile graced Yi Qingcheng's face, her beauty radiating. Suddenly, Yi Huaijin knelt again. Great goddess, I am guilty. Please punish me. Jiner, what are you doing? Rise quickly. Yi Huaijin shook her head. There are those among the goddess and Appo's attendants with ulterior motives. Yi Qingcheng waved her hand, assisting Yi Huaijin to her feet. What does it matter? We must give them a glimmer of hope. Mustn't Appo's. Tiwi? Yi Huaijin was taken aback. Does the goddess know? Yi Qingcheng moved aside, tending to a vibrant flower, seemingly in high spirits. Yet her smile carried an unsettling chill. If we do not offer them even a shred of hope, how could they ever fully let go? She picked a flower, inhaling its fragrance as she approached Yi Huaijin. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Continue investigating who has placed a bounty on my son. Also, issue my divine edict. Any who belong to the Shadow Alliance, the Seven Killers in Amp, Oppo's Tower, or the Stab to Heaven's path encountered by the cultivators of the Goddess Palace shall be slain. Understood. Yi Huaijin bowed respectfully before exiting the hall. Once Yi Huaijin departed, Yi Qingcheng retrieved a photograph, gently caressing it with her delicate fingers. The image depicted a young Lu Jinchuan. Meanwhile, Lu Jinchuan and his companions returned to Binbei City, dismissing Yi Huaijin's words entirely. The former president had declared Lu Jinchuan to be his illegitimate son and appointed him as the sole heir to the Lu clan, a claim recognized by the Elder Council, rendering any doubts unfounded. Upon reaching the outskirts of Binbei City, a multitude of figures suddenly appeared before them, blocking their path. Lu Jinchuan felt no surprise. Yin Jinghong had indicated that various factions were searching for him, and this was likely one of those groups. Leading them was a pallid youth whose features bore a resemblance to Lu Jinchuan. Qi Jiang and Oppo's expression was cold. This was a failure in his duties, as they had been intercepted multiple times. He drew his blade and advanced. Get lost. The members of the opposing faction drew their weapons in silence, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The king of Hades swiftly ascended into the air. Which blind faction dares to confront us? Do you not recognize our leader? A middle-aged man stepped forth from behind the youth, his expression one of disdain. The master did not speak. You, a mere dog, before he could finish. The king of Hades had materialized before him, gripping his throat. The middle-aged man turned crimson, struggling desperately. The pale youth remained silent, only coughing violently. An elder emerged from behind him. Hold on, king of Hades. We are from the Lu family of the imperial capital. I implore you to show mercy. The king of Hades turned to Lu Jinchuan, who nodded in response. He then flung the middle-aged man away, who crashed into a tree, which splintered under the impact, leaving the man sprawled on the ground, oblivious to his fate. It was not that Lu Jinchuan feared the Lu family of the imperial capital. Rather, he sensed that today might reveal the identities of his biological parents. The elder sighed and addressed the pale youth with respect. Young master? Yes, the pale youth nodded, coughing a few times before smiling broadly at Lu Jinchuan. Brother, I have finally found you. Come home with me. Our father has missed you dearly. The companions of Lu Jinchuan immediately revealed their fierce expressions. For the second time, the young man had directly insulted their esteemed leader. The burgeoning murderous intent bore down upon the pale youth and his companions. The elder waved his hand slightly, suppressing the ominous aura entirely. He looked at Lu Jinchuan, his expression earnest. Young master, may I request that the second young master be allowed to speak? Lu Jinchuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Pray continue. Coughing several times, the pale youth gazed at Lu Jinchuan with eagerness. Brother, my name is Lu Ziyu, from the Lu family of the imperial capital. You are my half-brother, and we have searched for you for many years. Please return home. Our father has longed for you. Lu Jinchuan observed the boy's smile, which sparkled like pearls, and chuckled lightly. And what of you? The expression on Lu Ziyu's face faltered as he coughed twice. What do you mean, brother? Of course. I wish for you to return, just as our father does. Lu Jinchuan shook his head. Is it genuine? The elder frowned, slightly displeased. Young master, what do you mean? The second young master sincerely wishes for your return. Lu Jinchuan spoke softly. Who can truly know? In the next moment, his expression turned cold. Get lost or perish. As his words fell, Qi Jiang and the members of the action team, including the king of Hades, radiated an unmasked aura of murderous intent. The elder in Oppo's brow furrowed deeper. Young master. Before he could finish, he swiftly raised his hands in defense as the king of Hades lunged toward him. His bony fingers coiled into a fist, exuding a stench of decay. The elder in Oppo's face turned frigid. He now understood that Lu Jinchuan genuinely intended to kill them. Glancing at the advancing figures, the elder seized Lu Ziyu and vanished. As for the dozens behind them, they met a grim fate at the hands of Qi Jiang and the action team, who swiftly decimated them. Afterward, as they departed, Qi Jiang ignited a small flame in his hand and tossed it onto the scene. With a thunderous roar, a raging fire engulfed the area, leaving nothing but ashes. Yi Huijin and Apos. S-words might have held some merit. Perhaps their former leader had indeed once experienced a romantic entanglement. However, Lu Ziyu had outright humiliated their esteemed leader, provoking their ire to no end. In the central state, the imperial capital, the elder guided Lu Ziyu directly back to the Lu family in the imperial capital. In the living room, Lu Jinting, the current head of the Lu family, was leisurely sipping tea. Upon seeing the elder enter, Lu Jinting looked up and inquired, "Elder Gon, have you found him?" The elder hesitated. Lu Jinting frowned, urging Elder Gon speak plainly. The elder respectfully replied, "Yes, master, we have located the young master, but he is unwilling to return and refuses to acknowledge us. Furthermore, he has taken action against the young master. Of those who ventured out, besides myself and the young master, none have returned." Lu Jinting abruptly stood up, his fury palpable. "What? This ungrateful wretch? Very well. If he does not wish to return, let him remain away forever. I shall consider him no son of mine." The elder hastily stepped forward, attempting to calm him. "Master, please temper your anger." Outside the living room, Lu Ziyu, eavesdropping, couldn't help but smile with satisfaction at Lu Jinting's words. The struggle for the title of heir had always been thus. "Dear brother, this is a choice you made yourself." As for Lu Jinting and Apos, S lack of intention to retaliate against Lu Jinchuan, Lu Ziyu remained unconcerned, knowing that Lu Jinting lacked the capability. The old guards would never permit him to provoke the Lu family and Apos, as business alliance. However, he was already quite content with the outcome. With a satisfied smile, he made his way to his room. Chapter 65. The Deification Project. Lu Jinchuan and his companions traveled tirelessly for a day and a night, returning to Jiangbei City. At the headquarters of the Lu Corporation, Mo stood respectfully before him. "Have Qi Jiang conduct an all-night interrogation of those three individuals. I wish to know about the Apos, deification and Apos project by tomorrow. Also, instruct the intelligence team to compile information on the Lu family in Dijing and the Divine Maiden Palace in Yunyao Prefecture. I expect a report on both matters tomorrow." "Understood," Mo replied with utmost respect and swiftly exited the office. Lu Jinchuan donned his overcoat and made his way outside, where he entered a Maybach and directed the driver towards the Lu residence. At the Lu residence, Tang Shuqin, aware of Lu Jinchuan and Apos' return, hastily prepared an elaborate feast. At that moment, she leaned against the sofa, drowsy. Upon entering the hall, Lu Jinchuan was greeted by this sight. Approaching her, he lifted her effortlessly into his arms. Tang Shuqin, awakening from her stupor, gazed into Lu Jinchuan and Apos' handsome face and realized she was being held. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. You are back." Lu Jinchuan looked at her gently, saying, "If you are tired, go to sleep. You need not wait for me." As Tang Shuqin struggled to escape his embrace, Lu Jinchuan set her down. She dashed into the kitchen, bringing out bowls of warm dishes and placing them on the table, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at him. Lu Jinchuan draped his overcoat over the sofa and took a seat at the table. Tang Shuqin hurriedly served him a bowl of rice. When Lu Jinchuan's gaze fell upon her, she shook her head vigorously. "I have already eaten. You should eat." Lu Jinchuan did not press the matter further and began his meal. Tang Shuqin fixated on the sharp contours of his profile, recalling what Lu Wanyue had told her. Her face burning, she quickly turned away, unable to meet his gaze. I'll go to sleep now." Stammering, she hurriedly ascended the stairs. Lu Jinchuan cast a puzzled glance at her, but chose to ignore the matter, continuing with his meal. The following day, after dropping her off at Yunzhong University, Lu Jinchuan arrived at the Lu Corporation headquarters. Mo was already waiting outside the office, holding a substantial stack of documents. Lu Jinchuan bypassed him and entered the office. "Have you obtained the information?" "Yes." Lu Jinchuan seated himself, gesturing for Mo1 to sit. "Thank you, President." Mo1 complied, taking a seat across from him. With his long fingers tapping gently on the table, Lu Jinchuan spoke, "Proceed." "Yes." Mo1 cleared his throat and opened the documents. The initiation of the amp, oppose, deification and amp, oppose, project, according to their accounts, stems from a legend. A legend? Lu Jinchuan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Mo1 nodded. The three individuals are not the core figures of the oppose, deification and oppose, project, and possess limited knowledge about it. According to the interrogation results, the project was initiated over 150 years ago due to the emergence of a secret realm in Zhongzhou. Within this realm lay a colossal stone inscribed with the words, and amp, oppose. This era shall inevitably be destroyed. Only the amp, oppose. God and amp, oppose can save everything, and amp, oppose. Those who ventured into the realm initially disbelieved this. Intelligence reports indicate that only a few managed to escape, seemingly having encountered something terrifying within. Later, a practitioner of the 13th realm intervened, extracting fragments of memory from their minds, which detailed what they had witnessed. It is said to involve calamities, numerous world-ending calamities that instilled dread in many 13th realm practitioners, prompting several ancient beings to retreat from the world. As a result, the only 13th realm practitioners currently visible to the world are those four. Following discussions among the high echelons of the Qian nation, the decision was made to initiate the oppose, deification and oppose project. However, this plan faced considerable opposition at the time, leading to the new policy. The so-called deification does not resemble the practices of the Twilight sect, which calls upon foreign deities through sacrifices. They regard those as mere false gods. Instead, they seek to create true oppose, gods oppose, through experimentation and genetic modification, aiming to surpass the 13th realm and lead the fight against the oppose, calamities, oppose. Yet, some believe such experiments contravene human ethics and are excessively cruel, though in truth, it is driven by the interests of certain individuals. Some fear that the success of the deification project would threaten their status, leading to the persecution of those associated with it. Despite the progress made by the deification project, Lin Mo's parents, among others, have gone missing, and many results have met grim fates. Hence, the deification project was declared a failure, yet some continue to seek its outcomes, rumored to significantly enhance one's power. Recently, proponents of the deification project have begun to emerge within the upper echelons. Thus, the project has been revived. The blood of the Tai Thunder Dragon from the 12th realm within the secret realm is one of the essential materials for deification. The project's cruelty necessitates its concealment from the public, with only a select few aware of its true nature. Mo1 concluded, placing the report down. President, that summarizes the results of last night's interrogation. Lu Jinchuan rubbed his temples, speaking softly. What about the new policy? The new policy represents the struggle between the conservative and reformist factions among the upper echelons, primarily driven by the deification project. The conservatives insist that viable methods to combat the oppose, calamities oppose, can be found within ancient practices without resorting to inhumane experiments. Conversely, the reformists argue that the current levels of spiritual energy are insufficient to enable practitioners to break through to a state capable of resisting the calamities, advocating for deification. The conflict between the two factions escalated into a fierce battle, ultimately concluding with the conservatives' victory. Lu Jinchuan pondered. Based on the interrogation results, it seemed the failure of the deification project stemmed from the infringement upon certain high-ranking interests, publicly framed as a humanitarian concern. Meanwhile, supporters of deification claimed it was for the purpose of resisting the calamities. Yet who could discern the truth? Neither faction bore absolute right or wrong. It was merely a collision of interests, a dispute. Gently tapping the table, Lu Jinchuan declared, "Inform Qi Jiang to release those three individuals." Understood. Well, the Lu family in Dijing and the Divine Maiden Palace. Mo1 flipped open another document. The Lu family in Dijing is headed by Lu Jinting, who has formed an alliance with the Li family of Dijing. Their only son is Lu Ziyu. Lu Jinting possesses the cultivation of the 11th realm. Through continuous alliances, the Lu family now holds a strength comparable to the 4 prominent families of Dijing. The Divine Maiden Palace in Yunmiao Prefecture is currently led by Yi Qingcheng, rumored to be the most exceptional divine maiden in the palace and Oppo's history, now possessing the cultivation of the 12th realm. She acts decisively and has eliminated all candidates for the position of palace mistress, firmly securing her place as the next leader. After when finished speaking, Lu Jinchuan continued to tap the table unhurriedly. Have the intelligence team monitor these 2 forces closely, report any developments promptly, and also send a message to Feng Zhu to locate the headquarters of the Shadow Alliance as soon as possible. You may leave for now. Understood. Once when departed, Lu Jinchuan resumed his official duties. In the dead of night, Qi Jiang, accompanied by the operations team, brought 3 individuals, their heads covered, to the border of Yunzhong Prefecture. Despite one of them being of the 10th realm, they were too severely injured to withstand Qi Jiang and Oppo's might. Begone. Our president spares your lives. The 3 fled swiftly, fearful that Qi Jiang might change his mind at any moment. The following day, in a dimly lit cavern deep within the mountains of Dijing, 2 individuals engaged in conversation. The individuals have been returned. Did you ascertain what Lu Jinchuan did to them? Inquire about the Oppo's God-making and Oppo's project. One individual remained silent for a considerable time. What shall we do now? What options do we have? Do you dare to eliminate Lu Jinchuan to silence him? Do not forget that the information has now been substantiated. Lu Wuwei is still alive and may have already entered the 13th realm. What if he spreads a word? Given his modus operandi, he would not simply release those 3. He has shown us a degree of consideration and currently does not wish to provoke us. Moreover, have you forgotten Lu Wuwei? He participated in that great war, and it is only a matter of time before Lu Jinchuan learns of the God-making project. What shall we do with those 3? Let's eliminate them. There is no need to retain those of wavering resolve. Very well. Let us accelerate our efforts. A vial of dragon and Oppo's blood should suffice for research for a while. We shall proceed thus for now and devise further strategies later, for our time is running short. Chapter 66. The all-out assault the following day. Inside the Lu Corporation in Oppo's office. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Lu Jinchuan glanced at Owen. Has there been any progress on Feng Zhu and Oppo's end? Owen nodded respectfully. Yes. Team leader Feng has discovered traces of the Shadow Syndicate in the Barren Province. Lu Jinchuan steepled his fingers, pondering for a moment. Tell him not to prematurely alarm them. Have a Day King and Night King returned? They have. Lu Jinchuan nodded. Go to the Hall of Kings and relay my decree. Have King Wanluo lead the Day and Night Kings on a trip to the Barren Province. Their mission is to safeguard Feng Zhu and his team. They are not to take rash action without my explicit command. Understood. Is there any headway regarding the Elders' Council's betrayal? Reporting, Chairman, there are some emerging leads. Lu Jinchuan arched an eyebrow. When opened the file in his hands. Our investigation has revealed connections to several figures in the Yunzhong province's political circles. It appears to implicate members of the cabinet as well. Have you identified the specific individuals within the cabinet? When shook his head. No, they have meticulously covered their tracks. We can only ascertain that individuals within the cabinet are implicated. Lu Jinchuan remained impassive. Their reach is quite extensive. Cease further investigation and deal with those figures in Yunzhong first. Understood. The cabinet, the middle-aged man who had returned from the Binbei City secret realm, arrived at a study. He knelt on one knee. Elder. Before him, an elderly man holding a book slowly turned around. Did you manage to stop them? The middle-aged man shook his head and recounted the events within the secret realm in their entirety. The elderly man chuckled upon hearing this. You did well. Lu Wuwei now owes us a favor. The middle-aged man presented a vial of dragon blood. Elder, he shared a vial of dragon blood with us. The smile on the elderly man's face faltered, and he sighed deeply. The Lu Corporation is truly blessed. Back then, Lu Xiudao employed forbidden arts to extend Lu Wuwei's life. And now there's Lu Jinchuan, whose methods are even more astute than Lu Xiudao's. I truly believed we could make Lu Wuwei indebted to us. The elder muttered to himself. He continued, arrest this person and personally deliver them to the Lu Corporation. He handed a photograph to the middle-aged man. Understood. Mountain and Sea Academy Mu Bai respectfully recounted the events of the secret realm to Shang Wanwen. Shang Wanwen's turbid eyes intently scrutinized Mu Bai. Are you saying that Lu Jinchuan was accompanied by 3 11th realm cultivators, none of whom were Lu Wuxing or his compatriots? Mu Bai nodded, certain of his assertion. He recognized Lu Wuxing and his associates, but these 3 11th realm cultivators were unfamiliar. Upon receiving Mu Bai and Amp, Oppos, as confirmation, Shang Wanwen's clouded eyes fixed intently on the direction of Yunzhong province. Those must be the heavenly kings of the Hall of Kings. However, during Lu Xiudao's reign, the heavenly kings of the Hall of Kings were at most at the peak of the 10th realm. Has Lu Jinchuan elevated them all so soon after assuming leadership? Issue my decree. No student of the Mountain and Sea Academy is permitted to engage in conflict with the Lu Corporation. Mu Bai furrowed his brow. Master, do you mean? Shang Wanwen's expression turned grave. Lu Wuwei has already entered the 13th realm. He was now utterly certain that Lu Wuwei had attained the 13th realm. He turned and vanished, his voice echoing ethereally in the air. I shall enter seclusion for a period. During this time, you shall oversee all affairs of the academy. Understood, Master. Mu Bai bowed deeply in the direction of Shang Wanwen and Oppos' disappearance. Northwest Baron Province, since receiving Lu Jinchuan and Oppos' orders. Feng Zhu had led his team to this location, searching for any trace of the Shadow Syndicate and Oppos' headquarters. He and his team were now observing the dense forest before them. I and Amp, Oppos' V founded it, and Amp, Oppos' inside. He gestured to those behind him. Immediately report to the chairman that we have located it. Understood. Above them, King Wanluo and the 3 heavenly kings who had been dispatched were arriving. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation was being observed in its entirety. Within the Shadow Syndicate and Oppos' headquarters, on the highest floor of the pavilion, the Shadow Syndicate's leader was entirely shrouded in black robes. He was currently observing the scene of Qi Jiang and the others through a device. Another figure in black robes approached from behind. Leader, you summoned me? Prepare yourselves. It's in Oppos' time to depart. The figure in black robes also noticed Qi Jiang and the others, but remained puzzled. The Lu Corporation and Oppos' people? Leader, he and Oppos' only at the 7th realm. The subordinates here can eliminate him in the Baron Province without my intervention. The Shadow Syndicate's leader shook his head. He is accompanied by an 11th realm cultivator and 2 10th realm cultivators. If we cannot eliminate them within 2 minutes, Lu Wuxing will arrive in the Baron Province. Perhaps Lu Wuwei himself will personally intervene. By then, it will be too late. Perhaps Lu Wuxing is already en route. Hurry and prepare. What about them? What do you think? The Shadow Syndicate and Oppos' leader turned around, his face obscured by the black robes. Understood, leader. The Shadow Syndicate and Oppos' leader was correct. At the very moment Feng Zhu relayed the message to the Lu Corporation's headquarters, Lu Wuxing had already set out for the Baron Province. Lu Bujing and Lu Buhui were still in seclusion. Only he was available. Moreover, if the Shadow Syndicate's leader was also present, only Lu Wuxing could contend with him. The instant when reported the news to Lu Jinchuan immediately issued an order. All heavenly kings of the Hall of Kings, except those currently on missions, were to immediately proceed to the Baron Province to encircle and suppress the Shadow Syndicate. They were to commence the operation as soon as all heavenly kings had assembled. In the Baron Province, Feng Zhu and his team, who were intently observing the dense forest before them, suddenly sensed spatial fluctuations behind them. They turned around warily and saw Lu Wuxing appear behind them. Second Elder, the team bowed respectfully. Lu Wuxing waved his hand, and just as he was about to speak, he suddenly turned to gaze at a spot in the air. His figure then vanished. Feng Zhu and his team were puzzled and turned back to continue observing the dense forest. In the direction Lu Wuxing had moved, 2 figures in black robes were fleeing the Baron Province at an incredible speed. The figure in black robes, flying in the lead, suddenly halted and turned to look back. The other figure in black robes also stopped. Leader? The Shadow Syndicate leader and Oppos. S raspy voice emanated from beneath the black robes. Lu Wuxing is here. The figure in black robes was startled. What? You go first. I will deal with him. Upon hearing this, the figure in black robes exclaimed anxiously, Leader. The Shadow Syndicate and Oppos. S leader waved his hand, and a force propelled him away. Lu Wuxing cannot stop me. Leave quickly. The figure in black robes could only respond with an understood, and accelerated away. At the very moment he departed, Lu Wuxing and Oppos' figure appeared almost instantaneously 20 meters in front of the Shadow Syndicate and Oppos' leader. Lu Wuxing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes narrowed slightly. Are you the leader of the Shadow Syndicate? The Shadow Syndicate and Oppos' leader was entirely enveloped in a cloud of black mist. I am truly curious. Where did Lu Jinchuan acquire the resources to allow you to advance from the peak of the 11th realm to the mid-stage of the 12th realm in one step? It's a pity. If I had been given a little more time, I might have been able to capture Lu Jinchuan and inquire thoroughly. As soon as the Shadow Syndicate and Oppos' leader finished speaking, he retreated 30 meters. Lu Wuxing suddenly appeared at the spot where he had been standing. Just because you're the head of a rat's nest doesn't mean you're capable. As the words faded, Lu Wuxing directly attacked the Shadow Syndicate's leader. He thrust out a palm, and a devastating force swept forward. The Shadow Syndicate and Oppos' leader formed hand seals, and a cloud of black mist surged forth, neutralizing the two forces. A dense fog enveloped the area, gradually shrouding it in obscurity. Lu Wuxing let out a cold snort and boldly plunged into the murky haze. Chapter 67. The Siege of a Shadow Alliance. In an instant, the clash between the two resonated through the dense forest. Countless shadows erupted from the thicket. Feng Zhu furrowed his brow. The members of the royal hall had yet to arrive, but action was imperative. Just as he prepared to move, a flippant voice echoed from behind him. Captain Feng, do not be too hasty in your actions. He turned to see Qi Jiang wielding a long knife, accompanied by the operatives with dozens of figures suspended in the air behind him, the foremost being the enigmatic king of the underworld, cloaked in black. Qi Jiang did not linger on Feng Zhu, but instead directed his gaze toward the shadows emerging from the forest. With a swift motion, he touched his face, and a mask materialized. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth beneath the mask. The cleansing begins. As his words fell, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was poised above an assassin from the Shadow Alliance, his long knife descending with ferocity. The assassin was cleaved in two, blood splattering onto nearby members of the Shadow Alliance. Enemy attack. A furious voice rang out, and soon, countless dark figures surged forth from woods. Qi Jiang plunged into the fray, cutting through the shadows as though they were mere air. Behind him, the king of the underworld and the elite members of the royal hall joined the battlefield, their overwhelming power turning the fight into a one-sided massacre. The operatives led by Qi Jiang were tasked with cornering any fleeing assassin from the Shadow Alliance. The king of the underworld moved swiftly across the battlefield, leaving a trail of decay that consumed the assassins. Suddenly, he frowned beneath his hood, his form vanishing with A and Amp. Amp, Oppos, bang and Amp. Amp, Oppos, as a dagger lunged at him from behind. An assassin, similarly clad in black with a silver snake mask, had appeared where he had just stood. With a cold voice, the king of the underworld remarked, the 11th realm. And yet you willingly degrade yourself to a sewer rat. Dark One, I seek to challenge the king of the underworld, came the raspy reply, as Dark One vanished into the shadows once more. The king extended his skeletal fingers. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal echoed as Dark One materialized at his side, driving a dagger toward the king's palm, unable to advance further. Rats will always be rats, confined to the shadows, even the larger ones. The king suddenly grasped the dagger with a vice-like grip, while his other hand swung in a powerful punch toward Dark One. Dark One relinquished the dagger, transforming into a swirling mass of darkness. The king's fist met empty air as he hurled the dagger away. Noticing his fingers darkening, he exclaimed in surprise, Poison? Then, with a chuckle, he added, Too bad I'm not flesh and blood. With that, the king of the underworld shot towards the direction of the flying dagger. There! Dark One reappeared, seizing the dagger mid-air, while another dagger crossed against his chest, unleashing a streak of crimson light toward the king. The king sidestepped, then with a hum, appeared before Dark One in the blink of an eye. His skeletal fingers lunged at Dark One's chest, who retreated hastily but still sustained a gash across his torso. The fabric of his black attire tore, revealing deep claw marks, a miasma of decay emanating from them. Dark One, resolute, sliced away the rotting flesh with his dagger. The king observed in astonishment, impressed by Dark One's ruthlessness, and chuckled lightly. Interesting, come again. With a resounding crash, the king surged toward Dark One, who had just applied medicine to his wound. As he attempted to vanish into the shadows, the king grasped his shoulder with an iron grip. A sickening crack resonated as Dark One's shoulder bone shattered. A scream erupted, and the king hurled him away, swiftly appearing above his airborne body, delivering a brutal kick. Boom! Dark One crashed into the ground, creating a substantial crater and a cloud of dust. The king reappeared at the edge of the crater, seizing Dark One's foot and relentlessly smashing him against the ground. Dark One retaliated with a dagger thrust, but the king tossed him aside effortlessly. With a swift motion, he caught Dark One in Oppo's head, slamming it into the earth. Boom! Coughing and gasping, Dark One felt as though his very insides had been pulverized, a searing pain coursing through him. Suddenly, a dagger pierced through his knee, aimed at the king and Oppo's abdomen. The king dodged, fixated on the deep pit. As the dust settled, Dark One's figure vanished. Sensing something amiss, the king spun around, delivering a palm strike. Thud! A pitch-black dagger pierced through his palm. Dark One, hidden from sight, appeared unscathed, devoid of any signs of injury. The king furrowed his brow. A forbidden technique? Dark One remained silent, delivering a powerful punch to the king's chest that propelled him backward at great speed, crashing into a distant earthen wall and embedding into it, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ha ha! Now that and Oppo's. That's more like it. Dark laughter erupted as the king charged forth from the dust, aiming for Dark One. Armed with 2 daggers, Dark One advanced to meet him. The daggers struck fiercely at the king, who sidestepped, seizing Dark One's outstretched arm and crushing it viciously. A sickening crack echoed as Dark One, seemingly impervious to pain, thrust his other dagger toward the king once more. The king caught the dagger, its toxins clinging to his fingers as they began to darken. Indifferent, he released Dark One and Oppo's fractured arm and seized his throat, driving him into the ground. Boom! Dark One and Oppo's entire form sank into the earth as the king knelt, raining down blows upon him. Dust billowed around them. The king lifted his fist high, channeling his power, and struck down upon Dark One. Bang! Dark One and Oppo's head erupted, brain matter scattering. Rising, the king surveyed the lifeless form of Dark One, now unrecognizable. A frown crossed his face at the sight. What has happened here? At the heart of Dark One's corpse, a blue light emanated. The king extended his fingers, drawing forth a glowing blue chip into his grasp. Stunned, he murmured, "A chip?" Stowing it away, he re-entered the fray. Meanwhile, Qi Jiang, amidst his fervent slaughter with the long knife, suddenly felt 2 daggers aimed at him from behind. Sensing danger, he swung his knife backward. Clang! The daggers clashed against his blade, sending sparks flying. The 2 assassins from the Shadow Alliance produced another dagger with their free hands, both striking toward Qi Jiang. Raising his arm, Qi Jiang revealed layers of scales enveloping it. The daggers struck against his arm, forcing him to retreat under the combined might of the 2 assassins. Steadying himself, he glared at them, a smirk playing on his lips. "2 from the 10th realm, you sure overestimate me." Taking a deep breath, he turned and fled. Farewell. As a peak 7th realm individual, he had no chance against 2 from the 10th realm, not even qualifying to engage them in battle. Chapter 68. Annihilating the Shadow Syndicate. Upon witnessing Qi Jiang's retreat, 2 assassins from the Shadow Syndicate melted into the darkness, pursuing him with lethal intent. The palpable threat hung heavy in the air. "Nether King, I beseech your aid," Qi Jiang exclaimed. A mocking voice echoed. "Why such disarray, Chief Qi?" The Nether King, cloaked entirely in black, materialized before him. Qi Jiang waved dismissively. My abilities are wanting, truly wanting. I'll leave it to you, Nether King. With these words, Qi Jiang charged towards the remaining syndicate assassins, brandishing his blade. The Nether King shook his head, his form flickering as he intercepted the two hidden assassins, delivering two resounding blows. The assassins were revealed, sent hurtling backward. With a ripple of his cloak, the Nether King advanced on the downed assassins. Seeing this, they simultaneously vanished into the shadows. Undaunted, the Nether King extended his gaunt hands in opposite directions, seizing the assassins' arms as they lunged from either side. How utterly inadequate, he murmured. With sickening cracks, their arms shattered, spraying blood and gore. As the assassins attempted to conceal themselves once more, the Nether King seized their heads, crushing them together with brutal force. Their bodies exploded in a shower of gore. Just as the Nether King turned to leave, two spectral, azure-glowing objects emerged from the remains. He snatched them up, examining them to find they were, once again, chips. With a furrowed brow, he stowed them in his ring before turning his attention to the remaining assassins. Those left were all below the 8th realm, and thus were lambs to the slaughter at the hands of the king. They fell in droves. Meanwhile, Qi Jiang had plunged into the dense thicket, his blade leading the way. He frowned at the seemingly endless tide of syndicate assassins. Are there truly this many? As he spoke, his blade flashed, cleaving an assassin who had emerged from the shadows to attack him. He pressed forward, cutting down foe after foe. Above, the thunderous clash between Lu Wuxing and the syndicate leader continued unabated, their battle shaking the very foundations of the area. Qi Jiang flicked his blade, scattering the blood, and unleashed a slash that rent the air before him. The space rippled and split. Taken aback, Qi Jiang hesitated before stepping into the rift. He was immediately set upon by more assassins. He reappeared at a distance, unleashing a wave of energy that bisected his attackers, painting the ground crimson. Turning, Qi Jiang found the sky darkening. He looked up to see a legion of assassins, each masked with the silver serpent, descending upon him. His mouth twitched involuntarily. He fled back toward the rift. Nether King, I implore you, must you always be so pathetic? Came a sigh as the Nether King appeared behind him, his cloak billowing. Qi Jiang planted his blade and collapsed. I am exhausted. It's not cowardice, Nether King. They could drown me in spittle. The Nether King ignored him, extending his withered hands and unleashing a wave of decay. The assassins withered, their flesh dissolving from their bones, leaving a rain of skeletons. Bravo, Qi Jiang began, before being cut short by the reappearance of the assassins, blotting out the sky. His smile faltered. Infinite regeneration? The Nether King frowned and unleashed a devastating blast of 11th realm power, obliterating the assassins. As the shadows dispersed, a 33-story pagoda came into view, the syndicate's headquarters. Qi Jiang seized his blade and slashed at the pagoda. The energy dissipated before reaching its target. Instantly, shadows poured forth from the pagoda. Qi Jiang vanished, his blade a blur as he charged towards the structure. The Nether King followed, his aura of decay leaving a trail of corpses. Qi Jiang and Amp, Oppo's, S-blade danced, impaling 3 assassins before they could reach him. Channeling his energy, he unleashed a blow at the pagoda's entrance, obliterating the assassins who stood in his way. He recalled his blade and stormed inside, followed by the Nether King, who had dispatched the remaining assassins. Inside, Qi Jiang stood transfixed. The Nether King approached, his brow furrowed. What is it? He followed Qi Jiang and Oppo's, gaze, his eyes widening. Before them, a massive teleportation array surrounded a swirling vortex. Figures in silver serpent masks emerged, brandishing daggers, moving with the single-minded purpose of puppets. Is this a production line? Qi Jiang murmured. Enough dawdling, destroy the array. The Nether King commanded, obliterating the emerging assassins as he advanced on the array and Amp, Oppo's, S-center. Qi Jiang followed, his blade a whirlwind of death. Reaching the center, the Nether King saw 3 red, rhomboid crystals feeding energy into the array. He shattered 2, while Qi Jiang destroyed the last. The vortex collapsed. The Nether King dispatched the remaining assassins and turned to leave. This place is not simple. Summon Feng Ju. Qi Jiang nodded, glanced back at the pagoda, and followed. They emerged from the forest and began to mop up the remaining assassins. No wonder they were endless. It was a perpetual motion machine. Above, the battle between Lu Wuxing and the syndicate leader raged on. The syndicate leader glanced at the pagoda below, his voice raspy. Lu Wuxing, you are a madman. Lu Wuxing, blood trickling from his lips, continued his relentless assault. You are at your limit. Lu Wuxing's expression was grim. The elusive syndicate leader was at the pinnacle of the 12th realm. Lu Wuxing roared, unleashing a blow. The syndicate leader casually dispersed the energy. I know you bear Lu Wuwei's mark. You are forcing my hand. Lu Wuxing sneered. Are you afraid? The syndicate leader remained unperturbed. I could kill you, but I do not wish to provoke Lu Wuwei. He has reached the 13th realm, has he not? Lu Wuxing did not reply, confirming the answer. The syndicate leader shook his head. I envy you. To have two such outstanding Lu family leaders. I am tempted to defect. You are unworthy. Lu Wuxing roared. Unleashing a blow. The attack stopped short, a mere 50 centimeters from his syndicate leader, the force of the impact causing their robes to flutter. I tire of this. Tell Lu Jinchuan that I am watching him. Beware of Huang Fujingyang. He is not to be trusted. With these words, the syndicate leader vanished, leaving only his voice echoing in the air. Below, devoid of the teleportation array, the assassins of the Shadow Alliance were annihilated. Thus, the Shadow Alliance of the Wasteland perished. As the celestial monarchs of the Hall of Kings dispersed, only Qi Jiang and his task force remained at the Shadow Syndicate headquarters, safeguarding Feng Zhu as he conducted his final inspection and intelligence gathering. A gentle rapping echoed upon Lu Jinchuan's office door. Enter, he declared. President, Mo when announced, entering with a stack of documents. He placed them on the desk and respectfully stated, President, the operation to eradicate the Shadow Syndicate is complete. This is the action report submitted by Team Leader Feng. Lu Jinchuan picked up the file, his fingers drumming lightly on the desk. He performed admirably in this operation. Notify logistics to allow him to select a 7th-order weapon of his choosing, along with 3 vials of spirit replenishment elixir and an 8th-order breakthrough pill. Understood. After a moment in amp. Oppos. As contemplation, Lu Jinchuan added, as for the other members involved in the operation, draft a detailed reward plan based on their respective strengths. Yes, sir. Once Mo when had departed, Lu Jinchuan opened the report, his gaze immediately drawn to a prominent heading. Cybernetically enhanced humans. Lu Jinchuan furrowed his brow. Was and amp. Amp. Oppos. This supposed to be an eradication of the Shadow Syndicate? How did cybernetically enhanced humans come into the picture? He continued perusing the document. Feng Zhu had noted the discovery of a large-scale teleportation array within the Shadow Syndicate headquarters, continuously transporting Shadow Syndicate assassins. These assassins were all cybernetically enhanced, with chips implanted near their hearts. The intelligence division was still investigating the specifics. Lu Jinchuan massaged his temples. I almost forgot how advanced the technology in this world is. Cybernetically enhanced humans Arin and Oppos. Exactly a rarity. A knock sounded once again. Enter, he called out. President, a delegation from the Imperial City has arrived. Claiming to bear gifts from the cabinet, the visitor announced. Let's see to it. Yes, sir. Upon arriving at the reception hall with Mo1, Lu Jinchuan's gaze fell upon a middle-aged man seated in a chair, causing him to pause momentarily. It was the individual from the Binhai City secret realm. Upon Lu Jinchuan and Amp, Oppos' arrival, the middle-aged man rose and offered a respectful greeting to President Lu. He may have been unrestrained elsewhere, but this was the Lu Corporation and Amp, Oppos' headquarters, and he had no desire to be swatted down by Lu Wuxing. Lu Jinchuan leaned back in his chair, observing him. A member of the cabinet? Please have a seat. Thank you, President Lu. Lu Jinchuan raised his teacup, taking a measured sip. State your business. The middle-aged man thought to himself, he truly is audacious. However, being on his turf, he dared not express any discontent. I have brought you one of the masterminds behind the Elder Council and Oppos' betrayal of your esteemed organization. With a clap of his hands, 2 members of the cabinet escorted in an individual, head covered and hands bound behind their back. The middle-aged man gestured, and the 2 cabinet members removed the hood. A face contorted with terror emerged. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, he bellowed, Zhou Jian, You dare abduct me. When I return, I shall certainly inform Senior Grand Secretary Fong. Senior Grand Secretary Wei, Zhou Jian corrected calmly, approaching Wei Peiron with an impassive demeanor and a chilling tone. Do you truly believe your actions have gone unnoticed? Wei Peiron and Appos, as countenance grew alarmed. I have no idea what you and Appos are talking about. Zhou Ji and Appos, and shook his head. It matters not if you are unaware. President Liu will be enlightened. With these words, Zhou Ji and Appos, and presented Liu Jinchuan with a list. President Liu, these are the individuals who participated at the time. He turned it apart. President Liu, I have delivered the person. I shall not inquire as to their fate. Senior Grand Secretary Fong sends his regards and advises you to avoid any association with Huangfu Zhengyang of the Central Commandery. With that, he and the two cabinet members exited. Liu Jinchuan cast an emotionless gaze upon Wei Peiron, still kneeling on the ground. Summoned Qi Jiang. Yes, sir. Mo1 responded respectfully and departed. Wei Peiron's face darkened. Liu Jinchuan, I am a member of the cabinet. You Wuden and Appos, dare touch me. Liu Jinchuan raised an eyebrow. You wager that I lack the audacity to lay a hand on you, and that those behind you will come to your rescue. Liu Jinchuan rose, stepping past him. Perhaps you should speculate whether those behind you would dare to save you. Sweat poured down Wei Peiron's face. I am a member of the cabinet, and possess no other identity. Liu Jinchuan chuckled, ignoring him as he exited the reception hall. At the doorway, he encountered Mo when leading Qi Jiang. President. The two men greeted, bowing. Liu Jinchuan and Appos, as figure vanished. A list landed in Qi Jiang and Appos, as hands, accompanied by a voice echoing through the air. Interrogate him immediately. I want to know who else is behind him besides the cabinet. Furthermore, I require an action plan by tomorrow. Understood. Qi Jiang responded respectfully before entering the reception hall and taking Wei Peiron away. Liu Jinchuan returned to his office, leaning back in his chair, his mind racing, contemplating the true intentions of the cabinet member known as Senior Grand Secretary Fong. From the deification project, it was evident that the cabinet was not a monolithic entity, but rather plagued by factional strife. Jinchuan, why ponder so much? I could simply storm the imperial city and demand answers from that Fong fellow. An indifferent voice interrupted Liu Jinchuan and Appos as thoughts. He looked up. Liu Wuxing stood before him. Liu Jinchuan was about to speak when he noticed that Liu Wuxing and Appos' aura was unstable. His expression turned grave. Second grandfather, you are injured. Liu Wuxing waved dismissively. And Appos, that's nothing fatal. That rat-headed leader possesses some skill. Liu Jinchuan was taken aback. Are you referring to the Shadow Syndicate Master? Indeed, Liu Wuxing replied, sitting opposite Liu Jinchuan. I didn't expect him to be at the peak of the 12th realm. We exchanged blows, and he managed to escape. Liu Jinchuan retrieved a vial of pills from his ring and handed it to Liu Wuxing. Second grandfather, this is an 11th order healing elixir. Please take it. Liu Wuxing and Appos' eyes lit up as he eagerly accepted the vial. Good lad. I Haven and Appos. Tea spoiled you for nothing. He then gazed at Liu Jinchuan with a beaming smile. Jinchuan, do you happen to have any more cultivation resources? Liu Jinchuan was momentarily stunned before understanding dawned upon him. Liu Wuxing was feeling disheartened. He chuckled. Second grandfather, you are welcome to raid my vault. Take whatever you please. Liu Wuxing waved his hands repeatedly. That one in Appos, do. That was left to you by your grandfather, and you should use it yourself. Liu Jinchuan pondered for a moment before producing a ring containing the treasures he had acquired from the extreme Yang Shrine. Then take this. Liu Wuxing accepted the ring, glanced at its contents, and was astounded. With a grand gesture, he extracted a portion of the treasures and tossed the ring back to Liu Jinchuan, his figure vanishing like a gust of wind. Liu Jinchuan smiled wryly, stowing the ring away. A gentle rapping echoed, just as he had secured the ring. Enter, he called out. Qi Jiang entered with a respectful demeanor. President, was the interrogation successful? Yes, aside from those on the list, there were a few others. Members of the cabinet and the Central Commandery. Liu Jinchuan chuckled silently. He understood Senior Grand Secretary Fong and Appos' intentions, a borrowed blade to commit murder. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He would play along, but his blade was not so easily wielded. Seeing Qi Jiang still contemplating, he inquired, "You seem to have something else on your mind?" Qi Jiang nodded. "Yes, President. I have a feeling that there are more individuals involved." After Wei Peirun confessed to those names, he refused to say anything further, but the fear in his eyes was undeniable. There must be others behind him. Lu Jinchuan tapped lightly on the table. "There's no need to rush. They will reveal themselves in due time. Is the action plan prepared?" "Chairman, it has been prepared." Seeing that Lu Jinchuan has stated this, Qi Jiang no longer hesitated and reported the action plan to Lu Jinchuan. After he finished speaking, Lu Jinchuan nodded. "We shall proceed according to this plan." Lu Jinchuan rose and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing outside, his voice chillingly cold. The operation code name is Purity. Chapter 70. The Alliance of the Two Departments and One Guard. The news of the Shadow Alliance and AMP. Oppos. Annihilation by the Lu clan commerce swept through the entire Qian nation like a gust of wind. Everywhere, discussions abounded regarding the terror of the Lu clan commerce. How ruthless they are. The Shadow Alliance is, after all, one of the premier assassination organizations. And yet they were obliterated without hesitation. Frankly speaking, it seems the Shadow Alliance brought this upon themselves. They dared to accept Lu Jinchuan's bounty, effectively courting their own demise. One must wonder, who had the audacity to place a bounty on Lu Jinchuan? Who can say? The Shadow Alliance was merely one faction. There are others capable of fighting. They may be able to fight, but they have failed to track even a trace of the Shadow Alliance, let alone confront them. Thus, we ought to be cautious in our discussions. It is possible that members of their intelligence team are among us. What is there to fear? You have not spoken carelessly. Lu Jinchuan is not one to indiscriminately slay innocents. Upon reflection, the crowd agreed. Lu Jinchuan has never acted without just cause against others. With the issuance of the Oppos, cleansing and Oppos, operation, all departments of the Lu clan commerce began to operate frantically, preparing for the mission. The following day, Lu Wuxing re-entered the capital, heading directly for the headquarters of the town guard. At that moment, Wang Wu, the chief of the town guard, was humming a tune, leisurely sipping his tea. The Lu clan commerce had dismantled the Shadow Alliance, and his mood was exceptionally buoyant. Although he had not received official recognition for this achievement, the elimination of a troublesome source alleviated much of his pressure. Heaven knows how many times the Ministry of Finance had pressured him since Lu Jinchuan and Oppos' appointment, and his elder had scolded him mercilessly, driving him to the brink of depression. Does the chief of the town guard appear to be in good spirits? A familiar voice interrupted Wang Wu and Oppos' thoughts, freezing his smile. He turned stiffly, wishing fervently that this was merely a figment of his imagination. Alas, reality was harsh. Lu Wuxing was reclining in a chair behind him, pouring himself a cup of tea and savoring it. "Chief Wang, your tea is delightful," Lu Wuxing commended. Raising his gaze to meet Wang Wu and Oppos' frozen smile, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "It seems that Chief Wang does not seem particularly welcoming to an old man like me, ha." Internally cursing, Wang Wu quickly donned a smile. "Elder Lu, you flatter me. Your presence truly brings glory to the town guard." Lu Wuxing was well aware that these words were insincere, but did not mind, taking another sip of tea. "Chief Wang, this time I bring you a performance report." Wang Wu and Oppos' curiosity was piqued. "What do you mean, Elder Lu?" Lu Wuxing handed him a document, gesturing for him to read it. Puzzled, Wang Wu took the document, skimming through it, his expression growing graver with each line. By the end, he clenched the document tightly, his voice low with suppressed fury. How dare they? The document detailed how certain families, in exchange for resources, sacrificed ordinary people to demons, reaping substantial rewards to bolster their own power, all the while publicly claiming that their victims had perished or gone missing due to demon attacks. Wang Wu and Oppos' anger intensified. On one hand, he was shocked that some could so utterly forsake their humanity. On the other, if this matter were to reach higher authorities, his position as the chief of the town guard would be at risk. Thankfully, there was still time. Lu Wuxing could report this to the cabinet and the central government, as he was acquainted with many influential figures. Since Lu Wuxing had provided him with this information, it was evident he needed Wang Wu and Oppos' cooperation. He cautiously inquired, What does Elder Lu intend? Lu Wuxing waved his hand, smiling amiably. This is not my intention, but rather that of our chairman. The town guard has been diligent in its duties for the Qian nation, and the pressure has been immense. Our chairman hopes to assist the town guard in eliminating these parasites and seeks your support. This was not merely an arbitrary excuse from Lu Jinchuan to act against them. The intelligence team had uncovered families truly colluding with demons, providing Lu Jinchuan with ample justification for their eradication. Wang Wu nodded vigorously, with the Lu clan commerce and oppos as assistants. Dealing with these families will be far easier. Rest assured, Elder Lu, we will comply with any requests. Lu Wuxing took another sip of tea, waving his hand. No, it is we who will cooperate with you. Wang Wu paused, quickly realizing that members of the Lu clan commerce could not act directly. If it were merely a case of plotting against Lu Jinchuan, the families would not meet the criteria for extermination according to Qian nation law. Only the official authorities, armed with substantial evidence of collusion with demons, could act decisively against these families. Publicly, it would appear as though the Lu clan commerce was assisting them. But when the time came to act, the distinction of who played the leading role would be irrelevant. Understanding Lu Jinchuan and Amp, Oppos, S intentions, Wang Wu promptly amended his words. Then I must extend my thanks to Chairman Lu. Lu Wuxing rose to his feet. Very well, I shall not impose further on you, Chief Wang. I hope you can present a plan swiftly. I will take my leave. With that, Lu Wuxing vanished from sight. He had not brought any physical gifts for the town guard. That piece of intelligence alone was enough to earn Wang Wu's gratitude. Wang Wu, his expression serious, nodded and addressed the outside. Summon the 4 vice chiefs for a meeting. Yes, replied his subordinate, rushing out. Wang Wu felt parched and turned to brew some tea, only to discover that all the leaves were gone. He froze, remembering Lu Wuxing, and once he confirmed he was alone, he erupted in fury. Thieves! Bandits! Meanwhile, Lu Wuxing, returning to Jiangbei City, suddenly sneezed, sensing something amiss as he glanced at the tea leaves in his hand. He chuckled dismissively and continued his flight towards Jiangbei City. The alliance with the town guard was the crux of the cleansing operation. 5 minutes later, the 4 vice chiefs of the Imperial Capital Town Guard gathered in the Grand Hall. Wang Wu, muttering to himself, entered the hall with tea leaves in hand. Chief, the 4 saluted in unison. Take your seats. Once seated, Wang Wu handed the document given to him by Lu Wuxing to the 4. After reviewing it, Su Runin frowned. Chief, is this for real? Wang Wu took a sip of tea. This information comes from the Lu clan commerce. Hence, I brought you all here to discuss it. Runin, please investigate the veracity of this matter at once. Understood, Su Runin replied respectfully before leaving. Lin Jigang's expression was grave. Chief, why would they provide us with this information? If it is true, what should we do? Zhong Jingluan and Oppos. S demeanor turned icy as he snorted. Humph! What else can be done? If they dare commit such acts, they should be eliminated without hesitation. He Jinwei sighed. They must have offended the Lu clan commerce again, I fear. The 3 turned to Wang Wu, who nodded. Indeed, but their offense is not merely against the Lu clan commerce. They seek to have Lu Jinchuan killed. What? Lin Jigang stood up suddenly, exclaiming in shock. If those individuals succeeded, Lu Wuwei would emerge, unleashing another wave of slaughter, and the consequences would be dire, especially since it had been confirmed that Lu Wuwei had already entered the 13th realm, an alarming prospect. He Jinwei and Oppos. S expression darkened as he muttered, madman. Wang Wu rubbed his temples. Given Lu Jinchuan and Amp, Oppos, S character, those who crossed him would not escape unscathed. Their fate would be nothing short of extermination. After all, he was astute enough to understand the principle of uprooting the source of trouble. As the conversation unfolded, Su Runin entered with a dark expression. Master C, upon witnessing his demeanor, everyone understood that the intelligence was indeed credible. With a sigh, Wang Wu spoke. Please summon the head of the Exorcism Division and the leader of the Demon Suppression Guard. Inform them that there are pressing matters to discuss. Understood. The 4 responded in unison before departing. Shortly thereafter, Yu Ichuan, the head of the Exorcism Division, and Du Zhongyi, the leader of the Demon Suppression Guard, arrived at the Jinwu Division. 2 hours later, they departed. Ultimately, The conclusion reached was that the two divisions and the guard would join forces. Chapter 71. Cleansing. The subsequent day, Wang Wu and Appo's response reached Lu Jinchuan. The suppression guard, the exorcism division, and the demon subjugation would act in concert. The suppression guard would primarily suppress cultivators, while the exorcism division and the demon subjugation would address the existence of demons. With decrees issued from the two divisions and one in the imperial capital, whichever entity Lu Jinchuan chose to target would receive the full cooperation of the corresponding branches. Armed with evidence of collusion with demons provided by these three official institutions, the Lu conglomerate could proceed without reservation. When the conflict truly commenced, officialdom would become inconsequential. Lu Jinchuan, observing the intelligence in his grasp, smirked. Summon Qi Jiang. At once came a respectful reply from beyond the door. 3 minutes later, Qi Jiang entered Lu Jinchuan and Appo's office. Chairman, Lu Jinchuan tossed him the intelligence. After perusing it, Qi Jiang looked up, a grin spreading across his face. Chairman, which target shall we engage first? Raozhou, the Qian family. Lu Jinchuan's expression turned glacial. Initially, they were spared for their potential utility. But now that their involvement had been uncovered, there was no longer a need for their continued existence. Understood, Qi Jiang was visibly excited. Having long harbored resentment toward the Qian family, particularly Qianzhong, for their past arrogance. Issue my decree. Lu Jinchuan tapped the table rhythmically. The Hall of Kings, King Yama, and the twin kings of day and night shall participate in this operation. Yes, sir, Qi Jiang responded, about to depart when a voice interrupted him. Jinchuan, might I also partake in this endeavor? Lu Buzheng appeared before them, smiling amiably at the two men. Lu Jinchuan rose to his feet. Third grandfather. Qi Jiang also hastily bowed. Third elder. Lu Buzheng stroked his beard, chuckling. Well, Jinchuan. Lu Jinchuan's eyes narrowed. Sensing the aura emanating from Lu Buzheng, 12th realm. Lu Buzheng had broken through to the 12th realm after secluding himself with the cultivation resources provided by Lu Jinchuan. Lu Jinchuan smiled. Then we shall trouble third grandfather. Lu Buzheng waved his hand dismissively, his figure vanishing. Lu Jinchuan returned to his chair, murmuring, let the operation commence. Understood. Raozhou, Kaiyuan City. Upon receiving the order, the two divisions and one mobilized, encircling the Qian family and maintaining round-the-clock surveillance, awaiting the arrival of the Lu conglomerate's forces. The masters of the two divisions and the commander of the one from Raozhou personally journeyed to Kaiyuan City. The following day, Qi Jiang arrived with the action team, while King Yama and the twin kings of day and night concealed themselves in the sky above. After confirming that all members of the Qian family were within Kaiyuan City, Qi Jiang's figure materialized like a specter at the entrance of the Qian manor under the cover of night. Who goes there? Two guards stationed at the gate shouted. Qi Jiang and Appo's lips curled into a smile. He drew his long saber, unleashing a strike toward the Qian manor and Appo's gate. Hum, hum, hum. Layer upon layer of saber energy slashed toward the gate. Boom! The Qian manor's gate was cleaved in two. The two guards' bodies bisected as well. Enemy attack. A cry echoed across the Qian manor, instantly illuminating it with lights. Qi Jiang lightly touched his face, and with a schwa and Appo's, 1,000 faces and Appo's, covered his features. He advanced toward the Qian manor, long saber in hand, his excitement barely contained beneath the mask. The reckoning begins. As his words fell, the members of the action team, armed with sabers, stormed into the Qian manor from all directions. Qi Jiang approached the corpses of the two guards. Noticing wisps of black gas emanating from them, he murmured, just as I suspected. Then, with a forceful stomp, the guards' bodies exploded into a bloody mist. He charged into the Qian manor, saber energy flying, the Qian family members falling, their heads separated from their bodies, wisps of black gas rising from their wounds. The moment the cry of enemy attack resounded, Qianyang's figure appeared in the sky above the Qian family estate. Witnessing the Qian family members being wantonly slaughtered by Qi Jiang and the action team, he roared in fury. How dare you? Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, An immense, invisible force sent him flying, his body crashing into a building in the Qian family estate. The building collapsed with a crash, sending up a cloud of dust. King Yama and Amp, Appo's figures slowly materialized, gazing at the dust cloud. "You were too loud, disturbing." Then, he lunged toward the dust cloud, the aura of decay spreading in his wake. Qian Yong, lying in the ruins, coughed up blood. Just as he struggled to rise, King Yama had already arrived. His withered fingers pressed down on Qian Yong and Amp, Appo's head, slamming it violently into the ground before vanishing. In the instant of his disappearance, Qian Liang and Qian Yi appeared simultaneously, unleashing two attacks that struck nothing. "Patriarch, are you all right?" The two men hastily helped Qian Yong up. King Yama surveyed the scene, noting that the twin kings of day and night had engaged the Qian family's 2 10th realm elders, and the 2 division masters and the commander of the firm Raozhou had found their own opponents. He nodded, a frivolous voice emanating from beneath his black robes. "The 3 of you, come meet together." With that, he crooked his finger at the 3 men. Qian Liang and Qian Yi and Amp, Appo's faces darkened. Just as they were about to attack, Qian Yong stopped them, his own expression grim as he stared at King Yama. "Who are you? And why are you attacking my Qian family without cause?" "Without cause?" King Yama chuckled. "You truly have no shame." As his words fell, he shot toward the 3 men. "Arrogant." Qian Yong and Appo's face was livid. King Yama, facing 3 opponents, dared to attack first, completely disregarding them. He too charged toward King Yama, the 2 clashing. Rumble. The violent shockwaves shattered many buildings in the Qian family estate. Qian Yong spat out a mouthful of blood, his figure flying backward, caught by Qian Liang and Qian Yi. His expression was as if he had swallowed a fly. In the instant of their clash, he had ascertained King Yama and Appo's strength, mid-11th realm. He had only recently broken through to the 11th realm. No wonder he was no match. Attacked together, with a furious roar, he charged toward King Yama once more. Qian Liang and Qian Yi also attacked simultaneously. Seeing this, a savage grin spread across King Yama and Appo's face beneath his black robes. "Now, this is more like it." He extended his withered fingers, catching Qian Yong and Amp, Appo's incoming palm strike before unleashing a punch. Rumble. Qian Yong was sent flying, smashing into another cluster of buildings. King Yama swept his leg backward. PFF. Qian Liang, who had attacked from behind, coughed up a large mouthful of blood, flying backward. Then, King Yama's withered fingers reached out to his side, seizing Qian Yi's incoming fist. Too weak. His withered fingers clenched. Crack. The sound of bones shattering echoed as King Yama crushed Qian Yi's fist, eliciting a pained scream. "Ah, Pucci." King Yama's withered fingers pierced through his chest. PFF. Blood continued to spill from Qian Liang and Appo's mouth as he stared blankly at King Yama. Withdrawing his arm, King Yama grabbed his neck and squeezed, snapping Qian Liang and Appo's neck. King Yama released him, his corpse falling into the ruins of the Qian family estate below. "Second brother." A voice filled with anguish cried out. King Yama turned to see Qian Yi staring at him, his eyes bloodshot. King Yama and Amp, Appo's lips curled into a smile. "You and Amp, Appo's," next with a swoosh. His figure sped toward Qian Yi. Qian Yi raised his arm to block, but the terrifying force still sent him flying. His body flew backward, and King Yama's figure suddenly appeared above him, delivering a vicious kick. Bang! Instantly, Qian Yi plummeted to the ground like a meteor. Rumble. Qian Yi crashed into the ground, creating a large crater and sending up a cloud of dust. King Yama followed, unleashing a punch that obliterated Qian Yi into a bloody mist within the crater. Qian Yong, who had just struggled to his feet from the ruins, watched this scene, his eyes turning crimson. With a deafening cry, his aura surged. Reaching the peak of the 11th realm, King Yama, observing his transformation, grinned savagely beneath his black robes. "Ha ha ha, Kome." As his words fell, his figure shot toward Qian Yong like a cannonball. The two collided. Rumble. The ancestral structures of the Qian family surrounding the 2 combatants crumbled into ruin. Pluto was sent hurtling backward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his laughter only intensified. "Ha ha ha. Worthy. Once more. With that, he arrested his backward momentum and lunged at Qianyong again. The two traded blows with unrestrained ferocity, obliterating everything in their vicinity. Gradually, Qianyong yapo, esohawaned. The signs of defeat becoming increasingly apparent. Pluto was in no better condition, his black robes tattered, a torrent of blood cascading from his lips. "Pa! Perish!" Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Pluto delivered a devastating blow to Qianyong. The Qian family is doomed. I beseech the ancestor to preserve the lineage. The plea had barely left his lips when Pluto and Apos' fist reduced him to a bloody mist. He lifted his gaze toward the rear mountains of the Qian estate. There, a terrifying presence emerged, but just as he was about to investigate, a voice halted him. "Allow this old one to handle it. Ha ha." Lu Bujing materialized in the ancestral domain of the Qian family, instantly obliterating the Qian family and Apos' patriarch. By 6:00 and Apos' clock in the morning, not a single member of the Qian family remained. Chapter 72, Cleansing, Part 2, Setting, Lu Corporation Headquarters, Lu Jinchuan and Apos' office knock, knock, knock. Enter. Chairman. Mo entered Lu Jinchuan's office. What is it? This is the action report regarding the Qian family of Raozhou. Lu Jinchuan perused the report, noting the grievous injury sustained by the Underworld King. He furrowed his brow and inquired, how is the Underworld King so severely wounded? Mo when recounted the Underworld King and Apos' battle against three adversaries. Lu Jinchuan shook his head and began to scrutinize a roster of names, his voice a mere whisper. Huai Prefecture, the Pan and Yin families. Ascertain the cultivation level of their most formidable members. Yes, sir. Montauk Veen swiftly departed. 3 minutes later, Mo when returned with 2 dossiers. Chairman, it has been verified that the publicly acknowledged strongest cultivators in the Pan and Yin families are both at the 11th realm. A glint of intrigue flickered in Lu Jinchuan and Apos' eyes. Humph, to dare provoke me with such paltry strength. Their backers must be of considerable stature. Issue my orders. Lu Jinchuan tapped 2 fingers on the names of the Pan and Yin families of Huai Prefecture. The next target, Huai Prefecture, the Pan and Yin families. Allow the Underworld King and the Day-Night duo to recuperate. Dispatch the Hall of Kings. Let the Carefree King lead the Azure Phoenix King and the Hidden Cloud King. Yes, sir. Scene, above the Pan residence, Huai Prefecture Luo Yushin, chief of the Huai Prefecture Martial Enforcement Division side. He had not anticipated that anyone would be audacious enough to instigate trouble within Lu Corporation and Apos' territory. Fortunately, only these 2 families in the southeast 3 prefectures were so foolish. Otherwise, Lu Corporation might have been compelled to cleanse the southeast 3 prefectures once more, resulting in another bloodbath. He had already sealed off the entire Pan residence, ensuring that no information could leak out, lest they prematurely alert their enemies. Intelligence from Imperial headquarters dictated that they were only to maintain the blockade. The rest was to be entrusted to Lu Corporation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Spatial fluctuations heralded the arrival of the Carefree King, accompanied by the Azure Phoenix King and the Hidden Cloud King above the Pan residence. Luo Yushin turned to behold the newcomers, his pupils contracting in shock. 1 11th realm cultivator and 2 10th realm cultivators. He hastily clasped his hands in salute towards the trio. Luo Yushin of the Huai Prefecture Martial Enforcement Division greets the 3 heavenly kings. The Carefree King stroked his beard and returned the gesture with a genial smile. Chief Luo, there is no need for such formality. Luo Yushin eyed the 3 figures and ventured, may I inquire when the esteemed heavenly kings intend to commence their operation? The Carefree King, with his hands clasped behind his back, allowed his gray robes to flutter in the wind, creating a rustling sound. He gazed down at the Pan residence below. Patience, the vanguard has yet to arrive. Sensing this, Luo Yushin remained silent, and an eerie stillness descended upon the scene. After 3 minutes, the Carefree King suddenly declared, the vanguard has arrived. Luo Yushin, taken aback, glanced downwards. There, at the entrance to the Pan residence, Qi Jiang led a contingent of operatives. The guards at the Pan residence, upon seeing a masked figure leading a group towards them, frowned and stepped forward. Private residence, halt. Please. Before he could finish his sentence, his outstretched hand fell to the ground. Qi Jiang, in a swift motion, seized him by the throat and slammed him against the gates of the Pan residence. Bang! The gates shattered upon impact, scattering debris in all directions. The garden Appo's head exploded, splattering blood onto Qi Jiang and Appo's hands, which he distastefully wiped on the garden Appo's uniform. Who goes there? A shout rang out as a steward-like figure emerged. Shum! The long saber flew from Qi Jiang's grasp. Thwack! Ugh! The saber pierced the man's chest, and he collapsed, lifeless, to the ground. A chaotic din of footsteps erupted as more than a dozen guards poured out from within the Pan residence. Qi Jiang advanced, his fingers forming a grasping gesture in the air, causing the saber to return to his hand. With a forward sweep, buzz, 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 layers of saber energy erupted, cleaving the guards into halves and scattering blood across the ground. A thunderous voice boomed as a middle-aged man appeared before Qi Jiang, unleashing a palm strike. Rumble! The four slammed into Qi Jiang, who raised his saber in defense. Clang! The saber vibrated violently, numbing Qi Jiang and Appo's grip, causing him to lose hold of the weapon. His body hurtled backwards, out of the gates of the Pan residence. The operatives behind him rushed to catch him. The middle-aged man emerged from the Pan residence, his voice as cold as winter. State your name, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. Ha! Qi Jiang steadied himself, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He grinned at the middle-aged man. Pan Hongyong, patriarch of the Pan family? Without waiting for a response, Qi Jiang muttered, You're here? That an amp? Appo's. That's all I need to know. As he spoke, dense scales began to spread across Qi Jiang and amp Appo's body, reaching his neck. He suddenly proclaimed, Esteemed heavenly kings. May I test my mettle? The carefree king, who had been about to move, paused upon hearing this. Luo Yushin, observing that Qi Jiang was only at the 8th realm and had only recently broken through, was perplexed. Carefree king, shall we not intervene? The carefree king shook his head. That lad possesses quite a few treasures. The carefree king was not mistaken. Qi Jiang's 1,000 faces mask, the scales on his body, and the saber that had been knocked away were all high-grade magical artifacts. As a Prodigy whom Lu Jinchuan had personally promoted, he naturally received preferential treatment. Seeing that the carefree king did not appear, Qi Jiang understood that he had been granted permission. His fingers curled towards the direction in which the saber had been knocked away, and the weapon reappeared in his grasp. Pan Hongyong's expression darkened as he glared at Qi Jiang, who was only at the 8th realm. He roared, utterly audacious. He then lunged towards Qi Jiang. The operation commences, Qi Jiang announced, and the operatives scattered, infiltrating the Pan residence from all directions. Seeing this, Pan Hongyong halted and turned to prevent their entry. But Qi Jiang flashed before him. Patriarch Pan, no need to rush. With that, Qi Jiang flicked his saber, unleashing a torrent of saber energy towards Pan Hongyong. Pan Hongyong's face turned ashen as he shattered the incoming saber energy. Since you are so eager to seek death, this seat shall grant it to you. With a furious roar, he charged towards Qi Jiang. He reasoned that the Pan family still had several 9th realm cultivators who could easily dispatch the infiltrating operatives. Little did he know that the Pan family and Appo's 9th realm cultivators had been effortlessly annihilated by the carefree king, who casually watched as the operatives cleared out the Pan family and Appo's cultivators. Lu Corporation operated on a merit-based reward system, and the higher the contribution in an operation, the greater the rewards. Thus, he would not compete with them. He would only intervene when the Pan family and Appo's high realm cultivators made a move. Qi Jiang, meanwhile, braced himself against Pan Hongyong and Appo's attack, his body flying backwards. He quickly plunged his saber into the ground to halt his momentum. Shaking his numb arm, he refrained from spitting out blood this time. He stretched his body, eliciting a series of cracking sounds from his bones. Gripping the saber, he propelled himself towards Pan Hongyong. Seeing him charge forward, Pan Hongyong sneered. Seeking death. Buzz. Qi Jiang reappeared behind Pan Hongyong, his hands gripping the saber as he slashed downwards. Pan Hongyong scoffed, swatting backwards with his hand. Bang! The force of the 11th realm struck the saber, sending Qi Jiang flying once more. As he hurtled backwards, Qi Jiang vanished, reappearing beside Pan Hongyong and unleashing a blade. Pan Hongyong caught the blade with his hand and kicked Qi Jiang away. Qi Jiang, standing at a distance, his voice playful beneath the mask, declared, "Old codger, you and Amp. Oppos, tougher than I thought." With that, he stamped his foot on the ground and shot towards him, the scales on his arm pulsating as he prepared a punch. Pan Hongyong mirrored the motion and fist met palm. Rumble. The shockwave shattered many of the Pan family's buildings. Qi Jiang was sent flying backwards, but Pan Hongyong pressed his advantage, seizing Qi Jiang's leg. He relentlessly struck from side to side. He hurled Qi Jiang upward, then in a flash, appeared above him, delivering a powerful blow. The immense force caused Qi Jiang to plummet rapidly to the ground. Pan Hongyong followed suit, launching a punch towards the deep pit. "Die for me!" With a thunderous roar, the power of the 11th realm surged forth, crashing down into the pit where Qi Jiang resided, sending up a great cloud of dust. A smug expression adorned Pan Hongyong and Amp Oppo's face, but as the dust settled, his triumphant demeanor froze in place. In the depths of the pit, there was no sign of Qi Jiang. Chapter 73, Cleansing 3. A fitful cough erupted from behind Pan Hongyong. Qi Jiang, leaning on his long saber, knelt on one knee, a trace of crimson adorning the corner of his lips. The guise of 1,000 faces dissipated, revealing his weary countenance, tinged with chagrin. "Indeed, the disparity remains too vast," he lamented. Subsequently, he brandished his saber and sauntered towards the Pan residence, declaring, "I shall desist from this game." Pan Hongyong, incensed, bristled with indignation. He roared, lunging towards Qi Jiang, only to abruptly halt. Between him and Qi Jiang, the Leisure Cloud King, garbed in black robes, regarded him with an affable smile. Pan Hongyong and Amp Oppo's visage turned ashen. Has it finally come to this? He mused. He had long detected the presence of the Leisure Cloud King, yet he gambled, wagering that the Leisure Cloud King and Qi Jiang were not allied. He gritted his teeth and demanded, "Who precisely are you?" The Leisure Cloud King and Amp Oppo's smile remained unwavering. "Does the esteemed Pan family head suffer from selective amnesia?" he inquired. "Has our Lu conglomerate become so insignificant as to escape your notice?" As he ambled towards him, exuding an air of nonchalant ease, he continued, "I confess, I am consumed by curiosity. How is it that even such as you dare to challenge our chairman? Perhaps, if you were to divulge the identity of those behind you, our chairman might soften his heart and spare a scion of your Pan lineage." Pan Hongyong parried the question, retorting, "According to the laws of the Qian kingdom, our Pan family does not merit extermination. Does the Lu conglomerate not fear censure for such blatant aggression?" The Leisure Cloud King chuckled softly. "According to the laws of the Qian kingdom, you are correct. However, according to the tenets of our Lu conglomerate, the Pan family deserves to perish a myriad of times over. As for censure, who would dare?" Pan Hongyong, at a loss for words, wore an expression as if he had ingested a fly. "When I report this to the town defender and Oppo's office, you will." Before he could complete his sentence, the Leisure Cloud King interjected, "Is that not so, Lord Luo?" As his words echoed, Luo Yushin materialized behind him, clutching a Pan family cultivator. With a sudden surge of force, he severed the cultivator's arm, a wisp of black smoke emanating from the wound. His face remained impassive. Upon investigation by the town defender and Amp Oppo's office, the Pan family has been found to collude with demons. According to the laws of the Qian kingdom, the penalty is extermination. Witnessing this, Pan Hongyong realized that there was no recourse. His eyes, in an instant, became bloodshot, suffused with crimson veins. His aura surging to the mid-stage of the 11th realm before stabilizing. The Leisure Cloud King, intrigued, voiced his query, "Demonic arts?" Pan Hongyong, his robes billowing, his voice reverberating throughout the Pan estate, bellowed, "Second brother, third brother, emerge and resist the enemy." Yet, no one appeared. The Leisure Cloud King and Amp Oppo's form flickered. "Cease your cries. He stated, "I shall personally escort you to meet them." Subsequently, he materialized before him, and the two exchanged a palm strike, the Leisure Cloud King recoiling from the impact. Pan Honyong roared, "Are you still not acting?" As his voice faded, three formidable auras erupted from the depths of the Pan estate. The Leisure Cloud King turned his gaze. "Three 10th order great demons," he exclaimed, chuckling softly. "They are of no assistance to you." Even as the Leisure Cloud King spoke, Luo Yushin charged towards the source of the auras, while the Azure Phoenix King and Cloud Shadow King engaged the 10th order great demons in midair. The Leisure Cloud King and Amp, Oppos, S-form shimmered, circling Pan Honyong, his ethereal voice resonating. "The demonic arts can only be sustained for 10 minutes. What shall become of you then?" Pan Honyong scoffed. "Then I shall slay you first," he retorted. With that, he locked onto a direction and launched his assault. His frenzied power crashed towards the Leisure Cloud King, who responded with a gentle surge of energy, neutralizing the attack. The two exchanged a flurry of blows. The Leisure Cloud King gradually yielding due to his inferior cultivation, yet seemingly by design. Sensing an opening, Pan Honyong seized the opportunity, channeling his spiritual force into a devastating palm strike aimed at the Leisure Cloud King. As the blow landed, the Leisure Cloud King's form dissipated. Pan Honyong was taken aback. An illusion? An ominous premonition arose within him. As expected, in the ensuing moment, Qi Zhang's chilling voice echoed behind him. "Old codger, it is time for you to meet your end." Thwack! The long saber pierced flesh, Qi Zhang having struck from behind, impaling Pan Honyong through the back. The blade emerging from his chest. Cough! Pan Honyong spewed a mouthful of blood, his fury ignited, and he struck out at Qi Zhang behind him. The massive hand, accompanied by a gust of wind, hurtled towards Qi Zhang, who deftly sidestepped. Pan Honyong and Oppos. S blow missed its mark, and he stumbled, hastily sealing his meridians to avert death from excessive blood loss. Grasping the long saber, he channeled the power of the 11th realm into it. With a resounding crack, the long saber shattered, and Pan Honyong extracted the broken blade from his body, casting it aside. Qi Zhang watched in dismay, his lips twitching. "Truly ruthless," he exclaimed. He then gazed at the broken saber on the ground, his heart aching. That was a 7th order weapon, acquired through a perilous mission, now ruined. Shaking his head, he produced another long saber from his ring. "8th order," he declared. "Fortunately, I possess another." Hee. Grinning, he brandished the saber and charged towards Pan Honyong once more. The Leisure Cloud King shook his head with a wry smile and joined the fray. Pan Honyong, having battled the Leisure Cloud King for an extended period and now wounded by Qi Zhang's blade, suffered escalating injuries under their combined assault. "Aarg!" he roared, his aura stabilizing at the early stage of the 11th realm, his physique becoming gaunter. "What is all the caterwauling?" Qi Zhang sneered, his saber cleaving Pan Honyong and Amp, Oppos, S left arm, unleashing a torrent of blood. Qi Zhang kicked him, sending Pan Honyong hurtling backward, where the Leisure Cloud King awaited. "Insatiable greed leads to self-destruction," the Leisure Cloud King intoned, delivering a palm strike to Pan Honyong and Oppos, S back. Cough! Hop! Pan Honyong vomited a mouthful of blood, the savage force impacting his back, propelling him further. Qi Zhang, saber in hand, thrust forward. Thwack! The saber pierced Pan Honyong's chest, puncturing his heart. Pan Honyong's gaze turned vacant, staring skyward, his remaining arm drooping lifelessly, muttering incoherently. "Ancestor. Your ancestor appears to have expired." He followed the voice, his pupils contracting. On a building in the distance, Lu Bujing sat on a roof. The shattered form of the Pan family ancestor at his feet, blood streaming from every orifice, his life force extinguished. "Oh." He erupted in laughter, a flicker of inexplicable emotion in his eyes, before succumbing, his life ebbing away. Qi Zhang withdrew his saber, Pan Honyong's corpse collapsing to the ground. He nudged it tentatively. "So fragile?" The Leisure Cloud King shook his head and turned towards the three great demons. Qi Zhang shrugged, ignoring him, and charged back into the Pan estate. The Pan estate was now a scene of carnage. cries of anguish echoing as Qian family cultivators fell one by one. Meanwhile, in the imperial city within the inner cabinet, several figures sat in a lavish study, the atmosphere laden with tension. One of them broke the silence. What has transpired? Where has Wei Peiron fled? Unknown. Humph. I wager he is hiding. The cowardly fool. Had I known, I would not have brought him along. There is no escape. It has been confirmed that Lu Wuwei has entered the 13th realm. He will be found, regardless of where he flees. What is to be done? Humph. What is there to fear? Did you not anticipate Lu Wuwei's retribution when you acted? At present, only one path remains: summon everyone. Perhaps a glimmer of hope yet persists. Then hasten to the task. Delay no further, lest we await reckoning at the hands of Lu Wuwei. Humph. See to it immediately. With a cold snort, the assembly dispersed. Huaizhou, the Pan estate. As Qi Zhang's final strike descended, the last cultivator of the Pan family was rendered asunder. Qi Zhang tore a strip of cloth, meticulously cleaning his blade, and stated frigidly, "Inform the quartermasters. They may now attend to the aftermath." Yes. Casting aside the soiled cloth, Qi Zhang, blade in hand, turned his gaze toward the Yin family, a sanguinary smile gracing his lips. Next, the Yin family. Chapter 74, Purification, Part 4. At this moment, the Yin family residence was ablaze with light. Outside the grand entrance, 10 vigilant guards scanned their surroundings, while several patrols roamed the estate. Within the hall, the head of the Yin family, Yin Ruixia, paced anxiously. Ever since the Qian family had been annihilated by the Zhenwu division, an ominous premonition had plagued him. Rumors suggested that members of the Lu Merchant Association had been sighted during the massacre of the Qian clan. The delay in receiving a response from the Pan family, also located in Huai Prefecture, heightened his unease. The servants dispatched to the Pan household had yet to return, and he furrowed his brow, casting an irritated glance at Yin Jihao, who was leisurely sipping tea on the sofa. "How can you still enjoy your tea at a time like this?" he exclaimed, seizing the cup from Yin Jihao's hands and shattering it on the floor. The cup shattered with a loud crash, fragments scattering everywhere. Startled, Yin Jihao looked up, displeased. "Father, what are you doing? You nearly scared me to death." Yin Ruixue glared at him ominously. "Scared you? I'd prefer to slap you across the face instead." He then tugged at Yin Jihao's ear. "Look at yourself. You hardly resemble the future head of the Yin family." Yin Jihao struggled free. "What do you mean I don't? I still have the potential." Yin Ruixue snorted derisively. "At a time like this, with uncertainty looming, I see no sign of concern for the family's survival from you." Yin Jihao shrugged dismissively. "Father, you're being overly suspicious. The Qian family was eradicated due to their blatant threats against the Lu Merchant Association, which exposed them. We have kept ourselves hidden. Haven Tea offended the Lu Association in any way, and with the Elder protecting us, Lu Jinchuan can't possibly trace us." Yin Ruixue scoffed again, deepening his contemplation as his anxiety mounted. "No, we must wake your mother immediately. We need to hide. Father, you're overreacting. If something were truly amiss, it would likely be too late by now." He poured himself another cup of tea, ignoring his father's mounting frustration. Just then, a voice echoed ominously above the Yin residence. "Your son possesses remarkable foresight, Yin Ruixue. How can you claim he lacks the qualities of a future head of the Yin family?" The voice continued, "No, I misspoke. Yin Ruixue, both of your aspirations shall remain unfulfilled. Your son will not ascend as the head of the Yin family, and your clan has no future." Yin Ruixue and Amp. Appo's expression changed drastically as he vanished from the hall, appearing in the air above the Yin estate. He scanned the surroundings, searching for the source of the voice. "Looking for me, Yin Ruixue?" Following the voice, he spotted Qi Jiang below, brandishing a bloodied long knife with a nonchalant demeanor. Yin Ruixue's heart raced as he realized the guards lay lifeless on the ground. Some were severed in half, others dismembered. The grand entrance had been cleaved in two and lay in ruins. He inhaled deeply. "Who are you?" Before he could finish, Qi Jiang interrupted, gesturing to the large and Amp, Appo's, Lu and Amp, Appo's, on his clothing. "Stop pretending to be oblivious, Yin Ruixue. You can't possibly miss such a conspicuous mark." Don't even attempt to deny any grievances against our leader. My ears tire of your excuses." With that, Qi Jiang swiftly closed the distance between them, wielding his knife with lethal intent. Yin Ruishue formed hand seals to defend himself, and they both staggered back. Beneath the mask, Qi Jiang displayed surprise, then chuckled. "It seems you're not the 11th realm of the Yin family. Then? So who is?" Yin Ruishue and Oppos. As countenance darkened as he retorted, "It suffices to kill you." He then unleashed a powerful palm strike towards Qi Jiang, who countered with his knife, cleaving through the attack. Yin Ruishue's eyes narrowed. An 8th-tier weapon. Only now did he notice Qi Jiang's formidable gear. The scales were 8th-tier armor, and the mask was 9th tier. With a grin, Qi Jiang remarked, "You are quite confident." Yin Ruishue. "Let's see how that confidence fares." He swung his knife, unleashing a torrent of slicing energy toward Yin Ruishue. Yin Ruishue retaliated with 2 palm strikes, shattering the incoming energy. "Father, I'm here to help," called Yin Jihao, rushing from behind to confront Qi Jiang. With a smirk, Qi Jiang countered, sending a wave of destructive energy towards Yin Jihao. Alarmed, Yin Jihao raised his long sword in defense just in time. The clash sent him flying into the crumbling walls of the Yin estate. As Qi Jiang withdrew, he turned to Yin Ruishue, smirking. "Look how much your son cares for you." Yin Ruishue's silence only deepened his grim expression. He knew that outside, numerous agents awaited their chance to invade, and he sensed 3 powerful auras in the sky, 2 at the 10th realm and 1 at the 11th. The annihilation of the Yin family was imminent. Years spent in Huai Prefecture had imparted a profound understanding of the Lu Merchant Association and Amp, Oppos, S terror, and Lu Jinchuan and Amp, Oppos, S decisiveness. His clashes with Qi Jiang served as a distraction, hoping Yin Jihao would sense the danger and flee, thereby preserving the Yin lineage. Gazing at the pitch-black night sky, a fleeting regret crossed his mind. If only he had not been blinded by greed at that moment. Alas, before he could ponder further, Qi Jiang was already charging at him. Though Qi Jiang and Oppos' realm was greater, the gear he possessed was no trifling matter. Yin Ruishue raised his hand defensively, throwing a punch at Qi Jiang, who deftly dodged and retaliated with a swift slash. Yin Ruishue narrowly evaded the attack, but the knife energy struck the Yin residence behind him, causing it to collapse amid screams and chaos. "Fool! How dare you underestimate me?" bellowed a furious voice as Yin Jihao lunged at Qi Jiang, sword in hand. Qi Jiang merely shook his head, vanishing from sight. Yin Jihao found himself grasping at air, desperately searching for his opponent. Suddenly, Qi Jiang appeared behind him, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. "Ah!" Yin Jihao screamed, dropping his sword as he plummeted towards the ruins below. In a flash, Qi Jiang was beside him, his hand pressing down on Yin Jihao and Oppos' face before slamming him into the ground. With a resounding crash, a deep crater formed, dust billowing as Yin Jihao lay lifeless within, blood streaming from his orifices. Realization struck Yin Ruishue as he witnessed his son and Oppos' demise, his eyes turning crimson with rage as he charged at Qi Jiang. At that moment, 2 simultaneous attacks struck him, sending him crashing into the rubble. In the next instant, the Xianfeng King and Yunin King appeared, launching their assault on the debris, while the Xianyun King soared towards the Yin family's rear mountain, where an 11th realm presence was stirring. Qi Jiang wiped the blood from his hands onto Yin Jihao's body, then strode deeper into the estate as numerous agents flooded through the entrance, intent on slaughter. Suddenly, heavy rain began to pour from the sky, washing away the bloodstains on the ground. Half an hour later, within the Yin estate, aside from Qi Jiang and his companions, no member of the Yin family remained standing. Outside the realm of the Yin family, a sudden influx of people appeared. Just as they were about to investigate the commotion, Luo Yushin materialized before them, his expression devoid of emotion. "The town military division is conducting an investigation. Everyone, please step aside." One individual ventured to inquire, "May I ask, Chief Luo, what crime has the Yin family committed?" "No comment," replied Luo. Another voice interjected, "Surely, I am allowed to enter, Chief Luo?" As the crowd parted, an elderly man approached Luo Yushin. Upon seeing the elder, Luo performed a respectful gesture. Luo Yushin of the Huai Prefecture Town Military Division. I pay my respect to Elders Hua. The elder grunted, I am asking you, may I enter or not? Luo Yushin maintained his stoic demeanor. That is the directive from above. Elders Hua may consult with Chief Wang, but I am not authorized to permit entry. Upon hearing this, the elder and Amp, Oppos, his countenance darkened. Yet he refrained from forcing his way in. After a prolonged silence, he scoffed coldly and departed. Witnessing this, the remaining onlookers dispersed as well. In Jiangbei City, at the headquarters of the Lu Clan Chamber of Commerce, Lu Jinchuan perused a message received from the esteemed Jinchuan family, a slight smile gracing his lips. The true spectacle is about to commence. Chapter 75, A Tentative Probe, the Imperial Capital, the Inner Cabinet. Upon Zui Yuan and Oppos' return to the Inner Cabinet, he was immediately surrounded by those who awaited him. Well, did you see anything? Did anyone from the Lu Mercantile Society make a move? Zui Yuan's face was somber as he shook his head, sinking heavily into a chair. I couldn't get in. Luo Yushin from the Huai Province Martial Prowess Bureau stopped me. Upon hearing this, the others present fell into a heavy silence. After a long pause, one of them sighed. Now, we must brace ourselves for the worst-case scenario. Lu Jinchuan has discovered us and is beginning to settle the score. Surely they Wooden and Amp, Oppos, dare to strike at the imperial capital? Why don't you go ask that madman Lu Wuxing if he dares? If Lu Jinchuan hadn't restrained him, we wouldn't even be here to speak. Another individual was puzzled as to why Lu Jinchuan would restrain Lu Wuxing. Lu Jinchuan is an astute man, with Lu Wuwei backing him. He has no need to consider such things. Yet he refrains. I fear his ambitions are far greater. Regardless, we must prepare for the worst. We cannot simply wait for Lu Jinchuan to come knocking and offer our necks to be slaughtered. Indeed, let us prepare. At worst, we will fight Lu Jinchuan to the bitter end. Should we inform those individuals? No need. Let them probe Lu Jinchuan and Oppos' steps for us. Jiangbei City, Lu Mercantile Society Headquarters. Chairman, the aforementioned comprises the report on the actions taken against the Pan and Yin families of Huai Province. Lu Jinchuan tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. Inform Qi Jiang to have them return for a period of respite. Understood. And so, a fortnight passed. Lu Jinchuan issued no further directives, yet those on the list, along with their families, were sought out and eliminated by the Martial Prowess Bureau. Knock, knock, knock. Chairman. A subtle smile played upon Lu Jinchuan's lips. They've arrived. What is it? The Inner Cabinet's envoys have arrived. They claim we have interfered in official government affairs, violating the laws of the Qian Kingdom, and seek to investigate us. Lu Jinchuan strode toward the office door, loosening his tie. Then let us see what they have to say. Upon Lu Jinchuan's arrival in the reception hall, he discovered a dozen figures present. Several elderly men were seated, each flanked by guards, presumably their bodyguards. As Lu Jinchuan entered, all rose to greet him. Chairman Lu. The Inner Cabinet envoys dared not neglect etiquette. After all, this was Lu Jinchuan's domain. Should Lu Jinchuan be displeased, he could summon Lu Wuxing to eliminate them. Lu Jinchuan, expressionless, seated himself in the main chair, his fingers interlaced upon his lap. Surveying those present, he offered a faint smile. Esteemed cabinet elders, I am truly flattered by your visit. Please be seated. Bring tea. Understood. Several individuals promptly served tea. After taking a sip, Zui Yuan regarded Lu Jinchuan, tentatively inquiring, Chairman Lu, it has come to our attention that the Lu Mercantile Society assisted the Martial Prowess Bureau in purging those families and individuals colluding with demons. I wonder if there is any truth to this. Lu Jinchuan feigned surprise. Is that so? He then turned slightly toward Mo1, who stood behind him. Montauk Veen, is this the case? Mo1 bowed respectfully. Indeed, Chairman. Lu Jinchuan shrugged in mock helplessness, chuckling, Elders Hua, forgive me, but I have so many matters to attend to daily that I had forgotten. As he spoke, Lu Jinchuan's gaze drifted toward the sky above the Lu Mercantile Society headquarters. A 13th realm, he mused. These individuals are truly afraid of death. A glint of shrewdness flickered in Zui Yuan and Oppos' eyes. Hith. Chairman Liu, according to the laws of the Qian Kingdom, unless explicitly requested by the government, no one may participate in official actions. This, I believe, Elder Zhuo misunderstands. Lu Jinchuan interjected before Zui Yuan could finish. Elder Zhuo is welcome to inquire with Chief Wang of the Imperial Capital Martial Prowess Bureau. It was Chief Wang who requested our assistance, as the Lu Mercantile Society is, after all, in close proximity. Zui Yuan, undeterred by the interruption, appeared confident. However, the Inner Cabinet has received reports that the Martial Prowess Bureau personnel did not participate at all, and that all actions were carried out by Chairman Liu and AMP, Oppose, S-Men. Chairman Liu, may I infer that this is a matter of personal vendetta? Lu Jinchuan feigned astonishment, gesturing invitingly. Someone witnessed this? I wonder if elders could bring them forth to confront us, so that I may cooperate with the Inner Cabinet and AMP, Oppose, S investigation. Zui Yuan and AMP, Oppose, S smile widened. Naturally, bring the individual forth. A minute passed, yet no one entered the hall. The smile on Zui Yuan's face faltered as he glanced at Lu Jinchuan. Chairman Liu, please wait a moment longer. As you wish, Elder Zhuo. 2 more minutes elapsed, still with no one entering. Zui Yuan and AMP, Oppose, S countenance grew unsightly. Just as he was about to investigate, an individual scurried in. After the individual whispered something in Zui Yuan and Oppose, S ear, Zui Yuan's face turned ashen as he glared at the messenger, as if wishing to devour him. A subtle curve appeared on Lu Jinchuan and AMP, Oppose, S lips as he inquired with feigned curiosity, Elder Zhuo, has something occurred? Zui Yuan turned to face Lu Jinchuan, a hint of understanding in his eyes, forcing a smile. Chairman Liu, a misunderstanding. The individual claims to have been mistaken. Lu Jinchuan toyed with his teacup. Am I to understand that Elder Zhuo is mocking me? Zui Yuan's expression darkened as he bowed to Lu Jinchuan. Please forgive me, Chairman Liu. This is a token of my esteem. Subsequently, an individual presented Lu Jinchuan with a square box. Lu Jinchuan suddenly burst into laughter. Elder Zhuo, what is the meaning of this? I cannot possibly accept such a gift. Please rise. Is there anything else, Elder Zhuo? I am rather occupied. Forgive my intrusion. I shall take my leave. With that, Zui Yuan turned to depart, the others hastily following. As he turned, Zui Yuan's expression became grim. Lu Jinchuan watched them depart, smiling faintly as he tossed the box to Mo when before leaving the reception hall himself. This tentative probe, he had won. As expected, they too possess a 13th realm. Not surprising, considering their position as Inner Cabinet elders. It is not difficult for them to enlist the aid of a 13th realm expert. While the Qian Kingdom openly acknowledges only 4 13th realm experts in the shadows, there is no shortage of reclusive old monsters of the 13th realm. The reason he had ceased Qi Zhang's actions was to observe whether the mastermind could maintain composure. As anticipated, under the veiled threat of a 13th realm expert, they were the first to yield. Now that they had attempted to probe him, they would undoubtedly be protected, and only a 13th realm expert could ensure their survival against the 13th realm. As he had foreseen, the next step could proceed. On Zui Yuan and Oppose, S side. His face was ashen, like the sky before a tempest. Moments ago, Lu Jinchuan had feigned anger, compelling him to bow in apology. He had sensed the murderous intent of Lu Wuxing and the Hall of Kings. Although they would not dare to assassinate him openly, fabricating a pretext to assault him was within their means. Between apologizing and suffering injury, he discerned the more prudent choice, as his strength must not diminish for the coming events. He must face Lu Wuwei and AMP, Oppose, S wrath in peak condition to survive. Upon exiting the 3 southeast provinces, he vanished in a flash, reappearing in a secluded alley. A figure cloaked entirely in black robes materialized before him. Zui Yuan hastily inquired, well, is Lu Wuwei truly a 13th realm expert? In response to his expectant gaze, the black-robed figure nodded. Zui Yuan's countenance fell, as this was the worst possible outcome. Just as he was about to depart, the black-robed figure's raspy voice echoed from behind. He is not at the early stage of the 13th realm, but rather at the mid-stage. Zui Yuan lowered his head and clenched his fists. Is there any chance of victory? The figure in the black cloak behind him shook his head. Within 10 moves, I shall surely perish. After a prolonged silence, Zui Yuan remained silent and turned to leave. Okay, here's the refined version of the text you provided, focusing on improved English and removing extraneous elements. Chapter 76. Significant advancement upon returning to his office. Lu Jinchuan immediately summoned Mo Wen. Chairman, Mo Wen greeted him. Lu Jinchuan perused the documents before him. What is the status of the Jinwu Division and Oppos S operations? Chairman, all individuals on the list have been eliminated, Mo Wen responded. Lu Jinchuan nodded. Inform Qi Jiang to issue a directive to the Hall of Kings. All operations are to cease immediately. After a moment's contemplation, he added, instruct the logistics department to distribute the allocated cultivation resources at 3 times the monthly rate. Yes, sir. And have Qi Jiang report to me. Yes, sir. Mo Wen responded respectfully before swiftly departing. Shortly thereafter, Qi Jiang entered. Chairman, Lu Jinchuan was standing before the expansive window. Qi Jiang approached from behind, bowing deeply, his back already drenched in perspiration. Lu Jinchuan did not instruct him to rise, and Qi Jiang dared not move. Did you uncover the truth? Lu Jinchuan's abrupt question startled him. Reporting to the chairman, the truth has been uncovered, Qi Jiang replied hastily. Rise. Yes, sir. Qi Jiang straightened up, wiping the sweat from his brow. Speak. Yes, sir. Qi Jiang swallowed nervously before continuing. It was an individual from the Actions Division. Investigations have revealed that he is the grandson of a guard under the Inner Cabinet. The matter has been resolved. Who recruited him? The former director. Then it is not your concern. There is no need to be so apprehensive. I was remiss in my duties. Tell me, are there any other infiltrators? This subordinate will investigate immediately. Qi Jiang turned to leave the office. Lu Jinchuan waved to stop him. If you discover any, leave them undisturbed for the time being. Qi Jiang halted. This subordinate is obtuse. They must be allowed to feel secure. Mustn't amp. Oppose. They? Understanding dawned on Qi Jiang. Yes, sir. He bowed once more before swiftly exiting the study. Once Qi Jiang had departed, Lu Jinchuan vanished and returned to the Lu residence, making his way to the cultivation chamber. The Lu Corporation's overall strength had to be elevated further. After all, even a cornered cur could bite. He sought absolute dominance. He had to overwhelm them with absolute power so they wouldn't retaliate. Imperial capital, Inner Cabinet. Seeing Zui Yuan's ashen complexion upon his return, those awaiting him knew the outcome. What happened? Zui Yuan flicked his sleeve dismissively. The evidence was disposed of, and Lu Wuwei is not at the 13th realm. Hearing this, the others were on the verge of relief, but then he continued. He is at the mid-stage of the 13th realm. A collective gasp arose, and one individual rushed forward. What did you say? How was that possible? He only recently broke through to the 13th realm. How could he have advanced so quickly? Zui Yuan scoffed. Oomph. You and Oppos. I'll have to ask Lu Jinchuan about that. What should we do now? A glint of cunning appeared in Zui Yuan and Oppos. His eyes. Today was not without its gains. We now know Lu Wuwei and Amp. Oppos' true cultivation level, and we have revealed a piece of information to Lu Jinchuan. The 13th realm. We possess it as well. Lu Jinchuan will not dare to attack us rashly. He is astute and will never act without assurance. Are we to simply sit here and await our demise? Zui Yuan glanced at the speaker. Who said I intended to sit and wait for death? Have you forgotten how many enemies Lu Jinchuan has made since taking his position? The old fellow Li Yinzhou's grandson has been crippled once more, and there is the Mu clan. Before he could finish, someone interrupted. The Mu clan is not to be considered. Mu Nantian is still in charge, and that old fox is exceedingly cautious, never acting without a guarantee. Zui Yuan frowned slightly. Then there's the Holy Light Church. That madman Lu Wuxing has slaughtered many of their members. Are we truly going to collaborate with those lunatics from the Holy Light Church? Seeing the question, Zui Yuan and Oppos' expression was disdainful. If we do not join forces with them, we may as well await our deaths. Hearing this, the individual fell silent. Have the other pawns been compromised? No, Zui Yuan replied, shaking his head. Then have them keep a close watch on the Lu Corporation and prepare for any eventuality. The others nodded in unison. Half a year passed in a flash. During this time, Lu Jinchuan spent all his time in the cultivation chamber, save for meals. Within the chamber, Lu Jinchuan opened his eyes, a golden light gleaming within. Instantly, the chamber was bathed in golden radiance. Lu Jinchuan rose and exhaled softly. The ninth realm. Half a year to break through a realm. The original's talent for cultivation is indeed prodigious. Lu Jinchuan arrived at his office, where Mo Wen was already waiting outside. Upon seeing him, Mo Wen bowed hastily. "Chairman." Lu Jinchuan nodded, passing him as he entered the office. "Sit." "Yes, sir." Once Lu Jinchuan was seated, Mo Wen presented him with a document. Lu Jinchuan opened it to find the Lu Corporation's semi-annual report. As he perused the report, he spoke softly. "What is the status of the Hall of Kings?" Knowing that he was referring to their strength, Mo Wen responded, reporting to the chairman. King Xianyun and Luanluo have both broken through to the mid-stage of the 11th realm. The other heavenly kings have each advanced by a minor realm. Lu Jinchuan paused. "What of King Ming?" "King Ming has yet to break through." Lu Jinchuan nodded, unconcerned. Such matters were a matter of talent and fortune, unpredictable. "What of Qi Jiang?" "Director Qi has broken through to the peak of the 8th realm. After the incident half a year prior, Qi Jiang had cultivated with fervent dedication. In 6 months, he had advanced from the early stage of the 8th realm to its peak. He now awaited only an opportunity to break through to the 9th. Silence fell, broken only by the sound of Lu Jinchuan flipping through the report. Once he had finished, Lu Jinchuan signed his name, placed it on the table, and tapped it lightly with 2 fingers. "What movements have there been from the inner cabinet?" Reporting to the chairman. "Word has come from the Yu family of the imperial capital that Zui Yuan and several others have been consorting closely with the Li family and the Holy Light Church." Lu Jinchuan chuckled softly. "So they know to seek allies. Not entirely dim-witted. What the ancient Xian realm? The Mu clan has remained quiet, but various clans from the ancient Xian realm have begun to emerge. Instruct the intelligence division to monitor those who emerge, as long as they do not provoke us. We need not concern ourselves." "Yes, sir." "If there is nothing else, you may take your leave." "Yes, sir." Mo Wen bowed and departed the office. Imperial capital, Li residence. Li Yinzhou and Amp, Oppos, as study crash. The sound of a teacup shattering filled the room, and shards of porcelain scattered across the floor. Li Tonghan and Amp, Oppos, as forehead was cut, and blood streamed down his face. Even so, he dared not raise a hand to wipe it away, allowing it to stain his expensive garments. Behind the desk, Li Yinzhou stared at him impassively. Li Yinzhou threw a piece of paper at Li Tonghan's face, his voice icy. "Tell me, what does it say?" Li Tonghan dared not pick it up to look, keeping his head lowered and remaining silent. "Who gave you the audacity to conspire with those old fossils from the inner cabinet to deal with Lu Jinchuan? Do you think you can with that pig brain of yours?" "Huh." Li Yinzhou and Amp, Oppos, S roar echoed throughout the Li family and Amp, Oppos, S main residence. The servants outside trembled, hastening to their tasks. Daring not to listen further, Li Yinzhou approached him, his voice frigid. "You are as foolish as your son. If you were not my only bloodline, do you think you would still be standing before me? Fool, utter fool. If you wish to die together with them, then continue to associate with them." Li Tonghan prostrated himself. "Son dares not. You already have." Li Yinzhou and Oppos, S voice, akin to a thunderclap, seemed poised to shatter his eardrums. He bent down, leaning close to Li Tong and Oppos, and into Oppos, his ear. "I am still alive. This family is not yet yours to command. Should you dare to take liberties again, you shall no longer bear the surname Li. Yes, get out." A thunderous roar echoed, and Li Tong and Oppos, and scrambled out of the study. Chapter 77. Scheming after Li Tong and Oppos, and departed. Li Yinzhou's kuntanansa darkanati manseli. He had not anticipated Li Tonghan's audacity in associating with those individuals without his consent. What sort of people were they? Ruthless and unyielding. They would devour you without remorse. If you possessed something of value to them, you might be spared. Otherwise, you could find yourself sold at any moment. He had already received word that Lu Wuwei had entered the mid-stage of the 13th realm and remained in seclusion. No one could predict whether he would emerge at the pinnacle of the 13th realm. He was a prodigy of unparalleled talent, which was why Lu Xiudao had once resorted to forbidden techniques to preserve his life. Would Lu Wuwei risk everything for Lu Jinchuan? Would those cowardly old men sacrifice themselves for the cabinet? They were merely daydreaming. The world believed that Li Yinzhou held great affection for Li Bufan. Yet he would not relinquish his current position for the sake of Li Bufan. He gazed toward the central mansion, his ambition laid bare in his eyes. Meanwhile, Li Tong and Amp, oppose, and hastily exited the study, clutching his forehead, while the servants outside averted their gazes, not daring to look up. Servants were servants. Even if Li Tong and Amp, oppose, and was not favored by Li Yinzhou, it was not their place to witness his disgrace. Once Li Tong and Amp, oppose, and left the main residence, the servants began to stir. Upon returning home, as soon as he stepped through the door, a plump woman rushed to greet him. Seeing him clutching his forehead, blood staining his hands and clothes, she hurriedly approached. "Darling, what happened?" she exclaimed, instructing a servant to fetch a medical kit for bandaging. Li Tong and oppose, and shook his head, signaling that he was fine. Whereas Bufan, upon hearing his inquiry, the woman hesitated, unable to speak. Li Tongin immediately realized that Li Bufan was not at home and frowned. Has that rebellious son gone out again to mingle with his unsavory friends? The woman and Oppo's eyes darted away, unable to meet his gaze. Understanding the implication, Li Tong and Oppo's and gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. Call him back immediately, at once. His furious tone startled the woman, who quickly complied and hurried to contact Li Bufan. Watching her retreating figure, Li Tong and Amp, oppose, and added from now on, "He is not to leave the house without my consent. Do you hear me?" After uttering this, he sank into the sofa, while a servant approached with a medical kit to tend to his forehead. Rubbing his temples, he reflected that just as he did not grant Li Yinzhou peace, Li Bufan similarly troubled him. As he pondered how to avenge himself against Li Bufan, the latter was indulging in revelry outside. This thought ignited his fury, and he smashed the teacup before him. Crash! The cup shattered, and shards flew, striking the face of a nearby servant. The woman, having just finished her phone call, returned and admonished, "What temper is this at home? If you have the ability, take it outside." Despite her earlier nervousness, she was undeterred, for her family was no less formidable than the Li family. She waved her hand, dismissing the servant. The servant cast a grateful glance at her before hastily departing with the medical kit. The woman settled onto the sofa beside Li Tong and oppose. And what did the old man say? Li Tong and Amp, oppose, and shook his head, his face clouded with gloom. The woman huffed, crossing her arms. "If you lack the courage to avenge our son, I will seek my father's assistance." Li Tongin shot her an irritated glance. "Who says I lack courage? I have already made arrangements. Just wait. I will ensure Jinchuan pays the price." His inability to act, coupled with his desire for face, was Li Tong and oppose, and oppose, most fatal flaw, the very reason Li Yinzhou held him in disdain. Meanwhile, the cabinet members gathered for discussion. What did Li Yinzhou say? He is unavailable, but Li Tong and oppose has agreed. What use is Li Tong and oppose, and oppose's agreement? If Li Yinzhou does not concur, what significance does it hold? A man questioned, eliciting a strange laugh from another. Li Yinzhou will not ignore Li Tong and oppose. After all, they are his only bloodline. That old man is fiercely protective of his pride. And what of those in the Holy Light Church? Those timid souls, always speaking of the greater good, are merely afraid of Lu Wu Wei. Then let us eliminate the Holy Light Church and continue to reach out to those with grievances against Lu Jinchuan. If that fails, we might as well seek the Murong clan. If we cannot secure the Murong clan, we can approach Moon Nandi. That old fellow is eager for revenge for his son. If it weren't an Amp, oppose, T for Moon Nantian holding him back, he would have already presented Lu Wuxing and Amp, oppose, as head to us. Suddenly, one man began to cackle, drawing curious glances from the others. What has gotten into you? Let me tell you, I have made a significant discovery. What discovery? As the group turned their expectant gazes toward him, he grinned with satisfaction. Lu Jinchuan is the eldest son of Lu Jinling, who was lost to the world. Are you certain? How do you know this? The others regarded him with skepticism. Of course, this was revealed to me directly by Lu Jinchuan. What significance does this hold? During the incident in Binbei City, Lu Junling and Apos, S. most cherished sons, sought out Lu Jinchuan, attempting to persuade him to return to the Lu family. Lu Jinchuan retaliated. Had he not been protected at the time, he might very well have perished. Tell me, would Lu Junling be willing to collaborate with us? Would he not covet the Lu merchants and Apos association? Then we must act swiftly to make contact. What are you boasting about? Are you waiting for Lu Wei to kill you? In Yunyao Prefecture, within the Divine Maiden Palace, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from the Divine Maiden Hall. The inhabitants of the palace turned their gazes toward the hall, murmuring in excitement. The Divine Maiden has broken through again. Indeed, our Divine Maiden is truly the most gifted among us. Who would have anticipated such a swift advancement? Many hidden within the shadows of the Divine Maiden Palace nodded in agreement, clearly pleased with Yi Qingsheng and Apos as progress. Outside the Divine Maiden Hall, Yi Huijing knelt in reverence, his face full of admiration. Pinnacle of the 12th realm, Yi Qingsheng had one foot firmly planted in the 13th realm. As long as a representative of the 13th realm existed, their Divine Maiden Palace could ascend to become one of the most powerful factions in the Qian kingdom. She bowed repeatedly in front of the hall, respectfully proclaiming, "Congratulations, Divine Maiden, Jing and Apos. Come inside." An ethereal voice beckoned, lifting her with an unseen force. "Yes," she replied respectfully, pushing open the grand door to enter. Every time she entered, the scene remained unchanged, as Yi Qingsheng tended to a few delicate flowers. Intrigued yet never daring to inquire about them, Yi Huijing adhered to the servant and Apos as protocol. "Divine Maiden," she bowed, then produced a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from Yi Qingsheng's forehead. Yi Qingsheng continued with her musings. "Jinger, this flower is called and Apos, lunar cycle, and Apos. Each time I nourish it with my newly acquired spiritual energy, it harbors abundant yin-yang spiritual essence. Once Chuan reaches the 12th realm, I shall gift it to him, aiding him in his leap into the 13th realm. At that point, no one will dare to bully him again." Yehuao Yijing posit momentarily. Thinking, Divine Maiden, no one can bully the young master now. However, she kept her thoughts to herself, meticulously wiping the sweat from Yi Qingsheng and Apos' brow. In Jiangbei City, at the headquarters of the Lu Merchants and Apos Association, Lu Jinchuan concluded his backlog of affairs and made his way to the Hall of Kings. Upon his arrival at the entrance, the Idle Cloud King and the Phoenix King, accompanied by numerous heavenly kings, approached him to pay their respects. "President," Lu Jinchuan waved his hand. "No need for formalities. Attend to your own matters." He then turned to Idle Cloud King. "Where's the Grim King?" Idle Cloud King shook his head. "Since returning from the Qian family, I have remained secluded in my cultivation chamber without emerging." Lu Jinchuan nodded slightly, his figure vanishing from sight. Upon reaching the entrance of the King of Hell's cultivation chamber, his brow furrowed as he sensed a remarkably weakened aura within. He swiftly entered the chamber. At this moment, the King of Hell was still shrouded in his dark robe. Yet his presence was exceedingly frail, emanating a pervasive aura of decay. Upon sensing Lu Jinchuan and Apos' approach, a hoarse voice emerged from beneath the robe. "President." Just as he intended to rise and pay his respects, Lu Jinchuan swiftly appeared by his side, gently pressing down on his shoulder, urging him to sit back on the ground. "What has happened?" Lu Jinchuan inquired. The King of Hell remained silent for a long while before removing his dark robe. Lu Jinchuan was taken aback. Before him stood the King of Hell, a figure no longer resembling a human. He appeared as nothing more than a skeleton, with flesh deeply sunken, wisps of dark energy swirling beneath his skin. Lu Jinchuan and Apos' brow furrowed tightly as he was about to question the situation when the King of Hell spoke again. "President, I fear I can no longer serve you. As you can see, this corrupting power within me, while I harness it, is simultaneously eroding my body. My time is limited." Lu Jinchuan offered a gentle smile. "Isn't it merely a matter of vitality?" He parted his lips slightly. "Forbidden life." In an instant, a surge of energy flowed into the King of Hell's withered form. replenishing the vitality that had been consumed. The king of hell, astonished at Lu Jinchuan's use of forbidden techniques to restore his life force, exclaimed, "President!" Just as he attempted to break free, Lu Jinchuan and Amp, Oppo's grip tightened on his shoulder, rendering him immobile. Chapter 78. A soldier dies for his beloved time passed inexorably. An inexhaustible power flowed from Lu Jinchuan's fingertips into the body of the Underworld King, replenishing the vitality he had lost. The Underworld King's life force was steadily restored, the dark energy within his skin diminishing, and flesh began to regrow. 10 minutes later, the Underworld King had transformed dramatically, appearing as a completely different person. His black hair grew back, presenting him as a dashing young man. Lu Jinchuan released his grip, opened his eyes, which were filled with exhaustion. He patted the Underworld King and Oppo's shoulder without uttering a word and walked out of the training room. The Underworld King watched his retreating figure, words caught in his throat. After Lu Jinchuan exited, he lifted his head, his eyes brimming with fervor and madness directed at Lu Jinchuan. From this day forth, even if he became a dog, he would be the most loyal and fervent dog of Lu Jinchuan. Closing his eyes, he formed a seal with his hands, and in an instant, an overwhelming aura surged from his body. He had broken through, unbound by the decay that had constrained him, achieving the pinnacle of the 11th realm. The members of the royal court looked toward him in confusion. How could the Underworld King, who had not advanced in over half a year, suddenly break through to the 11th realm just because Lu Jinchuan visited? Above the headquarters of the Lu clan commerce, Lu Wuxing observed everything with a complex expression. Initially, he intended to intervene, but a mere transmission from Lu Jinchuan compelled him to watch silently. Remarkably similar, indeed. Suddenly, the figure beside Lu Wuxing became ethereal, and Lu Wuwei appeared beside him, gazing at Lu Jinchuan below with a gentle smile. As he looked at Lu Jinchuan, a hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes, reminiscent of the times when Lu Xiaodao led the clan. Lu Wuxing nodded in agreement. Lu Xiaodao had done so much for them, which was why their loyalty was unwavering. Though Lu Xiaodao was not the most gifted, his methods in managing the Lu clan commerce were unparalleled, surpassing even the current Lu Jinchuan. Lu Wuwei gazed blankly at Lu Jinchuan below. When he had been gravely injured and on the brink of death, it was Lu Xiaodao who had used forbidden techniques to save him. However, Lu Xiaodao and Oppo's talent was limited, and having pushed his limits with those forbidden arts, he passed away prematurely. He was exceptional. Before leaving, he found an heir who resembled him, possessing both talent and skill. They all knew Lu Jinchuan was not Lu Xiaodao and Oppo's biological son, but so what? As long as he was recognized, they would support him unconditionally. Lu Wuxing gazed towards the distant imperial capital. "Brother, I wish to storm the imperial capital and eliminate those repugnant beings." Lu Wuwei took a deep breath, patting Lu Wuxing and Oppo's shoulder before vanishing, leaving behind a voice only he could hear. Jinchuan has his own plans. Heed his words. Lu Wuxing nodded and subsequently vanished as well. In a flash, Lu Jinchuan arrived at the operations center. The personnel there bowed respectfully. "President, where could we find such an excellent president, who readily multiplies salaries and offers rewards far more generous than any other faction?" Lu Jinchuan waved his hand. "Where's your director?" "In the training room." As the admiration of the crowd enveloped him, Lu Jinchuan and Oppo's figure vanished. Upon arriving at Jiang and Oppo's training room, Jiang sensed his aura and promptly stepped out to salute. "President." Lu Jinchuan regarded the peak aura of the 8th realm emanating from him and nodded. "Well done." Jiang bowed deeply, attributing his achievements to the president's guidance. Lu Jinchuan's voice fell silent, and suddenly, a plethora of items appeared before him. Startled, he looked up only to find Lu Jinchuan had already vanished. "Do not disappoint me." Jiang stared blankly at the items on the ground. A brand new long knife, 9th rank. A piece of armor, 9th rank, along with a multitude of cultivation resources. He swiftly stored everything in his space ring and silently returned to the training room. Lu Jinchuan returned to his office, sat for a moment, and called out, Have Mo come to my office. Understood, President. Came the respectful reply from outside. A minute later, there was a knock on the door. Enter, President. And Mo entered and bowed respectfully. Jinchuan and Appo's fingers tapped leisurely on the desk. Record this. Upon hearing this, Mo hurriedly retrieved a notebook. From now on, for all members of the Commerce Association, the salary of ordinary members will increase by 40% from the base salary. For those who achieve a breakthrough, they will receive a month's worth of cultivation resources, a corresponding grade weapon, a corresponding grade piece of armor, and a spiritual herb. Jinchuan was indifferent to such matters. He would provide what was due, as he had ample resources from the extreme Yang Divine Hall to indulge for quite some time. He dismissed any notions of unfairness. The disparity between cultivators and ordinary members was inherent, as cultivators faced life-threatening risks, deserving of their rewards commensurate with their value. Understood, Mo wrote quickly in his notebook. Jinchuan glanced at him. You may collect it from logistics. I have prepared it for you. Mo was momentarily taken aback. President, go now. Jinchuan waved his hand, interrupting him. Yes. Mo bowed deeply and departed. When he announced this news, the members of the Lu clan commerce erupted in cheers, extolling Jinchuan's virtues. Lu whooshing in the sky remained unconcerned. If these resources were lost, they could be regained in the wastelands, where the lunatics of the Huangfeng sect possessed many treasures. Jinchuan donned his coat, stepped outside, and entered a Maybach, as the convoy made its way to Jinchuan University. At Jinchuan University, Tang Xuqin was diligently attending class, with only a year until her graduation. After her class, Yu awaited her at the classroom door, and the two linked arms as they walked toward the school gate. At the entrance, a group of elegantly dressed individuals stood with an air of authority, scanning the departing students as if searching for someone. Leading them was a gorgeously clad girl, her brow furrowed in apparent impatience. As students exited Jinchuan University, they instinctively avoided the group, sensing danger. Upon spotting Tang Xuqin and Yu walking arm in arm, the girl's eyes lit up with disdain as she approached, followed by a dozen others. While Tang Xuqin was conversing with Yu, a voice suddenly interrupted them. Are you Mu Xuqin? Both Tang Xuqin and Yu were taken aback, looking up to find a throng of individuals blocking their path. They surveyed their surroundings, confirming the girl's gaze was indeed fixed upon them. Tang Xuqin hesitantly replied, Classmate, are you calling me? At this, the girl became furious, retorting sharply, What classmate? You wild boom. Before she could finish her sentence, she was sent flying. A woman with a frosty demeanor stood before Tang Xuqin and Yu. Qinglu Wang, Qing Shui. Noticing the commotion, the surrounding crowd dispersed, watching the spectacle from a distance. What has transpired now? No idea, but it seems there is a spectacle to behold. Upon witnessing the girl being struck away, her entourage erupted in rage. How dare you? You dare to harm our young lady. You seek death. With that, over a dozen figures charged toward Qing Shui. She stepped forward, sending the attackers sprawling to the ground, their fates uncertain. Qing Shui advanced slowly toward the girl, an aura of murderous intent radiating from her. The girl was caught by an elderly woman, and in a fit of rage, she exclaimed to her, You dare strike me? Do you know who I am? Xiao Granny. Kill her. The old woman nodded respectfully, Yes, miss. Qing Shui's expression was devoid of emotion, her voice chilling to the bone. To insult the lady is to invite death. With that, she charged directly at the girl. The girl, emboldened, stood her ground as the old woman positioned herself protectively in front of her. With a swift strike, Qing Shui was forced to retreat, a crimson stain appearing at the corner of her mouth as she regarded the old woman with grave concern. The old woman then turned her wrath towards Tang Xuqin and her companions, effortlessly swatting away Yu and Qing Shui before advancing towards Tang Xuqin. Suddenly, with a powerful thud, the old woman was sent flying backward. The crowd gasped as a man clad in a trench coat shielded Tang Xuqin in his embrace. Extending his fingers towards the old woman, he whispered softly, Explode. Chapter 79. An arrival from the ancient mystic realm, the aged woman. A premonition of impending doom gripping her heart, hastily conjured a series of hand seals. Bang! just as a protective barrier materialized before her. A cataclysmic explosion erupted between her and her adversary. Rumble! A dense cloud of dust billowed into the air as onlookers scattered in all directions, seeking refuge from the devastating blast. Within the sanctum of his training chamber at the Liu Clan Commerce headquarters, the Nether King and Amp, Oppos, his eyes snapped open, his gaze drawn towards the direction of Yunzhong University. In an instant, he vanished from his location. At Yunzhong University, Qi Jiang, blade in hand, arrived swiftly. With a flourish, his saber unleashed a torrent of radiant energy, aimed at the old woman and the young woman. The crone, with a backward thrust of her palm, shattered the blade into Amp, Oppos, his aura, then spirited herself and the girl away. Lu Jinchuan remained unmoved. A resonant thud echoed through the air as the old woman and the girl were cast down to the earth. Hovering above them was a raven-haired youth, his presence radiating an aura of boundless malice that enveloped the pair below. Lu Jinchuan's gaze met the Nether King's, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He had not anticipated that, freed from the shackles of decay, the Nether King would ascend to the 12th realm so decisively. The next phase of our plan can now commence. Guild Master. The Nether King and Qi Jiang greeted in unison. Lu Jinchuan nodded. Dispose of them. He then escorted Tang Shujin into a vehicle and departed. Yu and Amp, Oppos, as protector arrived post-haste, surveyed the scene, and, finding no need for her intervention, promptly conveyed Yu away for recuperation. In the air, the Nether King's ebony locks danced wildly, his eyes glacial as he fixed his gaze upon the duo below. Qi Jiang tapped his cheek. 1,000 faces ascended. Layer upon layer of scales enveloped him, and with his blade in hand, he emitted an inexorable intent to kill. The old woman, ensnared by the twin auras of death, felt as though she had been plunged into an icy abyss. She blurted out, "Esteemed sirs, might we?" Buzz, buzz, buzz. The old woman's pupils contracted as a barrage of saber energy assailed her. In desperation, she thrust out her palm, shattering the incoming blades. But a looming shadow had already fallen upon her. A cold sweat drenched her back. A piercing scream erupted from the girl behind her, followed by a burst of white light as she was sent hurtling through the air. The old woman rushed to her side, catching her. The girl had lost consciousness. The jade pendant around her neck lay shattered, its luminescence extinguished. The old woman, wiping perspiration from her brow, breathed a sigh of relief. Within the ancient mystic realm, in the hallowed halls of the Shao clan, a man of middle age suddenly opened his eyes, bellowing, "Damnation! Who dares to harm the daughter of Shao Baiyu?" His voice reverberated throughout the Shao clan, drawing curious gazes. Shao Baiyu vanished, arriving at the periphery of the Shao clan, poised to make for the exit to the ancient mystic realm. Abruptly, space rippled before him, and an elder with silvery hair materialized. Shao Baiyu furrowed his brow, displeasure evident. "Ancestor, why do you impede me?" The elder shook his head. "Baiyu, have you forgotten? Those above the 11th realm are forbidden from crossing the boundary until the appointed time." Shao Baiyu and Amp, Oppos, aura surged, his voice like thunder. "I care not for such restrictions. Whoever dares to harm my daughter shall suffer the extinction of their entire lineage." The elder's white robes stirred without wind, suppressing Shao Baiyu's turbulent energies. "If you insist on transgressing, the other ancient clans will seize the opportunity to strike against our Shao clan." These words gave Shao Baiyu pause, but he still frowned. "My daughter must not come to harm." The elder waved his hand, and 4 individuals from the 11th realm, bearing the mark of Amp, Oppos, Shao and Amp, Oppos, appear behind him. He commanded, "Bring the young lady back." "Yes." The 4 responded in unison before disappearing. Seeing these 4 dispatched, Shao Baiyu scoffed, then returned to the main hall, though he dispatched a phantom projection towards the boundary. At the entrance to Yunzhong University, the old woman, witnessing the shattering of the jade pendant, knew that reinforcements from her clan would soon arrive. All that was needed was to endure until then. Glancing at the Nether King, whose aura was formidable, the old woman gritted her teeth and consumed a pill. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The air around her shimmered, as if scorched, and her aura ascended rapidly, reaching the 12th realm. The intense energy emanating from her was on par with the Nether King and Amp, Oppos. Yes. Within the town watch, Wang Zheng was attending to his duties when his attention was drawn to Yunzhong University. He sensed the presence of two 12th realm auras. He sighed in exasperation. Not again. He rose abruptly. Summon the troops. Commander, order the entire town watch to mobilize and clear the area within a 3-mile radius of Yunzhong University. I will personally account for any collateral damage. Yes. He too vanished, heading for Yunzhong University. The Nether King, sensing the dense 12th realm aura emanating from the old woman, broke into a chilling smile. Shall we wager whether I eliminate you before your reinforcements arrive? The old woman remained silent, instead waving her hand. A 3-meter-tall white bear materialized. The Nether King and Qi Jiang saw the old woman's lips move, and the white bear lunged at Qi Jiang. Qi Jiang calmly polished his blade, and as the white bear pounced, he vanished, reappearing above and behind it. Gripping his blade with both hands, he slashed downward. Ard! The bear roared in agony as it was sent flying, but it quickly regained its footing, brandishing its enormous paws at Qi Jiang. The two engaged in battle. The Nether King smirked. The art of beast taming, is it? With a whoosh, he vanished, appearing before the old woman, and unleashed a punch imbued with spiritual energy. The old woman's pupils constricted as she raised her aged hands in defense. Rumble. The shockwaves shattered nearby structures. As the very gates of Yunzhong University were about to be caught in the blast, an old man appeared, seated atop the gate. He waved at the incoming energy, and the immense force dissipated into nothingness. Having neutralized the energy, he remained, watching the battle with keen interest. The Nether King and the old woman exchanged blows, the invisible force causing the Nether King's dark hair to whip about wildly. The old woman unleashed another palm strike, and the Nether King, having blocked it, was sent hurtling backward. He steadied himself in the air, gazing at the old woman with uncertainty. Mid-12th realm? He unleashed a palm strike upon the pair below, unleashing a torrent of raw power. The old woman countered with her own palm strike, the two forces colliding with a deafening roar. The Nether King's eyes narrowed. He had detected that the old woman and Oppos' aura was waning, and her realm was in decline. Yet, the old woman and Oppos' face betrayed no despair, only a faint smile. The Nether King raised an eyebrow, stepping through the void. His aura pulsed, and 4 individuals from the 11th realm appeared in the 4 cardinal directions around him, only to be blasted away. They quickly regrouped, forming a tactical formation. Noticing the characters on their garments, the Nether King murmured, "Shao?" At this moment, the old woman, seeing the Nether King occupied by the 4 Shao clan members, seized the opportunity to flee with the girl. The Nether King sensed a miasma of death and flung the girl from her grasp. As she did so, a pale, slender arm pierced her chest. The girl was caught by a phantom projection. The old woman glanced at the projection, then closed her eyes and collapsed. The Nether King channeled his spiritual energy, cleansing the blood from his hand, and frowned at the phantom projection. Mid-12th realm? Shao Baiyu and Oppos' phantom, seeing his daughter so grievously wounded, his expression turned ashen. He unleashed a palm strike at the Nether King. "Daring to harm my daughter, Yu Shai Di." An overwhelming force bore down upon the king of the underworld, and just as he was on the brink of being defeated, a figure appeared before him, clad in a flowing white robe, causing the ferocious energy to dissipate instantaneously.